Upon awakening, I was abruptly greeted by a thunderous bang, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds. Before I could fully comprehend my surroundings, I found myself utterly frozen. My mind racing with the thought, where on earth am I? The place before me was in utter disarray, characterized by dilapidated structures that allowed the wind to whistle through their gaps. Inside, the chaos was palpable, with a few disheveled men sprawled haphazardly atop heaps of straw, creating a scene far from any semblance of normalcy. The confined space was crowded with over 10 individuals, all clad in rough linen garments emblazoned with the character for prisoner. Their unkempt appearances were further exacerbated by a foul odor that hung heavily in the air, rendering it nearly unbearable. At that moment, I caught sight of a colossal figure clad in chainmail standing at the entrance, grasping a steel blade. He pounded on the door while casting a menacing glare at the gathered crowd, bellowing, "What are you staring at? Assemble yourselves. If you don't get moving, I'll have your heads." At the sound of his voice, we reacted as if spurred into action, scrambling to our feet and shuffling towards the exit. I too hastily rose, bewildered by how I had found myself in such a predicament. Just as my mind began to process the situation, an unfamiliar surge of information flooded my consciousness, electrifying my body and leaving me in a state of disarray. Amidst the turmoil, a realization dawned upon me. I had traversed dimensions. Moreover, I had become a death row inmate in a prison camp, destined for the battlefield mere moments after arriving at the frontier. This land was called the Great Shang, ruled by an emperor named Ning Ze, the infamous last king, often associated with the notorious tyrant, King Zhou of Shang. The penal laws of the Great Shang were exceptionally brutal. I had once belonged to a modest family in the city of Chaoga, but my family's ancestral home had caught the eye of Fei Zhong, who fabricated a pretext to annihilate my entire household. Coincidentally, I had heard of escalating tensions at Beihai, where the military commander, Wen Taisher, had dispatched war orders, prompting the court to bolster its forces. As a young and vigorous man, I was forcibly dragged into the prison camp and dispatched to the northern seas to fight. The prison camp, in essence, was a collective of those sentenced to death, individuals of the lowest status, condemned to a fate of certain demise. On the battlefield, they were typically assigned the most perilous tasks, often leading the charge during assaults, serving as expendable forces to deplete the enemy's defenses. Contemplating this reality filled me with despair. Even if I were to achieve some merit on the battlefield, returning to Chaga would not shield me from Fei Zhong's relentless pursuit. My fate was sealed. I inwardly cursed my misfortune. This was the onset of a calamity, a situation far worse than a mere uphill battle. I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Having merely dabbled in the complexities of life and inadvertently hurt a few unsuspecting maidens, I found myself suffering this fate, transported to a foreign realm only to confront such a deadlock. Truly, I was the epitome of ill fortune. As my thoughts spiraled into chaos, the hefty man barked, "What are you still dawdling for? Are you seeking death?" His voice jolted me back to reality, and I hastily crawled out of the room, barely avoiding a kick from him that nearly sent me sprawling. I silently cursed, realizing that if I dared to glance back, I might very well receive a beating. At this moment, outside the tent, there stood over 3,000 condemned soldiers, each clad in tattered garments, barefoot, wielding rudimentary tools such as plows, rakes, and wooden sticks. Some bore knives and swords, yet overall, their equipment appeared woefully inadequate. The commanders regarded these individuals merely as cannon fodder on the battlefield, believing that even armor would be an extravagant waste. Suddenly, a burly man clad in armor, his face marred by a brutish demeanor, strode forward, flanked by several soldiers, exuding an aura of menace as if a battle were imminent. A tightness gripped my heart, and I sensed that a bloody conflict was about to unfold. The suddenness and brutality of it all left my mind in turmoil. I silently vowed to endure and to survive. However, the immediate priority was to adapt to this environment and await the unfolding of fate. I slowly surveyed the line, feeling a chilling atmosphere enveloping me. My voice grew heavy as I addressed them. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully arriving at the border and becoming a part of my command under Shang Dynasty. Remember, military orders are as unyielding as mountains, and the law must be strictly enforced. Any defiance of orders shall be met with execution. I continued, my tone resolute. The discipline of my battalion is simple, absolute obedience. If I command you to charge forward, you shall do so regardless of the peril. And if I command you to retreat, you shall do so even in the face of treasures. Otherwise, death awaits. Moreover, shortly, General Ding Mian will arrive at the condemned camp to select soldiers and assign tasks. General Ding is known for his volatile temper. You must keep your wits about you. Or else, should he strike you down, do not blame me for the warning I did not give. I was acutely aware that this commander was infamous for his ruthlessness, slaying the condemned without hesitation. At that moment, the thunder of hooves erupted as dozens of cavalrymen galloped towards us, swiftly closing the distance. The newcomers were elite soldiers, their armor gleaming, each armed with bows and long swords. The leading commander, in his 40s, squinted his eyes, a sparse beard gracing his chin, and an aura of malevolence radiated from his visage. "General Ding, you have arrived." I observed Zhang Dazhuang immediately ingratiating himself, bowing low to the ground. General Ding then dismounted, stepping onto Zhang Dazhuang's back before he, unfazed by the mud, promptly followed behind him. General Ding, gripping the sword at his waist, strode confidently to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over the troops, revealing his displeasure. "The morale of these condemned soldiers is lamentably low." Zhang Dazhuang, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dazhuang quickly responded, "Yes, it is my fault. I shall promptly rectify the situation." He then turned to the condemned camp, his expression fierce. "Are you all mute? General Ding has arrived. Do not forget to pay your respects." The soldiers, fearing negligence, hastily bowed and proclaimed loudly, "We salute General Ding." In a sudden, violent motion, Zhang Dazhuang drew his blade, cleaving one soldier in half. "Have you not eaten? Speak louder. Show your spirit, or this will be your fate." The soldiers of the death camp were taken aback, their spirits jolted, and they hysterically cried out, "Salute to General Ding." Ning Ze, too, opened his mouth to shout, yet inwardly he lamented the absurdity of these commanders, contemplating that survival was the only true path. It was evident that these individuals did not regard the inmates of the death camp as human beings. At that moment, my eyes were suddenly illuminated as I noticed a few shimmering orbs beneath the fallen soldiers. Upon closer inspection, I found that these orbs glimmered with inscriptions: "Cursed Physique, Grade, White Tier." Possessing this physique grants a high probability of becoming a vengeful spirit, can be fused. Cultivator, Grade, White Tier. Possessing this title enhances farming speed, can be fused. Basic Might, Grade, White Tier. Possessing this title increases strength, can be fused. I gazed at the softly glowing orbs, rubbing my eyes in disbelief, pondering whether I was the only one able to perceive these inscriptions. The people around me showed no reaction, seemingly blind to their presence. Just as I was engulfed in confusion, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Host has discovered inscriptions. You may choose to fuse the inscriptions you require." Host. To my astonishment, I had a system. My heart surged with excitement. This was a boon for transmigrators, having a system to assist me. However, my system seemed rather understated, lacking any grand activation gift. The ability to fuse inscriptions intrigued me, and I was eager to explore their potential. Upon closer examination, I noticed several inscriptions flickering. The Cursed Physique inscription had a negative connotation, explaining why that individual had been randomly executed. Clearly, this inscription was not suitable for fusion. Looking at the others, only the Basic Might inscription appeared beneficial. The Cultivator title was of no use to me. Although the Fury of the Weak could temporarily boost combat power, it would lead to a loss of rationality, rendering it unworthy due to its considerable side effects. Contemplating this, I discreetly pointed toward the Basic Might inscription and chose to fuse. The orb transformed into a gentle beam of light, soaring toward me and merging with my being. In the next moment, a prompt resonated in my mind. "Ding. You have fused the Basic Might inscription. Your strength has increased." I felt a surge of power coursing through my body, invigorating my spirit and significantly enhancing my strength. Indeed, it was effective. In my mind, I inquired, "System, do white inscriptions possess other qualities?" The response came promptly. Inscriptions are categorized into 10 tiers: white, green, orange, purple, celestial, divine, sacred, heavenly Tao, great Tao, and primordial. When a being perishes, there is a chance of dropping inscriptions. The stronger the deceased, the greater the likelihood of higher tier inscriptions dropping. Upon hearing this, I was internally astonished. Could it be that this world was not the historical Dashang, but rather the realm of the primordial gods? Otherwise, how could there be such a multitude of inscription tiers? In this world of divine enshrinement, if one could acquire divine, celestial, or even heavenly Tao inscriptions, would it not allow for a rapid rise to power, achieving an existence akin to a celestial being, living eternally in carefree bliss, and attaining supreme enlightenment? As I became immersed in such fantasies, General Ding's voice abruptly pulled me back to reality. "You are all warriors of the death row camp. You must understand your identity. Upon arriving at the frontier, you must embrace death fearlessly and exhibit valor in combat. Achieve military merit, and you may absolve your past crimes. Even rise through the ranks and secure titles for your wives and children." His voice resonated with strength, yet I knew that should I show cowardice or disregard military orders, I would be the first to meet my demise. A pang of anxiety gripped Ning Ze's heart, as he thought, "Forget about becoming an immortal. Let us first ensure our lives are preserved." General Ding continued to proclaim with fervor, "Today, our troops will assault the Silver Fortress, the enemy's frontline stronghold, heavily guarded by a formidable force. Capturing the Silver Fortress will enable us to support the Grand Marshal's Central Army and create a strategic advantage for our forces." His words were resolute. "This battle is of utmost significance. Mistakes are impermissible. Should anyone dare to retreat during the charge, they shall be immediately shot by the archers. Do you understand? We understand. The soldiers of the death row camp responded in unison, fully aware that if General Ding were dissatisfied, their lives would be forfeit. Forward. Upon finishing his command, General Ding mounted his horse and galloped forth with his personal guards. Why aren't you following? Zhang Dazhuang bellowed, prompting the death row camp to march forward alongside General Ding. Zhang Dazhuang trailed at the rear, ever vigilant to eliminate any prisoners attempting to flee. The Silver Fortress loomed between two mountains, as formidable as a natural barrier. To pass through here, one must conquer this stronghold. The walls towered several meters high, constructed from resilient bluestone, nearly impregnable. Above the battlements, soldiers of the Northern D had already drawn their bows, clad in animal skins and radiating ferocity. The gates were forged from steel, presenting an impenetrable barrier reminiscent of a lone sentinel against 1,000 foes. From a distance, I gazed at the fortress, resembling a colossal tiger at rest, and my heart began to race. Breaching such a stronghold was no simple feat to conquer a city. One must first seize the hearts of its defenders. Siege warfare often incurs heavy losses. Only when the opposing forces are outnumbered fivefold could there be a chance of breaching the gates. Clearly, this was intended to make our death row camp mere cannon fodder, depleting the fortress's resources against the barbarian defenders. In addition to our death row camp, there stood 30,000 elite troops led by Geely at the base of the fortress. I understood that Geely was a disciple of Grand Marshal I. Not only was he a formidable warrior, but he also possessed mystical powers. The 3,000 merchant soldiers he commanded were all elite, indicating Grand Marshal I's significant investment in the stronghold. After analyzing the fortress's defenses, Geely issued his commands. General Ding rode back to us, drawing his sword and shouting, "Listen well, all members of the death row camp. This is your golden opportunity to redeem yourselves. Should you reach the city walls first, you will earn a third-class merit and be absolved of your death row status, elevated to the rank of 100-man leader." Initially filled with trepidation regarding the Silver Fortress, we were invigorated by his words. If death awaited us, we might as well fight for it. The death row camp consists of 3,000 men, divided into 6 teams of 500, to launch successive assaults on the city walls without error. Any sign of retreat will result in immediate execution. The deputy commander swiftly organized us into 6 units, and I was assigned to one of the teams. The resounding sound of war drums reverberated through the air. A battalion of condemned soldiers charged forward, pushing a scaling ladder toward the base of the city. The clamor of battle echoed as the defenders atop the walls swiftly raised their longbows, bracing themselves to confront our audacious advance. At that moment, my heart raced in synchrony with the drums of war, anticipating the imminent clash. Suddenly, arrows rained down from the parapets like a swarm of locusts, and the assaulting soldiers fell one by one, succumbing to their deadly strikes. By the time they reached the foot of the city, scarcely 100 remained. As I arrived at the base, I beheld the relentless descent of massive boulders and battering rams from above, swiftly clearing the ranks of the condemned. Only a few scattered souls attempted to flee, but before they could regroup, they were mercilessly struck down by the archers of the great merchants. Prepare the second wave charge. Ding Mian commanded, brandishing his flag. The next contingent of condemned soldiers surged forward with fervor, for there remained a slim chance of survival atop the walls. Retreat would lead to immediate slaughter. My blood ran cold at this moment, for I stood amidst the grim realities of the battlefield. Yet, the myriad of scattered loot invigorated my spirit. I noticed an array of white-quality loot scattered across the ground, including titles such as Leading the Charge, Swift as a Rabbit, Fortuitous Encounter, Brutal Assault, and Unlucky. Each of these could be fused for enhancements. The plethora of titles dazzled me, yet I hastily began selecting those that would benefit my prowess. Ding. You have fused the title Leading the Charge, increasing your running speed. Ding. You have fused the title Basic Brute Strength, enhancing your power. Ding. You have fused the title Fortuitous Encounter, augmenting your fortune. Ding. You have fused the title Leap, improving your jumping ability. Ding. You have fused the title Swift as the Wind, elevating your attack speed. As I continued to amalgamate these diverse titles, my physical attributes surged rapidly. Though they were all of white quality, their sheer volume yielded conspicuous results. The first wave of soldiers had met a grim fate. And once more, Ding Mian waved his flag, summoning the drumbeats of war anew. The second wave of condemned soldiers barreled forth, fully aware of their impending demise. Yet they charged toward the Silver Bastion with fervent resolve, the outcome all too predictable. The defenders unleashed a hail of swords and boulders, and within moments, the 500 soldiers who had just reached the foot of the city were utterly annihilated, their blood staining the ground in a horrific spectacle. Concurrently, the battlefield was once again littered with numerous titles, and I eagerly fused the beneficial ones. Ding. You have fused the title Basic Brute Strength, enhancing your power. The notifications rang in my ears, filling me with explosive vigor. My once meager strength, a mere 100 pounds, now allowed me to lift over 1,000 with a single hand. Moreover, My capabilities had multiplied tenfold. The battle raged on as the second wave of condemned soldiers fell, followed by the third, their fate tragically unchanged. As I charged towards the city, I was swiftly cut down by the firepower on the ramparts, and the ground was soon littered with hundreds of corpses. However, I, Ning Ze, was undeterred. Having assimilated numerous attributes, I pressed forward, and the fourth and fifth waves of the death row battalions surged forth in succession. The fire from the battlements began to wane, allowing the fifth wave to position their ladders against the silver fortress, with soldiers starting to ascend. Regrettably, none were able to reach the top. They were all mercilessly slaughtered. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums resounded once more, igniting a fervor within me. Today, my strength, speed, and agility exceeded that of an ordinary person by tenfold. Kill, I bellowed, leaping forward, racing towards the silver fortress. How swift I was! While the other soldiers of the death row battalion had barely taken a few steps, I had already reached the foot of the city. Shoot! The commanding officer shouted urgently from the ramparts, and instantly, arrows rained down upon me. Yet, before they could strike, I had already ascended the ladder, my feet propelling me upward. After several powerful leaps, I landed on the battlements. Upon landing, I was immediately met with several weapons aimed at me. In that moment, my strength and reflexes were far beyond those of ordinary soldiers. I swept my wooden staff, deflecting the incoming weapons with ease, and then plunged into the enemy ranks. With a powerful swing, I sent the barbarian soldiers hurtling back, crashing down towards the fortress below. To the ordinary soldiers, I was a veritable juggernaut. Often, before their weapons could be drawn, I had already sent them flying. However, the wooden staff could not withstand my tremendous power, snapping in two with a sharp crack. I quickly seized a 9-ring broadsword and charged into the fray. From afar, the onlooking merchants were astonished to discover that the death row battalion harbored such prowess. Ji Li, witnessing this, felt a mix of surprise and delight, realizing that this warrior's might rivaled his own. Who would have thought that the death row battalion concealed such hidden talents? Everyone, charge the city walls, he commanded with a voice like thunder, and immediately, the elite soldiers of the merchants surged towards the silver fortress like a tidal wave. I fought fiercely atop the battlements, carving out a breach as the formation of the defending soldiers fell into disarray, unable to inflict any significant damage on the merchant forces. Soon, the soldiers of the death row battalion ascended the ramparts, engaging the defenders in brutal combat, while the merchant army followed suit, swiftly establishing a foothold on the battlements to shield their comrades. Seeing the merchant forces had reached the top, I did not rush to continue my slaughter but fought alongside them, taking occasional moments to assimilate the attributes that had fallen on the battlements, continuously enhancing my strength. More and more merchant soldiers joined the fray, and the clash between both sides escalated into a fierce struggle. As I relentlessly harvested the lives of the barbarian soldiers and absorbed the attributes scattered across the ground. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within me. Without a moment to spare, I shifted my form, retreating several paces. Boom! A blade of wind swept through the spot where I had just stood, hurling several merchant soldiers into the air, narrowly escaping disaster. On the battlements, a sudden and profound fissure appeared, a perilous sight indeed. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Had my reaction been a moment slower, I might have been cleaved in twain by that blade of wind. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth as a fierce gust swept toward me. I swiftly maneuvered into the throng of people. However, more than 10 merchant soldiers met their demise at the hands of that formidable wind energy. As I raised my gaze, I was taken aback to see a figure clad in golden robes, wielding a whisk, and adorned with an aura of purple energy, hovering in midair. Complete with a pair of horns, he chanted an incantation, and with a flick of his whisk, another wind blade hurtled toward me. A cultivator? No, a monster. My heart sank. This being possessed formidable cultivation and was airborne, rendering me utterly defenseless, caught in a state of receiving blows, and I was no match for him. I quickly made a decision and darted into the enemy ranks, swinging my steel blade and vanquishing a few barbarian soldiers. Just then, the wind blade slashed toward me again, and I hurriedly evaded. I cursed inwardly, damn it, to lead the charge and die first. I have no desire to meet my end here. Though my heart simmered with frustration, I could only continue to weave through the crowd, evading the attacks of that celestial being. In my moment of utter disarray, a glimmer caught my eye. A flying sword shot in from afar, aimed directly at the celestial figure. With a deft flick of his whisk, the being effortlessly deflected the sword. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Ji Li, who had traversed the air and now stood defiantly before the celestial being, bellowing, "Monster!" rather than cultivating in the mountains. You dare to oppose the Deshang on the battlefield? Today shall be your reckoning. Ji Li brandished his longsword, its radiance akin to a rainbow, launching a furious assault against the celestial figure, who hastily countered with his whisk. At that moment, I breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there were formidable warriors among the Deshang. Otherwise, I might have truly met my demise here. Should Geely succeed in vanquishing that celestial being, it could very well yield high-tier rewards. As more and more Dashang soldiers ascended the battlements, the defenders began to falter. A young commander, accompanied by several soldiers, charged to the fortress gate, severing the ropes and flinging the gates wide open. Countless Dashang soldiers surged into the stronghold like a tidal wave. In the skies, Geely and the celestial being continued their fierce clash. Geely's sword blazed with radiant energy, his magical prowess swirling, each strike resonating with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the celestial being unleashed a barrage of wind blades to counter Geely's onslaught, creating a cacophony of thunderous clashes. As I scavenged the battlefield for fallen attributes, I remained vigilant of the aerial battle. Is this what cultivators are like? Their strength is indeed formidable, I mused. Though I have integrated various attributes and my physical capabilities may have reached the pinnacle of humanity, I still cannot contend with these cultivators. I was aware that Geely was a disciple of Wenzhong, who merely played a minor role during the investiture of the gods, and his cultivation was not particularly high. Yet, I was astonished by his prowess. What then could one say of Wenzhong, a disciple of a great Luo golden immortal, a saint? Just how formidable must he be? I was uncertain whether Geely's cultivation had attained the celestial immortal realm. But the battle within the Silver Fortress was drawing to a close. The barbarian soldiers within could no longer withstand the onslaught of the Dashang army, retreating in disarray. Defeat was imminent, and many began to flee the city. It seemed that the capture of the Silver Fortress by the Dashang was merely a matter of time. The battle in the sky rages on. Geely and the demon sorcerer are evenly matched, locked in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, I observed Geely striking the leopard pouch at his waist, from which a golden beam of light bursts forth. The demon sorcerer hastily evades, but Geely seizes the opportunity to bring his sword down with a swift strike. The sorcerer quickly wields his dust whisk to counter the attack. With a thunderous crash, their magical forces collide, and the overwhelming power sends the sorcerer crashing to the ground. The moment of opportunity has arrived. Ning Ze, witnessing this, feels a surge of joy. He had previously endured significant hardship at the hands of this foe. Now, with the sorcerer grounded, it is his moment to strike. Die! He shouts as he leaps into the air, propelling himself 3 zhong forward, his long blade descending upon the demon. The sorcerer, having just landed and still unsteady, cannot evade in time, and is struck by Ning Ze's blade across the arm. Even with magical protection, the sorcerer cannot withstand Ning Ze's full-force assault. His body cleaved in two, collapsing slowly to the ground. Several luminous orbs emerge from the sorcerer's corpse, and Ning Ze, filled with ecstasy, turns his gaze toward them. True understanding of the Tao, grade, green item. By integrating this item, one gains the constitution of the Tao, enabling the pursuit of the Tao and the comprehension of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Can be integrated. True understanding of the wind, grade, green item. By integrating this item, one deepens their understanding of wind magic, increasing the chance to master wind-related supernatural abilities. Can be integrated. Disaster entwined, quality, green item. Possessing this item brings the body of disaster, causing misfortune to those nearby. Can be integrated. Essence of blood, quality, green item. By integrating this item, one can enhance their cultivation through the consumption of others' blood. Can be integrated. Tao of spirit absorption, quality, green item. By integrating this item, one acquires the method to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing personal cultivation. Can be integrated. Indeed, the green items, as the system indicated, drop higher quality items from stronger foes. Among these 5 items, 3 are beneficial to me. The disaster entwined item is clearly not to be integrated. And the essence of blood, which relies on blood consumption for enhancement, is something Ning Ze would never consider. With a thought, he decides to integrate the true understanding of the Tao, true understanding of the wind, and Tao of spirit absorption. Ding. Integration of the true understanding of the Tao successful. You have gained the ability to comprehend the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, greatly enhancing your constitution and unblocking your meridians. Ding. Integration of the true understanding of the wind successful. You have comprehended the wind manipulation technique. Upon acquiring magical power, you may utilize this technique to ride the winds with remarkable speed. Ding. Integration of the Tao of spirit absorption successful. You have grasped the method of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, enabling you to enhance your cultivation. With the successful integration of these 3 items, my strength has increased significantly. A jolt of clarity washes over me, accompanied by the stirring of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the void. Indeed, the effects of these 3 items are remarkable. With further cultivation, I may soon step into the realm of practitioners. Just then, a figure flashes before me, and Geely lands in front of me. Young brother, you are quite impressive, exhibiting extraordinary martial prowess. What is your name? He inquires. My name is Ning Ze. I replied. Indeed. After the battle concludes, I shall certainly reward you, said Geely. Thank you, General. I hastily expressed my gratitude. Now that the tides of war have been determined, I still have numerous pressing matters to attend to. You may continue to clear the remnants within the fortress. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly departed into the distance. I promptly descended from the battlements, diligently collecting the white scrolls scattered upon the ground. These scrolls are treasures. I selected the useful ones for fusion. With each fusion, my physical attributes were enhanced. Seizing the opportunity, I fused hundreds of scrolls on the battlefield, augmenting my strength to at least 10,000 pounds, and significantly improving my agility, running speed, reflexes, and other capabilities. What thrilled me most was the fact that this enhancement had no upper limit. As long as I continued to fuse, my power would perpetually grow. However, there was a slight regret. These fallen scrolls would vanish with the passage of time, existing for no more than the duration of an incense stick. The battle for the Silver Fortress concluded swiftly, with the great merchant army successfully seizing control of the entire stronghold, while many soldiers were still accounting for their losses. Clad in the garb of a death row camp, I stood out conspicuously on the streets. Hey, aren't you going to help carry the corpses? Following the voice, I spotted the rotund leader of the death row camp, accompanied by a dozen remaining soldiers, busily transporting the bodies. Noticing my lingering presence, he bellowed loudly, approaching me with a steel knife in hand. It seemed that if I faltered even slightly, he would not hesitate to strike me down. As I charged forward, my speed was so swift that the observing merchant soldiers could not discern my true identity. They only knew that a soldier from the death row camp was exceptionally valiant. Being the first to scale the battlements and wreak havoc atop the walls, I furrowed my brow, reflecting that this was indeed the fellow who had kicked me. Damn it! What are you staring at? Seeking death? The hefty leader shouted, swinging his steel knife toward me as I ignored him. Well, I was just looking for trouble. And you have delivered yourself right to me. Now, I was not only formidable in combat, but had also garnered the favor of General Geely. Having achieved great merit in this battle, a substantial reward was undoubtedly forthcoming. I could no longer allow myself to be bullied by this fat man. As the hefty leader swung at me, I deftly parried with my steel knife, sending his weapon flying from his grasp. In an instant, I pivoted and struck him from behind with a kick to his rear. Consider this payback, I thought triumphantly. Ouch! The fat man let out a cry as his 200-pound body was sent sprawling, flying 2 yards before crashing heavily to the ground and sliding for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. This was a testament to my restraint. Otherwise, that single kick could have sent him soaring into the air. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, the fat man struggled to rise, failing repeatedly. Damn it! Have you turned against me? He roared in fury. I stepped forward, placing my foot upon his face, prompting his immediate lament. Do you not regard us death row camp members as human? If you utter another word, I swear I'll crush you. I noted that with a slight increase in pressure from my foot, his cries grew even louder. The surrounding soldiers quickly converged upon the scene. The guards from the death row camp were overjoyed to witness the portly figure being trampled by Ning Ze. He had previously tormented them, and now he was receiving his just desserts. Other soldiers, witnessing a convict daring to strike an officer, brandished their weapons and encircled Ning Ze. Release him, commanded a figure resembling a general, brandishing a spear as he approached. Upon the arrival of the general, Ning Ze relinquished his hold on the hefty man. Soldiers had already assisted him to his feet. He was a pitiful sight, bloodied and battered. General Yang, this scoundrel dared to assault his superior. Execute him at once. The portly man shouted. General Yang fixed his gaze upon Ning Ze, demanding, do you realize that striking an officer is a capital offense? I do. I observed Ning Ze nodding, a sense of foreboding creeping into my mind. Very well, you have violated military law and deserve execution. Someone, behead him, General Huang bellowed, prompting the soldiers around to prepare for action. Hold on, a voice interjected. General Huang turned to see General Ding Mian striding forward. General Ding, this man assaulted his superior and deserves death. Why do you intervene? General Yang queried, bewildered. With a resounding slap, Ding Mian struck General Yang, leaving him stunned. Why did you hit me? General Yang demanded indignantly. Fool, have you lost your senses? Ding Mian rebuked. Look closely at who he is. Though he is a soldier from the death row camp now, he soon shall not be. He continued. He was the first to scale the city walls. What? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, plunging the room into silence. He was indeed the soldier we had witnessed during the siege, effortlessly ascending the walls and wreaking havoc upon the enemy. Had he not led the charge and disrupted the defenders, the cost of capturing the Silver Fortress would have been far greater. Beads of cold sweat formed on General Yang's brow as he realized the gravity of his near misstep. Had he harmed this soldier who had achieved such a significant victory, his own life would have been forfeit. The portly man was equally astonished, but quickly regained his composure, sinking to his knees and repeatedly exclaiming, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. General, I am truly deserving of death. He began to slap his own face in penance. Enough, I bear you no ill will. You kicked me, and I merely retaliated. We are even. I replied with a smile. Thank you, General. The portly man stammered as he unsteadily rose to his feet. Do not call me General, I am not one yet. Rise. I gestured dismissively. Ding Mian cast a glance at the portly man before turning to me. Ning Ze, correct? General Jilly awaits you at the military office. Allow me to escort you. Thank you, General Ding. I replied, following him toward the military office. Before long, we arrived at the grand hall of the military office. Upon entering, I beheld General Jilly fully armored, seated in the general's chair, surrounded by standing officers. I hurried forward, clasping my hands in salute. I pay my respects to General Jilly. General Jilly rose and slightly inclined his head. No need for such formalities. Generals, this is the esteemed individual who has made a significant contribution to today's siege of the Silver Fortress. His name is Ning Ze. Gillis' voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Instantly, every gaze converged upon me. During the assault on the Silver Fortress, I had witnessed a soldier from the death row camp dashing towards the battlements, disrupting the enemy formation and allowing the Dashang army to ascend successfully. Had it not been for my intervention, the casualties in this battle could have been far greater. My valor rendered the commanders present somewhat envious. I quickly clasped my hands in salute to the assembled generals, who reciprocated the gesture. Well then, Ning Ze, you have achieved remarkable merit this time, and I assure you that you shall be duly rewarded. With such prowess, how did you find yourself in the death row camp? Gilly inquired. A thought flickered in my mind, revealing that I had been framed by Fei Zhong could lead to complications, given his influence within the military. So, I casually replied, I merely made an unfortunate mistake, resulting in the wrongful death of an individual, which led to my incarceration in the death row camp. Very well. Since you have proven your worth, you shall shed your identity as a death row inmate. The Northern Front is in dire straits, and this is your opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities. I hereby appoint you as a subordinate general to assist me directly, and I shall assign you tasks as necessary. Bring forth attire and armor for General Ning, so he may take his rest, he commanded. Yes. A soldier promptly entered, saluting Gilly before turning to me. General Ning, please follow me. I will take my leave for now. I bowed to Gilly and followed the soldier out of the military compound. Arriving at a nearby residence, I instructed the soldier to fetch water. After a refreshing bath and donning clean garments, I sat upon the bed. The surroundings were a significant improvement over the death row camp. I stroked my chin, contemplating the path ahead. If not for my existence in this chaotic world, serving as a general and collecting achievements would surely pave my way to becoming a great commander. Alas, this is the tumultuous era of the Hongwang, on the brink of the investiture of the gods. According to the timeline, the three doctrines have already signed the investiture list at the Zixiao Palace, and King Zhou of Shang may have offended the goddess Enhua by composing lewd poetry at her temple, thus sealing the fate of the Shang Dynasty. Recalling the original chronicles of the investiture, I remembered the scene of when Taishi's return to court, when the Ning Dynasty had forced Empress Jiang to her demise. Prime Minister Shang Rong had collided with the Nine Dragon Hall, Mei Bo was flayed alive, Bai Gan had his heart extracted, and Huang Feihu had traversed 5 passes. At this juncture, no matter how powerful Wen Taisher may be, he cannot alter the looming fate. What a lamentable reality. Nonetheless, such matters are inconsequential. The Shang Dynasty will inevitably fall, and I have no desire to accompany them to their grave. To seek refuge in Shiqi and cling to the teachings of the Chan sect? I might just be used as cannon fodder by Jiang Zia and find myself inscribed on the investiture list. The Chan sect is not to be trifled with. They have a history of such actions. In the face of such calamities, to remain unscathed is indeed a formidable challenge. For now, all I can do is take each step as it comes and adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 6. Deng Chanyu and the 5-color stone within the confines of the chamber. Ning Ze sat cross-legged, absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Concurrently, he harnessed the method of spirit absorption learned through the fusion of entries, drawing the celestial essence into his being, allowing it to flow through him. Once twice, Ning Ze grew increasingly adept. As the heavenly energies whirled, they transformed into strands of magical power, converging in the dantian of Ning Ze. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a state of transcendence, oblivious to both self and surroundings. Suddenly, the voice of a guard broke through the stillness. General Ning, General Ji has matters to discuss with you. Please proceed to the military headquarters. Ning Ze opened his eyes, sensing a thread of magical power coursing through him. Is this the legendary power? Indeed, this sensation is wondrous. General, are you present? The guard's voice rang out once more. Ning Ze responded, Understood, I shall come at once. With that, he pushed open the door and followed the guard towards the military headquarters. Inside the military headquarters, Ji Li occupied the general's chair, while other commanders were seated on either side. Ning Ze hurried forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, General Ji." Ji nodded slightly. "No need for excessive formalities. Your performance in yesterday's battle was remarkable. You ought to rest well. However, due to the pressing military circumstances, General Deng has specifically summoned you." Ning Ze nodded. "As a commander, it is my duty to heed the general's arrangements." "Excellent." Ji Li's gaze swept across the room as he declared, "We have seized the Silver Fortress, creating a strategic encirclement against the Chongqing Pass in the northern region, in coordination with the Grand Tutor's forces. I have just received order from the Grand Tutor to mobilize our troops and march towards the Chongqing Pass. This pass is a crucial stronghold in the north. Capturing it holds significant strategic importance. Yuan Fudong has gathered a formidable force, aiming to settle matters at the Chongqing Pass with the Deshang. This battle is of utmost importance. We must immediately advance and unite with the Grand Tutor's army to conquer the Chongqing Pass." Having spoken, Ji Li turned his gaze towards one of the commanders, Deng Chanyu. A young commander stepped forth, clasping her hands. "This subordinate is present. You will lead your troops as vanguard, clearing the path through mountains and constructing bridges over waters to reach Chongqing Pass." "Understood." Deng Chanyu. Upon hearing the name, Ning Ze's heart skipped a beat as he looked towards the commander. The youthful general appeared with a sallow complexion, a prominent nose, clad in silver armor, exuding a vibrant aura of heroism. However, Ning Ze discerned a disguise. The absence of an Adam's apple on her neck revealed her true identity as a woman. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed the renowned Deng Chanyu, daughter of the illustrious General Deng Jiogong, famed in the Battle of the Gods. Deng Chanyu had disguised herself as a man to venture to the borderlands. "How intriguing," Ning Ze mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Ning Ze." Before his thoughts could fully form, Ji Li's voice called out to him. Ning Ze promptly rose and stepped to the center of the Grand Hall. "This subordinate is present. You will serve as deputy to General Deng and accompany her." "Understood." Ji Li swiftly acknowledged the command. "Go forth." With that, Deng Chanyu and Ning Ze exited the military headquarters. "Thank you, General Deng, for considering me worthy to serve as your deputy," Ning Ze expressed. Deng Chanyu replied noncommittally. "In yesterday's battle, your valor was remarkable. I witnessed it firsthand. Hence, I sought you from General Ji Li. Come, let us assemble the troops." The 3,000 soldiers were indeed under Deng Chanyu's command. After mustering the troops, the two led them out of Baiyin Pass towards Chongqing Pass. On the official road, the two rode side by side. "General Ning, with such prowess, why do you find yourself among the ranks of prisoners?" Deng Chanyu inquired. Ning Ze sighed. "I have been wronged by treacherous individuals." "Who has wronged you?" "Fei Zhong," Ning Ze revealed, and Deng Chanyu's expression turned icy. "Fei Zhong, a slanderous minister, oppresses the common folk. The people of China City have long harbored grievances. My father could have attained a military position, yet due to the lack of bribes, he fell victim to his slander, resulting in the king sending him to the frontier." "Your father, the Divine Blade, Duke Dengjio?" Ning Ze asked. Deng Chanyu's face displayed surprise. "How do you know my father's name?" Ning Ze felt awkward. He couldn't admit to knowing from novels. "Well, during my travels, I once visited Sand Mountain Pass and heard tales of the Divine Blade, Duke Deng Jiao having a daughter named Deng Chanyu. Hence I surmised it to be you." Realizing her identity was recognized, Deng Chanyu decided to confirm. "Indeed, my father is the Divine Blade, Duke Deng Jiao." "Then why have you come to the frontier?" Ning Ze queried. Deng Chanyu replied, "I cannot remain idle. Upon hearing of the war in the north and the call for soldiers by the Grand Master, I disguised myself as a man to enlist, achieving considerable merit, which led to my promotion to Chief Vanguard. General Ning, I ask that you keep my identity as a woman confidential." Ning Ze chuckled. "If even I know your identity, do you think General Ji Li is unaware?" Deng Chanyu paused, slightly taken aback, then urged her steed forward fiercely. "Let us go." Ning Ze hastily mounted his horse and pursued her. The two, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers, galloped for 2 hours. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead. A fierce wind arose, and the mountains heralded imminent rain. Deng Chanyu reined in her horse, surveying the surroundings. Not far off, she spotted a spacious cave, an ideal refuge from the rain. Leading her troops to the cave, she commanded them to take shelter. As soon as the soldiers entered, a torrential downpour ensued. Ning Ze stood at the cave's entrance, gazing around, pondering when the rain might cease. Just then, a sudden cry echoed through the cave. Startled, Ning Ze rushed forward. The soldiers pointed into the depths of the cave, their expressions filled with terror. "They are a monster. A soldier has been dragged away." "A monster?" Deng Chanyu approached. "What sort of monster? Can you discern its form?" "It appears to be a Qilin," they exclaimed. Deng Chanyu turned her gaze towards the cave's entrance. The cave was deep and shrouded in darkness. "General Ning, what shall we do?" she asked. Ning Ze, "You and I shall stand not far from the cave entrance, urging the soldiers to withdraw a distance. Once the rain ceases, we shall depart." "Very well." Deng Chanyu nodded in agreement. She promptly commanded the soldiers to retreat, and with a swift motion of her hand, 2 stones materialized, each shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, the 5 radiant stones. Ning Ze also unsheathed his great sword, vigilantly watching the cave entrance. Should the creature dare to emerge, he would not hesitate to strike. The monster had yet to take form, suggesting its strength was likely not formidable. Perhaps it could be vanquished. Killing the Qilin might even yield valuable loot. Indeed, it was not long before a feral roar echoed from within the cave, followed by a thunderous sound, as a monstrous beast charged forth from the darkness. This creature bore the head of a Qilin and the body of a lion, barreling out of the cave towards Ning Ze. Chapter 7. The Qilin Lion and the Essence of Fire. Before the Qilin Lion even arrived, a formidable aura of ferocity had already enveloped the surroundings. Ning Ze was taken aback, swiftly rolling to the side and springing up a distance of 10 feet. He then witnessed 2 streaks of light hurtling toward the Qilin Lion, released by Deng Chanyu, who had cast 2 5-glory divine stones. With a pair of sharp cracks, the stone struck the Qilin Lion's eyes. Regardless of the creature, the eyes remain a vulnerable point. Blood erupted. The Qilin Lion was instantly blinded, letting out a mournful roar as it lunged toward the soldiers. One soldier, caught off guard, was directly pounced upon, and with a single bite, half of his body was consumed. The remaining soldiers hurriedly scattered to evade the beast. Observing this, Ning Ze leaped into action, his figure soaring as he wielded his steel blade, striking down upon the Qilin Lion's back. Clang! His blade met its target. Yet the sound of metal clashing echoed as the weapon shattered into 2 pieces. What formidable defense! Ning Ze was astounded. In a fit of rage, the Qilin Lion spun around, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of flames that surged towards Ning Ze. He was taken aback once more, narrowly evading the inferno that scorched the stone wall to a fiery red hue. "Quickly shoot," Deng Chanyu commanded, her voice ringing out. Instantly, the soldiers notched arrows to their bows, releasing a volley of projectiles that descended upon the Qilin Lion like a swarm of locusts. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the Qilin Lion, producing a series of sharp sounds as they fell to the ground, ineffective against its hide. Deng Chanyu then soared into the air, brandishing her twin daggers toward the creature's rear. Yet, the Qilin Lion's defense was astonishingly robust. Her blades could scarcely pierce its flesh. With a sweeping motion of its tail, the Qilin Lion sent Deng Chanyu soaring 3 feet into the air, crashing against the ceiling of the cavern before plummeting down. Ning Ze rushed forward, catching her in his arms. "Thank you." She blushed, one hand instinctively covering her rear, and upon finding her footing, she thanked him before breaking free and landing on the ground. Though the Qilin Lion was now blind, it relied on sound to target the soldiers, leading to the demise of 2 more who could not escape its wrath. Ning Ze seized a long spear from a nearby soldier and leapt behind the Qilin Lion, thrusting the sword directly at its vulnerable rear. Thud! Despite its formidable defense, that area proved to be remarkably weak. Ning Ze's sword penetrated deeply, and as he twisted the blade to withdraw it, a spurt of blood erupted forth. The Qilin Lion howled in pain, pivoting to charge at Ning Ze. He deftly evaded the attack, causing the beast to crash into the stone wall, rattling the entire cavern and leaving the Qilin Lion dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Ze grabbed a spear handed to him by commander and once more aimed for the creature's rear. Thud! The spear penetrated several feet deep. Ning Ze exerted a forceful pull, and the hooked spear extracted the intestines of the Qilin lion. At that moment, the soldiers had retreated to a safe distance, while the Qilin lion, in a frenzy of desperation, thrashed about in the stone cave. After a quarter of an hour, it finally succumbed to its injuries. Several luminous orbs emerged from its lifeless body. True fire revelation, green token, contains a fragment of fire elemental essence, capable of fusion. Miraculous strength, green token upon fusion, doubles one's strength. Indestructible, green token upon fusion, greatly enhances one's physical form. The Qilin lion had remarkably dropped 3 green tokens, indicating its extraordinary nature. Ning Ze promptly fused these 3 tokens. His strength, originally exceeding 10,000 pounds, surged to over 20,000 pounds instantaneously. Moreover, his entire physique experienced a significant enhancement. A few fallen soldiers had also dropped several white tokens, which Ning Ze subsequently fused as well. With the defeat of the Qilin lion, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Deng Chanyu approached, kicked the Qilin lion a couple of times, and then commanded the soldiers to gather materials on the spot, skinning the Qilin lion for its hide, while preparing to cook its flesh in a fire. She also ordered the burial of the deceased soldiers nearby. Soon, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air, and the Qilin lion was stewed to perfection as the torrential rain outside finally ceased. Observing Deng Chanyu lost in thought on a stone with a piece of Qilin lion meat in hand, Ning Ze approached her. "General Deng, you should have a bite as well." "Very well," Deng Chanyu replied, accepting the meat and taking a small bite. Ning Ze sat beside her and inquired, "What were you contemplating just now?" "Oh, nothing in particular," Deng Chanyu replied nonchalantly. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Ning Ze refrained from pressing further and focused on savoring the Qilin lion meat. After a while, having finished his portion, Ning Ze remarked, "General Deng, your 5-light stone possesses immense power. May I take a closer look?" With a motion of her hand, Deng Chanyu produced a 5-light stone, presenting it to Ning Ze. The stone was exceptionally smooth, emanating a shimmering brilliance of 5 colors, and felt chilling to the touch, quite extraordinary. Within the realm of deification, Deng Chanyu was a rather peculiar entity. Her 5-light stone had struck down numerous formidable opponents, including the likes of Ning Ze, Yang Jian, and even Kong Xian, making her shots remarkably accurate. It was said that this 5-light stone was forged from the remnants of the stones used by Niwa to mend the heavens, imbued with the power of the rules, thus ensuring its precision. However, its potency appeared limited, perhaps due to Deng Chanyu's insufficient strength. Ning Ze examined the 5-light stone, but discerned nothing particularly remarkable, returning it to Deng Chanyu. Once all the soldiers had filled their bellies, Ning Ze issued the command for the march to resume. Before nightfall, Ning Ze and Deng Chanyu's army finally beheld a formidable fortress rising in the distance. In front of the stronghold lay a multitude of military encampments, with a grand flag fluttering in the air, its mysterious bird emblem dancing in the wind. This was indeed the camp of the Shang army. The two hastened forward, leading their troops to the destination. The soldiers established their encampment, and Deng Chanyu, along with Ning Ze, proceeded towards the central military tent. Within the grand tent, a figure of imposing stature sat upon the principal seat, a man of stern visage, his hair streaked with gray, clad in armor. His face was square and resolute, adorned with a single closed eye upon his forehead, emanating an aura of righteousness that rendered him as steadfast as a mountain. It was without doubt the esteemed Grand Preceptor Wenzhong of the current dynasty. Flanking the hall, more than 10 generals were seated on either side. General Fi Lisbonwart, Ning Ze, and Deng Chanyu approached to pay their respects to the Grand Preceptor. With due reverence, they advanced and bowed. Wenzhong's gaze swept over the two, and he nodded slightly. "Now that you have arrived, Geely must be on his way as well. Tomorrow at dawn, our army shall be poised before the walls of Chongqing Pass to engage in battle with Yuan Fudong. For tonight, you may retire and rest." "Understood." Deng Chanyu and Ning Ze promptly took their leave. Chapter 8. Confrontation on the battlefield. Deng Chanyu and Ning Ze emerged from the central military tent. The camp was already established, and the good soldiers returned to the vanguard. as Ning Ze entered the military tent and was about to commence his cultivation. A guard rushed in to report, General Geely's army has arrived. Ning Ze promptly accompanied Deng Chanyu to welcome Geely and his esteemed commanders into the camp. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Geely paid his respects to the esteemed Master One, after which Ning Ze excused himself and returned to his tent. The following day, Master One was to engage in the final battle against Yuan Fudong's forces, which would undoubtedly result in countless casualties. With the fallen, there would be loot to collect. A subtle smile crept across Ning Ze's lips. Although ordinary soldiers dropped only white loot, if accumulated sufficiently, it would still provide significant benefits to his physique. He sat cross-legged within the tent, beginning to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. At dawn the next day, the sound of war drums echoed outside the camp. Ning Ze rose and stepped out of the tent, witnessing Deng Chanyu organizing the troops. Everyone was assembled. Deng Chanyu exuded an impressive aura, embodying the demeanor of a renowned general. Ning Ze approached her, and soon the troops were organized. The two led the 3,000 soldiers towards the main camp. The great Shang military encampment stretched for 10 miles, and on the open ground stood nearly 100,000 soldiers. Deng Chanyu and Ning Ze brought their forces to align before General Geely's grand banner. As more troops gathered, the numbers swelled to over 100,000. A sea of black-clad warriors. Was this the essence of ancient warfare? As Ning Ze sat astride his steed, he surveyed the great Shang ranks, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Infantry, cavalry, archers, heavy-armored troops, and even a camp of condemned prisoners. Each contingent bore distinct attire. Yet, amidst such a multitude, not a sound of chaos could be heard, a testament to Master Wen's strict military discipline. Within the tent, the sound of hooves echoed. Master Wen rode a dark Qilin, wielding twin whips, radiating authority as he led the procession. Behind him followed a host of commanders. Yuan Fudong leads 72 lords, disturbing our borders. I have been commanded to march north, to quell the northern turmoil, Wen Zhong proclaimed, his voice resonant and commanding. Ning Ze was aware that Wen Zhong was a disciple of specifically from the esteemed lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother, undoubtedly possessing formidable cultivation. Based on his speculation, Wen Zhong was at least a golden immortal, perhaps even of the Tai realm. Wen Zhong continued, Yuan Fudong's main forces are stationed within the Chongqing Pass. Should we vanquish Yuan Fudong's main strength, we can secure the northern frontier. All troops, take your positions outside Chongqing Pass and prepare for battle. Move! With Wen Zhong's commanding shout, the ranks parted in the center. Leading the commanders, Wen Zhong advanced, followed closely by the remaining troops. Swiftly arriving outside Chongqing Pass and arranging their formation for battle, Ning Ze gazed towards Chongqing Pass, noting its considerable size, with towering walls and banners fluttering atop. Numerous soldiers peered down towards them from the battlements. Wen Zhong galloped forward and shouted, Yuan Fudong, the army of this Master One has arrived. Will you not come forth to surrender? As the gates of Chongqing opened, a multitude of soldiers poured forth from within, forming a battle array outside. The ranks dispersed, revealing a commanding general astride a magnificent steed emerging from a fort. Following him were 4 oddly garbed Taoists clad in blue, trailed by dozens of other generals. Yuan Fudong stepped forward and proclaimed in a thunderous voice, The king of Shang is tyrannical, oppressing the tribes of the northern Di. Therefore, I have rallied the lords of 72 garrisons, prepare to march on Chaoga and confront the king. Wen Zhong, you're merely a lackey of the Shang king. What face do you have to shout here? Wen Zhong retorted angrily, Our king commands the realm, with vassals in submission and the populace at peace. Yet you raise arms against the Shang, seeking to disrupt the kingdom and bring untold suffering to the common people. Countless lives are lost, and you permit your subordinates to pillage and slaughter, committing heinous crimes and incurring a fate most dire. Today, the heavenly army under the Grand Master has arrived. I shall ensure your swift eradication and bring the northern Di to heel. Yuan Fudong laughed heartily. Since ancient times, victors are kings and vanquished are outlaws. When my grand army reaches Chaoga, the northern Di shall reign supreme, rewriting history. Words are futile. Let us see true skill on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he called out, Who dares to battle and take Wen Zhong's head? From behind Yuan Futong, a general galloped forth. "My lord, I shall go." "Very well. Be cautious." Yuan Futong nodded slightly, and the general charged into the fray. Upon witnessing his subordinate enter the battle, Wen Zhong called out, "Who among you will engage and slay this rogue?" At that moment, a general surged forward from his ranks, seeking the military command, and advanced to confront the Northern D leader. They clashed fiercely, and with a mighty roar, the Northern D general felled the Shang commander from his horse, delivering a fatal blow. The morale of the Northern D surged. Ning Ze, witnessing the general's demise, noticed a drop. Intermediate brute strength green item. Fuse this item to enhance your power. He promptly pointed and fused the item. This intermediate brute strength was far superior to the basic version, and Ning Ze's strength increased once more. Seeing his subordinate slain, Wen Zhong furrowed his brow. Who else is willing to fight? Before he finished speaking, another general bolted forth, aiming for the enemy commander. After a fierce exchange of over 20 strikes, the Shang general defeated the Northern D leader. 2 items fell to the ground. Intermediate brute strength. Bloodline power, green item. Fuse this item to enhance your physical form. Can be fused. Ning Ze hurriedly fused these 2 items. Feeling a surge of joy within, the battlefield was indeed the richest source of items. Both sides boasted over 100,000 troops, and when the great battle commenced, he would be able to fuse countless items. As the 2 forces clashed, both suffered casualties. The Shang lost 3 generals, while the Northern D also incurred the loss of 4 or 5. The quality of the items dropped by these generals surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, and Ning Ze diligently fused them, watching his combat prowess soar. At that moment, a general emerged from the ranks of the Northern D. The general stood 3 zhang tall, wielding a colossal axe, his physique robust and his head as large as a basin. Each step he took seemed to send tremors through the ground. A giant indeed, this towering figure strode forth to the front lines, bellowing, "Who dares to step forward and challenge me?" A merchant general rushed out, brandishing a long spear aimed directly at the giant. With a single swing of his battle axe, the giant sent both the general and his steed soaring through the air, crashing to the ground as lifeless as a corpse. Such formidable strength. The merchants were all taken aback. Even the esteemed Grandmaster Wen Zhong furrowed his brow in concern. Geely remarked, "Master, this individual is exceedingly powerful. Perhaps one of my generals could stand against him." "Oh, you possess such a fierce warrior in your ranks? Quickly summon him." Grandmaster Wen responded with delight. Geely called out loudly, "Where is Ning Ze?" Just as Ning Ze had absorbed the remnants of the fallen merchant general, he was startled by Ji Li's summons. He swiftly urged his horse forward, arriving before Ji Li, declaring, "I am here. You must go and slay this giant." Chapter 9. The orange entry Ning Ze received his orders and rode forth on his steed to the battlefield. In the distance, Deng Chanyu observed his arrival with a hint of concern. For reasons unknown, she felt that Ning Ze was somewhat different from others, though their time together had been brief. Especially following their last encounter, a peculiar sensation had taken root in her heart after he had rescued her. "You have come to meet your demise," the giant boomed, towering over him, nearly double Ning Ze's height. "No, I have come to claim your life," Ning Ze retorted defiantly. Seeking death, the giant bellowed, raising his massive axe high and bringing it down with ferocity. Ning Ze spurred his steed and dashed forward, slipping through the giant's legs to emerge behind him. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, he struck. Clang! The blade collided with the giant's armor, producing a resonant clang of metal. The impact shattered Ning Ze's sword, revealing the armor to be forged from exceptionally strong iron. Boom! The giant's axe cleaved through Ning Ze's steed, splitting it in 2 and rending the earth beneath. Impressive. The soldiers of the Great Shang were taken aback. Yet Yuan Futong wore a smile. He had nurtured this giant, an extraordinary being, and had specially crafted armor for him. Now he had transformed into a fearsome killing machine, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 great Shang generals and capable of cleaving through the gates of a city with a single swing. Realizing his sword could not breach the giant's armor, Ning Ze felt a jolt of alarm and hastily discarded the hilt, drawing forth the long sword from his waist. At that moment, the giant had turned around, swinging his axe once more. Ning Ze leapt aside, narrowly evading the blow. As the giant's axe struck the ground, Ning Ze seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the giant's back, sending him sprawling several paces away. Like a shadow, Ning Ze followed swiftly, raising his fist to strike the giant's head. The helmet shattered upon impact, blood erupting forth as the giant's skull was driven into the ground. An orange orb of light and a green orb fell to the ground. Ning Ze glanced at the orbs and immediately chose to merge with them. You have merged with the orange entry, advanced savage strength, significantly enhancing your power. You have merged with the green entry, spirit of the giant, augmenting your physical attributes. Splendid. Ning Ze could not contain his joy. The soldiers of the Great Shang erupted in cheers upon witnessing Ning Ze's triumph over the giant. Even when Zhong stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding slightly, in my over 100 years of warfare, I have encountered countless formidable warriors. Yet this young general's prowess is truly unprecedented. Geely, what is the name of this remarkable individual, and from whence does he hail? Geely promptly replied, Master. His name is Ning Ze, hailing from the death row camp. During the last assault on the Silver Fortress, he was the first to ascend the battlements. Recognizing his extraordinary martial prowess, I appointed him as a general, and now he leads the vanguard. Indeed, commendable. If this young man is cultivated properly, he is destined to become a legendary general. Be cautious. Upon hearing the words of Wen Zhong, he swiftly waved his hand, and the steel whip in his grasp shot forth with remarkable speed. With a crisp sound, it deflected the dart aimed at Ning Ze. The formidable energy erupted explosively. It was Yuan Fudong, witnessing the demise of the giant he had nurtured, who commanded the Taoist beside him to eliminate Ning Ze. The Taoist then channeled his mystical powers to launch the dart, intent on taking Ning Ze's life. Ning Ze, upon turning his head and witnessing this scene, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Master One, he would have surely been struck by the dart. Hastily, he returned to his formation and approached Master One. Thank you, Master, for your timely rescue. I have successfully slain the enemy general. Master One waved his hand slightly, retracting the golden whip. You should return to your formation for now. Once we have broken the enemy lines, I shall reward you appropriately. Ning Ze nodded and offered a respectful gesture towards Ji Li before making his way back to the formation. General Ning, are you unharmed? Deng Chanyu hurried forward with concern. Moments ago, someone had attempted to ambush Ning Ze, and she had nearly cried out in alarm. Ning Ze replied, I am fine. Thank you for your concern, General Deng. Who is concerned about you? Deng Chanyu's voice diminished, and she turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Ning Ze merely smiled lightly and followed her gaze towards the fray. Yuan Fudong, seeing his attempt to ambush Ning Ze thwarted, wore a grim expression and turned to the Taoist beside him. Taoist Nyo, what do you suggest? The Taoist responded, we should first retreat. Tonight, my fellow disciples and I will set up a magical formation here to confront the enemy in battle tomorrow. Yuan Fudong nodded slightly and addressed Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong, shall we engage in battle again tomorrow? Wen Zhong replied coldly, are you planning to be a coward? Yuan Fudong smiled faintly. No matter what you say, we will withdraw. With that, he ordered the troops to retreat. Wen Zhong refrained from issuing an attack. The enemy was just below the city walls, and the archers atop the battlements were numerous. An assault at this moment would undoubtedly incur heavy losses, and despite the enemy's recent defeat, their soldiers remained largely unaffected. Withdraw to the camp, Wen Zhong commanded with a wave of his hand, and the armies of the Great Shang promptly retreated. Subsequently, the various generals convened within the main tent. Wen Zhong surveyed the assembly of generals before finally resting his gaze upon Ning Ze. General Ning, upon hearing this, Ning Ze quickly rose. This humble soldier is here. Today, you have slain the enemy general and achieved great merit. Your steel blade proved inadequate to breach the giant's defenses. Therefore, I bestow upon you a fine sword as a reward for your valor today. 2 guards entered the tent, carrying a magnificent blade. This was forged by my senior brother, Yu Yuan, and is no ordinary weapon. It is a low-grade spiritual treasure, not only exceptionally sharp and capable of cleaving through iron, but also able to penetrate the defenses of common cultivators. See if it suits you. Ning Ze accepted the steel blade, which weighed over 100 pounds. yet felt weightless in his grasp. He swung the weapon and found it to be remarkably comfortable. Within the blade, he sensed the flow of mystical energy, affirming its status as a genuine spiritual treasure. "Thank you, Master." Ning Ze bowed deeply in gratitude. Indeed, when Taisha nodded slightly, saying, "You possess immense strength and a robust physique. When augmented by magical powers, your abilities will undoubtedly soar. In the future, you are destined to become a renowned general of the realm. Under my tutelage, there are already 2 disciples. I wonder if you would be willing to accept me as your master." Ning Ze was momentarily taken aback. To become a disciple of Wen Taisha? What a jest! The War of the Gods was imminent, and Wen Taisha was a prominent figure in it. Moreover, being a disciple of the Jie Jiao sect, if he were to accept him as a master, it would entangle him in the sect's fate. The Jie Jiao was destined for destruction in the impending conflict. How could he hope to remain unscathed? This was a master he could not afford to follow, otherwise his life would be in jeopardy. The assembled generals, upon hearing of Wen Taisha's intention to take Ning Ze as a disciple, were filled with envy. The Taisha was a minister of great influence, wielding power over court and commoner alike, a figure even the king feared to some extent. To become a disciple of such a master would be akin to ascending to the heavens, surely leading to a future as a distinguished statesman. This lad had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Chapter 10. The deadly formation of the Taoist sect. Just as all the generals believed that Ning Ze would be immensely grateful and promptly kneel to take Master One as his teacher, Ning Ze shook his head. "Esteemed Master, I have no intention of taking you as my mentor at this moment." "What?" The generals were taken aback. The esteemed master of the realm, a figure from the Taoist sect, had offered to accept him as a disciple, yet he audaciously declined. Did he not realize that by taking Master One as his teacher, he could learn the Taoist arts, thereby extending his life, or even achieve immortality? It was said that Master One was a disciple of a prominent sect. If he were to be guided into that grand sect, stepping through the gates of immortality, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Yet this man had the audacity to refuse. Such an opportunity was one that countless individuals would break their heads to attain. Even Master One exhibited a look of astonishment. How could this man decline to be his disciple? "Ning Ze, the decision to accept me as your teacher rests solely with you. I shall not force you. However, I cannot fathom why you would refuse such an offer," Master One inquired. Ning Ze's heart raced. He could not simply divulge that he foresaw a grim fate awaiting Master One. After a moment's contemplation, he replied calmly, "I was born in a prison camp, and my dream is to traverse the world and broaden my horizons. Thus, I cannot confine myself to a single place by taking you as my master." Upon hearing this, Master One nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment in his heart. "Ah, so your aspirations lie not in achieving great feats, but in exploring the world. I can understand. Please take a seat." Ning Ze reseated himself, and Master One then turned his gaze towards the assembled generals. "Currently, Yuan Fudong's main forces are stationed at Chongqing Pass. If we can eliminate them, the northern front will be secured. However, Yuan Fudong is accompanied by 4 Taoist practitioners, each possessing formidable abilities. Therefore, we must not let our guard down, nor should we approach this battle with our usual tactics. We must first discern the capabilities of these 4 individuals." The generals nodded in agreement, and Ning Ze remained silent. After an extensive discussion, Master One allowed the generals to retire for rest. As Ning Ze exited the central tent and returned to his own quarters, preparing to meditate and cultivate, the tent flaps were suddenly drawn aside, and General Deng Chanyu stepped in. "General Deng has arrived." Ning Ze quickly rose to invite Deng Chanyu to sit. "General Ning, I am quite curious as to why you refuse to take Master One as your teacher," Deng Chanyu inquired directly. Ning Ze smiled faintly. "This is indeed a matter I find somewhat inconvenient to discuss. Are you aware that taking Master One as your teacher would pave the way for a boundless future for you, and you could also practice the arts of immortality?" "Of course, I am aware of that," Ning Ze replied. Deng Chanyu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She found Ning Ze's actions utterly inscrutable. To turn down such an opportunity was indeed peculiar. "Very well. If you are unwilling to share, I shall not press further. Farewell." With that, she stood and moved towards the entrance, but suddenly turned back, Ning Ze, tomorrow is my 18th birthday. Oh, Ning Ze nodded slightly. A what? He had just begun to comprehend her words when Deng Chanyu had already slipped away. Ning Ze stroked his chin, fully aware, as a time traveler, of the implication behind Deng Chanyu's words. She desired a gift. However, with his meager means, what could he possibly offer? This Deng Chanyu seemed to possess a certain charm. The following day, Wen Zhong once again assembled his troops outside Chongqing Pass. Before him loomed a formidable formation, a fierce array lying in wait. Within this ominous configuration, blood mist churned, and waves of oppressive pressure swept in all directions. Even Ning Ze felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this truly the grand array of the Taoist sect? To venture recklessly within would surely make it difficult to escape. As he pondered, he noticed the mist within the formation swirling, and four figures emerged from the depths of the array. Those were the four Taoists who had stood behind Yuan Fudong the previous day. Wen Zhong, do you recognize this formation? Called out one of the long-bearded Taoists. Wen Zhong formed a hand seal and pointed to the third eye on his forehead. A beam of divine light shot forth from this eye, sweeping over the fearsome array and the four Taoists, his expression growing significantly graver. This array is known as the Two Instruments Blood Fiend Array, forged from the sacrifice of countless souls, a truly malevolent formation. You four are the four demons of Junshan. Rather than cultivating within the Taoist sect, you have come to wreak havoc in this world, setting up such a dreadful array. Are you not afraid of the karmic consequences that will render your Taoist pursuits futile? The long-bearded Taoist chuckled, Wen Zhong. Are you not also a member of the Taoist sect? What face do you have to speak of us, the four immortals of Junshan? Spare us the pleasantries. If you possess the ability, come and break the array. Wen Zhong turned to his commanders and declared, this formation is exceedingly fierce. It is unlikely we can breach it today. Withdraw to camp. He issued the command, and the troops retreated to their encampment. Once in the central tent, the commanders took their seats. Wen Zhong surveyed the gathered leaders and stated, this grand array must not be entered by those not of the Taoist sect, lest they be slain within its confines. Let it be known, raise the truce banner. No matter how the enemy provokes us, we shall not engage in battle. Yes, the guards, having received their orders, promptly hung the truce banner outside the camp. Wen Zhong continued, the four demons of Junshan possess profound cultivation at the Xianxian level and are formidable in strength. If they were not within this array, I could easily vanquish them. However, with their master protecting them, I cannot guarantee the ability to dismantle this malevolent formation. You must defend the camp, well, while I seek out a senior brother to assist in breaking this array. After instructing his commanders to secure the camp, Wen Zhong departed the military encampment, riding forth on his black Qilin. Ning Ze returned to the military tent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way to the fire camp. Before long, he emerged with a large wooden tray in hand, heading toward Deng Chanyu's tent. General Deng, Ning Ze called out from outside the tent. Come in, Deng Chanyu's voice responded. Ning Ze stepped inside the tent, only to find Deng Chanyu had removed her armor. Clad instead in casual attire, her feminine features more pronounced. General Ning, what brings you here? Ning Ze approached and placed the wooden tray before her, unveiling the cloth draped over it to reveal 2 roasted chickens and 2 jugs of wine. It is your 18th birthday, and I have prepared a celebration for you. Though I am stationed at the military camp, we must commemorate this occasion. This roast chicken has been crafted by my own hands, and the wine is freshly warmed. Kulme, let's toast. With that, Ning Ze presented a flask of wine to Deng Chanyu. Thank you, Deng Chanyu replied, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. You are so thoughtful. Ning Ze smiled gently. Why speak of such things? Come, savor my culinary skills. He lifted a roasted chicken leg and offered it to Deng Chanyu. She took a bite. An explosion of flavor filled her mouth. It was unexpectedly delicious. Even at the Sand Mountain Pass, she had never tasted such exquisite roast chicken. How is it? Ning Ze inquired, gazing at Deng Chanyu. Yes, it's delicious. Did you truly make this? Do you doubt me? Of course not. I believe you. Chapter 11. Zhao Gongming breaks the enemy formation. Numerous purple word entries on the following day. Ning Ze remained in the military tent. meditating to absorb the essence of heaven and earth when he heard the voice of a guard outside. General Ning, the order from Master One has arrived. All commanders are to gather in the central military tent. Hastily, Ning Ze rose, donned his armor, grasped his battle blade, and exited the tent, making his way to the central military tent. Indeed, he found that numerous commanders had already assembled within. When Zhong occupied the main seat, accompanied by a Taoist. The Taoist, with a long beard and an imposing countenance, exuded an air of celestial wisdom, unmistakably a revered master. Soon enough, all the commanders were present. Esteemed ones, this is Zhao Gongming of Mount Laofu, a member of my sect. The commanders promptly stood to pay their respects to Zhao Gongming. We have the honor of meeting the real person Zhao. Ning Ze's heart raced. This was none other than the future god of wealth, Zhao Gongming. He was the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the, with an unbreakable bond with Wenzhong and profound cultivation. He had likely reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm. With such a venerable figure to assist in breaking the ominous formation, it would surely be a matter of ease. Zhao Gongming gently waved his hand, indicating that the commanders need not overly bow in deference. It was then that Wenzhong spoke. Brother Gongming has come today solely to dismantle the formidable Tui ominous formation. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Indeed, Zhao Gongming nodded. I am eager to confront those four fiends. Thereupon, Wenzhong assembled the troops to accompany Zhao Gongming, exiting the military camp and positioning themselves outside the ominous formation. I shall dismantle the formation now, Zhao Gongming declared. Once it is shattered, Brother Wen may lead the troops to strike, and we shall surely rout the enemy. With a swift motion, Zhao Gongming arrived before the formation and called out, From monstrous beasts of June Mountain, I have arrived. Do not delay in coming forth to meet your demise. Within the formation, blood surged tumultuously. The four Taoists emerged, failing to recognize Zhao Gongming, and inquired, Who goes there? Zhao Gongming replied, I am Zhao Gongming of. You are not in the mountains purifying yourselves, but have instead set up this ominous formation to obstruct the great Shang army. Today, I shall dismantle your formation. Let us see if you dare to flaunt your power. The three fiends were momentarily startled, but quickly regained their composure. Zhao Gongming, do not speak so arrogantly. Let us see how you intend to breach our formation. With that, the four Taoists vanished back into the formation. Zhao Gongming let out a cold snort and stepped into the formation. Instantly, the sky was filled with blood-red light, and the wails of spirits echoed ominously from within. Following this, a cacophony erupted, with sonic booms resounding as beams of light flashed through the formation. The blood mist dissipated to reveal Zhao Gongming standing majestically in midair. While the four Taoists lay lifelessly on the ground, their forms transformed into that of a cow, a horse, a sheep, and an elephant. The formation is shattered. I must now return to my mountain abode. Brother One, until we meet again, Zhao Gongming announced, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing in an instant. Ning Ze observed the four lifeless bodies, each surrounded by several glowing orbs, and could not help but feel a surge of joy and astonishment. With a swift thought, he chose to merge the luminous orbs dropped by the several monsters. Ding! You have fused the purple attribute Centennial Hardship, gaining a century's worth of cultivation. Ding! You have fused the purple attribute Centennial Hardship, gaining a century's worth of cultivation. Ding! You have successfully merged the purple attribute essence of formation, comprehending a fragment of the profound mysteries of formations. Ding! You have fused the purple attribute Sword Mastery, acquiring insights into swordsmanship. The four monsters had dropped over 10 attributes, all beneficial in nature. As the attributes merged, Ning Ze's cultivation soared by a millennium. Additionally, he instinctively grasped numerous principles of the Tao and the application of various spells, gaining a substantial understanding of the art of formations. The system's prompt was indeed accurate. The higher the cultivation of the deceased, the greater the quality of the dropped attributes. Having fused the attributes, Lin Ze's cultivation broke through the void-returning realm, nearing the threshold of the celestial immortal realm. If he were to slay more formidable foes, he would undoubtedly step into the celestial immortal realm, becoming a true practitioner of the Tao. The four cultivators' formations were shattered, and all illusions vanished. The hidden troops of Yuan Fudong emerged from behind the formations. It turned out that Yuan Fudong had planned to ambush the Deshang army while they were ensnared by the formations, leading the Northern D army to strike from behind and decisively defeat the Deshang forces. However, he had not anticipated that the formations would be dismantled by an expert summoned by Wenzhong. Seeing the formations breached, Wenzhong pointed a finger and bellowed, "Attack." With that, he urged the Ink Qilin into a charge towards the enemy forces. Boom! The cavalry surged forth, billowing clouds of dust as they charged towards Yuan Fudong's troops. Simultaneously, other teams also rushed into the fray. Witnessing this, Yuan Fudong was taken aback. With a swift gesture, a blood-stained longsword appeared in his hand, slashing into the void, unleashing a streak of bloodlight towards Wenzhong. He then commanded loudly, "All soldiers, obey my orders, attack." In an instant, the Northern D army also surged towards the Deshang troops. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. Kill! The war drums thundered, and the battle cries echoed across the battlefield. Soldiers from both sides wielded their weapons, charging at the enemy. The clash of arms illuminated the scene with brilliant flashes. The sounds of weapons striking flesh, the cries of the wounded, and the neighing of horses melded into a cacophony. Deng Chanyu and Ning Ze led the vanguard, charging towards the Northern D army. Ning Ze had already ascended into the air, stepping upon the shoulders of the frontline soldiers, and in the blink of an eye, he landed amidst the Northern D ranks. With a sweep of his battle blade, a radiant strike was unleashed. Within a span of 10 paces, blood and gore erupted, severed limbs flying through the air. In a single blow, over 100 Northern D soldiers were slain. As each soldier fell, attributes scattered across the battlefield, dense and dazzling. While he fought, Ning Ze merged these attributes. A continuous stream of prompts echoed in his ears. Ding. You have fused the white attribute initial brutality, enhancing your strength. Ding. You have fused the white attribute vitality power, improving your physique. Various entries continuously merged within Ning Ze. With each fusion, his physical prowess was enhanced. Although these were merely the most rudimentary white entries, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. These entries would refresh after a mere quarter of an hour. Thus, Ning Ze fought valiantly, relentlessly merging as he battled. The two armies clashed, and death became the prevailing theme of the battlefield, with soldiers falling every second. The ground was already carpeted with corpses. As one soldier fell, another from the rear immediately surged forward, trampling over the fallen comrade's body. These soldiers had long been consumed by a fervor for battle, ceaselessly brandishing their weapons against the foe. It was a matter of life or death. Either they would perish, or their enemies would. Countless entries littered the ground, yet Ning Ze found it impossible to assimilate them all. Despite his efforts being pushed to the limit, new entries continued to refresh, causing him immense frustration. Chapter 12. The stratagem of Ning Ze. What Ning Ze did not anticipate was that Yuan Fudong was also a cultivator, his prowess rivaling that of Wenzhong. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the void, although Yuan Fudong found himself at a disadvantage. Wenzhong struggled to gain the upper hand. Their duel raged from midday until dusk, and Ning Ze lost count of the enemies he had slain, as well as the number of titles he had assimilated. Both armies suffered heavy losses. The Northern D warriors, being a barbaric tribe, possessed greater combat strength than the Deshang soldiers, though the latter's superior equipment somewhat mitigated the disparity. As darkness approached, Wenzhong stepped away from the fray, declaring, "Yuan Fudong, this battle ends here. We shall meet again another day." "Very well," replied Yuan Fudong. The commanders of both sides rang their war drums to signal the cessation of hostilities. Yuan Fudong returned to Chongqing Pass with his troops, while Wenzhong led the Deshang forces back to their encampment, and both sides dispatched personnel to clear the battlefield. This surprised Ning Ze considerably. The warfare within the realm of deification often adhered to certain protocols. For instance, when one side raised a truce banner, the other would cease its attacks. And during the cleanup, Mutual assaults were strictly forbidden. Upon returning to the central command tent, the generals reported the battle losses. In this encounter, over 10,000 Shang soldiers had perished, with more than 10,000 wounded. The number of enemies slain was also significant. When Zhong sighed, Yuan Fudong has reached the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation. His strength is not inferior to mine. Ning Ze stroked his chin, astonished that Yuan Fudong possessed such formidable abilities. No wonder Wen Zhong had spent 7 long years warring in the North Sea. Clearly, Yuan Fudong was a force to be reckoned with. Ji rose to inquire, Master, what is Yuan Fudong's background that he possesses such cultivation? Wen Zhong sighed. This tale is lengthy, tracing back to the war of the witches and demons. After that conflict, both races declined and humanity ascended. Some powerful demons managed to escape, hiding within the primordial chaos, occasionally causing disturbances. Among them were 2 demons, Jufu and Juyen. During Chun Tang's conquest of Xia, seized the opportunity to venture north. They employed demonic arts to alter certain human bloodlines, endowing these humans with a hybrid nature, rendering their physical forms superior to ordinary mortals. These 2 demons conspired to utilize these barbarians to contest for legitimacy against Shang Tang, resulting in continuous warfare. During the reign of King Wu Ding, goddess Niuhua sent the heavenly maiden to the mortal realm, transforming into Fu Hao, who led the Shang forces to triumph over the northern barbarians. In that battle, Jufu was slain, yet Juyen was spared by the heavenly maiden due to her pregnancy. The northern barbarians then submitted to the Shang. Thus, Yuan Fudong is the offspring of the great demon Jufu and Juyen, which naturally positioned him as a leader among the northern barbarians. Explaining his profound cultivation and formidable nature, Ning Ze contemplated this revelation, realizing that the northern barbarians were not entirely human. They bore the blood of demons. It became evident that Yuan Fudong's rebellion was understandable. The annals of deification merely recounted how Master Wen quelled Yuan Fudong's uprising, without clarifying whether Yuan Fudong had met his demise. Should Yuan Fudong be slain, one could only wonder what titles might fall from him. In this war, the ultimate outcome was the victory of the Shang, a fact that did not trouble Ning Ze. As long as he could gather a sufficient number of entries to bolster his strength and enhance his capabilities, that would be the greatest reward. Loyalty to the Shang was not a consideration. How could a time traveler be swayed by ancient ideologies? After a discussion among the generals, Wen Zhong instructed the troops to retire and rest. Ning Ze returned to his tent, taking a seat upon his bed. The battle of the day had amalgamated countless white entries, and his physical form and power had likely increased tenfold. Furthermore, he had acquired nearly a millennium's worth of cultivation and insights into array techniques. Ning Ze harnessed his cultivation methods to guide the magical energy within his body, allowing it to circulate while he continuously comprehended the various profound principles he had received over the past few days. The true understanding of fire, the true understanding of wind, and so forth. Should he fully grasp these, he would attain mastery over wind and fire attributes. The Deshang and the Beidi had entered into a truce for 10 days, during which Ning Ze diligently pondered over the myriad of principles. Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the essence of sword control technique. Accompanied by the notification, a plethora of esoteric information unfolded within Ning Ze's mind, revealing the method of sword control. This technique involved utilizing magical energy to command flying swords for combat or travel. However, the swords under command must be magical artifacts. Concurrently, Ning Ze also delved into the true understanding of wind, culminating in the mastery of the flowing wind instant shadow technique. This method employed wind attribute magical energy to transform into wings for rapid flight, undoubtedly a superior technique of the wind attribute. Coupled with his nearing celestial realm cultivation, he was more than capable of self-preservation on the battlefield. Ning Ze stroked his chin, contemplating that as long as he concealed his strength, he would not attract the attention of formidable opponents, thereby allowing him to blend in among the Deshang forces and continue gathering entries. After 10 days, a sudden announcement came from the guards. General Ning, The Grand Master requests all commanders to convene in the central army tent for a meeting. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze promptly ceased his training and made his way to the central tent. Soon, dozens of commanders had assembled within the grand tent. Wen Zhong scanned the assembly with a solemn gaze and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, our Dashang forces and the Beidi have been at a standstill for 10 days, and we find ourselves without a viable strategy to breach the enemy lines. If we were to launch a direct assault on Chongqing Pass, we would likely incur heavy losses. Do any of you possess a plan to overcome the enemy? The assembly of generals fell into deep thought. Just then, Ji stood and proposed, Master, if our forces were to sever the enemy's supply lines and cut off the Beidi's reinforcements, the provisions within Chongqing Pass would soon run dry, and within a month, they would be unable to hold out. The other generals nodded in agreement, finding Ji Li's reasoning sound. Yet, Yu Qing interjected, but beyond Chongqing Pass lies the vast northern plains, a flat expanse. How can we possibly sever their supply lines? Ji Li could only sit down awkwardly in response to this challenge. Ning Ze, stroking his chin thoughtfully, reflected on historical sieges before speaking. Grandmaster, I have a strategy that may lead us to victory over Yuan Fudong. Oh, Wen Zhong's gaze turned towards Ning Ze. What is your plan? Pray, share it with us. Ning Zedao, the main forces of the Northern D are concentrated within the Chongqing Pass, leaving their rear vulnerable. If our army were to divide its forces, sending a contingent deep into Northern D territory to undermine their foundations, Yuan Fudong would undoubtedly rush to their aid. Thus, capturing the Chongqing Pass would become considerably easier. Should this strategy prove ineffective, I have other plans. One involves digging tunnels and dispatching soldiers to infiltrate the Chongqing Pass under the cover of night, launching a surprise attack to open the gates, which would surely lead us to victory. Another option is a night raid, utilizing our strongest warriors to enter the city, eliminate the enemy patrols, and then lower ropes for our soldiers to scale the walls, seizing control of the battlements. Once our main force enters, chaos will ensue among the enemy ranks. Ning Zedao enumerated several ingenious tactics to defeat the enemy. The assembled generals of the merchants listened, utterly astonished. They had not conceived of even a single strategy, while Ning Zedao had devised multiple brilliant plans. Each strategy held a high probability of successfully attacking the Chongqing Pass. Even Deng Chanyu began to regard Ning Zedao with newfound admiration, realizing that he was not only formidable in combat, but also exceptionally astute. Chapter 13. The Breach of Chongcheng. Wen Zhong cast a glance at Ning Ze, recognizing the formidable strength of this individual. Little did he expect that Ning's intellect was equally impressive. If properly nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the great Shang in the future. Gentlemen, what do you think of General Ning's strategy? When Zhong inquired, General Ning's plan is highly feasible, came the consensus. Indeed, General Ning's brilliance is commendable. The assembled commanders echoed in agreement. Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed according to General Ning's strategy, Wen Zhong declared. Yu Qing, tonight you shall lead 20,000 troops to stealthily depart the camp, circumventing Chongqing Pass from the west, and launch an incursion into the heartland of the Northern D. Focusing on disruption. If you encounter a fortified city, do not engage. Understood. Yu Qing promptly accepted the military orders. Subsequently, Wen Zhong issued further commands, dispatching scouts to closely monitor the movements at Chongqing Pass. Should Yuan Fudong make any maneuvers, they were to report back immediately. He also assigned another commander to discreetly excavate tunnels within the Great Shang encampment, while simultaneously instructing the preparation of ropes, hooks, and other equipment for a nighttime assault. With the orders disseminated, Wen Zhong finally permitted the commanders to retire and rest, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Time swiftly passed, and soon several days had gone by. News of Yu Qing's disturbances in the Northern D reached Chongqing Pass, causing Yuan Fudong great alarm. Stationed at Chongqing Pass, he had recently summoned troops from all directions, preparing for a decisive confrontation with Wen Zhong's main forces. However, he had not anticipated Wen Zhong sending a contingent into the Northern D's ancestral lands. The remaining forces were scant and would undoubtedly falter against the Great Shang's onslaught. Should the ancestral lands be compromised, Even a victory over Wen Zhong's main force would be a Pyrrhic one. Consequently, Yuan Fudong dispatched 2 of his generals to lead troops in reinforcement, preparing to intercept Yu Qing's forces. Just as Yuan Fudong's troops were mobilizing, Wen Zhong received intelligence of the movement. He immediately commanded his subordinates to gather troops and prepare for a nocturnal assault on Chongqing Pass. Nightfall descended. The moon concealed behind dark clouds, creating an ideal shroud for the advancing soldiers who stealthily approached Chongqing Pass. Ning Ze, alongside the vanguard led by Deng Chanyu, was instructed by Wen Zhong to infiltrate the pass through the tunnels. Friends, this tunnel leads directly into Chongqing Pass. However, it is narrow, and if we all enter at once, we risk suffocation. General Deng, I shall lead 100 elite soldiers into the tunnel first. Once we emerge, you may send in another 100. Agreed. Knowing Ning Ze's strategic acumen, Deng Chanyu readily acquiesced. Ning Ze was the first to plunge into the tunnel, with the remaining soldiers following suit. Before long, they reached the tunnel's end, which had been obstructed by the soldiers who had previously excavated it. Ning Ze instructed his men to wait within the tunnel while he swiftly darted out. As he erupted from the tunnel, the sound of cutting air echoed ominously. Several arrows were loosed towards him. Trouble, he realized, as the enemy had clearly anticipated the tunnel's entrance and laid an ambush. With a quick thought, Ning Ze evaded the oncoming sword strikes, moving like a specter. In an instant, he stood before the archers, brandishing his blade and cleaving the assailants in two. In the present day, endowed with formidable magical powers and exceptional physical prowess, he swiftly eliminated the enemies lying in ambush at the tunnel's exit. It was only then that Ning Ze signaled for the soldiers within the tunnel to emerge. "General," the soldiers climbed out and saluted Ning Ze. He instructed, "I shall cleanse the surrounding foes to prevent your discovery. Inform those behind to also enter the city through the tunnel." Understood. Several soldiers promptly departed at his command. Ning Ze activated the flowing wind and shadow technique, vanishing into the darkness. In no time, he had eradicated all nearby barbarian forces. As time passed, 1,000 soldiers of the great merchant dynasty infiltrated the city through the tunnel. At that moment, shouts erupted from the direction of the city walls, followed by cries of battle and anguish. Trouble arose. The ambushers on the city wall had been discovered. It was uncertain how many soldiers of the great merchant dynasty had ascended the walls. A pang of concern struck Ning Ze's heart, prompting him to address the other soldiers. "Leave some to guard this tunnel entrance. The rest, follow me into the fray." With that, Ning Ze led several hundred soldiers toward the city gate. Meanwhile, within Chongqing Pass, countless torches were ignited, and waves of barbarian troops surged forth from their encampment toward the city walls. Ning Ze encountered one of these battalions. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, plunging into the ranks of the Northern D army. The glint of his blade flashed relentlessly among the enemy, as blood and flesh flew. In mere moments, hundreds of foes fell to his onslaught. Before the enemy commander could react, heads had already begun to tumble. Ning Ze seamlessly assimilated some fallen insignias and pressed onward toward the city gate with his soldiers. Under his command, the troops of the great merchant dynasty charged fiercely, soon reaching the vicinity of the city gate. Within the walls, a fierce melee ensued between the armies of the great merchant dynasty and the Northern D, while hundreds of Northern D soldiers amassed before the gate. "Kill!" Ning Ze bellowed, leading his men toward the entrance. The enemy's commanding officer, witnessing this, brandished his spear and lunged at Ning Ze. With a swift strike, Ning Ze deflected the spear with immense force, sending it flying from the enemy's grasp. Simultaneously, his battle blade came down, cleaving both man and horse in two. In this present moment, Ning Ze was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary soldier. He soon found himself close to the city gate. With a mighty shout, he leaped high, his long blade descending like the setting sun upon the river, striking the city gate. With a resounding impact, the enchanted blade, combined with Ning Ze's tremendous strength, sliced through the half-foot-thick gate as if it were but paper, creating a gaping breach. As Ning Ze landed before the gate, he swung his blade across. With a thunderous roar, the city gate shattered into pieces. In the distance, Wen Zhong beamed with joy at the sight of the gates opening. Kill! With his commanding shout. The cavalry of the great merchant dynasty surged forth like a train in motion, thundering into the city. Following them, infantry and heavily armored soldiers streamed toward the gate, pouring into Chongqing Pass. Thus, a grand battle commenced. Yuan Futong emerged from the depths of Chongqing Pass, soaring forth with a flourish, unleashing a radiant arc of light that swiftly felled hundreds of merchant soldiers. Witnessing this, Wen Zhong ascended into the air, bellowing, "Yuan Futong, prepare to face me." With that, he brandished his dual whips, launching an assault upon Yuan Futong. The forces of his magic surged forth, the dual energies of yin and yang swirling violently around him. Yuan Futong promptly summoned his own mystical powers to confront Wen Zhong, and the two formidable warriors clashed above Chongqing Pass, their epic battle igniting the skies. Meanwhile, Ning Ze fulfilled his task of opening the city gates, wielding his long blade to relentlessly dispatch the soldiers of the Northern D within the city. These ordinary troops posed no threat to him. He moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, striking down any enemies that attempted to ambush him. Simultaneously, he absorbed the fallen items, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the fierce conflict above. Should Wen Zhong succeed in vanquishing Yuan Futong, he would undoubtedly drop high-quality items. The thought of missing such treasures due to a refresh would surely weigh heavily on his heart for a long time. Chapter 14. The Fall of Yuan Futong. The Ascendant Level Entries at Chongqing Pass. The battle rages on. Ning Ze can scarcely recall how many entries he has fused. His physical attributes are surging uncontrollably. As the soldiers of the Great Shang pour in with fervor, the barbarian forces within the city are caught off guard. Soon, the soldiers of the Great Shang gain the upper hand. Within Chongqing Pass, countless lives are lost, blood flowing like streams along the streets. In the skies above, Wen Zhong and Yuan Futong continue their fierce duel. Their strengths are evenly matched. Wen Zhong wields his twin whips, sending ripples of magical power through the air like waves. Yuan Futong, on the other hand, is enveloped in a sinister aura, equally formidable. As the battle drags on, Wen Zhong grows increasingly impatient. With a resounding shout, a radiant beam erupts from his bosom. Within the brilliance emerges a spinning small tower. As the tower materializes, it releases myriad beams of light, illuminating the entire Chongqing Pass as if it were day. Golden runes swirl upon the tower. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise manifest in the sky. The four beasts roar in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. An overwhelming pressure emanates from the void, casting a shadow over the celestial dome. This artifact is the Four Symbols Tower, which Wen Zhong had sought from his master, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, on his journey to Golden Aoi Island. It was bestowed by the primordial ancestor Hongjun during the division of treasures at the Cliff of Division and later passed on to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Classified as a superior inachi, spiritual treasure. Aware of Yuan Futong's background, Wen Zhong fears he may not subdue him, thus procuring this treasure from the Golden Spirit Holy Mother with the intention of vanquishing Yuan Futong. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Futong is taken aback, contemplating escape, only to find the four divine beasts simultaneously unleashing beams of light to ensnare him. The Four Symbols Tower ascends into the air, transforming into a colossal structure that crashes down upon Yuan Futong's head. Even at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, Yuan Futong is struck with such force that his brain is obliterated, meeting a premature demise. From the heavens descend several orbs of light. Ning Ze observes closely, recognizing these as the fallen entries. He swiftly points his hand, merging the luminous orbs into his being. A notification resonates in his ears. Ding! You have successfully fused the purple entry millennium of hardship, increasing your cultivation by a millennium. Ding! You have fused the ascendant level entry ancient demon blood, gaining a trace of the ancient demon lineage's enhancement, greatly strengthening your physical form. Ding! You have fused the purple entry innate spirit absorption. You have acquired the method of the innate spirit absorption practice. Elated, Ning Ze finally integrates the entries dropped by Yuan Futong. A millennium of hardship. His cultivation surges 1,000-fold in an instant. With further contemplation, fully merging this millennium of cultivation will render the ascent into the celestial immortal realm a mere formality. Moreover, the ancient demon blood further fortifies his physique. Alongside the countless white entries he has fused on the battlefield, Ning Ze is uncertain just how formidable his body has become. The innate spirit absorption entry also grants him insight into the method of this primordial practice. Upon returning, with a modicum of contemplation, one could discern the profound intricacies of this cultivation method. It is undeniable that the innate spirit-gathering technique surpasses the conventional practices by a significant margin. With the demise of Yuan Fudong, the battle within Chongqing Pass has lost all semblance of suspense. The eradication of the enemies within the pass is merely a matter of time. Ning Ze persistently vanquished foes while amalgamating the dropped attributes. Suddenly, he beheld a scene on a thoroughfare where several Northern D generals were engaged in a fierce struggle with a merchant general. That merchant general was none other than Deng Chanyu. Witnessing this, Ning Ze let out a mighty roar, his figure resembling a whirlwind as he plunged into the fray. His battle blade danced, a flash of brilliance illuminating the chaos, and the Northern D generals were swiftly dispatched. Ning Ze, Deng Chanyu exclaimed with joy upon seeing his assistants. Are you unharmed? Ning Ze, while integrating the attributes left by the fallen generals, inquired. Are you all right? I'm fine. These generals possessed formidable strength and coordinated their efforts remarkably. I never anticipated that you would resolve the situation with a single strike, Deng Chanyu replied. Let us part ways and eliminate the remaining enemy forces, Ning Ze suggested, immediately rushing in a particular direction, where numerous attributes awaited. Deng Chanyu, smiling faintly at Ning Ze's retreating figure, promptly followed suit. Following Yuan Fudong's death, the morale of the Northern D army had plummeted, with many soldiers abandoning the city in flight. By dawn, the Great Shang army had thoroughly eradicated the remnants of the Chongqing Pass garrison. Wen Zhong dispatched Ji Li to clear the corpses within the pass and assess the battle losses. In this confrontation, the main forces of the Northern D were nearly annihilated, with only a small faction retreating northward. The Great Shang army, however, suffered casualties exceeding 10,000. Within the military office, Wen Zhong recorded the achievements of the generals in the merit ledger, preparing to bestow rewards. After a night of intense battle, you must all be weary. You may retire to rest, Wen Zhong declared. Ning Ze interjected. Master, as the enemy retreats, we ought to dispatch forces to pursue them relentlessly, to eliminate more foes and reclaim lost territory. General Ning's words are indeed prudent. Very well, you shall lead a contingent to pursue the enemy forthwith, Wen Zhong consented. Understood. Ning Ze accepted the military order and, alongside Deng Chanyu, led several thousand cavalrymen out of Chongqing Pass, pursuing the northern retreat. The cavalry, swift as the wind, relentlessly hunted down the enemy, dispatching countless foes and collecting a plethora of attributes. Although these were all white attributes, their sheer quantity was remarkable. After an entire day of pursuit, Ning Ze finally returned with his troops to Chongqing Pass to report the outcomes of the campaign. General Ning, your contributions in this battle are monumental. Once we have subdued the Northern D, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded, Wen Zhong proclaimed with delight. I serve solely to stabilize the borders, not for personal gain. Ning Ze humbly responded. Your noble intention is indeed a blessing for the realm. Ji Li has informed me that you were wrongfully imprisoned in the death row by the treacherous Fei Zhong. I promise to convey your plight to the king upon our return to Chaoga City, ensuring justice is served. Thank you, master. Ning Ze responded with a respectful bow. Very well, you may now retire and rest. With that, Ning Ze took his leave, and the guards had already arranged accommodations for him. Seated cross-legged within the confines of the room, Ning Ze delved into the profound art of innate spirit absorption. This technique, shrouded in mystery, enables the direct assimilation of the celestial energies from the cosmos, meticulously filtering out impurities to enhance one's cultivation. It is by far tenfold more efficient than conventional methods of cultivation. In essence, a year of mastering the innate spirit absorption equates to a decade of traditional practice. However, Ning Ze found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this pace. With the imminent onset of the Divine War, he feared that Shi Ji was already plotting rebellion. At such a rate of cultivation, how many years would it take to ascend to the realm of the Golden Immortal? Yet, once the Divine War commenced, he could acquire an abundance of treasures on the battlefield, particularly from the Celestial Slaughter Array and the Great Array of 10,000 Immortals, where the fall of powerful beings would rain down like droplets. The demise of Deluo and even quasi-saint level entities would undoubtedly yield invaluable celestial-grade treasures. Chapter 15. The Return of the Army, the Wrath of Wenzhong. During this period, Ning Ze assimilated countless white entries. He remained unaware of the formidable extent of his physical prowess. With the main force of Yuan Fudong's Northern D army annihilated, the northern battlefield had entered its concluding phase. Wenzhong divided his troops into 5 paths, personally leading the main force, while Ji Li and Yu Qin commanded their respective contingents. Ning Ze was also appointed as a general of the rear army, commanding 8,000 soldiers to penetrate deeper into the north, with the intent to subdue the various tribes of Northern D. Alongside Deng Chanyu, Ning Ze advanced with his troops, pushing through with relentless force. The distribution of the Northern D tribes was sparse, and a multitude of small and large tribes lacked significant military strength. Wherever they went, aside from encountering some resistance from certain tribes, the remaining smaller tribes surrendered without hesitation. For several consecutive months, these troops nearly eradicated all the tribes of Northern D. The once formidable 72 lords, unable to withstand the imperial forces, chose to capitulate one after another. After 3 months, the entirety of the northern region was effectively pacified. During this time, Ning Ze further integrated many entries, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, he seized the opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the celestial immortal realm. Nevertheless, Ning Ze concealed his true level of cultivation. He understood well the adage that a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. At this stage, he desired to cultivate in obscurity. With his current abilities, he could only be regarded as a lowly existence on the battlefield of the divine proclamation. Those who were great Luo Jingxian and disciples of renowned sects were all equipped with treasures. Ning Ze had no confidence in his ability to survive in the divine proclamation battlefield. However, in pursuit of acquiring entries, he had no choice but to venture onto that battlefield. With the northern region pacified, Grand Tutor Wen gathered the troops, preparing to return to court. The great army of the Shang Dynasty reconvened in Chongqing. Seated in the general's chair, Wenzhong wore a beaming expression and exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, with the northern region pacified, each of you has made considerable contributions. Upon our return to Chaoga City, the king will undoubtedly bestow generous rewards, and you shall all have a chance to rest." The assembled generals could hardly contain their joy. Ning Ze remained silent. He was aware that after 7 years of campaigning, the Shang Dynasty was no longer the same as it had been in the past. The 3 demons of Xianyuan had entered the palace, and many high-ranking officials of the Shang had already been executed. Upon his return to Chaoga City, Wenzhong would likely be infuriated to the point of apoplexy. "Ningxia, you seem rather unenthusiastic." Deng Chanyu observed Ning Ze's silence and inquired curiously. Ning Ze shook his head and replied, "It is nothing. I am simply unaccustomed to the sudden absence of battles." Deng Chanyu reassured him, "Your entire family was harmed by treacherous individuals upon our return to Chaoga City. The Grand Tutor will surely rectify this injustice for you. You need not worry." Ning Ze sensed that Deng Chanyu might have misunderstood his feelings, so he chose not to elaborate further. Fei Zhong was indeed a villain who had caused the demise of his entire family in his past life. Yet Ning Ze himself bore no resentment. However, for a practitioner of the mortal realm, the concept of cause and effect was paramount. Even the karma of his previous life should be resolved. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Wenzhong ordered a portion of the troops to secure the northern region while leading the majority back to court. The journey from the north to Chaoga City took 2 full months, and, at last, they beheld the city on the horizon. Joyful expressions adorned the faces of the generals. In Chaoga City, in the city of Chaoga, The citizens and courtiers alike rejoiced upon hearing of the great victory of Grand Tutor Wen's return. They flocked out of the city to welcome him, with the populace stretching 10 miles along the route, their cheers echoing like thunder. Riding at the forefront on his dark Qilin, Wenzhong exuded an air of authority, while the soldiers behind him radiated joy. Ning Ze, mounted on his steed, proceeded at a leisurely pace, observing the throngs of Chaoga citizens gathered on either side, numbering in the tens of thousands. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Clearly, Grand Tutor Wen held an esteemed position in the hearts of the people. It was no wonder that those from the Chan sect refrained from rashly executing Wenzhong, opting instead to have the immortal of fortune, Yin Zhongzi, intervene. Should they eliminate a figure of such merit as Wenzhong, it would likely invite calamity. The procession gradually entered the city of Chaoga, where countless citizens lined the streets, their cheers unwavering. Many ministers who had passed ties with Wenzhong also came forth to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries with the ministers, Wenzhong led his soldiers into the grand encampment of Chaoga. Grand Tutor, may I have a word? Huang Feihu greeted Wenzhong, his demeanor turning grave. Ah, does King Wuqing have urgent matters to discuss? Wenzhong inquired. Indeed, Huang Feihu nodded. You, stationed at the borders, are unaware of the turmoil within the court. The presence of treacherous ministers has left the court in utter disarray. Allow me to explain in detail. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong was taken aback. Huang Feihu's serious expression suggested that the affairs of the court were indeed of great significance. He promptly led Huang Feihu to the council chamber. Ning Ze, witnessing Huang Feihu's demeanor, surmised that he was likely going to lodge a complaint against Wenzhong. According to the narrative of the investiture of the gods, Wenzhong's return to the capital aimed to cleanse the court. Yet the rebellion of the king of Pingling in the east had compelled the Grand Tutor to lead troops to quell the insurrection. Consequently, the court remained in chaos. And by the time Wenzhong returned, Huang Feihu had already sided with the Western Qi. However, Ning Ze was not particularly concerned about this. The war of the investiture of the gods was merely a game played by the sages. At present, he considered himself insignificant within this grand scheme and had no intention of rescuing the Shang Dynasty. He merely sought to profit from the unfolding events. As a general, Ning Ze had his own quarters. Upon returning to his abode, he was greeted by the entrance of Deng Chanyu. Ning Ze, I have come to bid you farewell. Deng Chanyu spoke softly. Oh, you are leaving? Yes, I must return to the Three Mountains Pass. As a woman, having enlisted under my true name, should the king bestow a title upon me, it may lead to my true identity being revealed, possibly resulting in accusations of treason. Therefore, I must depart. Ning Ze nodded slightly. Deng Chanyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Do you not have anything you wish to say? Travel safely. Ning Ze added. After the Grand Tutor clears my name, will you not come to visit me at the Three Mountains Pass? Deng Chanyu inquired. Ning Ze, well aware of her intentions, reflected on his growing understanding of Deng Chanyu during their time together in the northern campaigns. Beneath her seemingly resolute exterior lay a tender heart, and they had forged a bond. In the narrative, Deng Chanyu ended up marrying the diminutive figure Tu Xing Sunday. When he first witnessed this turn of events, Ning Ze felt a sense of regret, lamenting that a fine cabbage had been uprooted by a pig. Yet, could he truly alter the course of her fate? Given that she was a renowned figure on the investiture list, Ning Ze found himself in a state of inner conflict. After all, he currently lacks the strength to protect Deng Chanyu and can only proceed step by step. Well, I believe that if time permits, I shall go. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu felt a surge of joy. With your martial prowess and wisdom, if you were to reach the Three Mountains Pass, my father would undoubtedly hold you in high regard. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Deng Chanyu exited the military camp. Ning Ze took a deep breath, settled onto the bed, and began his cultivation. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, he was abruptly interrupted by the furious roar of Master Wen. Foolish monarch, foolish monarch. The late king entrusted his legacy to this old minister, yet now the mighty ruler has fallen to such a state. I have failed the late king. King Wuqing, I return now, and I shall surely restore the order of the court. Those treacherous ministers and malevolent concubines shall not escape my wrath. Chapter 16. Inquiry by Wenzhong. Subsequently, Huang Feihu and Wen Zhong engaged in a discussion before parting ways. Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly. With the three demons of Xianyuan tomb entering the palace, the fate of the Shang Dynasty seemed irrevocably doomed. It was a pity for Wen Zhong, a true paragon of loyalty and valor, to be safeguarding such a monarch. Ning Ze then commenced the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, only to discover that he could not attain a meditative state. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the reason behind this. Due to the lingering resentment within his own body, he was adversely affected. It appeared that without quelling the grievances of his original self, his path of cultivation would remain obstructed. He then rose and exited the room, just as a soldier approached briskly. "General Ning, the Grand Master requests your presence." "Wen Zhong summoned me," Ning Ze replied, momentarily taken aback. "Very well, I shall go at once. Lead the way." The soldier escorted Ning Ze to the entrance of Wen Zhong's quarters, which bore no distinction from the residences of ordinary generals. This instilled a sense of admiration in Ning Ze. Logically, a Grand Master of the current dynasty, holding such high authority, should possess a grand estate. Yet, Wen Zhong resided within the military camp, alongside the soldiers. This alone set him apart from many ministers in the court. "General, the Grand Master is inside. You may enter." Ning Ze pushed open the door and stepped into the room, where he found Wen Zhong seated in a somber demeanor upon his chair. "I am Ning Ze, at your service, Grand Master," he said, stepping forward to pay his respects. Wen Zhong lifted his gaze to Ning Ze, a hint of a smile gracing his countenance. "General Ning, please take a seat." Ning Ze, feeling no need for formality, settled himself beside Wen Zhong. The Grand Master then spoke. "General Ning, you possess both wisdom and valor. You shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation. I have also pledged to rectify your grievances upon our return to Chaoga and restore your honor. Please recount to me how Fei Zhong conspired against your family, leading to their downfall. I require evidence." After a moment's reflection, Ning Ze recounted the treacherous events that had led to his family's entrapment. A treacherous minister, employing such insidious tactics to seize power. "Rest assured, I shall not let this go unpunished," Wen Zhong declared, his face darkening with anger. He continued, "I have been away at war for 7 years, and you have only been at the borders for a little over 6 months. You must possess a clearer understanding of the situation in Chaoga than I do. In your opinion, what is the current state of the Shang Dynasty? If we were to cleanse the court, what measures should be taken?" Ning Ze was taken aback by Wen Zhong's request for counsel. After a brief consideration, he replied, "I dare not speak presumptuously, Grand Master. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you." Ning Ze then stated, "At present, the Shang court teeters on the brink of collapse, its foundation crumbling. Within, treacherous ministers wield power, and a chaotic consort disrupts governance. Externally, various lords stir unrest, eager to assert their own authority, each amassing soldiers for their own ends. As it stands, with the Grand Master commanding a formidable military, the lords dare not act recklessly. However, should the court weaken further, conflict will inevitably ensue. Even with your extraordinary capabilities, it will be challenging to prop up a faltering edifice." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong was profoundly shaken. "I have been away at war, and did not anticipate that the court had deteriorated to such an extent. In your view, which factions among the lords should we be most wary of?" Ning Ze contemplated for a moment and replied, "My lord, I fear there are but few vassals loyal to the court. The various actions of the king have already disheartened the lords across the realm. The constant warfare waged by the Shang has left the court in a state of disarray. Among the vassals, the most formidable is the Western Duke, Ji Chang. It is said that the king once executed Ji Chang's son, Bo Yikao, and imprisoned Ji Chang for several years. It is merely a matter of time before Ji Chang turns against the court. Moreover, Empress Jiang is the daughter of the Eastern Duke. The king's brutal slaying of her and the expulsion of the 2 princes will surely incite the Eastern Duke to act. As for the Southern and Northern Dukes, Yichongyu has long harbored treasonous intentions. Only the Northern Duke, Chong Ho-hu, remains steadfastly loyal to the Shang." Wen Zhong's expression darkened further. "Is it possible that the Shang is beyond salvation? If so, why do you still remain within the Shang army?" Ning Ze responded, "I am a native of Chaoga. My ancestors are all interred here. Where else could I go? It is my fortune to follow you, my lord, for the sake of the nation and its people. Wen Zhong then nodded. Very well. What do you propose I do at this moment? Ning Ze suggested. Eliminate the treacherous ministers, slay the wicked concubine, and let the king issue a decree of repentance, thereby winning back the hearts of the people. Otherwise, understood. Allow me to ponder this matter. You may withdraw for now. Ning Ze then took his leave, exhaling deeply. He had voiced all that needed to be said. As for the next course of action for one Taisher, Ning Ze could concern himself no further. For now, he must quell the resentment of the original owner of this body. Otherwise, it would hinder his own path and potentially summon inner demons. To assuage this resentment, he must seek justice for the Ning family and even take the life of Fei Zhong to avenge them. Ning Ze slowly exited the military camp and made his way to the streets, heading eastward as per his memories. Upon arriving before a certain residence, he halted his steps. This was the abode of the original owner. The mansion was modest yet respectable, indicative of a well-to-do family in Chaoga. Though in the presence of high officials like Fei Zhong, it paled in significance. As Ning Ze observed, several individuals emerged from the residence, led by a young aristocrat accompanied by a few brutish servants. What are you staring at? One of them bellowed angrily upon noticing Ning Ze's gaze. Wishing to avoid conflict, Ning Ze intended to leave, but was halted by another voice. Stop right there. Ning Ze turned to see a young gentleman approaching him. You look quite familiar. Oh yes. I remember now. You are the bastard sent by the Ning family to the death camp. I did not expect you to survive and have the audacity to return. Fei Changfang. Ning Ze's eyelids flickered as he exclaimed the name of the individual before him. This man was none other than Fei Zhong's son, Fei Changfang. You still remember me. Since you have returned, let us grant you another chance to die, the young master declared with a wave of his hand. The brutish servants charged at Ning Ze. With a mere flick of his wrist, they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. Ning Ze stepped forward, seizing Fei Changfang by the shoulder, applying a slight pressure that resulted in the sound of cracking bones. Beads of cold sweat streamed down Fei Changfang's face as he collapsed to his knees in agony. Hybrid, dare you strike me? I vow to ensure your demise without a grave, Fei Changfang bellowed. Ning Ze replied coolly, listen well. I, Ning Ze, have returned. The possessions of the Ning family shall be reclaimed by my own hands. Go back and inform your father, Fei Zhong, to prepare himself for the reckoning that awaits him. With that, he cast Fei Changfang to the ground and strode away with purpose. Indeed, Ning Ze felt a significant alleviation of the resentment that had weighed upon him. How delightful it will be to witness the spectacle at court tomorrow. Master Wen will undoubtedly create chaos within the Imperial Assembly, providing me the perfect opportunity to eradicate the Fei family and resolve this lingering grievance. Chapter 17. Ning Ze defeats Fei Zhong. Fei Changfang returned to the Fei residence, supported by his subordinates, after suffering a beating from Ning Ze. Upon seeing his father, Fei Zhong, he began to weep and lament, Father, that scoundrel has returned and left me in this state. Changfang, who has returned to harm you. I shall avenge you and eradicate their entire family. Fei Zhong, upon witnessing his son's dire condition, was enraged, his teeth clenched in fury. For so long, it had only been the Fei family that inflicted harm upon others. How dare someone lay a hand on his son? He vowed in his heart that he would ensure the annihilation of the one who dared to bully his child, the scoundrel from the Ning family, the very one sent to the border. Not only had he survived, but he had also returned. Father, you must avenge me, cried Fei Changfang. The mention of the Ning family caused Fei Zhong's eyelids to twitch. It is my fault, my oversight, he exclaimed. I had imprisoned the entire Ning family without a second thought, never anticipating that one might escape. It seems this fellow has returned alongside Wen Zhong. Changfang, do not worry. I shall surely avenge this grievance for you. The following day, all officials gathered in court. Wen Zhong, accompanied by over 10 generals, entered the hall. Upon seeing Wen Zhong's return, the ministers hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Ning Ze stood among the generals, remaining silent. The king has arrived, with the announcement of a voice that resembled a duck's quack. A robust man clad in a black robe with a phoenix motif and adorned with a royal crown strode confidently into Longda Hall and took his seat upon the throne. We pay our respects to the king. The ministers quickly bowed in deference. Ning Ze observed DXN, noting his muscular build and imposing beard, which lent him a dignified appearance, though he seemed to be in poor spirits. Rise. DXIN raised his hand slightly, and the ministers stood upright. The return of Grand Tutor is cause for great celebration. Tonight, I shall host a grand banquet at Lutai for all the meritorious officials. You are all invited. Furthermore, I decree rewards for the 3 armies. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong snorted disdainfully and proclaimed loudly, "Foolish monarch, while I was away, what misdeeds did you commit?" Dixin, taken aback, inquired, "Why is the Grand Tutor angry?" "Why am I angry? How dare you ask? I demand to know why Queen Jiang met her demise, and why loyal ministers such as Shang Rong, Bygone, and Mei Bo perished. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not blame me for my rudeness." DXIN recognized his own culpability. Wenzhong was the cornerstone of the Shang Dynasty and a high-ranking advisor. In the past, he had fought alongside Wenzhong in numerous battles and was acutely aware of his capabilities. Among all the ministers and generals, he feared Wenzhong above all. Grand Tutor, Queen Jiang was meant to embody the virtues of the realm, yet she conspired with assassins to target other consorts and myself. Such treachery warranted her death. As for Shang Rong and the others, they disregarded the authority of the emperor and repeatedly pressured me with threats of death. I merely acquiesced to their demands. And Bygone? Wenzhong bellowed, "Bygone is your uncle, loyal to the Shang Dynasty. And you had the audacity to extract his heart to use as an ingredient for that wicked concubine's potion. If you're not a foolish monarch, then who is?" Fei Zhong and Yu Han, witnessing DXIN being chastised by Wenzhong, were struck with fear and dared not speak. The esteemed master. DXIN was so vehemently scolded that he found himself at a loss for words, stuttering in response, while Wenzhong's ire only escalated. He seized a pair of whips and prepared to strike DXIN, only to be restrained by Ji Li and Yu Qing. "Master, please calm your fury." When Taisher pointed accusingly at DXIN, berating him further until DXIN dared not utter a word. Once when Taisher had vented his anger, he bellowed, "Where is Fei Zhong?" Fei Zhong hurriedly stepped forth. "Master, I am here." "Wenzhong, you have plundered and ravaged the citizens of Chaoge City, accepting bribes from others. Your crimes warrant execution." Fei Zhong, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, I do not comprehend your words." "Do not comprehend. Ning Ze, you explain," when Taisher commanded, understanding that when Taisher sought to defend him. Ning Ze stepped forward and recounted how Fei Zhong had schemed to usurp the Ning family's estate. Fei Zhong was astonished. You are that bastard of the Ning family." Wenzhong, incensed by this insult, kicked Fei Zhong to the ground, declaring, "Fei Zhong, this is the esteemed general under my command. You dare to speak so insolently." "What?" Fei Zhong gasped, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that a mere death row inmate could rise to such a position on the northern battlefield. "Your Majesty, I have been utterly loyal to the great Shang. You have witnessed it yourself. This is slander. I beseech you to vindicate me." At that moment, DXIN was significantly intimidated by Wenzhong. Seeing Wenzhong's fury redirected towards Fei Zhong brought him a quiet sense of joy. However, Fei Zhong was one of his favorite subjects. "Master, what do you propose regarding this matter?" Wenzhong retorted, "General Ning would never lie. Who among the citizens of Chaoge City does not know that you and Yu Han are treacherous ministers? General Ning, take this Fei Zhong out and behead him. I shall confiscate his estate and extinguish his lineage." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze was overjoyed. He advanced to seize the trembling Fei Zhong, dragging him outside the Longda Hall. "Fei Zhong, you have caused the downfall of the Ning family. Today, I shall execute you to avenge my kin." With that, he forcefully hurled Fei Zhong to the ground, reducing him to a mere pulp. 2 luminous orbs fell from Fei Zhong's form. Traitor, special entry. Merging this entry hardens one's heart, rendering them indifferent to the lives of others. Adroit, green entry. Merging this entry enhances emotional intelligence. improving one's ability to read others' intentions, with a chance to see through their schemes. Fei Zhong, it seems, could yield valuable entries. Ning Ze promptly merged the adroit entry. Ding! You have successfully merged the adroit entry, gaining a certain special ability. With Fei Zhong slain, Ning Ze felt a significant alleviation of the resentment that had plagued him. It became evident that only by exterminating the entirety of Fei Zhong's family could the original owner's grievances be fully extinguished. Reporting to the master, Fei Zhong is dead. After slaying Fei Zhong, Ning Ze exited the long hall to inform Wen Taisher. Bring Yu Han out and execute him. Wen Taisher commanded with a thunderous voice, as guards promptly entered, directing their gaze towards DXN. DXIN waved his hand dismissively. The guards immediately seized Yu Han and escorted him away. With the demise of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, the wrath of the Grandmaster was somewhat assuaged. He pointed at Emperor Xin and declared, "Foolish monarch, while I, the Grandmaster, venture northward to confront Yuan Fu, you remain entrenched in the court, ruthlessly slaughtering the loyal and virtuous. Are you not aware that the realm is now in turmoil, with swords clashing and vassals preparing to rebel? The legacy of the late emperor, the glorious Shang Dynasty, is at stake, and it is my hope that you will safeguard the realm and its foundations. The grand edifice teeters on the brink of collapse. Do you truly wish to be remembered as the sovereign who brought about the fall of the nation? Should you disregard the counsel of this old minister, I shall resign, and in due time, the vassals will march upon Chaoga, feasting upon your flesh, leaving no member of the Shang royal family unscathed. In the depths of the underworld, what face will you present to the ancestors of the Shang? Your actions will surely earn you eternal infamy, condemned by generations to come." Hearing the Grandmaster's intent to resign and the impending doom of the Shang, Emperor Xin felt a surge of panic. The Grandmaster is the cornerstone of our great Shang. Should he depart, the dynasty shall surely perish. I beseech you, esteemed Grandmaster, for the sake of the late Emperor, do not resign. I shall heed your wise counsel. Chapter 18. The summons of Daji upon witnessing the softening of Emperor Xin, when Zhong felt a significant alleviation of his anger. Very well, Emperor Xin, he declared, if you heed my counsel and amend your ways, I shall not resign my position. Do you understand? The emperor nodded eagerly. Speak freely, esteemed Grandmaster. I shall heed your words. Bring forth ink and brush. One Zhong commanded, and the imperial guards promptly delivered them. Grasping the tools, one Zhong swiftly penned a lengthy document and handed it to Emperor Xin, stating, if you can abide by these 10 edicts, I shall comply with your wishes. Emperor Xin passed the document to a palace attendant, instructing, read it aloud. The attendant began to recite. First, dismantle the Lu Tai to ease the people's unrest. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xin replied, Grandmaster, constructing the Lu Tai required substantial resources, enlisting numerous laborers, and expending considerable silver. If we were to dismantle it, would not the initial investment be rendered utterly futile? One Zhong responded, the construction of the Lu Tai was solely for the king's enjoyment. How can it win the people's hearts? What is to be dismantled is not the structure itself, but the biases held by the populace. Contemplating this, Emperor Xin acquiesced. You speak wisely. I shall comply. The attendant continued. Second, abolish the torture of the cauldron, ensuring that the officials remain loyal. Without hesitation, Emperor Xin agreed. This is simple. Third, fill the scorpion pits. Fourth, eliminate the indulgences of wine and feasting to silence the noble slanders. Again, Emperor Xin concurred. The attendant read on. Fifth, investigate the households of the treacherous Fei Zhong and Yu Han, cleanse their remaining factions, and use the recovered wealth to aid the disaster-stricken. Sixth, open the granaries to relieve the starving populace. Seventh, dispatch envoys to pacify the east and south. Eighth, seek out the worthy in the mountains and valleys to dispel doubts among the people. Ninth, welcome loyal counsel and broaden communication to eliminate obstructions to speech. I agree to all of these, proclaimed Emperor Xin. 10th, depose the Empress Daji and establish a virtuous consort in her stead. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xin immediately shook his head. The Empress is virtuous and exemplary, managing the inner palace with great order. How could I possibly remove her? Furthermore, matters of the inner palace are private to me. It is not for you to interfere. Wenzhong, incensed, retorted, "Foolish sovereign, if Daji were truly virtuous, would she conspire against Bygone? So, will you depose her or not?" Realizing that Wenzhong was increasingly difficult to placate, Emperor Xin resolved to temporarily acquiesce to the Grand Master. "Very well," he replied, "I shall heed your counsel." Thus, an edict was established to remove Empress Daji from her position. Seeing Emperor Xin concede to all his demands, Wenzhong's fury diminished considerably. "In that case, I shall take my leave. I shall await news of your execution of these orders in Chaoga City." With that, he turned and departed. Ning Ze and others, witnessing Wenzhong's exit, bowed in farewell. Back at the military camp, Ning Ze sat cross-legged in his chamber, practicing the primordial technique of absorbing spiritual energy. Indeed, the essence of heaven and earth surged forth. It appeared that the grievances of the original host had dissipated significantly. Ning Ze understood that Wenzhong's counsel was unlikely to bear significant fruit. The current Emperor Xin had been completely ensnared by the enchantress. Awakening him would necessitate the elimination of the three monsters from Xuanyuan's grave. The following day, Ning Ze was still immersed in his cultivation when suddenly the voice of a guard echoed from outside the door. "General Ning, the Grand Master requests your presence." What could Master Wen possibly want? Ning Ze's heart skipped a beat, and he followed the guard to meet Wenzhong. Upon entering, Ning Ze bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Grand Master." Wenzhong, seated within, addressed him, "General Ning, the lands and properties of the Ning family that were usurped by Fei Zhong have been meticulously accounted for and are ready to be returned to you. The seizure of Fei Zhong's assets was overseen by Sun Rong, who has entrusted me with the land deeds." With that, Wenzhong handed Ning Ze a bundle of deeds. Ning Ze glanced at them, taking only the deed to the ancestral home, and returned the rest to the Grand Master. "Master, I require none of these lands. As long as I have this ancestral home, I ask that the remaining properties be sold by Lord Sun to aid the disaster-stricken. In the world of the divine, these possessions held no value for Ning Ze. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, mundane matters were of little importance to him. Wenzhong looked at him in astonishment. "Are you certain you do not want them?" "Indeed." Ning Ze nodded slightly. General Ning's noble intentions, caring for the afflicted, truly set a standard among the commanders. Wenzhong regarded Ning Ze with newfound respect. Such a leader, who seeks neither high position nor wealth, yet possesses both wisdom and valor, is exceedingly rare. "You flatter me, Master," Ning Ze replied. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go," said Wenzhong, and Ning Ze departed. Watching Ning Ze's retreating figure, Wenzhong stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Ning Ze summoned several guards and, upon leaving the military camp, inquired about the burial site of his family after the tragedy. He then arranged for a tombstone to be carved, reinterring the remains of the Ning family and erecting a gravestone to pay his respects. Returning to the ancestral home, he instructed the guards to tidy it up. He established an ancestral tablet for his forebears, lit incense, and performed another round of reverence. Suddenly, he felt a profound clarity in his mind, as if all lingering shadows had dissipated. This was the resentment of the original body finally vanishing. Ning Ze was overjoyed, deciding to temporarily reside in the Ning residence. Although the military camp was fine, its noise was not conducive to his cultivation. He instructed the guards to prepare a room and seated himself cross-legged within, commencing his practice of the innate spirit-absorbing technique. Before long, a guard's voice rang out from outside. "General Ning, there are visitors from the palace wishing to see you." "Visitors from the palace?" Ning Ze's heart quivered. He exited the room and arrived at the reception hall, where indeed stood an elderly eunuch accompanied by two young attendants. "Gentlemen, please take a seat." Ning Ze gestured casually. The elderly eunuch squinted, his demeanor quite haughty. "General Ning, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence at the Shoshin Palace." "The Empress? Sudahi, that nine-tailed fox?" Ning Ze's heart raced at the revelation. It could not bode well that Su Daji summoned him now. It was likely she had learned of his slaying of Fei Zhong, and whether or not it was to avenge him. She would likely seek to draw him into her machinations. If one cannot be of use to her, then Su Daji will resort to treachery and even bring about her own downfall. Many loyal ministers and valiant generals of the Shang Dynasty have fallen victim to her schemes. Is it my turn so soon? Ning Ze had intended to remain inconspicuous amidst the investiture of the gods, hoping to continuously acquire valuable insights. Little did he anticipate that the nine-tailed fox spirit had set its sights on him. Escaping the entanglements of the divine decree may prove to be quite the challenge. Please convey to Her Majesty the Queen that Ning Ze has just returned from battle and requires ample rest. Therefore, I cannot enter the palace and hope for her understanding. Moreover, as a military general, I cannot enter the royal palace without proper summons from the king. Ning Ze, you are utterly ungrateful, the old eunuch exclaimed in fury. Do you not realize how favored the queen is by the king? With a mere word from her, you could find yourself without a grave. Chapter 19. The Slaying of the Two Demons by Ning Ze. Ning Ze cast a piercing gaze towards the old eunuch, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. The three eunuchs felt an icy chill down their spines and retreated several steps. It was known that on the battlefield, Ning Ze had slain thousands of foes. Even without employing his magical powers, the ferocity of his murderous intent was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Is my message not clear enough? Ning Ze spoke coldly. The Empress has no authority to summon us generals. If she wishes to do so, please bring forth the royal decree. The old eunuch dared not utter another word, instead muttering a few menacing remarks. Very well, Ning Ze, you have offended the Empress, and you shall find no place to rest your bones. With that, he departed, accompanied by two young eunuchs. As he watched them leave, Ning Ze's expression grew increasingly severe. It was evident that he had caught the attention of this demoness. If he were to venture into the Palace of Longevity, failing to ally with the demoness would surely lead to his downfall. Having rejected her advances, the old eunuch's words rang true. The demoness would harbor a grudge against him. In Chang'an City, there was little doubt he would find no refuge. Very well, I shall not provoke you, yet you come to trouble me. With these thoughts, Ning Ze exited his residence and made his way towards the military camp. Meanwhile, the old eunuch returned to the imperial city and arrived at the Palace of Longevity. There, in a gazebo outside the palace, several stunning women were engaged in discussion. Among them was one clad in a purple marten coat, adorned with a phoenix crown. Her features exquisite beyond compare. She was none other than the demoness Daji. To her left stood a woman in a colorful gown, with a feathered crown and heavily painted eyes, Hushime, the nine-headed chicken spirit. To her right, another equally enchanting figure, the Jade Peepa spirit, graced the scene. Greetings, esteemed ladies. The old eunuch approached and bowed deeply. Tell me, has Ning Ze arrived? Asked Su Daji. The old eunuch replied, Your Highness, Ning Ze, emboldened by his military exploits, has grown exceedingly arrogant. Not only does he refuse to meet you, but he also dares to slander you as a harbinger of chaos within the court, branding you a treacherous consort. What? Su Daji sprang to her feet, rage flickering in her eyes. That Ning Ze possesses an audacity most brazen. Sister, it seems this Ning Ze does not recognize his fortune. He is likely the same ilk as Wenzhong. It is said he enjoys considerable esteem within the army and is favored by Wenzhong. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain. Hushime asserted. Indeed, sister, we must devise a plan to eliminate him. Chimed in Wang Meiren. Su Daji inquired, Do you have any ideas, my dear sisters? Hushime proposed. Let the king bestow great rewards upon meritorious subjects and summon Ning Ze. After a few rounds of wine, you can accuse him of harboring ill intentions towards you, and the king will surely be enraged, condemning him to death. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice crossed Daji's face. Very well, we shall proceed with this scheme. I shall go to the king and summon Ning Ze immediately. On the other hand, Ning Ze had arrived at the military camp. Please inform Grand Tutor when that Ning Ze, have matters to discuss. He instructed a guard at Wenzhong's quarters. Please wait, General Ning. I shall report to the Grand Tutor. The guard replied before entering the room. He soon returned, saying, General Ning, the Grand Tutor requests your presence. Ning Ze stepped inside, bowing respectfully as he addressed Wen Zhong. This humble general pays his respects to the Grand Tutor. When Taisher turned his gaze toward Ning Ze and inquired, "General Ning, what brings you here?" Ning Ze replied, "I have pressing matters to report to you, Taisher. I have heard a rumor in Chang'e City. Within the royal harem, there are 3 consorts who are, in fact, transformed demons. The Empress Su Daji is a 9-tailed fox from Xinyuan Tomb, who Shime is a 9-headed rooster spirit, and the third beauty, a jade peepus spirit. These 3 demons have taken residence in Xinyuan Tomb and, for reasons unknown, have entered the court to beguile the king. Initially, the Prime Minister, Yi Xiang, and King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, both sensed this threat, which led to the burning of the demon's lair at Xinyuan Tomb, inciting the 3 demons' wrath, resulting in the death of Bygone. I fear they may also target King Wu Cheng. Today, the demon Empress summoned me to the palace, but I dare not go, fearing her vengeance. Hence, I come to implore Taisher for assistance." "What? Such events transpired?" Wen Zhong abruptly rose, exclaiming, "You claim these 3 consorts are demons?" "Indeed," Ning Ze affirmed. "These 3 demons feast upon humans. If Taisher investigates, you will undoubtedly discover that palace maids frequently go missing." "How outrageous! This is truly preposterous. So, it is these 3 demons who intend to undermine our great Shang Dynasty. I, as Taisher, shall eliminate these 3 fiends." With that declaration, when Taisher brandished his dual whips, preparing to exit the military camp, Ning Ze cautioned, "Taisher, if you proceed in such a manner, it will be exceedingly difficult to slay these 3 demons, for the king will surely oppose it." Upon hearing this, when Taisher halted his steps and asked, "What would you have me do, General Ning?" "To vanquish these 3 demons, Taisher must approach stealthily. They possess enchanting skills, and you must not show mercy." When Taisher nodded, "Very well, I shall first ascertain their true forms upon entering the palace." With that, he strode forth decisively. As when Taisher departed, Ning Ze finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "It is not my intention to be adversarial with you. If you remain alive, you shall bring me harm," he murmured to himself. Outside the palace, Wen Zhong recalled Ning Ze's words. Thus, he swiftly employed his divine powers. Instantly arriving within the palace, the lair of the demon empress was the Shoshin Palace. With a flicker, he traversed the air, reaching the summit of Shoshin Palace. Gazing downward, he beheld 2 consorts, indulging in fruits with the assistance of several palace maids. Activating the third eye between his brows, he scrutinized the 2 consorts closely. Indeed, their true forms were the 9-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit. They are truly demons. When Zhong's fury ignited, he descended before the 2 demons, wielding his whips against them. Unbeknownst to the demons, their cultivation was not high, and they were caught off guard by Wen Zhong's sudden appearance. With a single lash for each, he struck them down, their brains bursting forth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, revealing their true forms. The palace maids, terrified, scattered in all directions. After slaying the 2 demons, Wen Zhong sought out Su Daji, only to find her drinking with DXI. "Demon Empress, your life is forfeit." Wen Zhong charged forward, poised to strike down the 9-tailed fox, but was intercepted by DXIN. "Taisher, what is the meaning of this? Why do you seek to kill the Empress?" DXIN bellowed. Wen Zhong retorted, "This demon Empress is a 9-tailed fox. Your Majesty, once I eliminate her, you shall surely behold her true form." Emperor XN would not yield, declaring, "Prime Minister, the Empress is the daughter of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. How could she possibly be a demon?" The Prime Minister, pointing to the third eye on his forehead, responded, "This third eye of mine perceives all illusions. Whether a being is a demon or not, I can discern with a single glance. Your Majesty, do not protect this fiend." Unyielding, Emperor Xian retorted, "If the Prime Minister wishes to kill, then let him first slay this lonely king." Upon witnessing the Emperor's stubbornness, the Prime Minister sighed deeply. "Alas, the great Shang Dynasty may very well perish at your hands, foolish monarch." With that, he sheathed his dual whips, swayed his form, and exited the palace. Returning to the military camp, "Your Majesty, the Empress, calamity has struck." At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, breathless with alarm. Lady Hu, the princess has been slain by Prime Minister Wen. Chapter 20. The Righteousness of Wenzhong. 3 Strategies of Ning Ze. What? Both Emperor Xian and Daji were taken aback. Wenzhong replied with a cold smile, "Those 2 demonic concubines have caused turmoil in the harem and bewitched the sovereign. They deserve nothing less than death. I shall execute them, for their crimes warrant such a fate." Emperor Xian abruptly rose, regaining his royal demeanor, and fixed his gaze upon Wenzhong. "Wenzhong, for years you have relied on your position as the Grand Preceptor, opposing me at every turn. Now you dare to kill my consorts? Do you truly believe that without you, I cannot accomplish my goals? Do you think I would hesitate to have you executed at once?" Wenzhong looked at Emperor Xian with evident disappointment. "For the sake of the great Shang, I have risked my life, waged wars, and garnered respect from the 4 corners of the land. Yet, in a mere few years you, a foolish monarch, have incited chaos, causing the lords of 800 towns to waver in their loyalty to the great Shang. You slaughter loyal subjects, impose cruel punishments, and engage in excessive construction, inciting the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Have you considered that after the demise of those 2 concubines, they will revert to their true forms? They are clearly 2 beasts. Each night, you embrace these monsters in your slumber, and under your reign, the 600 foundations of the great Shang are destined for ruin. Now, you still protect the demoness behind you, leaving me, Wenzhong, utterly disheartened. Emperor Xian, you are truly unworthy of loyal subjects. I should never have supported your ascension." Wenzhong's furious declaration left Emperor Xian in a state of confusion. "Grand Preceptor, are you claiming that Ushime and the others are monsters?" A palace maid exclaimed. Indeed, after their deaths, one transformed into a colorful pheasant and the other into a pipa. This revelation made Emperor Xian stagger. Could it be that they are truly beasts? Upon seeing this, Daji grew anxious. "My lord, Wenzhong is a practitioner of the Tao. He must be using illusions. Do not believe him. I am the daughter of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. How could I possibly be a demon? My heart only belongs to you." Seeing Daji's pitiable expression, Emperor Xian was instantly swayed. "Wenzhong, this is all you're doing." Wenzhong shook his head. "Emperor Xian, if that is the case, let us part ways here." With that, he swiftly exited the palace and soon returned to the military camp, summoning all his soldiers. Ning Ze, upon observing Wenzhong's gloomy demeanor, felt an unsettling apprehension regarding whether the Grand Preceptor had indeed slain the 3 beasts. Once the troops had assembled, Wenzhong raised his voice. "Warriors, I, Wenzhong, stand before you to express my gratitude for your steadfast loyalty and dedication to the protection of the great Shang through years of blood and sweat. However, today, I must bid you farewell." "What?" The soldiers were taken aback, uncertain as to why the Grand Preceptor would utter such words. Ning Ze's heart sank as an ominous premonition washed over him. Ji Li and Yu Qing stepped forward and inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" Wenzhong replied, "The foolish monarch has favored the demoness, disrupting the court with no hope of redemption. After years of fighting for the great Shang, I find myself overshadowed by the words of a demoness. My heart has grown cold. The great Shang is beyond salvation, and therefore, I intend to return to Jinao Island to enter seclusion and no longer concern myself with worldly affairs." "What?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers knelt in unison, with some commanders even bursting into tears. "Master, if you depart, where shall we go?" Lamented one. "Indeed, I have followed you for many years. If you leave, where can I seek refuge in this vast world? Please, do not abandon us. Please stay." Upon witnessing the heartfelt devotion of the soldiers, Wenzhong could not restrain his tears. "You have entrusted me with your lives and families. I, Wenzhong, deeply apologize. If I were to abandon you, what face would I have left? Yet, with such a tyrant in power, I am left with no choice. After I depart, you shall disperse." "Master," cried several commanders, "I am but a warrior, and if I leave, I will surely be captured by that tyrant and meet a grim fate." "Indeed, master, if you must depart, grant us a swift end." One commander, with a resolute voice, drew his sword and placed it against his neck. "If you leave, That tyrant will surely unleash his wrath upon us. He possesses no humanity. We cannot escape death, so we might as well end it ourselves. With that, he prepared to take his life. Wen Zhong swiftly struck the sword from the commander's hand and sighed deeply towards the heavens. With a tyrant in power, how can I, Wen Zhong, simply walk away? You have fought alongside me for many years. How can I bear to watch you perish? Ning Ze, witnessing the profound emotions shared between Wen Zhong and the commanders, was also deeply moved. Since his arrival in this world, he had only wished to survive until the end of the divine battle, constantly collecting knowledge to enhance his power and enjoy life. Today, he finally felt the presence of genuine affection within this world of divinity. If he did not assist these passionate souls, he feared that a darkness would take root within his heart, obstructing his path. Wen Zhong, loyal to the Shang Dynasty, stood at a crossroads. If he stayed to protect the tyrant, he would uphold the name of loyalty, yet he could not save the Shang from its impending doom. In the divine battle, the vast majority of these soldiers would perish in the calamity. Enough! Even if I must face calamity, I, Ning Ze, shall take my chances. Ning Ze stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Wen Zhong. Master, I have a strategy that could save the Shang and resolve your predicament. Wen Zhong turned his gaze toward Ning Ze. This man was both scholarly and martial, possessing extraordinary intelligence, yet he remained shrouded in mystery, leaving even Wen Zhong unable to discern his origins and intentions. Had it not been for Ning Ze's warning, he would have been oblivious to the fact that 3 monsters lurked within the imperial harem. Had he remained ignorant, he too might have fallen victim to their schemes. Perhaps Ning Ze truly held a solution to this dilemma. Ning Ze, speak. What plan do you propose? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ze began, I have 3 strategies, upper, middle, and lower, for the master to choose from. What is the upper strategy? Wen Zhong inquired. Ning Ze replied, if the master is unwilling to return to Jinao Island, given the current turmoil of the Shang, if you would deign to ally with the Western Shi, the Duke of Zhou, Ji Chong, is renowned for his virtue. Should he learn of your intentions, he would undoubtedly grant you a position of significance, allowing us to continue following you. As soon as Ning Ze finished speaking, Wen Zhong's expression darkened, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth, directed at Ning Ze. What did you say? You suggest I betray my allegiance? I once pledged to the former king to safeguard the vast territory of Shang. If I were to betray, how could I face the ancestors of the Shang? Ning Ze offered a faint smile and replied, this is indeed the optimal strategy. It will ensure the safety of the Grand Master and the esteemed generals, though it may tarnish the Grand Master's reputation. If the Grand Master is unwilling, I shall propose a secondary plan. Very well, speak of this secondary plan. Ning Ze continued. This alternative entails deposing the tyrant Emperor Xin and establishing a new sovereign. Subsequently, all the blame for the misdeeds of the Shang would be attributed to Emperor Xin, thereby quelling the ire of the lords across the 4 seas. Even if the local lords harbor rebellious intentions, they would lose the moral high ground. The Grand Master can then devise further measures to diminish the power of these lords, thus stabilizing our realm. Are you suggesting that I incite rebellion? Wen Zhong retorted coldly. Chapter 21. The struggle for power in the imperial court, esteemed minister. We find ourselves in extraordinary times. The myriad lords of the 100 towns have already begun to drift apart, with many no longer under the control of the great Shang Dynasty. To preserve the integrity of the Shang, we must resort to extraordinary measures. Should we not install a new sovereign, we will be left with no choice but to employ a desperate strategy, Ning Ze articulated. A desperate strategy? Indeed, this strategy entails the assassination of the malevolent concubine Daji. By seizing control of the court, the minister would effectively render the great king's position obsolete. Should he choose to amend his ways, power could be restored to him. Should he remain obstinate, it would only be after a century that he might reclaim his authority. In this manner, the minister would confront the lords of the 100 towns directly, necessitating formidable military strength to quell their dissent. Furthermore, it is imperative that the great king issue a decree acknowledging his transgressions. Otherwise, the people's grievances will remain unresolved, and the Shang will inevitably face its demise. Upon hearing Ning Ze's 3 proposed strategies, the gathered generals were struck with admiration. Each of these plans bore the potential to alleviate the current crisis. Yet each was fraught with peril and allowed no margin for error. Nevertheless, each could extricate Minister 1 from his predicament. If Minister 1 were to return to Jinao Island, his troops would encounter dire threats. Thus he could not retreat. Having already deeply offended the malevolent Queen Daji, remaining would surely incite conflict. The great king, enchanted, had aligned himself with Daji, compelling Minister 1 to take decisive action. After considerable contemplation prompted by Ning Ze's words, Minister 1 sighed, "I shall choose the desperate strategy." As anticipated, he opted for the perilous course. Given Ning Ze's understanding of Wenzhong, he surmised that one would indeed select this path. The next course of action would involve eliminating the wicked concubine Daji and subsequently usurping the power of Emperor Xing, molding him into a mere puppet while the minister regained control over the state. This matter is of grave significance. I must confer with King Wu Cheng and others before proceeding. You may all withdraw for now, he commanded, and the generals obeyed, retreating to their encampments. Just as Ning Ze prepared to depart, when Zhong called out, "General Ning, please remain." "Yes, minister." Ning Ze halted his steps. Soon after, loyal subjects such as Huang Feihu and Sun Rong assembled in Wenzhong's council chamber. Noticing the minister's somber expression, the officials understood that urgent matters were afoot. Once all the ministers had gathered, Wenzhong spoke, "Gentlemen, I have summoned you to deliberate on a critical issue. Today, I infiltrated the inner palace and employed my celestial eye, discovering that the beauties Hu and Wang within the great king's harem are, in fact, transformed monsters. Enraged, I dispatched them. As it turned out, the two noble consorts revealed their true forms as demons. Moreover, the Queen Daji is possessed by the nine-tailed fox spirit, which has caused chaos within the court and ensnared the king's mind. In his attempt to protect Su Daji, the king has turned against me, and I fear that should I withdraw, the Shang Dynasty may collapse. Hence, I have called upon you to confer." Upon hearing this, the ministers' expressions shifted dramatically. They were aware that palace maids often went missing, suspecting the presence of malevolent forces. Yet they had not fathomed that the demons were the two consorts and the queen herself. No wonder that after the arrival of the wicked queen, the king's demeanor had changed so drastically, leading to the persecution of many loyal subjects, instilling fear among the officials who dared not voice their counsel. Upon the return of Grand Marshal 1 from his northern expedition, the ministers found newfound resolve. Little did they anticipate that the king would turn against one. "Grand Marshal, what are your intentions now?" Wen's gaze swept over the assembly of ministers, and he replied gravely, "You are all men of discernment and must comprehend the current geopolitical landscape. The vassals are rife with discord. The Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, has openly rebelled, while the Dukes of Dongbua and Nambua no longer heed the commands of the Shang. Moreover, the king has been cruel to the loyal, acting in direct opposition to righteousness. Tell me, do you believe that the Shang still holds any hope?" The ministers, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh deeply. They were acutely aware that the Shang was already in dire straits. Were it not for the efforts of Grand Marshal 1 and his fellow ministers, the vassals would have long since stormed the capital of Chaoga. Some ministers had even begun to entertain thoughts of defection. "I possess a strategy. Will you all lend your support to the Grand Marshal and restore the Shang?" When Zhong declared loudly, the minister's eyes lit up instantly. "Grand Marshal, should you manage to turn the tide, we shall undoubtedly support you." Although they had lost hope for the Shang, the majority had vested interests in Chaoga, with their families rooted in the kingdom. Thus, they were reluctant to abandon it. Preserving the Shang would be the most favorable outcome. Huang Feihu added, "The Grand Marshal has repeatedly averted disaster and saved the Shang from peril. Surely, he can do so once more." "Indeed, Grand Marshal, we place our trust in you." "Excellent." When Zhong nodded vigorously, "Since you are all in favor, I shall speak plainly. I intend to execute the treacherous consort and diminish the king's authority. From henceforth, you must heed my commands." "Very well. We shall follow the Grand Marshal." Consequently, the ministers reached a consensus to rally behind Wenzhong and obey his directives. They understood his style of governance and shared a cordial rapport with him. In contrast, the king, Di Hixin, was capricious, Each minister trembled in his presence, fearing that a single misstep might provoke the king's wrath, leading to a fate most dire. Loyal officials such as Shang Dynasty, Mei Bo, and Du Yuanxian displayed unwavering fidelity to the Shang, yet they too had met their demise at Xian's hands. Even the most naive among them recognized the necessity of their choices. Seeing the ministers united in their support, Wen Zhong felt a surge of elation. Very well, since you have chosen me, we shall all be in the same vessel. Let us discuss the details of our action tomorrow and ensure the consort's demise. Thus, the ministers commenced their deliberations. Ning Ze listened quietly from the side, choosing not to speak. He preferred to remain inconspicuous in crucial moments, for discretion was the path to survival. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox spirit, Daji, seethed with hatred for Wen Zhong, having lost two of her sisters to his hand. However, Wen's formidable powers deterred her from acting rashly, and she allowed him to depart unimpeded. My king, this man Wen Zhong does not regard you with any respect. He has repeatedly insulted your authority and has now trespassed into the harem, committing the grave offense of threatening your lineage. You must not let him go unpunished. The nine-tailed fox nestled close to Xian, whispering the most venomous words in the gentlest of tones. Emperor Xian sighed. Indeed, Wen Zhong is a venerable minister of 3 dynasties, appointed by the late emperor as a chief advisor. His profound magical abilities render him exceptionally formidable. Is there truly no means for the king to bring him to heel? After all, you are a minister of the great Shang, and you hold the title of king. Throughout the realm, all land belongs to the sovereign, and all subjects are the king's servants. Should you decree his death penalty in the court, any act of defiance on his part would be a grave disrespect, providing you the opportunity to strip him of his titles and revoke his position as Grand Preceptor. Listening to Daji's words, Emperor Xian nodded repeatedly. Ah, truly, your strategies are unparalleled, my beauty. That Wen Zhong, so high and mighty, has never regarded me with respect. I have long since contemplated how to deal with him. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. If Wen Zhong chooses to depart, so be it. However, should he dare to attend the court, I shall ensure he enters but does not return. Chapter 22. Wen Zhong assumes command of the Shang Dynasty the following day. The court officials gathered before the throne. Emperor Xian sat regally, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of ministers. Yet he noticed the absence of Wen Zhong. Had Wen Zhong truly departed? Perhaps it was for the best. No longer would anyone oversee his actions. Unbeknownst to Emperor Xian, Wen Zhong had already infiltrated the inner palace. Extending his divine sense, he pinpointed the location of Daji. Daji was surrounded by several palace maidens as she exited the Shoshin Palace. With the tragic demise of her 2 younger sisters the previous day, she resolved to inter them at the Xianyuan tomb. Dispersing the maidens, she soared into the air, carrying the corpses of the 9-headed pheasant spirit and the jade peepus spirit, heading towards the tomb, entirely unaware that Wen Zhong was trailing her closely behind. Before long, the 9-tailed fox arrived at the Xianyuan tomb, where she laid her sisters to rest. Sisters, you were slain by Wen Zhong. I shall avenge you, she vowed. No sooner had she spoken than a voice echoed. I am right here. If you seek revenge, come forth. Startled, the 9-tailed fox turned to find Wen Zhong standing in the air, coldly regarding her. Wen Zhong, she exclaimed in shock. Demon Queen, you have disrupted the court. Today marks your demise. Rage etched across Wen Zhong's face, his whiskers bristling as he brandished twin whips, charging at the 9-tailed fox. Alarmed, she fled into the distance, with Wen Zhong in relentless pursuit. Soon, they had traversed 1,000 miles. Realizing he could not catch up to Daji, Wen Zhong flicked his wrist, launching his whips towards her. The 9-tailed fox, in a state of panic, was utterly unprepared. The whips struck her back, causing her to spurt blood and plummet from the sky. Wen Zhong caught up, delivering a blow to the top of her head, causing her brains to splatter, resulting in her untimely death. Transforming back into her true form, she revealed herself as a 9-tailed fox. Wen Zhong seized her corpse and made his way back to the capital. Meanwhile, within the Longda Hall, Huang Feihu stepped forward and bowed before Emperor Xian, declaring, Your Majesty, the king of Pingling in the east has rebelled, proclaiming he shall never serve the Shang Dynasty. He is currently mustering troops intent on invading Chaoga. I beseech your decision. Your Majesty. Minister Sun Rong also approached, stating, Your Majesty, the national treasury is depleted and military salaries cannot be issued. The soldiers' provisions are running low. I implore your guidance. Another official stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Shibua, Ji Chong, has dispatched troops to attack the Marquis of Beibua. Chongcheng has sent word for aid. I urge you to send reinforcements swiftly. Should Chongcheng fall, Shiqi will absorb the northern lords, expanding their power. Yet another minister reported, General Zhang Guifang's campaign against Shiqi was thwarted by Jiang Ze, resulting in the complete annihilation of his forces. I beseech your command, Your Majesty. Horrified by the barrage of ill tidings, Emperor Xen furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Must it always be such disheartening news? Is there not a single piece of good news? Such trifles should not require my consultation. Manage them yourselves. If you bring me more of this sort of news, I shall have you executed. The ministers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence. When Taisher spoke truly, Emperor Xin has succumbed to madness. Should he continue to follow Emperor Xin, the great Shang Dynasty shall undoubtedly face annihilation. Without an iota of doubt, if there are matters to report, present them. If not, depart. Disturbed and disheveled, Emperor Xin waved his hand, intending to leave. At that moment, a sharp command rang out from outside the Longda Hall. Halt! As the voice echoed, when Zhong strode into the hall, brandishing a nine-tailed fox. Taisher, the ministers hurried forth, bowing in respect. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Xin furrowed his brow, questioning, Wen Zhong, did you not swear to depart? What brings you here? Wen Zhong flung the lifeless body of the fox before Emperor Xin, declaring, Your Majesty, I have returned your empress to you. This is your beloved, the enchanting Daji, whom you have cherished day and night. Emperor Xin gasped in horror. You have slain the empress and sought to deceive me. Wen Zhong, you have defied the heavens. Guards, seize Wen Zhong. A few soldiers advanced to apprehend him, only to be met with Huang Feihu, who drew his sword to block their path. Today, who dares to lay a hand on the Taisher? Rebel, Huang Feihu, do you too wish to revolt? Huang Feihu replied coldly, Your Majesty. The great Shang Dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse, perilously close to ruin. The lords rise against you, the court is in disarray, and the people suffer grievously, their grievances echoing through the land. Yet you indulge in pleasure, engaging in grand constructions while neglecting governance. We can no longer heed your commands. Indeed, we are loyal subjects of the Shang, not of the Shang king. As the king now rules unjustly, we shall no longer follow your decrees. All the ministers stood forth, condemning Emperor Xian's transgressions. Emperor Xin, observing the assembly of officials and warriors, found no ally among them and sank despondently onto his throne. You have all turned against me. What wrongs have I ever committed against you? When Zhong replied icily, Your Majesty, at this juncture, do you still fail to recognize your errors? The 6 centuries of the Shang Dynasty are on the verge of destruction due to your reign. If you wish to save it, heed the words of this old minister. Even in his ignorance, Emperor Xin grasped the gravity of his situation. He lamented, Wen Zhong, what must I do? Wen Zhong replied, I have previously proposed 10 measures. Your Majesty need only follow my instructions to the letter. Moreover, I urge the ministers to issue a decree of repentance, acknowledging their faults to win back the hearts of the people. Once these are accomplished, Your Majesty need only reflect quietly within the palace. The rest shall be entrusted to me. Very well, I shall comply. Emperor Xin responded feebly. In Chaoga City, Ning Ze, accompanied by several guards, traversed the bustling streets. He was acutely aware that a tempest was brewing within the city. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the sound of drums resonated, and a contingent of riders approached from a distance. The soldiers proclaimed, The Taisher has slain the 3 demon concubines and seeks to publicly abolish the cruel punishments of cauldrons and the burning of the deer platform, pledging to implement benevolent governance. Come forth to witness. The Taisher has slain the demon concubines. The Taisher intends to abolish the cruel tortures. This is splendid news. Let's hasten to see. In an instant, Throngs of citizens surged toward the palace, eager to witness the unfolding events. Ning Ze, too, followed the throng and arrived outside the palace. There, a high platform had been erected, where a multitude of ministers stood. The Shang king, Dixin, appeared hollow-eyed, positioned before his courtiers. Tens of thousands of common folk gathered beneath the platform, seeing that a considerable number of citizens had arrived. When Zhong stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, the great king, in his wisdom, has reflected upon past misdeeds. Thus, he has commanded the execution of the 3 demonic consorts and has issued a decree of repentance, addressing the populace. From this day forth, the king shall strive for reform, practicing benevolence in governance, restoring the integrity of the court, and working towards the welfare of all. As we are not mere plants or trees, who among us is without fault? The king's determination to amend his ways is indeed a boon for the common people. Your Majesty, please read the decree of repentance." Chapter 23. Ning Ze's ingenious strategy. King Zhou, holding the self-reproach edict given by Wen Zhong, stepped forward and proclaimed, "I, inheritor of the late king's legacy, have ascended to the throne and should have revered heaven and loved the people, nurturing the realm and ensuring the prosperity of my subjects. Yet, the Shang Dynasty now teeters on the brink of peril, beset by turmoil from all directions, all due to my misdeeds. My heart is heavy with anxiety and remorse, and in reflection upon my past mistakes, I hereby issue this edict to proclaim to the world. Since my ascension, I have been ensnared by personal desires, neglecting the welfare of the populace. I have imposed heavy taxes, engaged in excessive construction, erected the luxurious deer terrace to indulge in extravagance, and hoarded treasures to satiate my greed. Consequently, the common people have labored under unbearable burdens, suffering immensely, with fields lying fallow and starvation rampant. My folly has imposed such suffering upon my people, a grievous act of inhumanity and injustice, for which I am deeply ashamed before the world. Moreover, I have favored sycophants and spurned virtuous counsel. The loyal words of Bygone led to his tragic demise, while Wei Zi's earnest advice resulted in his exile. The virtuous have departed in droves, leaving a court rife with treachery. Thus, governance has faltered and national affairs have deteriorated. My blindness to deceit has rendered me unable to heed loyal advice, placing our ancestral heritage in jeopardy, a clear testament to my ignorance. This self-reproach edict assumes full responsibility for my transgressions. I, Dixin, vow to amend my ways, to start anew, and to regard the people as my children." The multitude below was taken aback. No one anticipated that the king would acknowledge his faults. However, most remained skeptical of Dixin's solitary assertions. Amid the crowd, Ning Ze stroked his chin. The issuance of this self-reproach edict was clearly not Dixin's true intent. His authority had been effectively usurped by his ministers, rendering him a mere puppet. It remained uncertain whether Wen Zhong could defy fate and safeguard the Shang Dynasty. The divine decree was a scheme of the sages, and to dismantle it was no simple task. Upon concluding the self-reproach edict, Dixin retreated to the side, and Wen Zhong approached, stating, "Now that the king has acknowledged his errors, the venerable ministers shall take action on his behalf. We shall dismantle the extravagant deer terrace, abolish cruel punishments, and open the granaries to relieve the people. Furthermore, should any citizen have grievances, they may present their appeals at local courts. If ignored, they may come to Chaoga City. The court will appoint officials to hear and resolve these grievances." As Wen Zhong finished speaking, the people erupted in cheers. This was a true embodiment of benevolent governance. The opening of granaries particularly brought tangible benefits to countless citizens. Subsequently, Wen Zhong, accompanied by the ministers, publicly dismantled the extravagant deer terrace and destroyed various instruments of punishment. They dispatched soldiers to commence the dismantling of the terrace, while simultaneously issuing decrees across the land. These measures greatly restored the people's confidence and began to mend the rift in public sentiment. Wen Zhong continued to issue various edicts on behalf of Dixin to regain the favor of the Shang populace. Concurrently, he summoned Ning Ze and other generals to the Longda Hall for the conferral of titles upon trusted allies. Within the Longda Hall, Dxin remained seated upon the throne, with Wen Zhong standing beside him. Currently, the feudal lords harbored rebellious sentiments, particularly the formidable Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong. The court's military forces, if they were to wage war and pacify the realm, would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, the Grand Minister intended to confer titles upon meritorious generals and cultivate their capabilities. "Where is Jili?" With a resounding call from Wen Zhong, Jili stepped forth, replying, "I am here. In the battle against Yuan Fudong, you distinguished yourself remarkably and have thus been appointed as the General of Divine Might, commanding 30,000 troops." "Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Your Majesty." Jili received the insignia of the General of Divine Might and stepped aside. Wen Zhong then conferred the title of Grand General of the Imperial Guards upon Yu Qing, assigning him the responsibility of commanding the palace's elite forces. His gaze then turned towards Ning Ze. "Ning Ze, where are you?" Ning Ze stepped forward and bowed to Wen Zhong, replying, "I am here. You possess exceptional martial prowess and remarkable intelligence. Therefore, I appoint you as the General of Distant Valor, alongside the role of military strategist." Ning Ze accepted the insignia, expressed his gratitude to Wen Zhong, and stepped aside. Soon, all the generals had been appointed. Wen Zhong then addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, the realm is currently in turmoil, with the lords divided. What do you propose we do to quell the chaos among the lords?" Huang Feihu stepped forward, stating, "Chancellor, when the lords rebel, it is our duty to lead the army against them, to assert the might of the Deshang and intimidate the petty villains." Wen Zhong nodded slightly. "At present, Deshang is besieged on all fronts. The king of Pingling in the east has revolted, while other lords are also eager to act. Moreover, the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, governs with benevolence, attracting many lords to his side. Now, he leads an army against the northern Duke, Chong Hohu, which poses a significant threat to Deshang. If we engage in indiscriminate campaigns, our forces will be insufficient, and we will exhaust our treasury and provisions." Ning Ze stepped forward. "Chancellor, the uprising of the lords is a result of the court's missteps, and now the king has issued a decree of self-accusation. If the chancellor proclaims to the world and commands the lords to return to the court, dispatching envoys to persuade them, we will surely regain some of their allegiance. By promising certain benefits, these lords will undoubtedly submit to Deshang. Therefore, in my humble opinion, we should seek to win over those lords who can be persuaded, strike at the obstinate ones, and sow discord among the allied lords. By employing these three strategies concurrently, we may achieve twice the results with half the effort. It is not impossible for Deshang to restore order to the realm." Ning Ze's words illuminated the minds of the ministers. No wonder the chancellor praised Ning Ze for his wisdom and valor. This strategy is indeed highly astute. Wen Zhong nodded slightly. "General Ning's strategy is indeed commendable. The lords are not a monolithic entity. Their hearts are diverse. If we can divide them, their strength will undoubtedly diminish, thus granting us the opportunity to overcome our enemies. In your opinion, General Ning, which lords pose the greatest threat to Deshang?" Ning Ze replied, "Naturally, it is the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong. The Ji clan has governed Shiqi for many years, boasting formidable military strength, making them the most formidable adversary to Deshang." Huang Feihu interjected, "I have some acquaintance with Ji Chong. He is a loyal man. The rebellion arose due to the king's missteps. Allow me to journey north and see if I can persuade Ji Chong to withdraw his forces or even return to the court." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze could not help but smirk inwardly. Ji Chong, with his robust military, has long harbored ambitions to establish himself in place of Deshang. His loyalty is merely a facade. Moreover, Jiang Zia, a figure of the Chan teaching, instigated the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, backed by the support of the Chan sect, which naturally inflated Ji Chang's ambitions. Deshang has already engaged in several battles with Shiqi, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. How could Ji Chong willingly submit to Deshang? Huang Feihu's thinking is overly simplistic. The investiture of the gods is a scheme of the sages. How could it be so easily altered? However, sending Huang Feihu to negotiate peace is not entirely unwise. At the very least, it will diminish Ji Chang's moral standing. This also allowed Huang Feihu to perceive Ji Chang's true character, thereby fostering his loyalty to the great Shang. In the midst of the investiture of the gods, Huang Feihu sought refuge in Shiqi. However, with his family residing in Chaoga City, he would not easily betray his allegiance. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong could not help but express his delight. If King Wuqing could persuade Ji Chong, it would be a remarkable achievement indeed. Very well, you shall depart at once for Chongcheng and see if you can convince Ji Chong to withdraw his troops. Understood. Huang Feihu promptly accepted the command and set forth. Chapter 24. The Eastern Expedition and the Assault of Beast. Huang Feihu, having received the command of Master One, proceeded to persuade Ji Chong. The master then turned his gaze towards the assembled ministers. At present, the king of Pingling in the Eastern Sea has rebelled and declared independence, directing his forces towards Chaoga. What is your opinion on this matter? Sun Rong stepped forward and spoke. Master, this king of Pingling leads the Eastern E-tribes, descendants of the Qiyu and Jiuli clans, who have long harbored treasonous intentions. Observing the internal strife within the Shang Dynasty and the disunity among the feudal lords, they have thus taken up arms to establish their own rule. The only course of action is to suppress this king of Pingling. When Zhong nodded slightly, what you say, Dr. Sun, holds merit. Should the Shang Dynasty flourish, the Eastern E would surely submit. However, if the Shang were to decline, the Eastern E would become a threat. This clan respects power but lacks virtue. Only by demonstrating the might of the Shang army will they be brought to heel. Nonetheless, I must preside over the court and cannot personally lead the troops in a battle. As he spoke, Master Wen's gaze fell upon Ji Li at Ning Ze. Yi Li, where is Ning Ze? Upon hearing this, Ning Ze immediately stepped forward and saluted. I am here, my lord. I command you both to lead an army of 80,000 to the Eastern Sea and eradicate the kingdom of Pingling. There must be no errors. Understood. Ning Ze and Ji Li accepted the military order and stepped aside. A flicker of concern stirred within Ning Ze. The kingdom of Pingling would not be easily subdued. Situated within the lands of the Eastern E, descendants of Qiyu and Jiuli, their people were known for their fierce nature. According to the annals of the Fengshan narrative, it took Wenzhong, a peak golden immortal, over a year with 200,000 troops to pacify the kingdom of Pingling. If he were to falter, he could seek aid from the Jie sect. Thus, it was evident that formidable warriors resided within the kingdom of Pingling. The Jiuli clan has historically resisted the rule of the Central Plains, witnessing the decline of the Shang. It was only logical for them to seize the opportunity to rise in revolt. Regardless of the outcome, as long as there was a battle to be fought, I could acquire experience points to elevate my cultivation. This could be considered a blessing. Should we truly find ourselves at a disadvantage, we could always call for reinforcement from Chaoga. Having received the military order, the two made their way to the military camp in Chaoga to assemble their 80,000 elite soldiers. The following day, Ning Ze and Ji Li led their forces out of Chaoga City, heading towards the Eastern Sea. The 80,000 soldiers, clad in resplendent armor and bearing fluttering banners, marched forth with great momentum, advancing towards the kingdom of Pingling. After a journey spanning half a month, the troops encamped at the foot of the Taiyang Mountains. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars echoed from within the mountains, growing louder as they approached the Shang army's encampment. The soldiers of the Shang were filled with trepidation. Ning Ze, equally astonished, quickly issued orders for the troops to fortify their positions within the camp and, along with Ji Li, ventured out to investigate. In the twilight, pairs of green eyes appeared around the encampment. These were monstrous beasts, tigers, leopards, wolves, and serpents, swarming down from the Taiyang Mountains in countless numbers. Ning Ze and Ji Li were taken aback by the sight. What shall we do? Ji Li turned his gaze towards Ning Ze. Ning Ze responded hastily. These ferocious beasts do not come in peace. It seems they are being manipulated by someone. Have you heard that there are those within the Taiyang Mountains who can command beasts? Upon hearing this, Ji Li's heart sank. It must be them. Who? The Mu Ling clan. What is the origin of the Wood Spirit clan? Ning Ze inquired hastily. Ji Li replied, the Wood Spirit clan is one of the 9 Li of Qiyu, residing amidst the Taiyang Mountains. In the past, during the great conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu's forces, this clan, adept in the art of beast mastery, posed considerable challenges for the Yellow Emperor's army. It appears that the Wood Spirit clan has allied with the Pingling Kingdom to ambush our Shang forces. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze was greatly alarmed. He commanded all Shang soldiers to ignite bonfires. Should the fires prove insufficient, they could dismantle the encampment. If ferocious beasts were to attack, they would repel them with fire arrows, for these creatures instinctively feared flames. Thus, Ning Ze swiftly made his decision. Outside the encampment, wild beasts gathered in increasing numbers. Halting a mile away, eyeing the Shang army with predatory intent. Bonfires blazed in front of the Shang camp, casting a fierce glow that rendered the beasts even more fearsome. Soldiers gripped their longbows tightly, nocking arrows, and anxiously fixed their gaze on the colossal creatures nearby. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the mountains. The echoing calls reverberated through the air. The beasts responded with deafening roars. As the monstrous figures surged forward towards the Shang soldiers, Ning Ze felt a jolt of apprehension. These giant beasts did not seem to fear the flames at all. As they approached, Geely waved his hand and bellowed, "Fire!" Instantly, a volley of flaming arrows shot into the sky, resembling a meteor shower as they descended upon the pack of beasts. The arrows struck with resounding thuds. Many beasts were ignited by the flames, their blood splattering forth. Several were felled on the spot, yet many others broke through, charging towards the Shang ranks, where soldiers swiftly met them with blades. As the first wave of fire fell, the remaining beasts rushed forward. "Form ranks," Geely commanded. The soldiers in the front immediately raised their shields. From within the shields, spears over a yard long jutted out, planted firmly into the ground. This formation was a common tactic against cavalry charges, capable of penetrating the mounts of the enemy. Now, Geely employed this formation against the ferocious beasts with equal effectiveness. Countless beasts were impaled by the spears. However, some of the larger beasts leapt high, evading the spear's attack, landing amidst the Shang ranks. The rear guard, equipped with swords and shields, rushed forward to slay the isolated beasts. As the creatures fell, various items dropped from them. Ning Ze, wielding his battle knife, surveyed the battlefield while assimilating the items dropped by the beasts. Ding, you have fused the white item Cheetah's agility, enhancing your movement speed and agility. Ding, you have fused the green item Grizzly Bear's might, further augmenting your strength and constitution. Ding, you have fused the green item Tiger's swiftness, boosting your strike speed and agility. Each type of beast dropped items based on its inherent attributes. As Ning Ze wielded his weapon, vanquishing the colossal beasts that charged through the battlefield, he simultaneously absorbed the fallen word fragments, gradually enhancing his prowess. With each passing second, monstrous creatures were felled by his arrows. However, as time progressed, an increasing number of these behemoths breached the Deshang defensive line, resulting in casualties among the Deshang soldiers. At that very moment, from the distant mountains, the sound of a horn resonated once more. Thunderous roars echoed as several titanic entities emerged from the mountains. One of them, a gigantic bear towering over 3 zhang, brandished a formidable wolf-tooth club, its robust form causing the ground to tremble with each step. A magnificent striped tiger, measuring 4 zhang in length, with eyes gleaming like bronze bells, stalked forth from a nearby woods, casting a menacing gaze upon the Deshang military camp. Additionally, a colossal lion, ablaze with fiery energy, and a 10 zhang long golden-scaled python emerged, alongside a massive azure wolf exceeding 1 zhang in length. In total, 8 monstrous beings manifested beyond the battlefield. Ning Ze sensed a subtle fluctuation of magical energy emanating from these creatures. It was evident that they had awakened their intelligence and entered the realm of cultivation. Strangely, they appeared to be under the control of the Wood Spirit clan. Chapter 25. The Wood Spirit clan, descendants of the Jiu Li, 8 true beasts emerge. The ferocity of the other wild beasts momentarily subsides, and many even retreat. Soon, these 8 colossal creatures come to a halt 500 meters away from the grand caravan, their fierce gazes fixed upon the soldiers of the merchant camp. All the savage beasts withdraw behind these 8 formidable beings, poised to launch an assault. The merchant soldiers, taken aback, tightly gripped their weapons. These 80,000 troops, are seasoned warriors, having followed General Wen in numerous campaigns and have witnessed various grand spectacles. However, confronted with such magnificent creatures, they cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Ning Ze casts a glance towards Geely and states, "General Geely, take charge of the camp. I shall handle these 8 beasts." Despite their massive forms, the magical prowess of these creatures is not particularly high. Ning Ze is confident in his ability to slay them. "Very well. Do exercise caution," Geely responds. Indeed, Ning Ze nods slightly. At that moment, the sound of horns reverberates once again. Countless ferocious beasts, under the command of the 8 colossal entities, charge towards the formation of the merchant army. It is at this instant that Ning Ze springs into action. His figure resembles a whirlwind as he dashes forward, meeting the first giant beast, a massive bear. Boom! The giant bear swings its massive arms towards Ning Ze. With swift precision, Ning Ze's battle blade arcs through the air, targeting the creature's midsection. Thud! The bear's body is cleaved in two, its upper half propelled several meters away before it crashes to the ground. With an unwilling roar, it convulses a few times before succumbing to its fate. 2 orange tokens fall to the ground. With a casual wave, Ning Ze fuses the tokens. Ding! You have fused the orange token fury of explosion, significantly enhancing your strength. Ding! You have fused the orange token form of the giant bear, greatly augmenting your defensive capabilities. As the prompts sound, Ning Ze transforms into a whirlwind once more, racing toward another beast. Before he arrives, the gleam of his blade descends from the heavens. The giant creature, caught unawares, is swiftly bisected by Ning Ze's strike. More tokens cascade down. Ding! You have fused the orange token flame of the fire lion, gaining insight into the essence of fire magic. Ding! You have fused the orange token regal demeanor, bestowing a formidable pressure upon beasts, inducing significant deterrent effects. Ding! You have fused the token lion's flame speed, greatly enhancing your mobility. After dispatching the Fire Cloud Lion King, Ning Ze acquires 3 additional orange tokens. With their enhancement, his prowess becomes even more formidable. In his northern campaign against Yuan Fudong, Ning Ze fused countless white tokens, and with their cumulative effect, he is uncertain of the extent to which his strength has grown. Moreover, his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Of course, this level of cultivation is trivial in the context of the divine path. Ning Ze seldom relies on magical powers, sensing that his physical attacks are far more potent than his magical ones. Following the defeat of the Fire Cloud Lion King, he charges toward the Azure Wolf. Before the swift speed, reflexes, and attack prowess of Ning Ze, the Blue Wolf King had no time to react and was cleaved in 2 by Ning Ze's warhorse. Similarly, he claimed 2 orange attributes. The 8 colossal beasts fell before they could breach the great merchant S formation, all obliterated by Ning Ze. Amidst the horde of beasts, Ning Ze suddenly unleashed his magical power, issuing a fierce command as his battle blade swept through the air. A colossal arc of blade light, spanning over 10 zhong, flashed through the beast swarm. With a resounding thud, countless sprays of blood erupted skyward. Within a radius of more than 10 zhong around Ning Ze, every creature was vanquished. A multitude of attributes cascaded to the ground. Witnessing Ning Ze's extraordinary valor, the morale of the great merchant soldiers surged, erupting in waves of admiration. Even Geely could not help but nod slightly. He distinctly sensed that Ning Ze, compared to his initial appearance, had grown significantly more formidable. Could it be that this individual had been concealing his true strength all along? No wonder Master held such unwavering trust in him. Just then, a horn sounded from the distant mountains. All the fierce beasts retreated as if they had never existed, leaving behind a litter of carcasses. Seeing the beasts withdraw, the great merchant soldiers finally relaxed. Ning Ze returned to the camp, where he found Ji Li frowning, staring blankly at the ground strewn with beast corpses. Although the beasts had retreated, it was likely that enemies lurked nearby. "We cannot afford to let our guard down," Geely remarked as he noticed Ning Ze approaching. Indeed, the Wood Spirit clan is indeed quite troublesome. Ning Ze nodded slightly and responded, "They are hiding in the Taiyang Mountains, Eradicating them will not be an easy task. Let's discuss this again after dawn, Geely stated, then commanded his soldiers to skin some of the beast corpses for roasting, while also ordering the burial of the fallen soldiers. Finally, dawn broke. Geely directed the soldiers to move away from the Taiyang Mountains and set up camp in the plains, digging trenches around the encampment and placing sharp blades within. Should the fierce beasts fall into these trenches, they would be impaled by the deadly blades. Observing Elias steady command, Ning Ze felt a quiet admiration. Truly, as a disciple of Master One, his adaptability deserved recognition as a general. It was a pity that Geely had always lived in the shadow of Master One, never able to shine in his own right. Once everything was arranged, Geely and Ning Ze gathered in the central tent for discussion. Geely took the main seat, while Ning Ze sat to his right. Gentlemen, we can be certain that last night's attack came from the Wood Spirit clan. It is evident that they have allied with King Pingling, intending to thwart our great merchant convoy. If we do not address the Wood Spirit clan, they will surely become a scourge. The assembled generals nodded in agreement. However, the Wood Spirit clan is entrenched in the Taiyang Mountains, familiar with the terrain. If we lead our troops into the mountains, we would likely fall into their ambush, facing grave danger. Therefore, we must devise an alternative strategy. Ning Ze stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Wood Spirit clan holds dominion over the Taiyang Mountains, and annihilating them is no trivial challenge. After pondering, Ning Ze remarked, if they're hiding in the mountains, indeed, they are difficult to deal with, and exterminating them will be even more arduous. Last night, the Wood Spirit clan witnessed the might of our merchant army and are unlikely to launch an attack lightly. General Geely, it would be prudent for me to venture forth, ascertain the whereabouts of the Wood Spirit clan, and uncover any possible strategies to counter them. Geely nodded slightly. At this stage, we have no choice but to proceed thus. General Ning, exercise caution during your undertaking. The Wood Spirit clan has a lineage that spans countless years, and there may well be formidable warriors among them. Ning Ze bid farewell to the assembled generals and departed the great merchant camp, making his way towards the Taiyang Mountains. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Taiyang Mountains, he employed the wind manipulation technique, soaring into the void and delving into the heart of the range. The Taiyang Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, with ancient trees towering above and peaks rising dramatically. Locating the dwelling of the Wood Spirit clan is no simple task. Ning Ze extended his consciousness, navigating through the mountains, continuously searching for traces of the Wood Spirit clan. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Maiden, Celestial-Level Attributes in the Heart of the Taiyang Mountains. Ning Ze sought the traces of the Wood Spirit clan. Indeed, it was not long before he discovered numerous tribes nestled deep within the mountains. The scale of these tribes suggested a population of no less than 100,000. This must be the Wood Spirit clan, residing within the Taiyang Mountains and not yielding to the Deshang. The Wood Spirit clan rarely ventured outside, seemingly isolating themselves from the mundane world. As descendants of the Jiuli, they had presumably pledged allegiance to the Pingling king. Logically, Ning Ze bore little animosity towards such a peaceful and uncontentious race. However, the Wood Spirit clan's recent assault on the Deshang had undeniably woven a thread of fate between them. Descending upon the mountain peak, Ning Ze gazed towards the tribes below. He observed many of the tribesfolk busily traversing the mountain paths in a singular direction. Children clad in peculiar garments frolicked in the open grounds of the tribe. This truly appeared to be a paradise beyond the mundane. The Wood Spirit clan excelled in beast mastery, and with the abundance of wild creatures in the Taiyang Mountains, they, despite not engaging in agriculture, never lacked for sustenance. It was no wonder they chose to conceal themselves within the mountains, minimizing contact with the outside world. At that moment, a voice rang in Ning Ze's ear. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Startled, he turned to find a girl dressed in vibrant attire, perched atop a creature resembling a lion but adorned with two horns. Smiling at him mischievously, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Ning Ze asked, "Who are you?" The girl, still grinning, replied, "I'm just here to play." "And you?" Lurking around and glancing about, "Clearly aren't he a good person?" Ning Ze felt a surge of caution. This girl might very well be a member of the Wood Spirit clan. If she discovered his intentions towards her kin, she might strike unexpectedly. He pointed towards the wood spirit clan's people along the mountain path and inquired, "Aren't you curious where they are headed?" "Why should I be curious?" she responded, her smile unwavering, though her words were perplexing, leaving Ning Ze momentarily speechless. "You're not curious, but I am, so I wish to see," Ning Ze declared, and with a swift motion, he invoked the wind manipulation technique, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the opposite mountain peak. However, when he thought he had evaded her, a glance back revealed the girl still seated upon her beast, grinning at him. A wave of cold sweat broke out on Ning Ze's brow. The Wood Spirit clan had such formidable individuals among them. He had underestimated the situation. "What do you want following me?" Ning Ze questioned. "Am I following you?" The girl laughed. "I arrived here, and you just happened to come here. So how can you say I'm following you?" "Oh, how fortunate. I also wanted to come from that side to this side. How can you claim I'm following you?" "Very well." Ning Ze activated his divine powers, moving swiftly and crossing over more than 10 mountain peaks in an instant. When he turned around, he found the girl still trailing behind him. "You." Ning Ze felt on the verge of despair. Clearly, the creature beneath her was far swifter than he, making it impossible for him to shake her off. "Do you find this amusing?" Ning Ze asked, exasperated. "Extremely amusing," she replied with delight. "Who are you, truly?" Ning Ze pressed once more. "Then who are you?" The girl retorted. "I am Ning Ze, a great general of the merchant clan. I have revealed my name. Now it is your turn to share yours." "Why should I tell you my name just because you told me yours?" The girl countered. Ning Ze's face turned pale with frustration. It was the first time he had been so playfully mocked. "All right, you are impressive." Ning Ze dismissed her entirely and turned back towards the Muling tribe. There, he observed the tribe members gathering by a deep pool along the mountain path. Beside the pool stood an altar upon which sat 8 pairs of young boys and girls, indicating that the Muling clan was engaged in a sacrificial ceremony. They were worshipping the deep pool. Could it be that something of great power resided within? Ning Ze extended his consciousness and found nothing unusual beneath the surface of the water. The Muling clan was indeed performing a human sacrifice, offering young boys and girls as tributes. If a powerful entity resided within the pool, it surely must be a sinister being or a monster. At that moment, thousands of Muling tribesmen began to perform a strange dance, their voices rising in fervent chanting. An elder, resembling a clan leader, ascended the altar and knelt before the pool. What were they doing? It looked so peculiar and entertaining. The girl behind Ning Ze remarked curiously, "Are you asking me?" Ning Ze felt a spark of intrigue. Her question indicated she was not one of the Muling people. "Well, there are only you and me here. If I do not ask you, who should I ask?" She replied. "If you ask me, I will answer," Ning Ze responded. The girl paused, then laughed. "A grown man are indeed petty. If you choose not to answer, so be it. You think I can't see that they are worshipping a dragon?" "A dragon?" Ning Ze felt a chill. The fact that he had not detected the dragon with his consciousness suggested that its power surpassed his own. The girl's ability to discern the dragon affirmed that her prowess was also far greater than his. Indeed, the Muling tribesmen had ceased their dance, all bowing down to the ground. "We beseech the divine dragon to reveal itself," they chanted in unison. Suddenly, the waters of the deep pool erupted, and a resounding dragon's roar filled the air as a massive azure dragon soared from the depths, its jaws open wide, lunging towards the sacrificial boys and girls. What a fearsome dragon! It was devouring the children of the tribe. Ning Ze was taken aback. At that moment, a light laugh echoed beside him. "Little mudfish, do you dare harm others?" A beam of light shot forth, transforming mid-flight into an enormous luminous net that ensnared the azure dragon. Sensing the imminent threat, the dragon roared and ascended, attempting to break free from the net. The net shimmered with radiant light, quickly ensnaring the dragon. Meanwhile, the girl began to chant an incantation, sending several slender beams of light shooting towards the dragon, piercing its crown and vanishing within. Before the Qinglong could even utter a cry, its primordial spirit was swiftly severed, captured by the girl with a mere gesture, encompassing both the dragon and its net. Several luminous orbs descended from the Qinglong's form. Entries. Ning Ze could not contain his joy. He hastily pointed his hand, merging the orbs. Beat. You have merged the celestial level entry ancient giant dragon bloodline, gaining the enhancement of the true blood of the ancient giant dragon, significantly augmenting your roots and physical body. Beep. You have merged the purple entry true understanding of water, greatly enhancing your comprehension of water attribute divine abilities. Beep. You have merged the celestial level entry 3,000 years of mana, acquiring 3,000 years of cultivation. Beep. You have merged the entry celestial water dragons chant, comprehending the profound secrets of water system divine arts. Water dragons chant. Chapter 27. The remorse of Jumong. The divine words, the fusion of several high-level attributes left Ning Ze elated. However, the sudden disappearance of the Azure Dragon sent the Wood Spirit clan into chaos. This is not good. The Dragon God has been taken. Who could it be? The members of the Wood Spirit clan looked around in disarray, while Ning Ze swiftly concealed himself behind a massive rock. Yet, the young girl remained unperturbed, declaring, "I am right here." With a flick of her wrist, a luminous net ascended, revealing the lifeless form of the Azure Dragon within. In an instant, the Wood Spirit clan sounded the alarm. Echoes of beastly roars reverberated through the mountains as countless colossal creatures rushed toward them. Observing the unfolding scene, Ning Ze shifted his form and retreated into the distance. He was not afraid of the beasts. Rather, he was wary of being discovered by the Wood Spirits, which would lead to complications. Meanwhile, the girl leisurely rode atop a giant beast, soaring through the skies as she retracted the radiant net. After traversing several mountain peaks, Ning Ze finally came to a halt. To his surprise, the girl appeared beside him. "You are quite amusing. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Long Ji, residing at the Phoenix Mountain, Qinghuan do Quebec. Do visit me for some fun." Long Ji, Phoenix Mountain. Ning Ze's heart skipped a beat as he finally recognized the identity of the girl before him. She was none other than Princess Long Ji, the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor in the Celestial Court. According to the records of the Investiture of the Gods, Princess Long Ji, known for her mischievous nature, had offended the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool and was subsequently banished from Phoenix Mountain. Ultimately, she emerged to assist the Western Qi, breaking the fiery formation of Luo Xian and saving the city of Western Qi. She later allied herself with the Western Qi, only to be ensnared by the matchmaker, ultimately marrying Hong Jin and ascending to the Investiture of the Gods. Of course, Ning Ze understood that the reasons behind these events were far more complex than they appeared. Had it not been for extraordinary circumstances, the Yao Pool would not have permitted their daughter to descend to the mortal realm, nor would they have allowed her name to be inscribed on the Investiture of the Gods. This was likely the result of someone else's machinations. Noticing Ning Ze still in a daze, Princess Long Ji remarked, "You wish to uncover the secrets of the Wood Spirit clan, do you not? I shall not hesitate to share a few tidbits." The Wood Spirit clan is one of the Jiuli tribes, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the primordial Wood Shaman Jumong. This Azure Dragon is indeed the very dragon that Jumong rides, an ancient divine beast. However, during the War of Witches and Demons, the Azure Dragon was injured and fell here, requiring the consumption of the Wood Spirit clan's young to restore its strength. It has yet to fully recover. Otherwise, it would be quite easy for me to handle it. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, Princess Long Ji mounted her divine beast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ning Ze, watching her vanish, stroked his chin with a hint of a wry smile. He did not return immediately to the Wood Spirit clan, but instead sat cross-legged atop the mountain peak, fully comprehending the attributes he had previously fused. The ancient true dragon bloodline attribute provided immense enhancement to his physical form, and combined with the numerous beast attributes and the soldier's white attribute, Ning Ze's strength had become formidable. The water true understanding attribute granted him profound insight into water-based divine abilities, enabling him to master water spells and techniques with remarkable swiftness in the future. And that was not all. This time, he integrated the water dragon chant into his understanding, culminating in the manifestation of the water-based divine ability known as water dragon chant. This ability harnesses the art of water manipulation to condense water elements into a formidable water dragon, capable of striking adversaries with immense power. Additionally, the enhancement of 3,000 years of cultivation significantly augmented his prowess. With the fusion of the verse, Ning Ze's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of celestial realms, just a hair's breadth away from the realm of profound immortality. Familiar with his newfound capabilities, Ning Ze rose to his feet. With a flicker of movement, he reappeared atop the mountain where he had originally stood. The deep pool below remained unchanged, yet the inhabitants of the wood spirit tribe had vanished without a trace. Extending his spiritual awareness, Ning Ze soon discerned something extraordinary within the depths of the pool. This revelation was a result of his profound comprehension of the true essence of water, which had deepened significantly. Otherwise, he would not have made such a discovery. With a swift motion, Ning Ze landed at the edge of the deep pool, employing the true essence of water to part the waters below. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the depths. The pool extended 100 fathoms deep, widening as he descended. Following his instincts, he searched the bottom of the pool. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cavern. The cave appeared to be sealed by a magical formation, devoid of water within. As Ning Ze entered the cavern, he marveled at the surroundings. Venturing deeper, he soon beheld a stone statue standing within, depicting a bird-headed figure with a human face. Standing atop 2 dragons, undoubtedly the statue of Jumang. To Ning Ze's astonishment, he perceived a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the statue. As he stepped closer, a thunderous voice erupted from within the statue. "Who dares to intrude upon my cavern?" A shadowy figure surged forth from the statue, drifting before Ning Ze. Jumang, the remnant soul of the ancestral shaman. No, that is incorrect. The shaman tribe possesses no primordial spirit, thus lacking a soul. It must be a lingering thought. I am Ning Ze, a junior who has inadvertently stumbled upon this place. It is indeed a great honor to witness the true visage of the ancestral shaman, he said, offering a slight bow. Begone. This is not a place for you, the remnant of Jumang bellowed. Ning Ze furrowed his brow and replied, I shall take my leave at once. But before his voice could fade, he suddenly erupted into action, his magical energy surging as he wielded his battle knife, striking toward the remnant of Jumang. Jumang's words were cut short as the blade's light swept across. With a resounding crack, the statue was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground. The remnant of Jumang dissipated into the void, leaving behind 2 shimmering, multicolored verses that fell to the ground. Could one truly acquire verses this way? Ning Ze was filled with a mix of surprise and delight as he hastily turned his gaze to the verses. Wood Manipulation Genesis, Divine Level Verse. By integrating this verse, one may comprehend a fragment of the wood principle, manifesting wood-based divine abilities to accelerate the growth of myriad trees, revitalizing them. Wood Spirit Possession, Divine Level Verse. By integrating this verse, one may comprehend the divine ability of wood spirit possession, wielding the wood principle against foes while greatly enhancing one's own recovery of magical energy. 2 divine level verses. Ning Ze was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly chose to merge the 2 verses. As the system notification chimed, the integration of the 2 verses was declared a success. Ning Ze immediately sat cross-legged, fully comprehending these 2 divine attributes. The deity Jiangmu, the progenitor of the wood element, governs the laws of wood. Upon merging these attributes, Ning Ze also acquired a fragment of the power of the wood laws, a force that embodies the very essence of the laws themselves. Even attaining the pinnacle of the Tao, it remains exceedingly challenging to master such laws. Holding on to this fragment of law power, Ning Ze waved his hand, and at once, countless vines emerged from the ground. These vines, adorned with sharp barbs, danced like whips under the command of Ning Ze's intent. Is this the might bestowed by the mastery of laws? If wielded against foes, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for his adversaries. Overwhelmed with joy and astonishment, Ning Ze hastily retracted his divine powers and rose to his feet. Chapter 28. The successor of Jumang. Ning Ze encountered the lingering remnant of Jumang, greeting it with utmost respect. Little did he anticipate that this mere trace of Jumang would command him to leave. Consequently, he vanquished it, obtaining 2 divine-level inscriptions in the process. After deciphering these inscriptions, Ning Ze explored the depths of his cave dwelling, but found little of value before emerging from the abyss. Upon reaching a hillside not far from the Mu Ling tribe, Ning Ze gazed down at the gathering of countless tribespeople. Many were weeping openly, mourning the loss of the divine beast, the Azure Dragon. One could only wonder if they would attempt to raid the merchant camp that night. Choosing to remain, Ning Ze stayed on the hillside, observing the movements of the Mu Ling tribesmen. As dusk approached, the crowd gradually dispersed, indicating that they had no intentions of assaulting the merchants that evening. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden roar echoed from the mountains, signaling the approach of wild beasts. A throng of ferocious creatures emerged from the depths of the Taiyang Mountains, each pack accompanied by a member of the Mu Ling tribe atop their backs, sounding a deep horn. They were gathering their forces, undoubtedly planning an attack on the merchant camp. Ning Ze's heart raced with urgency. The sheer number of beasts was formidable, and an assault on the merchant encampment would likely result in significant casualties. It was imperative to thwart their plans. With a swift motion, Ning Ze transformed into a whirlwind, alighting upon a grand tree not far from the tribe. Extending his consciousness, he absorbed the situation within the tribe into his mind. Indeed, he overheard a discussion within one of the huts. The chieftain, numerous powerful beasts have gathered, and the merchant convoy has yet to depart. Tonight, we shall inflict heavy losses upon them, one man declared. Another responded, that merchant general from last night is quite formidable. We intended to summon the divine dragon today to confront the soldiers, but the dragon has been slain. Chieftain, do you think the one who killed the divine dragon is among the merchants' ranks? A deep voice interjected, absolutely not. The slayer of the divine dragon is a woman, likely sent from above. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze's figure flickered, and he descended into the room. Who goes there? Inside, more than 10 men were gathered. An elder, seated at the head, was undoubtedly the chieftain. Their surprise at Ning Ze's sudden appearance was palpable as they drew their weapons, their fierce auras locking onto him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Ze swiftly crossed the distance to the chieftain, reaching out to seize him. His strategy was simple: capture the leader, and the others would be deterred from attacking, perhaps even abandoning their plans for the evening. However, Ning Ze's assumptions proved overly simplistic. The chieftain suddenly crouched low and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, several individuals from behind surged towards him. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Ning Ze remained unperturbed. With a flick of his hand, numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his assailants and rendering them immobile. He had invoked the wood element principles he had just comprehended. A voice of astonishment echoed at the entrance as the clan leader arrived. Who are you? How do you possess the essence of the divine dragon and the aura of our ancestors? The elder inquired sternly. Ning Ze immediately grasped the situation. Having absorbed the essence of the Azure Dragon and the remnants of the words from the deity, he inadvertently emanated their presence while wielding his powers. With a wave of his hand, he retracted his divine abilities and declared, I am Ning Ze, a general of the great Shang. Last night, my forces were attacked by you, hence I came to investigate. You, of the Wood Spirit clan, reside within the Taiyang Mountains, detached from worldly affairs. Why do you trouble my army? The clan leader retorted. I must inquire of you. Why does your aura bear resemblance to that of my Wood Spirit ancestors? Is there a connection between you and my lineage? Ning Ze, with a clever glint in his eye, replied, in my youth, I encountered a remarkable individual who claimed a bond with me, bestowing a certain power within my being before departing. That divine ability you witnessed was a result of my own comprehension of that power. He certainly would not divulge that he had vanquished the remnants of the clan's ancestors, letting the fortuitous words descend upon him, instead fabricating an excuse. The clan leader hastily prostrated himself in reverence, exclaiming, You must be the descendant of my Wood Spirit ancestors. I beg your pardon. The others within the dwelling followed suit, bowing to Ning Ze. In that moment, Ning Ze found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Very well, descendant I shall be regarded as. But might I ask why you attacked the great Shang convoy? This time, the Wood Spirit clan leader's demeanor shifted dramatically, as he quickly replied. The king of the East Sea, Ping Ling, sent envoys to implore us to intercept the great Shang convoy. Thus we complied. You heed the words of the king of the East Sea? Ning Ze queried. The clan leader responded, as fellow descendants of Julie, we, the Wood Spirit clan, have maintained relations with the East Sea Pingling Kingdom and consider them allies. Ah, I see. As long as the Wood Spirit clan has not allied with the Pingling King, matters will be much more manageable, Ning Ze remarked. This time, the Pingling King has rebelled, and my lord has tasked me with leading troops to quell the Pingling Kingdom. I hope you will not obstruct us. Of course, the clan leader assured. You are indeed a descendant of our ancestors, and we shall not trouble you further. However, did your forebears ever mention a request for assistance from us? Ning Ze pondered for a moment, then replied. It seems there was mention of the Wood Spirit clan offering sacrifices of young boys and girls, which he found rather distasteful. He claimed that the dragon you worship is a demonic creature, and should I grow powerful, I would come to eradicate this beast. Ah, I see. The Wood Spirit clan members reacted with understanding. That celestial maiden must be the ally you summoned. We have long suspected that the creature in the deep pool was indeed a demonic dragon. This confirms our suspicions. Ning Ze conversed further with the clan members, who assured him that they would no longer hinder the great Shang convoy. Finally, he declined their repeated invitations to visit, promising to do so when time permitted, and departed the Taiyang Mountains, making his way back to the great Shang encampment. Upon returning to the camp, Ji Li promptly approached with the other generals. General Ning, what is the situation? Have you discerned the whereabouts of the Wood Spirit clan? Ji Li inquired. Ning Ze nodded, affirming that the matter had indeed been resolved. After negotiations with the Wood Spirit clan, they had consented to cease their hostilities against the Grand Merchant Convoy. Upon hearing this, the assembled generals could hardly contain their elation. Had the Wood Spirits chosen to oppose the merchants, it would have posed a significant challenge, severing the army's retreat. Now, this vexing dilemma had been finally settled. General Ning, you have achieved yet another remarkable feat, Ji Li exclaimed with joy. Indeed, throughout the entire night, the Wood Spirit clan did not attempt to assault the camp, allowing them to pass the night in peace. The generals understood that Ning Ze's words held truth. The following morning, the army broke camp and set forth towards the Eastern Sea. They had not traveled far when a rider approached swiftly from behind. The steed was a magnificent one, galloping with great speed, and the rider shouted, "Wait." Chapter 29. Deng Chanyu. In was benevolence, a young general clad in silver robe atop a white steed swiftly approached. Ning Ze, upon returning on horseback, was surprised to find that the visitor was none other than Deng Chanyu. What brings you here? Ning Ze inquired with curiosity. Deng Chanyu replied, after returning to the Three Mountains Pass, I found myself rather bored, so I came to Chaoga City in search of you. Upon hearing that you had taken troops to confront the Eastern Sea's Pingling King, I hastened to catch up. Ning Ze, you truly lack consideration. You did not inform me of your expedition, she chided lightly. Ning Ze, with a faint smile, responded, I must admit my oversight. Nevertheless, your arrival is fortuitous. Let us proceed to meet General Ji. The two rode forward, and upon seeing Deng Chanyu's arrival, General Ji expressed his delight. With General Deng's presence, our forces have gained a significant ally. As the group marched onward, pausing intermittently, they soon arrived at the Eastern Sea territory, where a formidable pass lay before them. The banner of the Great Shang, emblazoned with the Xian Niao, fluttered above the pass. The entrance bore the inscription Xian Ing Pass in grand characters. Ji remarked, once we surpass Xian Ing Pass, we shall enter the domain of the Pingling Kingdom. This pass serves as one of the eastern bulwarks of the Great Shang, defended by the brothers Hu Lei and Hu Shang. Among them, Hu Lei is my junior disciple, a disciple of the Fire Spirit Holy Mother under Duobao. Ning Ze nodded subtly, well aware of the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, who had met her demise at the hands of Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi had seized the Fire Spirit Holy Mother's golden crown to provoke Duobao, inciting Tongtian's wrath and leading to the establishment of the extermination sword formation. The brothers Hu Lei and Hu Shang, despite their mediocre abilities, were an enigma in their capacity to guard Xianing Pass. As the soldiers atop the walls spotted the approaching army of the Great Shang, They hastily reported the arrival within the gates. Shortly thereafter, the gates swung open, and a contingent of horsemen galloped forth, led by the imposing figures of Hu Sheng and Hu Lei. "Greetings, senior brother." Hu Lei stepped forward to pay his respects to Geely. Geely stated, "The Pingling King has rebelled. The Grand Tutor has commanded us to lead our forces against him. Let us enter the pass and discuss further." The Hu brothers welcomed the great Shang army into Xianing Pass. Upon reaching the military barracks within, the various commanders took their seats. Geely then inquired, "What news do we have regarding the movements of the Pingling Kingdom?" Hu Lei responded, "According to reports from our scouts, the Pingling King has gathered numerous tribes, amassing an army of 200,000, preparing to invade the Great Shang and seize our territory. They are now poised for action and will soon approach our gates. Given this situation, we shall remain within Xianing Pass and await the arrival of the Pingling King's forces. When they come, we shall deliver a decisive blow," Geely declared. Ning Ze concurred, "This plan is indeed prudent, alleviating much of our burden. The Xianing Pass as a shield will certainly minimize our casualties." The great Shang army settled within Xianing Pass, awaiting the impending arrival of the Pingling King's forces. As Ning Ze returned to his quarters, he prepared to cultivate and assimilate the 3,000 years of magical power acquired from the Wood Spirit clan, solidifying his own cultivation. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, followed by Deng Chanyu's voice. "Ning Ze, may I enter?" "Come in," he replied. The door swung open, and Deng Chanyu stepped inside. "Please, have a seat and let us converse." Ning Ze invited Deng Chanyu to take a seat and instructed the guards to bring 2 cups of tea, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Nothing much, but one cannot simply visit without reason," Deng Chanyu replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Ning Ze chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, "Indeed, since there is little to occupy my time these days, how about I impart to you the methods of cultivation?" Within the realm of Feng Shun, Deng Chanyu possessed no magical powers, relying solely on the 5 light stones for combat. Though the stones were precise in their strikes, their power was limited. Had she possessed innate magical abilities, their potency would surely have been magnified. Moreover, Ning Ze was aware of Deng Chanyu's affections towards him. Thus he saw no reason to withhold knowledge, and resolved to teach her the path of cultivation to enhance her strength. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu's spirits lifted. "Wonderful. Please remain still while I share the cultivation technique with you." With that, Ning Ze formed several hand seals and directed a beam of light towards her forehead, embedding the essence of the innate spirit absorption technique within her mind. As the information settled into her consciousness, Deng Chanyu felt an extraordinary profundity and promptly expressed her gratitude, stating, "Ning Ze, I shall return to practice this method. Farewell." With that, she exited the room and returned to her quarters. Sitting cross-legged upon her bed, she began to meditate according to the method Ning Ze had imparted. In mere moments, she felt the celestial energies of the universe converge and flow into her being. And within just a few breaths, she entered the realm of Qi induction. Had Ning Ze witnessed this, he would have been utterly astonished. Despite both practicing the same innate spirit absorption technique, Deng Chanyu's rate of cultivation surpassed as by tenfold, if not more. Little did he know, Deng Chanyu was the reincarnation of the goddess Nuwa, possessing the roots of a sage. Should she embark upon the path of cultivation, her future achievements would be boundless. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu led several riders northward. After several days, they arrived at the territory of the Northern Marquis. Jiang Ze and Ji Chong, leading troops, had already besieged and captured over 10 cities, reaching the outskirts of Cheng City. Huang Feihu approached the encampment of the Shiqi army, where guards promptly blocked his passage. "Please inform the Western Marquis that the Martial King Huang Feihu requests an audience," he said. The guard hastily relayed the message to the central tent. Within the central tent, Ji Chong sat at the head, with Jiang Ze at his right, flanked by numerous generals and strategists on either side. "Huang Feihu has arrived?" Upon hearing the guard's report, Ji Chong furrowed his brow and turned his gaze to Jiang Ze. "What do you think is his purpose for coming?" Jiang Ze replied with a smile. "He has come, without a doubt, to persuade you to withdraw our forces. How shall we respond?" Ji Chong inquired further. Jiang Ze stroked his white beard thoughtfully and remarked, This matter is not difficult to handle. The Marquis may take the initiative to persuade Huang Feihu to join us at Shiqi. Huang Feihu, as the martial king of the Shang Dynasty, was loyal and held great esteem within the kingdom. Given the recent edicts from Emperor Xan, he is likely under pressure from Wen Taisher. If my suspicions are correct, the court in Chaoga is now under Wen Taisher's control, and we can leverage this to our advantage. Agreed. We shall follow your counsel, Ji Chong concluded, gesturing, please invite him in. Before long, Huang Feihu entered the grand tent of the Central Army. Ji Chong, accompanied by numerous generals, rose to greet him. Ah, it has been years since we last met. Hearing of the arrival of the king of martial valor fills me with immense joy. Come, have a seat. As Huang Feihu settled down and had yet to utter a word, Ji Chong continued, Your Majesty, this northern Beau Marquis, Chong Hohu, is indeed a treacherous individual. He has sown discord in the court, leading to my imprisonment, while the eastern and southern Beau Marquis have perished. Your arrival is most timely. Together, let us rid ourselves of such treacherous ministers. Huang Feihu furrowed his brow and replied, Western Beau Marquis, the great king has issued a decree of self-reprimand, acknowledging the injustice of your imprisonment in Chaoga, and is willing to offer substantial reparations. He has sent me to persuade you to withdraw your troops, for you, a man of virtue and wisdom, would surely heed the king's summons. Chapter 30. The first battle with the Eastern As Huang Feihu's words echoed in the Grand Hall, he noticed that the atmosphere among the ministers of Western Qi was decidedly tense. The strategist San Yixing slightly inclined his body and remarked, Wuqing Wang, you are undoubtedly more aware of Emperor Xian's nature than we are. He has caused the death of our young Lord Bo Yitzhao and forced the Lord to consume the flesh of his own son. He drove Empress Jiang to her demise, and countless loyal subjects have perished at his hands. A mere edict of repentance cannot absolve him of his sins. Moreover, can we truly believe that Emperor Xian would amend his ways? It is but a temporary ploy in the face of rising turmoil. Upon San Yixing's conclusion, Mao Gongsui rose to speak. Wuqing Wang is a wise man and should understand the prevailing trends of the world. The Shang Dynasty is gravely afflicted, and the only path left is toward annihilation. The assembly of Western Qi generals voiced their opinions, leading Huang Feihu into a contemplative silence. Initially, he had believed that his rapport with Ji Chong would persuade him to withdraw his troops, yet it became apparent that he had been overly naive. Jiang Ze then stood and declared, Wuqing Wang, I have visited Chaoga, and based on my understanding of Emperor Xian, that foolish monarch would never issue a self-reproaching decree, nor would he reform his ways. All of this is orchestrated by Grandmaster Wen. If I am not mistaken, it is Grandmaster Wen Zhong who now holds the reins of power. I advise you, upon your return to Chaoga, to persuade Grandmaster Wen to align himself with Western Qi. Our lord, the Duke of Shibua, is a sagacious leader who has cultivated a prosperous and secure Western Qi. Should Duke Shibua govern the realm, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the common people. Grandmaster Wen is a man of great acumen and will surely recognize this truth. If he were to ally with Western Qi, the Shang would swiftly meet its downfall. Otherwise, should war break out between our two armies, countless lives will be lost. For the sake of the people and the countless soldiers, both you and Grandmaster Wen should submit to Western Qi. You are an astute individual, and I trust you will make a judicious choice. Huang Feihu's heart trembled. He was well aware that Jiang Ze spoke with sound reasoning. Just as he was about to respond, Ji Chong interjected, If Wuqing Wang can yield to me, I, Ji Chong, will personally guarantee your honor. You shall remain a king in Western Qi, bestowed with the king's whip. Should I ever act against the welfare of the people, you have my permission to wield the king's whip against me. What say you? Huang Feihu's heart quaked once more. To wield the king's whip is to hold a position of great power beneath the monarch. Ji Chang's offer was indeed generous. However, the Huang family's legacy was one of loyalty and valor. Surrender would tarnish their reputation. Huang Feihu replied, Duke of Shibua, allow me some time to deliberate. Very well. This evening, I shall personally host a banquet to welcome Wuqing Wang, Ji Chong responded. That night, Ji Chong hosted a feast in honor of Huang Feihu, and the ministers of Western Qi took turns persuading him to ally with them, to which Huang Feihu responded with eloquence. As the banquet concluded, he seized the cover of night, mounted his 5-color divine ox, and departed the western Shi camp, making his way towards Chaoga City. Meanwhile, in Ning Ze, Ji stationed his army at Xianing Pass, awaiting the arrival of King Pingling's forces. Indeed, 10 days later, scouts reported that King Pingling, leading his troops, had set up camp 10 miles beyond Pingling Pass. Ji promptly convened the generals, organized the troops, and inspected the defensive fortifications of Xianing Pass. At this moment, a contingent of troops had already arrayed themselves outside Xianing Pass. A general stepped forward, challenging the fortifications. Ji, accompanied by his fellow commanders, ascended to the ramparts of Xianing Pass. Ning Ze gazed down at the soldiers below, noting that their numbers exceeded 10,000. With 2 generals stationed beneath the grand banner, likely the vanguard of King Pingling. One of them towered over the others, wielding a massive iron spear, his torso bare. The other donned armor and rode a spirited steed. The general outside the fort, brandishing a broadsword, declared with imposing authority, "Youth upon the walls, I am Situ Xian, a commander under King Pingling's banner. Who dares to emerge and engage me in 300 bouts?" Upon witnessing the challenge, Ji turned to his fellow commanders. "Who among you is willing to confront this villain and slay him?" Hu stepped forward, saying, "Senior brother, allow me to go." "Very well, but do exercise caution." Hu accepted the command, grasping his long blade, and with 1,000 soldiers at his back, charged forth from the city, forming a battle line and brandishing his sword. The 2 adversaries exchanged names before clashing fiercely. After a dozen exchanges, Hu struck down the enemy general from his horse. The soldiers of the Great Shang erupted into a chorus of cheers, their morale greatly elevated. Ning Ze stroked his chin, considering Hulei's martial prowess, which he believed to be of moderate caliber. He had previously been captured after a 40-round skirmish with Nangong Shi, and it appeared that this commander under King Pingling was not particularly formidable. He gestured, merging the 2 ordinary items dropped by the fallen general. Upon witnessing the death of his subordinate, the towering general brandished his sword, charging forward without a word, engaging Hu in combat. The general possessed immense strength, and Hu gradually found himself overwhelmed. Just as he intended to retreat, the opponent seized the opportunity, striking him down. However, no items fell from the defeated warrior. Ning Ze inferred that this must be Hulei's substitution technique. The general had merely slain Hulei's doppelganger. As the enemy general celebrated his victory, the troops from Dongyi raised their voices in triumph. Just when everyone assumed Hu had perished, a commander clad in armor and wielding a long blade emerged from Xianing Pass. It was none other than Hu himself. Hu galloped forward, and upon seeing him, the Dongyi general felt a jolt of disbelief. "Huh, are you not dead?" Hu chuckled. "When did you manage to slay me?" The general glanced at the ground, where no trace of Hulei's corpse could be found. "Since you are alive, I shall kill you once more." With that, he charged at Hu again. Hu, wielding his blade, rode forth once more, engaging the general in another 20 rounds before the Dongyi general managed to strike him down. Just as the Dongyi general was about to return in triumph, he was astonished to see Hu emerge again from Xianing Pass. "Young man, do not flee. Let us settle this once and for all." Ning Ze, observing the unfolding spectacle, was queried by Deng Chanyu. "What manner of sorcery does Hu employ? Is he truly invulnerable?" Ning Ze replied, "This is the technique of substitution. Theoretically, he cannot be killed, and furthermore, with each death, his strength increases. Is this not invincibility?" Deng Chanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Ze remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield. On this occasion, Hu engaged the general in battle for over 50 rounds before ultimately being slain by the leader of the Eastern barbarians. Subsequently, Hu surged forth once more from within the confines of the pass. The Eastern barbarian general could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. This man simply could not be vanquished. Should he be slain a few more times, he would undoubtedly fall to this adversary. After once again defeating Hu, the general turned without a glance back and returned to the fray. Hu dashed out again, calling loudly, "You big brute! Why do you not come forth for a duel?" The general retorted, "Your reliance on deceitful techniques does not constitute true skill. Haha, Hulei laughed. If you possess any true prowess, then employ your own deceitful techniques. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a cloud of dust rose in the distance as yet another contingent of Eastern barbarian soldiers charged forth, arriving in the blink of an eye. At the forefront stood a general with fiery red hair and 3 eyes, his visage exceedingly grotesque. Upon seeing this new adversary, the Eastern barbarian general hastily approached to greet him. Chapter 31. The true bloodline of the witch clan Ning Ze stood atop the city wall, gazing at the newly arrived general across the way. From this individual, he sensed an extraordinary aura. Ji Li's voice resounded beside him. That is a person of the witch clan bloodline. The Jiuli tribe is descended from Chi Yu and exhibits ancestral return phenomena. Some humans are born with the witch bloodline. Such individuals, upon maturation, possess formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Indeed, Ning Ze nodded slightly. Then the king of Pingling in the East Sea must also possess the witch bloodline? It is likely, Ji Li affirmed. The monarchy of the Pingling kingdom is not hereditary, but based on capability. To ascend to the throne, one must defeat numerous powerful adversaries. As long as one is of the Jiuli tribe and possesses sufficient strength, they may challenge the Pingling king. If they succeed in defeat, they can claim the title of the new Pingling king. Ji Li continued, thus, the Pingling king is the mightiest among the Eastern people. In this impending battle, should we manage to vanquish the Pingling king and earn his respect, he will undoubtedly withdraw his forces to avoid a full-scale confrontation. Just as the two conversed, the newly arrived general rode a spotted leopard towards Hulei. I have heard that you are invincible. I do not believe it. Let's see. Upon finishing his words, the general leaped high, and with his meteor hammer, he struck down towards Hulei. Seeing this, Hulei hastily met the attack with his blade. Boom! With a resounding crash, Hulei and his men were struck down, reduced to lifeless bodies. The commanders atop the city wall gasped in astonishment. This individual's strength was overwhelming. General Hulei was no match for him. As the general laughed maniacally, Hulei mounted his warhorse and charged out from the city gate. Big guy, let us settle this again. The general, seeing Hulei still alive, was infuriated and rushed forward, swinging his meteor hammer once more. This time, Hulei was again unable to resist and was directly killed by a single blow. Ning Ze shook his head. The disparity in their strengths was far too great. This individual wielded immense power. Indeed, the witch bloodline was not to be taken lightly. One could only imagine the formidable might of the ancient witch clan-esque warriors. The witch clan, inheriting the bloodline of Pangu, emerged from the Panga Hall. Truly the favored children of the primordial world, born warriors. The general before him, though of a relatively low bloodline, was still unmatched by ordinary commanders. Having been slain twice by the Easterny general, Hulei had lost all confidence. Ning Ze turned to Ji Li and said, General Ji, leave this one to me. He was eager to witness the rewards that might drop from slaying a member of the witch clan and could not resist the urge to personally engage the Easterny general. Very well, General Ning, but be cautious. This fellow is indeed powerful. Ning Ze nodded slightly, and with a swift movement, he leaped from a city wall like a great bird, landing before the Eastern general. With his long blade pointed to the ground, he calmly declared, It appears I must meet you in battle. The general, witnessing Ning Ze's descent, recognized him as a formidable opponent. His spirit stirred, and he tightened his grip on his weapon. Very well. Then I shall let you experience the might of my strength. As the sound faded, the general waved his hands, and a meteor hammer, adorned with countless sharp spikes and measuring 3 zhang in diameter, hurtled toward Ning Ze. Before it reached him, a fierce wind surged forth. Observing this, Ning Ze's lips curled slightly as he held his sword with one hand, pointing the blade upward. The sword's gleam met the enormous meteor hammer, penetrating it by half a foot, rendering it incapable of descending further. In that instant, both armies were taken aback. They had witnessed the might of the Eastern commander, realizing that even General Hulei could not withstand a single strike from him. Yet, this formidable blow was effortlessly repelled by General Ning Ze. The soldiers of the Eastern Yi were particularly astonished. In terms of brute strength, the general known as Shang Dynasty was unparalleled, capable of lifting massive boulders with one hand, and personally designated as the god of strength by King Pingling. However, this powerful strike from the god of strength was casually deflected by his opponent. A look of astonishment crossed Shang Dynasty's face. No one had ever endured his meteor hammer. Yet today, this prominent commander had easily thwarted his assault. Oomph. Relinquish your grip. A fierce expression crossed Shang Dynasty's face. Now that the opponent's treasured sword had embedded itself in his meteor hammer, he merely needed to pull back for the weapon to slip from Ning Ze's grasp. With this thought, Shang Dynasty yanked forcefully. The iron chain, as thick as a wrist, became taut, clanging loudly. The chain alone weighed 500 pounds, while the meteor hammer itself was a staggering 6,000 pounds. Nevertheless, no matter how hard Shang Dynasty exerted himself, Ning Ze remained steadfast, holding his sword with one hand, utterly unmoved, as if he felt none of the opposing force. Currently, Ning Ze's strength had reached an unimaginable level, and with the accumulation of attributes, his power continued to grow. It was difficult for even those of the Wu clan's bloodline, let alone a great Wu, to surpass Ning Ze in strength. You cannot budge it. Allow me. Ning Ze smiled faintly, lifting his sword, and with a deft motion, he hoisted Shang Dynasty along with his hammer into the air, casting the 6,000-pound meteor hammer far away, landing 10 zhang beyond. Shang Dynasty fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, endowed with the bloodline of the Wu clan, his physique was remarkably resilient, and he sustained no injuries. Just as he attempted to rise, he saw a figure flash, and Ning Ze had already placed one foot upon his chest. Your strength is still insufficient, Ning Ze stated calmly, applying slight pressure with his foot, driving Shang Dynasty into the earth. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as he spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to his fate. Two attributes manifested upon the ground. Source of strength, purple attribute. Utilize this attribute for a significant increase in power. Bloodline of the Wu, purple attribute. Utilize this attribute to gain a fragment of the Wu clan's bloodline, thereby enhancing the physical body. Acquiring 2 purple attributes is quite a favorable outcome. Ning Ze nodded slightly, merging the 2 attributes before his figure flickered and he landed atop the city wall. Ning Ze, it has been several months since we last met, and you have grown considerably stronger. Deng Chanyu immediately approached, exclaiming with delight. Even Jili could not help but nod slightly. It appeared that a re-evaluation of General Ning's prowess was in order. The brothers Hu Sheng and Hu Lei were particularly in awe of Ning Ze, deeply impressed by his formidable capabilities. Hu Lei had personally experienced the might of Shang Dynasty, yet such a powerful force had shown no resistance against General Ning. Just how formidable was this General Ning? The soldiers defending the city erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring, chanting Ning Ze's name. With such a formidable general as Ning at the helm, were victories not easily within reach? Chapter 32. The dual nature of Earth minds the soldiers of the Eastern Yi and the spirit of the plains, upon witnessing the demise of the mighty war god, found their morale plummeting. The vanguard commander, Situ Xian, was particularly shaken. It seemed that they could only await the arrival of their king's army to subdue the opposing general. With a decisive gesture, he commanded a retreat. The sound of drums echoed as the Eastern Yi and spirit troops promptly withdrew into the distance. Jili chose not to pursue, instead instructing his 2 generals to inspect the defenses atop the city walls, before returning to the military headquarters with the other commanders. Upon their return, the generals took their seats and deliberated for a while before each retired to their respective quarters. On the following day, the Eastern Yi and spirit troops remained silent, refraining from approaching the gates. Ning Ze and Deng Chanyu also chose to remain in their lodgings, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate their magical powers. It was not until the 5th day that the Eastern Yi and Spirit Army finally arrayed themselves outside the Xianing Pass. Upon learning that the enemy forces had once again approached the city, Jili summoned all the generals to observe from the battlements. Below, the scene was a formidable sight. With an overwhelming mass of Eastern Yi and Spirit soldiers, their black banners billowing like waves of darkness. The battlefield was adorned with glinting armor, and spears stood tall like a forest. The enemy's formation appeared as an ocean forged of steel. Before the battle array, more than a dozen generals stood resolutely. Beneath the black war banner, a man donned in a crimson robe and crowned with a regal headdress sat atop a magnificent lion, his cold gaze fixated on the Xianing Pass across from him. An air of grim determination enveloped the battlefield, causing the defenders atop the city walls to instinctively grip their weapons tighter. Ji Li, observing the enemy's well-structured formation, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. It was evident that the Spirit King possessed considerable capabilities, having trained such an elite force. Ning Ze's gaze swept across the enemy ranks, and he was instantly captivated by several of the opposing generals. Each of them exuded a fierce aura characteristic of the Witch clan. Clearly, they bore within them a potent witch bloodline. The Witch clan, renowned for their formidable physical prowess, possessed various awakened abilities due to their differing bloodlines. The greater the witch, the more they could master fundamental laws. It could be said that the Witch clan was a powerful race, having contended with the Monster clan for millennia. Often gaining the upper hand, they were not to be trifled with. As the Eastern E and Spirit Army completed their formation, the Spirit King raised his hand, prompting one of his generals to step forward. Striding to the front of the ranks, the general bellowed, "The enemy who slew General Shang. Do not hesitate to step forward and meet your demise." Ning Ze observed that this general was not clad in armor, but instead wore simple garments and wielded a wooden staff, indicating he was not a physically dominant warrior. It was clear that upon learning of the demise of their powerful general, the opposing forces had conducted their research and dispatched this individual. The audacity to issue a challenge suggested he possessed formidable hidden skills. Nonetheless, since the enemy had called him out, Ning Ze felt compelled to respond. "General Ji, allow me to engage with this commander," Ning Ze said to Ji Li. "Very well. This individual is certainly no ordinary foe. You must proceed with caution." Ji Li replied with a slight nod. "Ning Ze, be careful." Deng Chanyu stepped forward, her expression filled with concern. Ning Ze smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I will not perish so easily. This fellow is as thin as a rake. With a single stroke, I could cleave him in three." Upon hearing Ning Ze's words, Deng Chanyu couldn't help but smile. Ning Ze leaped forward, landing before the general, and declared, "You called for me? I'm the one who has slain that hulking brute. State your name, so I may return and claim my reward after dispatching you." The general shouted, "I am Tuale. Since you have slain the mighty warrior, prepare to meet your end." With that, he pointed a finger, and a tremendous thunderclap echoed through the air as a bolt of lightning descended from the void, hurtling towards Ning Ze. In an instant, Ning Ze sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The lightning struck him, causing his hair to stand on end as the magical energy within him instinctively shielded him. Despite this, he was rendered momentarily paralyzed by the electric surge. Yi Li, witnessing this, was taken aback, while Deng Chanyu grew frantic, quickly summoning the 5 light stone to hurl at the general. Thud! The stone struck the general squarely on the forehead, causing him to topple to the ground, only to spring back up, wincing in pain. "Finish him. He cannot move," a commander from the Dongyi Pingling squad shouted. Ignoring his pain, Tuale drew his long sword and swung it towards Ning Ze. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Tuale's sword rebounded sharply. At present, Ning Ze's physical form had become extraordinarily robust. Although Tuale possessed the bloodline of the Shaman clan and excelled in lightning-based techniques, his physical prowess was lacking, and his sword was not a magical artifact. Thus, it could not breach Ning Ze's defenses. Just as Tuale prepared to advance again, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Ning Ze's mouth. Tuale sensed something amiss and hastily waved his hand, conjuring another bolt of lightning aimed at Ning Ze. This time, however, Ning Ze was ready. He formed a hand seal and summoned a towering tree that erupted from the ground behind him, its branches thick and lush, reaching out to intercept the divine lightning. Crack! The great tree shattered under the force of the lightning, yet it diverted the electric energy deep into the earth. Simultaneously, Ning Ze flickered and appeared behind the general, swinging his blade in a flash of brilliance. The general, however, vanished in an instant. "What?" Ning Ze exclaimed in surprise. He quickly realized that the general had employed an earth-based escape technique. To his astonishment, this fellow was adept in both earth and lightning. While Ning Ze pondered this, the general emerged from afar, waving his hand to summon another bolt of lightning from the void, aiming it at Ning Ze. Ning Ze swiftly dodged, retreating 100 paces, and with a mighty shout, he raised his hand, conjuring water elemental forces that swiftly coalesced into a water dragon. Ning Ze unleashed his spell, Water Dragon's Roar. The lightning struck the water dragon and vanished without a trace. Water conducts electricity, and electricity cannot harm water. Ning Ze felt a surge of elation at this realization. With a mere flick of his hand, a shimmering water barrier materialized around him, enveloping his form, while his body was adorned with a suit of water-like armor. Simultaneously, he pointed, and countless droplets coalesced into ice arrows, hurtling toward Tolei. Startled, Tolei hastily burrowed into the earth. It seemed that Ning Ze was indeed a practitioner of the way, surely having been taught by a renowned master. No wonder he was reluctant to acknowledge my master as his own. Ji Li, witnessing the surge of magical energy emanating from Ning Ze, realized the depth of his cultivation. Water and with elemental prowess. One could only wonder from whom General Ning had inherited such abilities. Deng Chanyu, captivated by Ning Ze's dazzling display of sorcery, was filled with a mix of astonishment and delight. Is this truly the extent of Ning Ze's power? This individual has managed to keep even me in the dark. Chapter 33. The Illusion of Xingtian. Ice arrows rained down, targeting Tolei. Upon witnessing this, Tolei prepared to burrow into the ground. However, as he initiated his divine powers, he found himself suspended in midair. Countless tendrils suddenly emerged beneath him, ensnaring his feet and lifting him off the ground. Stripped to the earth, Tolei was utterly incapacitated to unleash his abilities. In a state of sheer panic, just as he attempted to struggle, the ice arrows struck him. Puff, puff, puff. A multitude of ice arrows pierced his body, falling to the ground and dissolving into the mud. Tolei was riddled with wounds, succumbing to a tragic demise. With his death, 2 inscriptions dropped. True Blood of the Earth Witch, Celestial Grade Inscription. Merging this inscription grants a trace of the Witch Clan's true blood and bestows an earth-based divine ability. True Blood of the Thunder Witch, Celestial Grade Inscription. Merging this inscription grants a trace of the Witch Clan's true blood and reveals the mastery of thunder control. These inscriptions were indeed remarkable. Ning Ze felt an overwhelming joy as he swiftly merged the 2 inscriptions. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Ning Ze's figure shimmered and he returned to the city. Upon witnessing Ning Ze's triumph over the enemy general, the defending troops on the city walls erupted in thunderous cheers. Greatly inspired, General Ning, countless soldiers bellowed his name. In that moment, to them, Ning Ze had ascended to the status of a war god, his reputation soaring immensely. Many of these mercenaries were seasoned veterans from the northern campaigns and had witnessed Ning Ze's valor in previous battles. However, none had been as shocking as this one. This was a clash of powers. Seeing Tolei's demise, King Pingling was consumed by fury. This individual had not only slain the mighty warrior Xingshan, but had now also taken down Tolei, resulting in the loss of 2 elite fighters. It was crucial to note that the number of their kin possessing which blood was limited. King Pingling rose and turned to the several figures clad in black robes behind him. Esteemed masters, summon the great witch's true soul to breach this mysterious barrier. Very well. The 4 black-robed figures stepped forward and joined the formation. They began to chant true incantations. Dark clouds gathered from the heavens, coalescing in the air, refusing to disperse. The oppressive black clouds loomed overhead, casting a pall over the entire battlefield. Then, an overwhelming pressure descended, sweeping across the battlefield. What were they doing? Yili, Ningxia, and the others felt a jolt of anxiety. Ning Ze suddenly called out, "They intend to summon some formidable entity. We must stop them." Ji Li, alarmed, swiftly gestured, sending forth a flying sword towards one of the black-clad figures. However, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing the sword effortlessly. It was King Pingling who had intervened. With a swift motion, King Pingling positioned himself before the black-robed figures, shielding them from harm. Geely was taken aback once more. The king had caught his flying sword with his bare hands. That was a precious artifact crafted by his master. Observing this, Ning Ze intoned a true incantation, summoning an endless torrent of water elemental energy that coalesced into a phantom dragon of water in the void. Roar! The water dragon roared fiercely. The ethereal figure of a water dragon unleashed a colossal column of water, hurtling towards the four figures cloaked in black behind the king of Pinging. With a disdainful snort, the king manifested an endless glow of blood, enveloping himself and the shadowy figures in a crimson barrier. A thunderous roar erupted as the water column collided with the blood-hued shield. The water dissipated, leaving the four cloaked figures unharmed. While some of the generals behind them were forced to retreat, their formation thrown into disarray by the residual force of the water. At that moment, dark clouds had fully gathered, and the air was filled with the ominous sound of thunder, a formidable pressure descending upon the void. Gradually, a humanoid silhouette began to materialize in the emptiness. It was a giant clad in battle armor, one hand wielding an axe, the other a shield. An immense aura of vitality enveloped this titan, igniting a fervent battle spirit that swept across the land. This was none other than the great shaman. No, it must be the lingering shadow of the great shaman. In an instant, the defenders of the city felt as if a massive stone had settled upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Xingtian, the specter of the god of war, Xingtian, Geely exclaimed in utter astonishment. The god of war, Xingtian, was among the most formidable of the great shamans, renowned for his unparalleled strength. It was said that Xingtian battled the Yellow Emperor, ultimately losing his head to the Xianyuan sword. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his battle spirit soared, and he continued to fight. This was the true embodiment of a warrior, possessing the authentic form of the shaman clan. Although now merely a remnant, he was not a foe that ordinary warriors could contend with. The figure of Xingtian loomed in the void, crackling with thunder, an overwhelming battle intent sweeping across the battlefield. Behind the king of Pinging, the soldiers raised their voices in unison, chanting, "God of War! God of War!" A frenzied glint flickered in the king's eyes as he pointed towards Xianing Pass, bellowing, "Annihilate them all." The specter of Xingtian seemed to heed the command. Lifting his battle axe high, a torrent of vitality surged around the axe. With a resounding crash, the weapon, infused with tempestuous thunder, descended upon the location where Ning Ze stood. Before the axe even struck, its ferocious might bore down upon him. Ning Ze, taken aback, quickly grasped the arm of Deng Chanyu, shouting, "Run!" His form flickered as he retreated over 1,000 feet. Simultaneously, Geely also darted away. With an earth-shattering boom, a segment of the city disintegrated beneath the immense shadow of the axe. The entire Xianying Pass trembled, and a chasm, unfathomably deep, appeared in the ground, measuring nearly 10 feet. Countless soldiers of the Shang Dynasty were thrown into disarray, scattered by the explosive energy. The might of that single axe was terrifying. From a distance, Ning Ze felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, while Deng Chanyu was rendered speechless in shock. The specter of the great shaman was truly formidable. At this moment, the specter of Xingtian raised his battle axe once more, his target fixed upon Ning Ze. Ning Ze, taken aback, waved his hand, sending Deng Chanyu soaring into the distance. In the same breath, he shifted his form, invoking the power of the wind, and in an instant, appeared above the head of the phantom of Xingtian. With a fierce swipe of his battle knife, he aimed to strike at the phantom's head. The phantom of Xingtian twirled his battle axe, directing it towards Ning Ze. Thunderous roars erupted as an overwhelming force surged forth. Ning Ze felt an unparalleled strength rushing towards him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward for 1,000 feet, his hands tingling from the impact. With another resounding crash, the battle axe of Xingtian struck the ground once more, producing a deafening sound as the earth again. The explosive energy surged outward in all directions. Nearby, the soldiers of the Pingling kingdom were swept up by this violent force, resulting in countless casualties. Observing this, Ning Ze raised an eyebrow. He shifted his form again, approaching the phantom of Xing Tian, and shouted, "Your grandfather is here." With a whoosh, Xing Tian's battle axe, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, swung towards Ning Ze. Alarmed, the king of Pingling realized the trajectory of the phantom's axe was aimed directly at the formation of the Pingling army. Chapter 34. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Ning Ze, adept in the art of wind manipulation, moved with astonishing speed. Although the phantom of Xing Tian exuded an overwhelming battle intent and possessed formidable strength, it was merely a shadow, devoid of intellect, focused solely on aggression. Its target was fixed on Ning Ze. Ning Ze lured it above the ranks of the Pingling kingdom's army. With a thunderous crash, Xing Tian swung its axe downwards. The explosive force radiated in all directions, cleaving the ground and creating a long fissure. The earth trembled as countless soldiers of the Pingling kingdom, bearing various severed limbs, were hurled into the void. In that single strike, thousands of troops were slain on the spot. Ning Ze descended among the Pingling forces, continuously assimilating the falling fragments of power, while the system notifications echoed in his ears. "Ding! You have integrated the white fragment of witch clan blood, gaining a trace of their lineage, enhancing your physical form. Ding! You have integrated the white fragment of witch clan blood, gaining a trace of their lineage, enhancing your physical form." To Ning Ze's astonishment, these Easterny soldiers also possessed a trace of witch clan blood, albeit so faint it was nearly negligible. Yet, every little bit counts. With a resounding roar of thunder, the void reverberated once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Ze shifted his form and activated his divine abilities. Darting into the distance, boom! The very spot where he had stood was again struck by Xing Tian, leaving another long crack in the earth. More witch clan soldiers were swept into the void by the chaotic energy, and countless fragments littered the battlefield. Ning Ze tirelessly assimilated these fragments, overwhelmed by their sheer number. At this moment, the Pingling king was beside himself with rage. He never anticipated that the war god he summoned would ultimately backfire upon his own forces. "Retreat! Withdraw quickly!" he shouted. The soldiers of the Pingling kingdom, paralyzed with fear, scattered in disarray. As Ning Ze continued to absorb the fragments, he led the Xing Tian phantom into the ranks of the Pingling army, allowing it to unleash its wrath upon them. On the city walls, Ji and others began to regain their composure. Witnessing Ning Ze's maneuvers was nothing short of a stroke of brilliance, causing Ji to exclaim in admiration. Had it not been for Ning Ze's intervention, not only would the Xianing Pass have fallen, but the great merchant's forces would have suffered grievous losses as well. Deng Chanyu also watched in awe as Ning Ze wreaked havoc with the Xing Tian phantom among the eastern Pingling troops, her eyes sparkling with delight. This fellow truly has a knack for surprises. The battle raged on. The situation had evolved into a relentless pursuit, with the Xing Tian phantom chasing after Ning Ze, who deftly navigated through the ranks of the eastern Pingling soldiers. With each swing of the axe, numerous soldiers fell before it. The Pingling troops were forced to scatter, yet they could not escape Ning Ze's grasp. As time passed, Ning Ze noticed that the strength of the Xing Tian phantom was waning. It seemed that the summoning technique had its temporal limitations. Meanwhile, having assimilated countless fragments, Ning Ze's power surged, accumulating to bestow upon him a considerable witch clan vitality. Indeed, after an hour had passed, the ethereal shadow of Xing Tian dissipated into the void. However, the soldiers of the Pingling kingdom had suffered heavy casualties, with more than half perished. Even the military camp of the eastern Pingling kingdom was decimated by the shadow of Xing Tian. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the shadow, Ji could not contain his elation. "All soldiers, heed my command. Charge forth from Xianing Pass and pursue the enemy." Instantly, waves of cavalry surged forth from Xianing Pass, racing after the fleeing soldiers of the Pingling kingdom. The Pingling forces, already in disarray, could not withstand the onslaught of the elite cavalry of the Great Shang. In an instant, the battlefield was strewn with corpses. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Ze continued to integrate numerous terms. As darkness fell, Jili finally recalled his troops, ordering them to repair the city walls and assess the battle losses. The assembled generals gathered within the military hall, taking their seats in a semicircle. In this battle, the great Shang incurred the loss of 10 commanders, including Hu Sheng, who fell beneath the axe of the shadow of Xingtian. The soldiers, too, faced losses exceeding 1,000. This underscored the formidable power of Xingtian's axe. Nevertheless, these casualties paled in comparison to the devastation faced by the Pingling army. Of their 200,000 troops, at least 80,000 had perished, and during the pursuit, they had slain over 10,000 enemies. It could be said that this battle was a resounding victory. General Ning Ze's contributions were monumental. Had it not been for him, Xining Pass might have succumbed, leading to catastrophic losses. Jili, seated in the main position, spoke. The generals nodded in agreement, having witnessed Ning Ze's remarkable performance. Without him, today's defeat would have been not only inevitable, but would have resulted in innumerable casualties. Ning Ze remarked, "Although we have triumphed today, the king of Pingling will not rest easy. He will surely return with renewed vigor. We must not let our guard down." The generals nodded once more. Ning Ze continued, "The Pingling kingdom boasts many formidable warriors, and the strength of the Pingling king cannot be underestimated. To subjugate the Eastern will not be an easy task. We must be thoroughly prepared. The Pingling kingdom, being descendants of the Jiuli, carries the bloodline of the Witch clan, and it is likely that there are hidden powerhouses among their ranks." Jili stroked his chin and remarked, "Indeed, today's victory was somewhat fortuitous." The assembly engaged in discussion for a while. Jili ordered the soldiers to intensify their patrols and instructed the generals to take their rest. Ning Ze returned to his quarters, sitting cross-legged upon his bed. In the course of today's battle, he had integrated countless terms, significantly enhancing his strength. Most importantly, he had slain the opponent's dual element, Witch General, merging 2 celestial-level terms, one pertaining to earth and the other to lightning. He needed to contemplate these thoroughly. As Ning Ze delved into his meditation, a moment of enlightenment struck him. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth. This was the art of lightning control. The so-called art of lightning control involves sensing the elemental force of lightning in the void, harnessing it for one's own use. By concentrating it in one place, one can unleash tremendous power against adversaries. Should this technique be elevated to a certain realm, one could master the 5 thunders and even manipulate the divine thunders of the Purple Mansion, the Heavenly Tribulation, and the Great Void. The special divine thunders possess immense might. The lightning element has always been regarded as the most formidable force among all elements. Unfortunately, Ning Ze's current mastery of lightning power is rather limited. Nevertheless, he harbors the conviction that as he enhances his strength and diligently contemplates, he will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. After grasping the essence of the lightning element, Ning Ze turned his attention to the profound intricacies of the earth element. It was not long before he deciphered the mysteries of earth elemental energy and unlocked the earth escape technique. This earth escape technique allows one to manipulate the principles of the earth element, harmonizing with its energy, enabling the practitioner to merge with the soil and traverse through it freely, akin to the water escape technique in its effectiveness. Upon comprehending this divine ability, Ning Ze leaped from his bed and executed the earth escape technique, instantly vanishing beneath the surface. Once underground, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, this technique is truly marvelous. As he navigated through the earth, it felt no different than being above ground. He then closed his eyes, focused his mind, and in an instant, he found himself 10 miles away. This is the true essence of earth escape, vanishing 10 miles in the blink of an eye. What he had previously experienced while moving underground was merely a rudimentary form of earth walking. Chapter 35. The true form of the ancestor, which as he comprehended the art of earth escape, Ning Ze could not help but feel a surge of joy within. With this newfound ability, he had acquired yet another means of preserving his life. During his fierce battle against the Wu clan's Tuale, the earth escape technique had caused him considerable distress. Upon returning to his residence at Xianing Pass, Ning Ze emerged from his hidden lair and opened the door, only to find Deng Chanyu seated within a room. Ning Ze, where have you been? I did not see you, she inquired. With a faint smile, Ning Ze replied, I merely ventured out to inspect the city's defenses. How has your training progressed? Your method of spear absorption is remarkably profound. It draws in the natural energies of the heavens and earth with impressive speed, Deng Chanyu remarked. Could you demonstrate your magical prowess? I would like to see, she requested. Very well. Deng Chanyu flicked her finger, unleashing a surge of magical energy that instantly perforated a hole through the door. Remarkable, Ning Ze thought to himself, astonished at her formidable power after only a few days of training. It seemed evident that she possessed extraordinary talent. Not bad. Continue to train diligently, and you shall surely achieve greatness. Ning Ze, I have a craving for roasted chicken, Deng Chanyu said, patting her stomach. Not a problem. Just wait a moment. Someone, bring me 2 roasted chickens and a jug of fine wine. The guards outside promptly complied. I wish to eat you roasted, Deng Chanyu added playfully. Ning Ze hesitated slightly. All right. He then stepped out of the room and returned shortly with 2 roasted chickens and a jug of aged wine. Meanwhile, the king of Pingling, Miao Xian, returned in defeat to the nearby Taishan city with his remnants of soldiers, commanding them to regroup and assess their losses. This battle had cost the Pingling army more than half of its strength, and over a dozen valiant generals had perished, leaving him with a heavy heart. Ning Ze, I shall surely slay you. The king of Pingling seethed with rage. He had initially intended to employ the summoned phantom of Xingtian to eliminate Ning Ze and breach Xianing Pass. However, he had not anticipated that Xianing Pass would remain unscathed, while he himself would suffer a loss of nearly 100,000 elite troops due to Ning Ze's cunning tactics. His animosity towards Ning Ze had reached its zenith. My king, Ning Ze possesses exceptional martial prowess and profound magical abilities. He is not easily dealt with. We must devise a foolproof strategy, a general advised. The king of Pingling's gaze grew frosty as he coldly replied, General Situ, swiftly return to Pingling City and summon the ancestor witch banner from our ancestral lands of the East. I intend to use the blood of the Deshang soldiers to refine this banner. The other generals were taken aback by this command. My king, the ancestor witch banner is a sacred artifact of our clan. Should it be employed, it may attract the attention of hidden powerhouses, which will be detrimental to our East, a cloaked figure cautioned. Indeed, my king, the ancestor witch banner is a treasure. Its appearance would inevitably cause a stir. Another general urged. The king of Pingling replied coldly. Ning Ze has caused me to lose 10,000 elite troops. If I cannot slay him and break the Deshang army, how shall I account to the people of Pingling? If we suffer defeat, not only will the ancestor witch banner be lost, but the very existence of Pingling will be at stake, leaving no room to concern ourselves with anything else. The assembled generals fell into a profound silence. Indeed, if the Deshang army were to invade Pingling, all would be lost. Your Majesty, a general is on his way to retrieve the ancestral shaman flag. C2 replied, No need for that. I shall go myself. You all must guard Mount Tai City. The king of Pingling declared, stepping into the Lord's manor, his form shimmering like a streak of light as he ventured eastward. Unbeknownst to all in the great Shang army, this transpired. The following morning, Jili convened a council of generals at the Xianing Pass military headquarters. The assembled generals took their places on either side. Esteemed generals, Jili began. According to reports from our scouts, the army of the king of Pingling suffered a devastating defeat yesterday and has retreated into Mount Tai City for recovery. In our victory, the Easterny nation has lost over half its strength, significantly weakened. We must pursue this momentum and seize Mount Tai City in one fell swoop. The generals nodded in agreement. Very well, generals, let us gather our forces and prepare to depart. Just then a soldier hurried in, exclaiming, General, the Easterny army has once again besieged the city. What? Jili leaped to his feet. Do they dare return? Ning Ze interjected, General Ji, the Easterny army, despite their recent defeat, has the audacity to approach Xianing Pass. They must have some reinforcements. We must proceed with caution. Indeed, that is my sentiment as well. Let us ascend to the battlements and assess the situation. Ji responded, leading the generals to the city walls. Ning Ze gazed down at the scene below. As anticipated, the Eastern army had regrouped beneath Xianing Pass, with the king of Pingling standing under the great flag, surveying the battlements. Upon spotting Ning Ze, the king bellowed, "Ning Ze, do you dare emerge and face me in battle?" Seeing the king of Pingling personally challenge him, Ning Ze turned to Ji Li, saying, "General Ji, allow me to venture forth first and gauge the true strength of the king of Pingling." "Very well, but exercise caution." Yi Li nodded. Ning Ze's figure flickered as he descended to the ground below. "King of Pingling, Ning Ze stands before you. What is your intent?" The king of Pingling strode forward, glaring at Ning Ze, and gritted his teeth. "Ning Ze, yesterday you caused the demise of my tens of thousands of soldiers. Today, I shall slay you to avenge them, offering your life as a sacrifice to my ancestral flag. Do not merely boast. Show me your prowess," Ning Ze replied coolly. With a swift motion, the king unveiled a black flag. He opened his mouth and spat blood upon the flag, proclaiming loudly, "O revered ancestral shaman, I, the unfilial descendant Pingling king, beseech your presence and aid." Suddenly, dark energy surged from the flag, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the battlefield. Even Ning Ze felt a tremor of unease. Another summoning. He must not be allowed to complete this. Ning Ze's form blurred as he approached the king of Pingling, his battle blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at him. The king of Pingling waved his hand, and the black flag flew upward while he leaped into the void. Another mouthful of blood was spat onto the black flag, which swelled with dark mist, quickly engulfing the area. Seeing this, Ning Ze also took flight, his blade cleaving through the air once more. It is imperative to interrupt this fellow's incantation. Otherwise, the summoned entity will not only spell doom for him, but also for the entire merchant caravan. Yet, as he swung his battle blade, a claw emerged from the dense black mist, descending upon him with alarming swiftness. The overwhelming force reached Ning Ze in an instant. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a colossal shadow materializing in the void. It was a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, possessing 4 legs and wielding 2 gigantic serpents in its hands, while another serpent dangled from its maw. Unrelenting lightning surged around its form, exuding a terrifying pressure that enveloped the battlefield. Ning Ze's heart raced in trepidation. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Ji Li and the merchant soldiers turned ashen-faced. Many soldiers were overwhelmed by this immense pressure, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. "Ha!" The king of the plains laughed maniacally. "No matter how formidable you are, how can you contend against the true form of my ancestral witch, Ning Ze? Today marks your demise." With that, he swiftly retreated 10 miles away, followed by the entire Eastern army. The true form of the ancestral witch, Ning Ze's mindredet. Judging by its appearance, it must be the true form of the ancestral witch Xiangliang, one of the 12 ancestors. That black banner must be one of the 12 heavenly god flags. Xiangliang, the ancestral witch of thunder, embodies the principles of lightning, making him an exceptionally formidable existence among the 12 ancestors. Could he possibly withstand the true form of an ancestral witch? With fierce determination in his gaze, 2 beams of light shot forth as a thunderous command erupted from him. With a swift motion of his hand, a violet bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, coalescing into a colossal serpentine figure of thunder, hurtling towards Ning Ze. This was the genuine 9 heavens divine thunder. Ning Ze was taken aback, quickly employing the earth escape technique, his form flickering as he burrowed underground, emerging 10 miles away in an instant. Boom! A lightning strike impacted the ground with ferocity, causing the earth to fracture and the entire Xianing Pass to tremble violently, as though it were on the brink of collapse. In the distance, Ning Ze emerged from the earth, glancing back with a heart full of dread. Had he been struck, he would have undoubtedly been annihilated by the divine thunder on the spot. Chapter 36. Kong Xian's swift annihilation of Chang Liang, the ancestral shaman Chang Liang, master of the laws of thunder, displayed his formidable prowess. Observing Chang Liang's overwhelming strength, Ning Ze contemplated employing his earlier strategy to infiltrate the enemy ranks. However, Chang Liang's gaze shifted, and with a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning converged in the sky, manifesting as a violet divine thunder that struck towards Xianing Pass. The resounding crash echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The lightning rampaged, reverberating with a deafening roar. Xianing Pass crumbled under the onslaught, as countless soldiers of the Great Shang and their structures were instantly reduced to nothingness. Ning Ze, witnessing this devastation, was taken aback. If such strikes continued, the entire Xianing Pass would be obliterated, and the Great Shang soldiers would suffer catastrophic losses. He soared into the air, and with a commanding shout, summoned innumerable water elements that coalesced into a colossal water dragon stretching 1,000 feet in length. With a mighty roar, the water dragon surged towards Chang Liang. The ancestral shaman, true to his reputation, turned and extended his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged forth to intercept Ning Ze's water dragon. The impact shattered the water dragon, scattering it into a torrential downpour upon the ground. Simultaneously, another bolt of lightning shot forth from Chang Liang's hand, hurtling towards Ning Ze. The electric serpent crackled with energy, emitting a sizzling sound. As the lightning serpent approached, Ning Ze swung his battle blade with fervor. The blade struck the serpent, sending it reeling back. However, the overwhelming force of the lightning surged into Ning Ze's body. He promptly channeled his thunderous divine powers to redirect the energy elsewhere, narrowly avoiding injury. Yet at that moment, Chang Liang had amassed an immense amount of thunderous energy, and countless electric serpents danced in the void, converging as violet lightning to strike at Ning Ze. This was the true divine thunder. At this juncture, suspended in midair, Ning Ze found himself unable to invoke the power of Earth Escape. He quickly activated the lightning summoning technique, unleashing a torrent of magical energy to divert the divine thunder away from him. A resounding boom echoed once more as the violet lightning grazed past Ning Ze, redirected to the ground below. The earth erupted with a tremendous crash, creating a vast chasm. However, Ning Ze felt a sharp pain as a fragment of divine thunder coursed through him, rendering half of his body numb. He hastily summoned his magical energy to expel the lingering lightning from his form. Just as he regained his composure, he was besieged by a swarm of electric serpents, their bolts of lightning relentlessly descending upon him. The onslaught was relentless, leaving Ning Ze with no avenue of escape. In that critical moment, a radiant divine light appeared from the distance, spiraling toward the tempest of lightning. All the thunderbolts were engulfed in the brilliance, vanishing without a trace. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, revealing a figure clad in azure robes and a high crown. "Who dares to cause chaos here? Witness how I shall subdue you," the Taoist proclaimed, reciting the true incantation. Suddenly, 5 streams of divine light surged skyward from behind him, illuminating the world. The formidable ancestral shaman sensed the impending threat. Gathering an overwhelming force of thunder, he conjured 3 bolts of violet divine thunder to strike at the Taoist. Behind the figure, 5 beams of divine light suddenly surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, obliterating everything in their path, even causing the very fabric of space to fracture. The violet lightning, caught within the divine radiance, was rendered into nothingness. With a thunderous crash, the divine light collided with the true form of the ancestral witch, instantly reducing its formidable essence to mere dust, scattering it into the void. As the dark mist dissipated, the world returned to its original state. A few luminous orbs tumbled down from the true form of the ancestral witch. Observing this, Ning Ze promptly amalgamated the fallen inscriptions. The sound of notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. "Ding! You have fused the god-level inscription Ancestral Witch's True Blood, gaining a fragment of its potency, significantly enhancing your physical strength. Ding! You have fused the god-level inscription Essence of Thunder, acquiring a trace of the thunderous laws, greatly amplifying the power of your thunder-based abilities. Ding! You have fused the god-level inscription Thunder's quintessence, achieving mastery over thunderous primordial energy, reaching a state of great accomplishment. All three inscriptions were of divine caliber. Ning Ze was overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. By merging these three inscriptions, not only had his physical prowess become exceedingly formidable, but he had also gained a sliver of the thunderous laws, elevating his command over thunderous primordial energy to an entirely new realm. The formidable figure of the ancestral, which was renowned for its mastery over thunder, holding a prestigious position even within the primeval world. The potency of thunder-based abilities surpassed that of other elemental attacks by a considerable margin. Had he not previously integrated thunderous inscriptions, he would surely have perished beneath the might of the ancestral witch's lightning strikes. Ning Ze's gaze shifted towards the vanquisher of the formidable Taoist. He had deduced the identity of this individual. The bearer of the five-color divine light, undeniably, was Kong Xian. Legend spoke of Kong Xian as the offspring of the primordial phoenix, the first peacock in existence, deeply intertwined with the Shang Dynasty, associated with the tale of the mysterious bird descending upon Shang. Thus, after the onset of the great calamity of Fengshan, Kong Xian emerged to assist the Shang, obstructing the Golden Rooster Ridge and defeating numerous formidable members of the Chan sect, including the likes of the Taoist of Lanterns and the Taoist Lord of Leia, both of whom had suffered defeat at Kong Xian's hands. This earned Kong Xian the title of the foremost individual beneath the saints. Naturally, it was within reason that Kong Xian, endowed with innate five-color divine light, could effortlessly block the formidable nine heavens divine thunder of the ancestral witch. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed elder. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have fallen victim to this monster, Ning Ze said, stepping forward to bow in gratitude to Kong Xian. Kong Xian smiled gently, saying, "Young man, at such a tender age, you possess extraordinary strength. Your future achievements are boundless. I did not expect to encounter such a remarkable young talent during my journey. Truly rare, truly rare. Esteemed elder, might you grace me with your presence at Xianing Pass for a brief visit? Allow me to extend my humble hospitality," Ning Ze promptly invited. It was no jest. Having such a powerful expert like Kong Xian stay would make the conquest of the Eastern Yi's Pingling Kingdom exceedingly effortless. Kong Xian Shukud. As the border of Deshang is embroiled in conflict, I happen to be passing through, and naturally, I must lend my assistance. Come, let's converse within the pass. With that, he flickered and descended into Xianing Pass. On the other side, the king of Pingling, accompanied by his entourage, observed the battle from a distance. As he witnessed Xiangliang wreaking havoc and cornering Ning Ze into a dire situation, he felt immense joy. Little did he know, a formidable figure suddenly emerged, effortlessly slaying Xiangliang. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Quickly retreat. The king of Pingling finally regained his composure and hurriedly led his team into a hasty escape to Taishan City. Meanwhile, the merchants, upon seeing Kong Xian's appearance, were struck with awe as he effortlessly vanquished the colossal creature in the sky, recognizing him as a true powerhouse. As Kong Xian and Ning Ze landed atop the city walls, Zhili promptly gathered his fellow generals to greet them. "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." The generals approached, bowing in reverence. Zhili and his companions welcomed Kong Xian into the military headquarters and invited him to take a seat. It was then that Zhili inquired, "Might I ask for your esteemed name and the reason for your assistance?" Kong Xian responded with a calm smile, "I am Kong Xian, and I share a profound connection with the ancestors of the Great Shang. There was an agreement that should the Great Shang face peril, I would emerge to offer aid. Recently, I sensed a disturbance in the fortunes of the Great Shang, foreseeing impending calamity, which prompted my departure from the mountains. Upon passing through this area and witnessing the menace, I felt compelled to intervene." The generals, listening to Kong Xian's words, were filled with astonishment and gratitude. The king of Pingling has rebelled against the Great Shang, seeking to breach the Xianing Pass. I was dispatched under the king's orders to thwart him. With the aid of the Taoist, defeating the king of Pingling will be considerably easier. Prepare a banquet. We must extend our hospitality to the Taoist," Zhili proclaimed. Kong Xian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. I am but a wanderer of the world, detached from mundane affairs. Simply provide me with a quiet room to rest. Upon hearing this, Geely replied, Taoist, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Kong Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled generals before finally resting upon Deng Chanyu's face. He smiled gently. It is quite remarkable to encounter two exceptionally talented young individuals in one gathering. Truly a rare occurrence. Deng Chanyu, flattered by Kong Xian's praise, quickly responded, You honor me too greatly, Taoist. I am merely an insignificant junior officer. Chuckling, Kong Xian remarked, Though your powers may be modest at present, your potential for growth is boundless. Allow me to impart a cultivation method to you. This technique will awaken your latent abilities. If you dedicate yourself to its practice, your progress will be exponential. With that, he pointed a finger, and a beam of divine light shot into Deng Chanyu's forehead, vanishing without a trace. As she absorbed the essence of the divine light, she was simultaneously astonished and elated. She hurriedly stepped forward. Thank you for bestowing this technique upon me, Taoist. Kong Xian replied, There is no need for gratitude. Our meeting here is a matter of fate. I am merely offering guidance, as the circumstances allow. Chapter 37. The Ancestral Witch Flag and the Defeat of the Eastern Yi. Once again, King Pingling and his army retreated into Taishan City. The morale of the soldiers from the Eastern Yi Pingling Kingdom was profoundly diminished. They had initially believed that the Great Shang was on the brink of collapse, and thus sought to seize the opportunity to invade Chaoga City and plunder its riches. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that even a minor stronghold like Xianying Pass proved insurmountable. They suffered the loss of over 100,000 elite soldiers, and the Ancestral Witch's true form, summoned as their trump card, was easily vanquished by the opposing forces. The prowess of that Taoist was formidable. With a single strike, he annihilated the Ancestral Witch's true form. Without it, the Ancestral Witch flag lost its significance. Within the Lord's manor, the generals sat, each bearing a countenance of despondency, devoid of the fervor they had exhibited at the onset of their campaign. King Pingling surveyed the assembly, his voice heavy with gravity. Gentlemen, do you possess any strategies to turn the tide? Silence enveloped the room, and after a prolonged pause, a figure clad in black rose to speak. Your Majesty, in this battle, our chances of victory are slim. It may be prudent to cease hostilities. The moment those words were uttered, the dispirited generals echoed their agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, he who preserves the Green Mountains need not fear the absence of firewood. If we withdraw now, we may yet retain our strength. Should we engage in further conflict, we risk losing all our elite forces. Seeing the collective inclination towards capitulation, King Pingling sighed. At present, the morale of the Great Shang is soaring, and they have summoned formidable reinforcements. They are unlikely to relent easily. I fear they may continue their advance to obliterate our kingdom. The generals fell silent once more. Perhaps we should send envoys to propose a surrender and ascertain whether the Great Shang would be amenable, suggested one general. This proposal garnered support from several others. King Pingling gritted his teeth. Very well, we shall dispatch envoys to gauge the Great Shang's disposition. If they are unwilling to accept our surrender, then we shall resist to the last, even at the cost of our lives, to thwart the invasion of the Great Shang into our land. Meanwhile, Kong Xian was arranged by Ji Li to rest within Xianying Pass, while Deng Chanyu returned to her quarters to contemplate the cultivation techniques left by Kong Xian. Ning Ze, upon returning to his residence, immediately began to delve into the various attributes he had integrated that day. The Ancestral Witch of Thunder, strong and formidable, commanded the laws of lightning. Naturally, the attributes he acquired were all related to the realm of thunder. The fusion of the Ancestral Witch's true blood had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. The Witch clan was renowned for its formidable physicality, and the Ancestral Witch stood as the most powerful entity among them. Following the amalgamation of the Ancestral Witch's essence, Ning Ze's physique reached unprecedented heights. Coupled with the numerous powers he had previously integrated, His body had become an awe-inspiring force. It could be said that even against a fully empowered Great Witch, he possessed the strength to contend on purely physical terms. Should he encounter the shadow of Shang Dynasty again, Ning Ze was confident that he could hold his ground, relying solely on his physical might. The most profound gains were derived from the laws of thunder and the myriad essences of lightning. This law of thunder allowed him to harness the elemental force of lightning from the void, even summoning the thunderbolts of the nine heavens to wield against his foes. A power of unimaginable magnitude. The essence of the thunder path embodies a method for cultivating thunderous powers, absorbing the thunderous elemental energy from the void and storing it within the body to achieve instantaneous release. For instance, the palm thunder can unleash a bolt of lightning in an instant to strike foes. Delving into this profound art, Ning Ze settled into a meditative posture, attuning himself to the thunderous energy in the void. The thunderous force present in the void is akin to heavenly thunder. Utilizing the thunderous techniques, he gradually drew this elemental energy into his body, endowing his magical prowess with the might of thunder. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a day had elapsed. On the following morning, Ning Ze opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and extended his palm, channeling the thunderous power within. A flicker of lightning danced upon his palm. This was the palm thunder. Although currently feeble, Ning Ze held firm in his belief that with continued practice and absorption of more thunderous energy, the might of the palm thunder would grow exponentially. At that moment, the voice of a guard resonated from outside. General Geely seeks a discussion. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze acknowledged and exited his chamber, making his way to the military headquarters. Indeed, he found numerous prominent generals of the great merchant gathering there. Kong Xian still occupied the principal seat, with the generals seated on either side. Ning, take a seat here. Deng Chanyu rose to block Ning Ze, inviting him to sit beside her. Once everyone was seated, Geely addressed the assembly. Taoist, esteemed generals, today the king of Pingling has sent a letter of surrender, expressing a desire to retreat. What are your thoughts on how we should proceed? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian replied, I am but an outsider. Matters such as these should be handled by you. Geely turned his gaze towards Ning Ze. General Ning, what is your perspective? Ning Ze stroked his chin, pondering briefly before responding. The Eastern Spirit Kingdom descends from Qiyu. Although they are subjects of the great merchant, their loyalty is often in question. This clan respects power, yet lacks virtue. Should the great merchant flourish, they would not dare to harbor treachery. However, if we weaken, they may resort to arms. Currently, our situation is precarious. The three towns have rebelled, and the Eastern Spirit Kingdom's main force remains intact. If we continue our advance, they will fight with desperation, and our losses among the soldiers will be considerable. However, if the Eastern Spirit Kingdom is willing to cease hostilities and formalize their surrender with a blood contract, pledging to never attack the great merchant and to pay tribute, it would not be unacceptable. Geely nodded in agreement. General Ning speaks wisely. As long as a blood contract is established, the Eastern Spirit Kingdom must abide by it. Should they violate it, they will face divine retribution. In that case, I shall respond to King Pingling, expressing our willingness to accept their surrender. He then summoned the envoy from the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, conveying his decision. The envoy, overjoyed, accepted Geely's written decree and took their leave. Thus, a great conflict drew to a close. Seeing that the battle had been resolved, Kong Xian stated, since there are no longer hostilities here, I shall make my way to Chaoga City. Farewell. With that, he departed, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Chaoga. 3 days later, outside Xianing Pass, King Pingling arrived with several generals to surrender. Geely and Ning Ze, accompanied by a few generals, approached the pass. They observed King Pingling, his countenance despondent, cradling the blood contract of surrender as he approached. Geely stepped forward and accepted the surrender document, stating, Our great Shang has never wronged the kingdom of Pingling. Your rebellion against us is indeed unwise. Now that you have submitted your letter of surrender, it is imperative to abide by it and refrain from further conflict. Indeed. King Pingling nodded in agreement. This uprising was solely my folly. resulting in grave losses for both sides, and I cannot absolve myself of the blame. I vow that there shall be no further hostilities." Having said this, he turned to Ning Ze and remarked, "This general possesses extraordinary prowess and formidable combat skills, which I greatly admire. Should you find the time in the future, I invite you to visit Pingling City, where I shall extend my hospitality to you." Ning Ze, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. "You lost tens of thousands of elite soldiers because of me, and several of your commanders fell to my sword. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" King Pingling replied with a bitter smile, "As a member of the Dongi clan, we have always respected the strong. Each side serves its own master. How could I blame you?" With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Bring forth the ancestor shaman flag." A soldier approached, carrying a black flag. "This is the ancestor shaman flag, a sacred relic of our Dongi tribe. However, the true essence of the ancestor shaman within has been slain. I bestow this flag upon you, General, and hope you will accept it." Ning Ze's eyelids flitskeret. The ancestor shaman flag was originally part of the grand formation of the 12 heavenly gods. This particular flag, once belonging to the powerful ancestor Shanyang, held significance beyond merely containing the essence of ancestor Shanyang. It undoubtedly possessed immeasurable utility. The king of Pingling was offering it as a gift. He accepted the flag with both hands and replied, "Very well, I shall accept your ancestor shaman flag, which binds me to the kingdom of Pingling in a debt of gratitude. Should your kingdom encounter peril in the future, I shall extend my hand to protect you." King Pingling was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude once more to Ning Ze. Jili then presented the king with fine wine and silk, and after some casual conversation, King Pingling took his leave, accompanied by his commanders. Upon returning to the city, Jili also prepared for the withdrawal of troops, while Ning Ze returned to his quarters, holding the ancestor shaman flag in hand. The reason behind King Pingling's generous gift of the flag puzzled him. He stroked his chin, unable to fathom the intricacies involved, and soon extended his consciousness, attempting to refine the ancestor shaman flag and comprehend its profound mysteries. Chapter 38. The Divine Thunder of the Purple Mansion. A contest for marriage. Ning Ze's consciousness delved into the ancestral witch flag, attempting to refine it. He soon discovered that within the flag, there were numerous formidable restrictions, each one exceedingly powerful. He could ascertain that this ancestral witch flag was indeed a remarkable magical artifact, far more complex than merely deploying the 12 capitals' divine array. Completely refining this flag would not be an endeavor accomplished in a single day or night. Moreover, it seemed to harbor an immense thunderous power, undoubtedly marking it as a lightning-based treasure. Ning Ze felt an inexplicable joy. For several consecutive days, he secluded himself in meditation, refining the ancestral witch flag. On the 5th day, the voice of a guard echoed from outside his chamber. "General Ning, General Ji Li requests your presence." Upon arriving at the military headquarters, Ning Ze found Ji Li and a multitude of commanders gathered together. "Esteemed colleagues, the Eastern Yi's Pingling Kingdom has been subdued and preparations have been completed. Today, we shall commence our journey back to the capital," Ji Li proclaimed. "General Ning, would you take on the role of the vanguard?" His gaze fixed intently on Ning Ze. Ning Ze shook his head, replying, "General Ji, please convey to the Grand Master that I seek a tranquil place to refine my magical artifacts and cannot return to Chaoga City just yet." Ji Li was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "If that is the case, I shall certainly inform our master. You may focus solely on your refinement." Dang Chanyu added, "I too must return to the Three Mountain Pass and cannot accompany you all back to Chaoga." "Very well then, let us bid farewell today." Outside Xianing Pass, Ning Ze, Ji Li, and Deng Chanyu waved their farewells. Ji Li led the army towards Chaoga City, while Deng Chanyu, mounted on her warhorse, turned her gaze toward Ning Ze. "Ning Ze, once you have completed your refinement, will you come to the Three Mountain Pass to see me?" After a moment's contemplation, Ning Ze nodded. "All right, until we meet again." As Deng Chanyu's voice faded, she rode away swiftly, soon vanishing into the distance. Watching everyone depart, Ning Ze felt a tinge of sadness within. After a long while, he soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the Taihang Mountains. The vast expanse of the Taiyang Mountains promised a secluded haven where he could retreat and refine the ancestral witch flag. Of course, Ning Ze's stay was not solely for the purpose of refining the flag. With the Eastern Yi's Pingling kingdom subdued, the war of canonization was on the horizon. With his status as a general of the Great Shang, he would likely soon be summoned to the battlefield of canonization. The war of canonization was the scheme of the saints, and Ning Ze held no confidence in his survival on the battlefield. Thus, he opted to temporarily withdraw, enhance his strength, and later stealthily approach the battlefield to discreetly collect the fallen treasures of the celestial beings to augment his own power. Before long, Ning Ze arrived in the heart of the Taiyang Mountains. Spanning hundreds of miles with countless peaks, the mountains were adorned with towering ancient trees and enchanting scenery. As he hovered in the sky, his consciousness extended to explore all that lay within the Taiyang Mountains. Soon, he descended into a serene valley. The valley was remarkably tranquil, teeming with exotic flowers and trees, rich in spiritual energy. While it may not rival the renowned mountains of powerful beings, its solitude made it an ideal place for seclusion and refinement. Ning Ze, exhibiting his prowess, swiftly established a rudimentary cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering the stone chamber of the cave, he seated himself cross-legged, gestured with his hand, and the ancestral witch flag soared forth. With his divine consciousness extended, he commenced the intricate process of refining this ancestral witch flag. The ritual of refining a magical artifact is no trifling matter. Even formidable beings may take hundreds or thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of epochs, to cultivate high-tier artifacts. The higher the grade of the artifact, the more arduous the refining process becomes. An unrefined artifact, when deployed, would yield substantially diminished power, but once fully refined, it would resonate with the wielder's spirit. Moving at will and ready to be summoned against foes, its might amplified and its release seamless. Fortunately, this ancestral witch flag, being of the lightning lineage, was inherently aligned with the formidable nature of the ancestral witch, who was not adept at imposing restrictions. Additionally, Ning Ze had already integrated the ancestral witch's essence, particularly that of the strong and powerful lineage, making the refinement of this lightning ancestral witch flag remarkably harmonious. Thus, the process of refinement spanned an entire year. Ultimately, through Ning Ze's unwavering efforts, the ancestral witch flag was completely refined, revealing its profound mysteries. Encased within the flag was the violet divine thunder of the Purple Mansion, intertwined with a trace of the principles of lightning. Upon the completion of the refinement, Ning Ze attained full mastery over these principles and the violet divine thunder. Emerging from his secluded cultivation, he swiftly returned to the valley, his form flickering momentarily. Curiosity piqued regarding the flag's newfound power. Ning Ze summoned it forth with a mere thought. As he chanted the true incantation, boundless arcs of lightning erupted from a void, coalescing into a magnificent purple thunderbolt. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the valley, a fierce current crackling with an electrifying hiss, embodying earth-shattering might. Quite splendid indeed, he mused. This divine thunder rivaled that which the true form of the lightning ancestral which had once unleashed. Filled with joy, Ning Ze waved his hand to retract the ancestral witch flag and, with a flicker, ascended into the skies. A year had passed. He pondered the state of the world outside. Had the war of deification commenced? The calamity of deification had claimed countless powerful beings, including many of the Deluo level. Such losses would undoubtedly result in the emergence of numerous high-tier inscriptions. By assimilating these inscriptions, his strength would undoubtedly surge. With a determined flicker, Ning Ze swiftly exited the Taiyang Mountains. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to visit the Sand Mountain Pass first, which was not far from his current location. He wondered about the progress of Deng Chanyu, concerned whether she could escape the fate of being inscribed upon the deification list. As a modern individual, he understood her sentiments well and was genuinely invested in her destiny. Should it be within his power to alter her fate, he would gladly make the attempt. Thus, Ning Ze set his course southward to the Sand Mountain Pass, a formidable fortress nestled between three grand mountains, serving as the vital throat of the southern Shang Dynasty. In the midst of the investiture of the gods, the battle of the investiture reached its climax. Heir Chongyu, the son of the southern marquis, led his subordinates to assault the formidable Sand Mountain Pass, yet they were unable to breach its defenses, which attest to the stronghold's resilience. This mighty fortress was under the vigilant watch of the renowned Shang general, Divine Blade Deng Jiogong. Soon, Ning Ze arrived at the outer gates of Sand Mountain Pass and was struck by its grandeur. As he descended before the gate, just as he was about to enter, several guards brandished their halberds and obstructed his path. This is Sand Mountain Pass. During these extraordinary times, no idle person may pass through, commanded the chief of the guards. With a swift motion, Ning Ze produced a token, declaring, "I am Ning Ze, the Grand General of the Great Shang, and I command you to stand aside." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately bowed in respect. Ning Ze strode forth into Sand Mountain Pass. Within the fortress resided over 100,000 citizens. It was not merely a pass, but a pivotal stronghold in the south. As Ning Ze walked onward, he suddenly heard someone shout, "The martial arts competition is about to commence. Hurry up!" A martial arts competition. Ning Ze seized the arm of a man rushing towards the city. The man struggled momentarily, but could not break free. So he inquired, "Hey, brother, why are you stopping me?" Ning Ze asked, "Is there a martial arts competition being held here?" "Ah, indeed. It is a competition for marriage. General Deng's daughter, Deng Chanyu, has reached adulthood, and it is said that her father wishes for her to wed soon. Therefore, Miss Deng has set up a stage. Whoever triumphs in the competition and Besser may take her as his wife." Many strong contenders from the nearby cities have gathered at Sand Mountain Pass to participate in this event. The stage has been set for half a month, and General Deng's lieutenant, Tai Luan, has achieved victory in over 10 matches. If no one defeats him in the coming days, he will earn the chance to challenge the young lady from the Deng family. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze furrowed his brow and released the man, who disappeared into the crowd. Following the flow of people, Ning Ze arrived at the training ground. Indeed, he saw a high platform erected in the center, with a viewing stand not far off. On the stand sat several dozen individuals, among them a robust man with a square face, a slight beard, and clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of quiet authority. Undoubtedly, this was Deng Jiogong. Beside him sat Deng Chanyu, seemingly distracted as she surveyed the throngs below. On the platform, a man wielding a long knife squinted into the distance, proclaiming, "I am Tai Luan. Who dares to challenge me?" Below the platform, there was no response. Tai Luan, feeling bored, noted that it had been 2 days since anyone had dared to step forward. He cast a glance at Deng Chanyu, his ambitions evident. At that moment, a figure soared onto the stage, declaring, "I have arrived." Ning Ze observed as the newcomer, a man of diminutive stature, brandished a golden staff. Standing not far from Tai Luan, with a lecherous gaze fixated on Deng Chanyu seated above. Chapter 39. The Earthly Sun's Challenge at the Three Mountains Pass. As the diminutive figure ascended the high platform, his appearance was grotesque, his gaze lewd, and in his hand, he wielded a short stick measuring 2 feet in length. The crowd assembled below erupted in laughter. "Look at you, little man. Have you lost your senses? Ascend the stage only to meet your demise. With that appearance, I fear General Tai Luan could cleave you in two with a single stroke. Have you even looked at yourself? You think you can win the heart of Miss Deng? Off you go, back to your mud pies." Even Tai Luan atop the stage could not suppress a smile, urging, "Leave the stage. I shan't strike a child." However, upon witnessing this scene, Ning Ze felt a jolt of realization. He discerned instantly that this little fellow was none other than the disciple of the Chan sect, the Earthly Sun. In the tale of the investiture of the gods, this character was the original partner of Deng Chanyu. Seeing the diminutive and unsightly Earthly Sun, Ning Ze could not help but reflect on the unworthiness of Deng Chanyu within the narrative. The current Deng Chanyu had donned women's attire, though still somewhat immature. She was undeniably a striking beauty. Her countenance, imbued with a heroic spirit, further accentuated her allure as a female warrior. The Earthly Sun appeared as a mere jester in comparison, rendering any semblance of rivalry utterly inconceivable. Incensed by the ridicule, The earthly son's fury ignited. He had always despised being called the Little One. Were it not for the public spectacle and the presence of the stunning Deng Chanyu, he might have already lost his temper. I am here to compete in martial prowess. This is a contest for a spouse, not a selection of suitors, is it not? Defeat this hulking brute, and I shall win the hand of Miss Deng, correct? He proclaimed. Deng Chanyu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Deng Jiogong interjected, indeed. This is a contest for a spouse. However, should you vanquish all your opponents, you may naturally claim my daughter. Startled by this revelation, Deng Chanyu felt a twinge of concern, though reassured by the earthly son's stature, which led her to believe he lacked significant skill. Receiving his answer, the earthly son turned to Tai Wan. Come, let's see your prowess, big fellow. Tai Wan smirked coldly. As the foremost expert under Deng Jiogong, he regarded the earthly son with disdain. I shan't bully a child. You may strike first. Very well, the earthly son exclaimed, his form flickering as he appeared before Tai Wan, the short stick aimed at Tai Wan's knee. Tai Wan swiftly evaded, yet the earthly son shadowed him closely, his stick dancing with relentless strikes, leaving Tai Wan in a state of disarray. Given the opponent's diminutive size and the close quarters, Tai Wan found it difficult to utilize his strength, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. As the earthly son rolled and struck with astonishing speed, Tai Wan came to the stark realization that he had gravely underestimated his opponent. However, it was too late. A miscalculated move resulted in the earthly son's stick crashing against Tai Wan's calf, the sound of splintering bone resonating through the air, and Tai Wan was sent tumbling to the ground. The earthly son rushed forward, intent on finishing Tai Wan, when a commanding voice rang out. Halt! It was Deng Jiogong, intervening to stop the earthly son. I have won, the earthly son declared with a broad grin. Does this mean I can marry Miss Deng? Deng Jiogong ordered his men to assist Tai Wan in receiving medical treatment, and then declared, I, Deng Jiogong, am a man of my word. However, you must defend your position for 3 days. Should you vanquish all your opponents within that time frame, I shall not go back on my promise. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu became agitated and exclaimed, Father, I refuse to marry him. Deng Jiogong reprimanded her. The martial competition was your suggestion. Do you intend to renege? With so many witnesses present, do you wish to portray your father as a man without honor? Fuming, Deng Chanyu stomped her feet and muttered, Ning Ze, you scoundrel. Where are you? On the arena, Tu Xing's son sat confidently, surveying the crowd below. Who dares to challenge me? He bellowed. The audience fell silent. After all, even General Tai Wan could not defeat this diminutive figure. To step forward would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. Noticing the absence of challengers, Tu Xing's son swelled with pride and turned his gaze towards Deng Chanyu, swallowing hard. Miss Deng, in 3 days, you and I shall be wed, he laughed boisterously. The crowd erupted in indignation. This arrogant man, not only short and ugly, dared to act lewdly towards Miss Deng. Such audacity was intolerable. Several young men surged onto the stage to confront Tu Xing's son, but he swiftly dispatched them, sending each one crashing off the platform. As Tu Xing's son reveled in his triumph, a voice rang out, I shall take you on. In an instant, Ning Ze appeared atop the platform. Clad in a splendid robe, he stood tall, exuding both scholarly grace and masculine vigor, a stark contrast to Tu Xing's Sunday. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Deng Chanyu, overwhelmed with joy, shouted, Ning Ze. He stepped forward and offered a slight bow to Deng Jiogong, saying, General Deng, I pay my respects. You are Ning Ze, the great general of the imperial court. Ning Ze? Deng Jiogong inquired. Indeed, Ning Ze confirmed. Excellent. Deng Jiogong rejoiced, recognizing that Ning Ze's appearance and status were well suited to his daughter. It would indeed be a worthy match for her. At that moment, Tu Xing's son interrupted, Hey, are you here to compete or to showcase? Ning Ze turned to face him. Tu Xing's son, what brings you here instead of cultivating in the mountains? You know me? Tu Xing's son asked, astonished. Naturally, I am a disciple of the 3 generations of the Chan sect and a student of Zhu Lu's son, though I have only studied under him for a brief period. You know my master? Tu Xing's son exclaimed. Not at all, Ning Ze replied. Well, since you are aware of my identity and still dare to challenge me. I shall see what prowess you possess as a general of the great Shang." With that, Tu Xing's son lunged towards Ning Ze, swinging his short staff at Ning Ze's feet. However, with a single step, Ning Ze ascended to hover 3 zhang above the ground, rendering Tu Xing's son's attack futile. The audience erupted in astonishment. "He hovers in the air. He must be a celestial being," they exclaimed. "Huh, this little squirt is about to get a taste of defeat. Such a character, paired with Miss Deng, elicits my admiration." Upon witnessing this, Tu Xing's son was taken aback, swiftly leaping into action to strike at Ning Ze. Ning Ze's figure was ethereal and elusive, akin to a wraith. Regardless of Tu Xing's son's relentless assaults, he failed to even graze the hem of Ning Ze's garment. It is crucial to note that Ning Ze had amalgamated countless agility attributes, augmented by the essence of the ancestral witch's true blood. Not only Tu Xing's son, but even the reflexes of a Deluo powerhouse could not rival Ning Ze's swiftness. Defeating Ning Ze was akin to chasing a mirage. "Now it is my turn." Ling Ze smiled faintly, abruptly launching an attack with a flying kick that connected with Tu Xing's Sunday. Tu Xing's son soared through the air like a mere ball, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Chapter 40. Ning Ze's confrontation with Tu Xing's son. With a powerful kick, Tu Xing's son was sent flying, eliciting a chorus of cheers from beneath the high platform. The sheer force behind that kick was truly astonishing. Witnessing Ning Ze's triumph over Tu Xing's son, a smile spread across Deng Jiogong's face, while Deng Chanyu was overwhelmed with joy. Rising to his feet, Deng Jiogong proclaimed loudly, "The strength of General Ning is evident to all. If I were to declare that in this martial contest for marriage, General Ning emerges victorious, would there be any dissent?" The audience responded in unison, "No dissent." Indeed, General Ning and Miss Deng were a match made in heaven. Congratulations to General Deng for selecting such a worthy son-in-law. Having presided over Sanshan Pass for many years, Deng Jiogong was deeply beloved by the people. The crowd unanimously supported his verdict. "Very well," Deng Jiogong declared. "I hereby announce that Ning Ze has triumphed in this martial contest for marriage and will wed my daughter Chanyu on an auspicious day." However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, "Wait." Tu Xing's son emerged from beneath the ground, leaping onto the stage. "I have not been defeated." Ning Ze frowned upon seeing Tu Xing's son reappear. Although his kick had been powerful, it was executed with finesse and had not harmed Tu Xing's Sunday. This individual was a disciple of the 12 immortals of the Chan sect, and Ning Ze had refrained from using lethal force to avoid incurring the sect's wrath. Little did he expect Tu Xing's son's audacity to return, displaying a lack of wisdom. "You have lost. Cease your futile insistence," Ning Ze stated firmly. The crowd echoed in agreement. "You were kicked off? How can you claim you haven't lost?" Indeed, being thrown from the stage constitutes a defeat. With that ugly visage, how can you still be so shameless? Do your parents know? Little imp, get down. Faced with the crowd's scorn, Tu Xing's son's anger flared. "I bear no wounds. How can this be considered a loss? It was merely an accident that I was struck by this fellow. Let's fight again." "I have no desire to engage with you further," Ning Ze replied, preparing to leave the high platform, but was blocked by Tu Xing's Sunday. "Are you afraid to fight?" "No, you are simply not my match. I do not wish to battle you," Ning Ze replied earnestly. "I am a disciple of the Chan sect. How could I lose to a mere rogue? Watch this." With that, Tu Xing's son brandished a short staff and lunged at Ning Ze. Seeing this obstinacy, Ning Ze summoned a flicker of true fire. He stepped aside to evade Tu Xing's son's attack and swiftly retaliated with a kick. To his surprise, Tu Xing's son had anticipated this move. He rolled on the ground to evade Ning Ze's strike and then waved his hand, unleashing a burst of light. Before Ning Ze stood a rope, slithering like a serpent, ensnaring him tightly. The binding rope. Ning Ze was taken aback. In the tale of the investiture of the gods, Tu Xing's son had captured numerous generals from West Qi using this very rope. A treasure of the Yusu Palace, the binding rope was formidable. Once ensnared, one's magical abilities would be restricted, rendering them unable to move. This time, the tables had turned. Upon witnessing the immortal binding rope ensnaring Ning Ze, Tu Xing's son could not contain his delight and soared forward, poised to strike at Ning Ze. However, at that moment, several tendrils emerged from the earth, ensnaring him tightly and rendering him immobile. It was indeed Ning Ze, quietly invoking his wood-based divine powers. Thus, both individuals found themselves ensnared by one another. Tu Xing's son, will you not untie the immortal binding rope? Ning Ze exclaimed. I shall not untie it. Truly, I shall not. Tu Xing's son retorted. With a thought, Ning Ze summoned more tendrils from the depths of the earth, their surfaces adorned with sharp thorns, two of which hovered ominously before Tu Xing's son's eyes. Should the thorns pierce him, he would instantly be blinded. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Tu Xing's son hastily recited an incantation and released the immortal binding rope. Observing this, Ning Ze also withdrew his powers, stating, I have said it. You are no match for me. I implore you to depart swiftly. Tu Xing's son glared at Ning Ze with resentment, declaring, the humiliation of today shall surely be repaid in the future. With that, he shimmered and vanished in the ground. Ning Ze stroked his chin, reflecting on how he had shown restraint towards Tu Xing's son, only to find that this individual harbored such a small-minded grudge, still holding on to past grievances. He truly believed that as a disciple of the Chan sect, he could not dare to slay his adversary. Upon Tu Xing's son's departure, Lord Deng rose to welcome Ning Ze into the city lord's mansion of Sand Mountain, incessantly addressing him as his esteemed son-in-law. He dispatched individuals to prepare a banquet, intending to lavishly host Ning Ze. General Deng, I have been in seclusion for the past year. I am unaware of the current situation in the Great Shang. Ning Ze inquired. Lord Deng replied, in this year, the king has indeed taken numerous measures, and the populace's perception of the Great Shang has improved somewhat. However, strife still plagues the feudal lords. The northern duke, Chong Ho Hu, has been vanquished by the western duke, and now the western duke, Ji Chong, has amassed considerable power and is poised to attack the Great Shang. Furthermore, following the death of the eastern duke, Jiang Huanchu, Jiang Wenhuan has declared himself independent, no longer recognizing the court, while in the south, Yishan has rallied 200 vassal lords to assert independence, secretly aligning with the Western Qi. It can be said that the Great Shang is now besieged on all sides. Yishan fears the might of this general. Hence he has yet to muster an army to invade. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze could not help but furrow his brow. It appeared that the war of the gods was imminent. The arrangements by the Western Qi had been completed. Once they mobilized, they would surely attack from all directions, leaving the Great Shang to face enemies on all fronts. Even the esteemed master one would find it no simple task to reverse the tide. Moreover, this calamity was aimed at the Chan sect. Many disciples of the Chan sect had perished on the battlefield of the War of the Gods. It was a pity that Tong Tian had yet to awaken to this reality. Alas, when calamity strikes, one struggles to ensure their own safety, let alone concern themselves with others. Lord Deng personally hosted a banquet for Ning Ze, with Deng Chanyu and numerous generals as company. The atmosphere was cordial, filled with laughter and conversation. After the banquet concluded, Ning Ze was assigned quarters within the city lord's mansion. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he contemplated his future. Having successfully become Deng Chanyu's husband, as per Kong Xian's words, Deng Chanyu possessed extraordinary talent, and partnering with her as a Dao companion seemed favorable. However, the Deng family was renowned individuals on the list of the War of the Gods, and altering this fate would not be an easy endeavor. At that moment, Ning Ze was suddenly jolted by a piercing scream. Startled, he swayed and found himself in a chamber, where he noticed a lady pointing towards the bed, exclaiming, "Miss, the young lady is missing." What? A wave of shock surged through Ning Ze. At that moment, Deng Xiao and Deng Jiogong also entered the room. The lady anxiously explained, "I was attending to the young lady as she went to bed. I stepped out for just a moment, and upon returning, I saw a shadow at the window. When I looked inside, the young lady had vanished." Both Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiao were taken aback. How could she simply disappear like this? Ning Ze remarked, "This matter is quite peculiar. Deng Chanyu must have been abducted. There are still traces of magical energy in this room. I shall pursue the matter now, and you need not panic. Son-in-law, you must surely bring my daughter back," Deng Jiogong implored, grasping Ning Ze's hand firmly. "Rest assured, Deng Chanyu is now my wife, and I will not allow her to come to harm. With that, Ning Ze swiftly departed the room, extending his consciousness, and soon discerned that Deng Chanyu had been taken underground. Chapter 41. The Earthwalker's son, the residual aura beneath the earth, was exceedingly faint. He was certain that Deng Chanyu had been captured by the Earthwalker's son. This scoundrel, devoid of any moral compass and employing despicable methods, ignited a surge of indignation within Ning Ze. How could someone of his stature, a disciple of a great sect, stoop to such treachery? It was imperative to locate Deng Chanyu swiftly. Otherwise, the Earthwalker's son was capable of anything. General Deng, does Deng Chanyu possess any token that might aid in my pursuit? A token? Deng Jiugong pondered momentarily before his eyes brightened with realization. His mother had left him a jade pendant, which was part of a pair. The other half resided with Deng Xiao. Show her. Quickly retrieve the pendant and show it to General Ning. Deng Xiao promptly produced a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Ning Ze. The pendant, a striking crimson hue, was crafted from exquisite Qilin jade. Such jade could only originate from the dwelling place of Qilin, making it a rare and exceptional material for the creation of jade tablets to store information. Many cultivators sought this unique jade far and wide. However, one couldn't help but wonder why Deng Chanyu's mother possessed such a precious item. Yet, now is not the time for such musings. Ning Ze's consciousness delved into the pendant, and indeed, he could sense Deng Chanyu's location through it. She was in rapid motion, clearly being taken away by the Earthwalker's son. This jade is remarkably rare. I require it to track Deng Chanyu's whereabouts. You shall wait for me within the confines of the Three Mountain Pass while I pursue her, Ning Ze declared. With that, he exited the room, his figure flickering as he soared into the air, darting in a specific direction. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 1,000 miles. At that moment, he sensed that Deng Chanyu had ceased her movement, indicating that the Earthwalker's son had arrived at his destination. Within a grand mountain range lay a cave, consisting of merely 2 stone chambers. Inside one of these chambers, Deng Chanyu was bound by celestial ropes, lying upon a stone bed. You little imp, what have you brought me here for? If Ning Ze discovers this, he will not let you off easily, Deng Chanyu exclaimed in terror. The Earthwalker's son stood before the stone bed, gazing at Deng Chanyu, swallowing hard before speaking. My master has foretold that we share a fateful connection, which compelled me to descend from the mountain and seek your hand in marriage at the Three Mountain Pass. Alas, it was thwarted by that Ning Ze. My dear beauty, today we shall consummate our union. Once my master intervenes to eliminate Ning Ze, you shall belong to me forever. His voice grew increasingly ecstatic, culminating in a lecherous laugh. Release me, Deng Chanyu cried out, panic-stricken, struggling desperately against the celestial ropes, an artifact of formidable power from which she could not escape. I am a disciple of the Chan sect. You are but a mortal's daughter. How could I not be worthy of you? The Earthwalker's son proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Once you submit to me today, I shall take you to meet my master. He will surely impart celestial arts to you, and we shall be eternally entwined. Is that not splendid? This place is exceedingly secluded. No one shall disturb us. He laughed heartily. With that, the Earthwalker's son stepped closer, intent on tearing away Deng Chanyu's garments. At that moment, a voice rang out. Earthwalker's son, release her at once. Earthwalker's son was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to see Ning Ze standing not far away, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It is you. Time and again, you have thwarted my endeavors. This is utterly outrageous. Earthwalker's son bellowed in fury. Ning Ze, equally incensed, retorted, Earthwalker's son, as a disciple of the great sect, how can you engage in such despicable deeds? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? Kill me, and you shall perish too. Youngster, oppose my teachings, and you shall meet a most untimely demise. Is that so? As soon as Ning Ze's words fell, a sharp spike erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Earthwalker's son. Realizing he was no match for Ning Ze, Earthwalker's son swiftly maneuvered to burrow into the earth. However, countless vines suddenly emerged from the underworld, ensnaring him and lifting him up. Ning Ze had already resolved to slay Earthwalker's son and was thus well prepared. Upon seeing Earthwalker's son ensnared by the vines, He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from the void, striking Earthwalker Sun with tremendous force. Purple Mansion Divine Thunder. Earthwalker Sun's cultivation was not profound. He had yet to attain the golden, immortal realm. How could he withstand the onslaught of the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder? Boom! Earthwalker Sun's flesh was instantly charred to a crisp, dead beyond recovery. With the demise of Earthwalker Sun, the binding spell on Deng Chanyu was rendered ineffective and unraveled automatically. Deng Chanyu leaped up and threw herself into Ning Ze's embrace. Ning Ze, you have come. Otherwise, I would have been defiled by this vile creature. Deng Chanyu's voice trembled with emotion, lacking any trace of the resolute demeanor she had displayed in battle. Ning Ze gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. This scoundrel is dead. Let us depart. Your father is still waiting for you." Only then did Deng Chanyu release her hold on Ning Ze. Ning Ze collected the binding rope and waved his hand, summoning countless bolts of lightning from the void to obliterate everything within the cave. After this, he exited the cave and unleashed a surge of magical energy, causing the cave to collapse in response. Having completed these tasks, Ning Ze remained uneasy and invoked wood-based divine powers, prompting the surrounding flora to grow wildly and swiftly cover the cave. After a moment's thought, Ning Ze took the binding rope and gestured. It soared into the distance and vanished in the blink of an eye. Thus, the fearsome Lu Sun would be unaware of who had slain Earthwalker Sunday. With that, Ning Ze took Deng Chanyu and soared back to the Three Mountain Pass. At Mount Jialong, it is a convergence of the primal earth veins, with majestic peaks and towering ancient trees. The spiritual energy within the mountains is exceedingly dense. At this moment, within a cave atop a mountain, sat a figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe. It was none other than Jiu Lu Sun, one of the 12 immortals of the Chan sect. Suddenly, Jiu Lu Sun opened his eyes, revealing an expression of astonishment. "Oh no, Earthwalker Sun is in peril." He quickly ascended and flew out of Mount Jialong, heading in a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, Jiu Lu Sun followed his sensing and landed atop a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a golden rope shot towards him from the mountain, landing in his grasp. Binding immortal rope. Something has happened to Earthwalker Sun. The countenance of Jiu Lu Shun changed drastically. Although the Earthwalker Sun was brought forth by him to fend off the impending calamity of the divine tribulation, and was destined to be inscribed on the divine list, the true battle for divinity had yet to commence. Should the Earthwalker Sun perish now, how could he possibly shield himself from disaster? Regardless of who you are, if you dare to slay my disciple, I, Jiu Lu Shun, shall ensure that you accompany him to the grave. A glint of malice flickered in Jiu Liushuan's eyes. He had deduced that the Earthwalker Sun possessed a fateful connection at the Three Passes Mountain, which prompted him to descend the mountain and venture towards the Three Passes. Now, with the Earthwalker Sun's demise, it must be intertwined with the affairs of the Three Passes Mountain. Contemplating this, Jiu Lushun soared into the sky, riding on a cloud, and hurried towards the Three Passes Mountain. Chapter 42. The Wrath of Jiu Lushun. Jiu Lushun arrived outside the Three Mountain Pass, and with a flicker of his form, transformed into an ordinary commoner, entering the heart of the pass. He was certain that Tu Xingxuan had previously visited this place, and that the latter's demise was intrinsically linked to it. Tu Xingxuan, formidable in his own right, possessed earth manipulation techniques and wielded the binding rope he had been gifted. To slay Tu Xingxuan was not a task for an ordinary cultivator. Upon entering the Three Mountain Pass, Jiu Lushun extended his consciousness, promptly capturing useful information. The martial competition had just concluded, and many townsfolk were still engrossed in discussions about the events. The most captivating tale was that of Tu Xingxuan's defeat at the hands of Tai Wan, only to be subsequently subdued by Ning Ze himself. Ning Ze, the mere mention of this name, caused Jiu Lushun to furrow his brow. His instincts hinted that Tu Xingxuan's death was undoubtedly connected to Ning Ze. The ability to effortlessly vanquish Tu Xingxuan indicated Ning Ze's extraordinary prowess and his capacity to eliminate Tu Xingxuan. Moreover, Jiu Lushun was well aware of Tu Xingxuan's temperament. Having been defeated by Ning Ze, Tu Xingxuan would not have returned to Jialong Mountain, but rather sought out Ning Ze. At that moment, Ning Ze had already returned to the three-mountain pass with Deng Chanyu. Deng Jiugong and his companions awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Ning Ze accompanied by Deng Chanyu, Deng Jiugong could not contain his joy. "Chanyu, are you unharmed?" Deng Chanyu, feeling wronged, had tears welling in her eyes. "Father, that Tu Xingsuan captured me. He intended to violate me. Thankfully, Ning Ze arrived just in time, or else I would have been subjected to that beast's torment." Deng Jiugong seethed with rage. According to Ning Ze, that Tu Xingsuan is also a disciple of a major sect. I never imagined he would commit such an outrageous act. If I encounter him again, even if I am outmatched, I shall fight to the bitter end. Deng Chanyu interjected, "There is no need for that. Father, Tu Xingsuan is already dead. Ning Ze has slain him." "Good riddance, good riddance," exclaimed Deng Jiugong, but suddenly he sensed something amiss. "Ning Ze, that Tu Xingsuan was a disciple of the Yushu sect. Did you truly kill him?" Ning Ze nodded slightly. "Tu Xingsuan acted immorally. I consider it a necessary cleansing of our sect's ranks. If he were to remain, who knows what calamities he would provoke. Indeed, you speak wisely. Should the Yushu Palace pursue this matter, I shall advocate for you. Even if they trouble you, I will stand by your side." However, at that moment, a voice echoed through the chamber. "Is that so?" As the voice fell, a figure clad in a yellow robe materialized within the grand hall. The newcomer's gaze was frigid, and a surge of spiritual power emanated from him, exerting an oppressive pressure upon all present. "Who are you?" Deng Jiugong shouted. The figure coldly replied, "I am Jiu Lushan of the Yushu sect. You have slain my disciple, and today I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind." Upon realizing the identity of the intruder, Ning Ze was taken aback. Jiu Lushan was one of the 12 disciples of the Jie sect, a bona fide Deluo powerhouse. This visit would surely be a formidable challenge. Despite his cautious efforts, he had not anticipated that Jiu Lushan would track him down. Deng Jiugong and Deng Xiu also felt a jolt of alarm. Deng Jiugong declared, "Since the Taoist has arrived, let us speak candidly. Your disciple, Tu Xing's son, has acted immorally, seeking to tarnish my daughter's virtue. Thus, my son-in-law, Ning Ze, has taken action and slain him. Should you seek revenge, consider it a matter involving me, Deng Jiugong." Upon hearing this, Deng Xiu promptly positioned herself behind Deng Jiugong and affirmed, "Indeed, it also involves me." Ning Ze interjected, "It was I who killed Tu Xing's son. They are not implicated. If you desire vengeance, direct it towards me." Deng Chanyu immediately stepped forward to shield Ning Ze, asserting, "This matter arose from my actions. How could I allow you to bear the burden alone?" Observing the scene, Zhu Lu's son sneered, "Ah, you have slain my disciple, and now seek to besmirch his name. Rest assured, you shall all perish." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy aimed directly at Deng Jiugong. Despite his reputation as a wielder of a divine blade, Deng Jiugong was still but a mortal. Upon sensing Zhu Lu's attack, he remained undaunted and prepared to meet it with his blade, only to see Ning Ze already standing before him. A thunderous crash echoed as Ning Ze braced himself against Zhu Lu's strike. The great hall quaked, furniture toppling in its wake. Ning Ze bellowed, "You Zhu Lu's act without reason. If you seek revenge, come forth." With that, he swiftly exited the hall, heading into the distance. Zhu Lu's, witnessing this, pursued him with haste. As a formidable figure of the great Luo, Zhu Lu's swiftly intercepted Ning Ze after he had traversed several mountain peaks. Ning Ze understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Zhu Lu's, being a great Luo powerhouse, wielded profound power. Yet, to remain passive was not an option. "A life for a life, boy. Having slain Tu Xing's son, there shall be no refuge for you in this vast wilderness. Prepare to pay with your life." Zhu Lu's shouted, catching up to Ning Ze and unleashing a torrent of formidable energy towards him. In the great hall, Zhu Lu's had only exerted a fraction of his power. Here, he could unleash his full might without restraint. Ningxia, wary of causing harm to Deng Chanyu and her family within the confines of the Three Mountains Pass, had lured the confrontation to this location. The overwhelming force of Zhu Lu's magic surged forth, imposing a tremendous pressure from all directions. Truly, he was a great Luo powerhouse. What seemed a simple attack had effectively sealed Ning Ze's escape routes. Aware that Zhu Lu Sun possessed techniques capable of solidifying the ground beneath him, Ning Ze realized that employing earth-based evasion was virtually impossible. With no avenue for flight, he resolved to fight. Feeling the overwhelming magical pressure surrounding him, Ning Ze unleashed a powerful roar, channeling the blood and energy within him. His cultivation, though at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, was incomparable to Zhu Lu Sun's prowess. Therefore, Ning Ze decided to confront Zhu Lu Sun as a member of the Witch Clan. As his blood and energy surged forth, Zhu Lu Sun's overwhelming magic began to falter. Gripping his blade with both hands, Ning Ze swung it forward, unleashing a colossal arc of light that cleaved through Zhu Lu Sun's magic, charging directly at him. Zhu Lu Sun's spirit momentarily wavered, prompting him to swiftly draw his sword and counterattack, neutralizing Ning Ze's assault. Witch Clan? Zhu Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback, then declared, "Regardless of your lineage, slaying my disciple warrants your death." With that, he brandished his longsword, unleashing a flurry of sword radiance that surged in all directions. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the void as unparalleled magical might erupted, striking towards Ning Ze along with the sword gleams. Ning Ze instantly sensed the impending peril. Indeed, a Daluo strongman is formidable. He summoned the blood power of his Witch Clan, the warhorse rearing, while simultaneously invoking the laws of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning emerged from the void, aiming to cleave through Zhu Lu Sunday. The Purple Mansion Divine Thunder. Even as a Daluo strongman, Zhu Lu Sun dared not confront the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder with his physical form. He hastily retracted his attack and retreated 100 paces, narrowly evading the Divine Thunder's onslaught. Yet, he was once again astonished. "No wonder you could slay my disciple. You indeed possess some skill." However, this ends here. Chapter 43. The escaped Zhu Lu Sun also discerned that Ning Ze possessed limited magical prowess, yet his physical form was remarkably robust. Furthermore, he wielded the ability to summon lightning. Thus, with a commanding shout, the overwhelming might of the great Luo surged forth, elevating his magical energy to its zenith. As he swung his sword, an immense force cascaded, forming a formidable vortex of magical energy that surged toward Ning Ze. Simultaneously, he chanted incantations, invoking the binding immortal rope, which unfurled in the void like a sinuous serpent, coiling toward Ning Ze. Ning Ze was taken aback. The binding immortal rope was extraordinarily potent, and Zhu Lu Sun's magical power was profoundly deep. Should he become ensnared, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at this foe's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the ancestral witch's true blood within him, unleashing a torrent of vitality. Concurrently, he invoked water-based divine abilities, conjuring a water dragon that surged through the air, aimed directly at the binding immortal rope. As he executed his spell, Ning Ze swiftly retreated, distancing himself by several miles before unleashing his lightning-based divine abilities. Countless bolts of celestial lightning erupted from the heavens, coalescing into a colossal purple thunderbolt aimed at Zhu Lu Sun. His intention was simple. Should Zhu Lu Sun remain stationary, the Purple Mansion Divine Lightning would surely inflict severe injury. Meanwhile, the water dragon would temporarily impede the binding immortal rope, granting him a moment to breathe. Indeed, Zhu Lu Sun hastily withdrew his magical energy, employing the earthly golden light to evade Ning Ze's assault. However, at that moment, the binding immortal rope had already shattered the water dragon and was barreling toward Ning Ze. Alarmed, Ning Ze disregarded everything else, waving his hand to summon countless vines that sprang up around him. Within a radius of several meters, he was enveloped in a gigantic green sphere of vines. Simultaneously, dozens of vines surged toward the binding immortal rope. With a series of thuds, a vine imbued with the laws of which struck the binding immortal rope fiercely, momentarily halting its advance. Just as Ning Ze sighed in relief, a light chuckle echoed from above. Beams of light descended from the heavens, striking down upon him. Boom! The encasing vines erupted violently, and the fierce energy of magic crashed into Ning Ze. With a resounding thud, he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a significant crater upon impact. Ji Lusun retracted the binding immortal rope, revealing a cold smirk as he descended from the sky. He was acutely aware of the power behind his previous strike. Even though this individual bore the lineage of the Witch Clan, he would either perish or be gravely wounded. However, upon landing, he found no trace of Ning Ze. In truth, Ning Ze had activated the Earth Escape technique the moment he hit the ground, burrowing underground and swiftly traversing 1,000 miles. Only then did he emerge from the earth, gasping for breath. Though he had not sustained injuries from Ji Lusun's attack, the impact had left him feeling quite distressed. How fortunate was he for his formidable physique. Otherwise, that strike from Ji Lusun would have reduced him to mere pulp. Seated upon a stone in the forest, Ning Ze felt a lingering unease. Having slain Tu Xing's son, he realized that this enmity had bound him to the Chan sect. If Ji Lusun was so formidable, what would happen if he summoned other golden immortals? Surely, escape would be an impossibility. In the realm of the 12 golden immortals, the prowess of Ji Lusun is regarded as relatively modest, and he possesses but a scant collection of magical artifacts. Should figures such as Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, or Tai Jin emerge, it seems exceedingly difficult for him to evade peril. The world of the primordial chaos is fraught with danger at every turn. For a humble cultivator like himself, devoid of any influential backing, surviving the cataclysm of the canonization of gods is an arduous endeavor indeed. Ning Ze concealed himself within the woods for a time, and upon realizing that Ji Lusun had ceased his pursuit, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Surveying his surroundings, he found the landscape eerily familiar. Is this not Taiyang Mountain? Ning Ze discerned that he was indeed within Taiyang Mountain, and soon he arrived at his former retreat. Once back in the stone chamber, he seated himself in a meditative posture, drawing upon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to commence his cultivation. He resolved to remain hidden here for a while, waiting for Ji Lusun to depart before emerging. Indeed, after a fortnight, nothing unusual transpired. Convinced that Ji Lusun had vacated the area, Ning Ze exited the stone chamber. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy and swiftly turned to investigate. Before him, several figures appeared in the void, mounted upon peculiar steeds, heading westward. Faintly, he could hear the sound of their discourse. This time, Zhang Guifang is leading the expedition to the West Qi. Master Wen has summoned us four to assist. We must proceed post-haste. Indeed, Wen Zhong and we share a bond akin to brothers. Now that he holds sway in Chaoga, we ought to alleviate his burdens. Zhang Guifang's campaign towards the West Qi, combined with the appearance of these individuals, led Ning Ze to deduce their identities. These were undoubtedly the four saints of Jiulong Island. In the saga of the canonization of gods, Zhang Guifang's expedition to the West Qi resulted in the deaths of the four saints at the hands of the disciples of the Chan sect, leading to Zhang Guifang's defeat. Unbeknownst to Tong Tian, the Chan sect has allied with the Western Church and the human sect, seeking the annihilation of his. The disciples would be systematically slain by the Chan sect, which is adept at overwhelming the weak with the strong and the few with the many. By the time the leader realizes the impending disaster, it will be too late, and many of his disciples will have already fallen. Ning Ze understood that even if he were to inform Wen Zhong of the conspiracy behind the canonization of gods and the ambitions of the Chan sect to eradicate, Wen Zhong would likely report it to Bo Palace, and the leader of the Tongtian sect would not believe him. With Wen Zhong's capabilities, he could not alter the outcome in the short term. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ze resolved to head to the battlefield of the West Qi and observe the unfolding events, while also collecting any dropped items from the battlefield. With this thought, Ning Ze exited Taiyang Mountain and employed his powers to journey westward. Before long, he passed by Qishan. Beyond Qishan lay the territory of West Qi. Proceeding further, Ning Ze soon discovered the encampment of the Shang army. The camp stretched for miles, quite a magnificent sight, with at least 100,000 elite troops amassed. Ning Ze cast a spell to disguise himself as an ordinary Shang soldier and blended into the ranks of the Shang army. Surely, Ji Lusun would not suspect that he was hidden among the soldiers in this guise. Indeed, on the following morning, the sound of war drums resonated. Ning Ze immediately joined the other soldiers, following the General Feng Lin, a subordinate of Zhang Guifeng, to the foot of West Qi City. 100,000 soldiers formed a formidable battle array. At the forefront, Zhang Guifeng rode a war steed, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him stood 4 Taoist priests, each clad in azure robes, mounted upon fantastical beasts, stationed at the front of the formation. The voices from the city walls echoed, "I am Zhang Guifeng, the Grand General of the Great Shang, here to summon that wretched GFA to meet his demise." Jifa, could it be that Ji Chong has already perished? Ning Ze felt a sudden pang in his heart. Indeed, they witnessed the gates of Shiqi City opening wide, as waves of soldiers surged forth from within, arraying themselves outside the walls for battle. 10 riders emerged from the ranks of the army. Beneath the grand banner stood a venerable Taoist with white hair and beard, undoubtedly the revered Ning Ze. Chapter 44. Zhang Guifeng's campaign to the west. Godly attributes. Ning Ze concealed himself among the grand merchant convoy, discreetly observing the generals of West Qi. Behind Ning Ze stood a childlike commander, wielding a fire-tipped spear and standing upon a wheel of wind and fire. With a Qinquan circle around his neck, undoubtedly it was Ning Ze. Beside Ning Ze stood a figure with wings, brandishing a golden staff, whose countenance was rather unappealing, unmistakably Lei Zhenzi. Additionally, there was another individual radiating waves of supernatural power, presumably Wu Ji, a disciple of Ning Ze. Apart from these few, the rest were mere mortal commanders, their identities remaining elusive to Ning Ze. Zhang Guifeng rode forward and proclaimed loudly, "Ning Ze," instead of engaging in quiet cultivation within the mountains. "You venture to West Qi to instigate chaos. What is your intention?" Ning Ze smiled slightly and replied, "The downfall of the Shang Dynasty is inevitable. The Shang king is tyrannical. I heed the call of destiny and descend to aid West Qi. Zhang Guifeng, I advise you not to act against the heavens. Quickly rally your troops to support West Qi, march back to Chaoga, and eliminate that foolish sovereign. That is the righteous path." Furious, Zhang Guifeng retorted, "Shameless rebel. How dare you speak such nonsense? Today, I have come with my forces to surely flatten West Qi." With that, he turned his horse and bellowed, "Who dares to battle? Capture Ning Ze alive and seize GFA." At that moment, a commander galloped forth, declaring, "Allow me to take the lead." This commander was none other than Feng Lin, a subordinate of Zhang Guifeng. As Feng Lin charged into battle, another general surged forth from behind Ning Ze. It was Ji Shuqian. Ji Shuqian was the 12th son of Ji Chong, the prince of Shibua, known for his great valor. The two commanders exchanged names and clashed fiercely. Ning Ze was well aware of the impending outcome. Feng Lin, adept in the arts of deception, was intent on slaying Ji Shuqian. Indeed, after a brief engagement, Feng Lin feigned retreat, and Ji Shuqian, unaware of the peril, pursued him. Suddenly, Feng Lin turned, exhaling a crimson orb that struck Ji Shuqian squarely in the face, causing him to tumble from his steed. Feng Lin swiftly returned, thrusting his spear and dispatching Ji Shuqian beneath his horse. With a flicker of thought, Ning Ze merged the attributes that Ji Shuqian had dropped. Ji Shuqian, possessing commendable martial prowess, had yielded 2 green attributes. Upon merging these attributes, Ning Ze felt an enhancement in his stamina and strength. Witnessing Ji Shuqian's demise, Ning Ze was momentarily taken aback when another commander rushed forth, exclaiming, "Prime Minister, allow me to handle him." Ning Ze glanced over and recognized this commander as none other than the great General Nan Gongshi. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Nan Gongshi engaged Feng Lin in combat. Ning Ze anticipated that Nan Gongshi would fall victim to Feng Lin, yet he harbored no desire for Nan Gongshi to survive. As expected, Nan Gongshi proved formidable. After several exchanges, Feng Lin feigned a retreat. Observing this, Nan Gongshi spurred his horse forward in pursuit. Feng Lin turned back and unleashed another crimson orb. A flash of red light surged forth, striking Nan Gongshi in the face. He let out a cry and fell from his mount. At that critical moment, a sharp spike erupted from the ground, piercing Nan Gongshi's body. Ning Ze had secretly activated his divine powers, seizing the opportunity to slay Nan Gongshi. As Feng Lin returned, hoping to capture Nan Gongshi alive, he was met with the sight of Nan Gongshi spitting blood, already lifeless, leaving him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Ning Ze merged the attributes dropped by Nan Gongshi. Nan Gongshi, a person of extraordinary fortune, not only possessed strength and agility attributes, but also dropped an orange fortune attribute. The voice of a prompt echoed. You have fused with the orange attribute, gaining the blessing of fortune. Ning Ze could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. Fortune, an intangible concept, truly existed within the primordial chaos. Those who possess fortune had a significantly higher chance of turning misfortune into good fortune during crises, and their opportunities for serendipity would also greatly increase. Luck was indeed a component of strength. Shang Ze was astonished to see two of his generals fall. Just then, Ning Ze emerged, riding on his wind-fire wheels, declaring, "Master Uncle, this individual practices sinister arts. Allow me to eliminate him." With that, he leapt onto his wind-fire wheels. Instantly arriving on the battlefield, Ning Ze stroked his chin, recognizing that Ning Ze, as a lotus incarnation, would find Feng Lin's sinister arts ineffective. Moreover, Ning Ze was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and Feng Lin would hardly be his match. However, within the saga of the investiture of the gods, Feng Lin met his demise at the hands of Huang Tianxiang, who was still within the city of Chaoge. It seemed the narrative would undergo some changes. As anticipated, when the two engaged, Feng Lin quickly found himself at a disadvantage, hastily spitting out a red pearl, which danced above Ning Ze's head before hurtling toward him. Ning Ze summoned the Qinquan circle, striking the pearl to the ground. Then, with another leap on his wind-fire wheels, he advanced and pierced Feng Lin, sending him crashing to the ground. Two attributes fell from Feng Lin's body, and Ning Ze promptly chose to fuse them. Ding, you have fused the green attribute. Dao, law-breaking 10, gaining 10 years of cultivation. Ding, you have fused the purple attribute, sinister arts, with a significant chance of comprehending a secret divine technique. Well, that was quite satisfactory. A purple attribute had dropped. Upon witnessing Feng Lin's demise, Zhang Guifang was about to join the fray when another stepped forward, saying, "General, do not panic. Allow this humble Taoist to handle him." It was Gao Yuqian, one of the four saints of Jiulong Island. After stepping forward, he addressed Shang Ze. "Jiang Shang, I advise you to surrender quickly, lest I unleash a massacre." Recognizing the figure clad in Taoist robes, riding a spotted leopard, and exuding waves of magical energy, Shang Ze understood he was undoubtedly a member of the Taoist sect and did not dare to be negligent, promptly inquiring, "May I ask, which immortal mountain do you cultivate on?" Gao Yuqian replied, "This humble one, along with my 3 brothers, hails from Jiulong Island." "Jiang Shang, if you do not surrender, do not blame me for being merciless." Shang Ze countered, "Why do you aid the great Shang, defying the heavens and risking divine retribution?" Gao Yuqian, incensed by Shang Ze's evasive rhetoric, charged toward him on his spotted leopard. Just as Shang Ze was preparing for battle, Ning Ze appeared, standing firm against Gao Yuqian. Gao Yuqian, a disciple of the Jie Jiao, possessed early-stage Tai cultivation and had superior magical prowess compared to Ning Ze. As Ning Ze gradually fell into a disadvantage, Shang Ze felt a jolt of concern, reciting a true incantation while summoning the magic whip of the gods. This whip, paired with the investiture of the gods, measured 21 segments long, each inscribed with 4 talismans, totaling 84, capable of striking those listed on the investiture. The magic whip soared into the void, radiating brilliance as countless runes danced along its length, hurtling toward Gao Yuqian. Gao Yuqian is a renowned figure on the list of deities. Thus, the divine whip possesses a formidable striking effect. Bang! Engaged in a fierce battle with Ning Ze, Gao Yuqian found himself unable to evade, and was struck on the crown by the divine whip, resulting in a catastrophic rupture of his brain, leading to his untimely demise, with a fragment of his true essence swiftly ascending to the altar of deification. Concurrently, several inscriptions fell from Gao Yuqian's form. Ning Ze, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with delight. Gao Yuqian was indeed a formidable being of the Tai level. The inscriptions that had fallen were undoubtedly of great value. He hastily pointed his finger, opting to merge the inscriptions. Ding! You have merged the God-level inscription of 30,000 years of cultivation, gaining 30,000 years of cultivation. Ding! You have merged the celestial-level inscription of the foundation of the Tao, significantly enhancing your roots. Ding! You have merged the celestial-level inscription of the true meaning of the, allowing you to comprehend the teachings of the. Chapter 45. The Death of Shang Dynasty and the Fate of Destiny, Divine-Grade Destiny Attribute. Along with 2 Celestial-Grade Attributes, Gao Yuqian is indeed a treasure of immense worth. Ning Ze's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the other 3 members of the 4 Saints of Nine Dragons Island. These 3, without a doubt, were destined to perish on the battlefield, and the attributes they would drop must be remarkable. As Gao Yuqian was slain by the Divine Whip, Wang Mo, Yang's son, and Li Xingba were engulfed in fury. The bond among these 4 men was akin to that of brothers, and now, with Gao Yuqian's untimely demise, they could scarcely contain their rage. In unison, the 3 Taoists bellowed, "Return our brother's life." The 3 figures surged towards Shang Dynasty. Upon witnessing this, Shang Dynasty was taken aback and hurriedly mounted the 4 no-returns, soaring into the air and fleeing towards the distance. Wang Mo, seeing Shang Dynasty attempting to escape, immediately took flight in pursuit. According to the narrative of the investiture of the gods, Wang Mo would first kill Shang Dynasty, only to be subsequently slain by the arriving Munju Guangfa Tianzuan. This would undoubtedly lead to the drop of high-grade attributes. Ning Ze quickly employed the technique of earth escape to follow suit. Indeed, Shang Dynasty's 4 no-returns was astoundingly swift, and soon they arrived within the embrace of a grand mountain. Wang Mo's steed, the Bian, while not as rare as the 4 no-returns, was still a unique creature of the primordial wilderness. Just as Shang Dynasty breathed a sigh of relief, wielding the divine whip in hand, intending to strike down Wang Mo, he witnessed Wang Mo reciting a true incantation, launching a precious orb into the air. The orb spiraled through the void, radiating a brilliant white light. As if the heavens themselves were cleaved apart, the orb tore through the fabric of space and, in an instant, reached directly above Shang Dynasty. Caught off guard, Shang Dynasty could not evade in time and was struck squarely by the cosmic pearl, tumbling from his steed and meeting an untimely end. Ning Ze, after much effort, had followed closely and concealed himself beneath the earth. Upon witnessing Shang Dynasty's demise, a white luminous sphere fell forth, provoking a mix of astonishment and joy within him as he hastily merged with it. Ding! You have merged with the divine-grade attribute, the body of destiny, gaining the blessing of fate and significantly enhancing your fortune. It was indeed the body of destiny. Ning Ze was overwhelmed with elation. Shang Dynasty was the protagonist of the calamity, and the fortune he possessed was beyond imagination. Although he had not truly perished, the attributes he dropped were nonetheless significant. Wang Mo, elated by Shang Dynasty's death, was about to advance when, at that moment, a Taoist appeared in the sky, accompanied by a young disciple. The Taoist donned a grayish-white robe and wielded a whisk, while the disciple appeared quite handsome. This must be Munju Guangfa Tianzuan along with his disciple, Jin Jia. Indeed, upon Munju Guangfa Tianzuan's arrival, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of magical power that obstructed Wang Mo's path. "Who dares to harm my junior brother Jiang?" thundered Munju Guangfa Tianzuan. Startled by the profound magical abilities of this figure, Wang Mo inquired hastily, "Who are you, and why do you block my way?" Munju Guangfa Tianzuan replied with a cold smile, "I am Munju Guangfa Tianzuan, a disciple of the Yushi Palace. You have slain my junior brother Jiang. Today, you shall not leave alive." Upon learning that his opponent was a disciple of the Chan sect, Wang Mo realized that this confrontation would not end well. He brandished his long sword and charged at Munju Guangfa Tianzuan. Munju, the supreme deity of the great Luo, was a formidable force, while the king demon merely resided within the Tai realm. With a flourish of his whisk, Manjushri repelled the king demon effortlessly. Recognizing his inferiority, the king demon sought to flee upon his mount, the Bayan. However, Manjushri invoked a true incantation, causing the skies to darken as tumultuous clouds replaced the previously clear heavens. With a wave of his sleeve, a beam of golden light surged skyward, accompanied by the mighty Daolong Pillar, which roared forth with overwhelming celestial power. The Daolong Pillar spun rapidly in the air, expanding into an immense stone column that reached for the heavens, adorned with shimmering runes and vibrant, auspicious colors. At its pinnacle, clouds swirled, revealing fleeting glimpses of celestial birds and auspicious beasts, seemingly guarding the unparalleled majesty of this artifact. The ancient and mysterious patterns on the surface of the column exuded a powerful and archaic aura, as if whispering secrets from the dawn of creation. Upon the column, a series of rings resonated in harmony. A radiant beam enveloped the king demon, and 4 rings swiftly shackled his limbs, drawing him back to the stone pillar, rendering him immobile. "Jinja, slay this fiend," commanded Manjushri. Jinja responded promptly, brandishing his sword and aiming for the king demon's neck. Alas, the king demon, ensnared by the Daolong Pillar, could not summon his powers. With a single stroke, Jinja severed his head. 3 inscriptions fell from the void. Ning Ze, witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration and hastily chose to merge the 3 inscriptions. "Ding! You have merged the divine inscription of 30,000 years of cultivation, gaining 30,000 years of experience. Ding! You have merged the celestial inscription of the foundation of the Tao, significantly enhancing your base. Ding! You have merged the celestial inscription of the true essence of the, allowing you to comprehend the teachings of the." These inscriptions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Gao Yuqian. Having merged the inscriptions, Ning Ze dared not linger. Should Manjushri discover him, escape would be improbable. Thus, he wisely chose to depart while the opportunity allowed. Manjushri, oblivious to Ning Ze's presence hidden deep underground, soon found himself beside Shang Dynasty. His master had foretold that Jiang would face 3 calamities and 7 tribulations before achieving his true potential. The king demon's demise could indeed be counted among those trials. "Jinja, fetch water," commanded Manjushri. Jinja swiftly moved, soon returning with a bowl of mountain spring water. Manjushri produced a pill and instructed Jinja to administer it to Shang Dynasty. Moments later, Shang Dynasty coughed lightly and gradually awakened. "Junior brother Jiang, you are awake," exclaimed Manjushri. Shang Dynasty sprang to his feet, expressing his gratitude for Manjushri's timely rescue. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life." Manjushri replied with a smile. "Fear not, junior brother. The king demon has been vanquished. You may return to Shichi." Shang Dynasty interjected, "For individuals from 9 Dragon Island have arrived, and 2 remain. I beseech you, senior brother, to eliminate them." Manjushri chuckled. "Do not worry, Zia. Those 2 will be taken care of by others. You should return. Jinja, I bestow upon you the Daolong Pillar. Accompany your uncle to Shichi." Yes, the venerable Manjushri, the celestial master of profound teachings, bestowed upon Jinja the Dragon Concealment Pillar. Together with Shang Dynasty, Jinja journeyed towards the western city of Shichi. At this moment, Ning Ze had returned to the battlefield of Shichi. There, Nija fiercely contended with Yang's son, while Lei Zhenzi was embroiled in a violent clash with Li Xingba. Both Nija and Lei Zhenzi, unable to match the formidable adversaries from 9 Dragon Island, found themselves in perilous straits. Concealed within the throng, Ning Ze observed the tumultuous conflict unfolding on the battlefield. Should he choose to strike covertly, he could easily vanquish Nija and Lei Zhenzi. However, Ning Ze was reluctant to reveal his identity. Should he be discovered here, particularly by the followers of the Chan school, or, more critically, by the ever-watchful Zhu Lu Sun, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly. Amidst the fierce combat, the sky revealed Jiang Zia and Jin Jia approaching upon clouds. Upon witnessing the tumult of battle, Jin Jia invoked the Dragon Concealment Pillar and directed its might towards Yang Senator Chapter 46. The realm of Tai Jinja and Jiang Zia approached. Witnessing the fierce battle between Ning Ze and Yang Senator, they promptly summoned the escaped dragon pillar to aid Ning Ze. The pillar soared through the air, radiating brilliance and transforming into a colossal stone column, with 4 circular rings resonating in harmony. Yang Sun, caught off guard in his duel with Ning Ze, was suddenly ensnared by the escaped dragon pillar. Elated by this turn of events, Ning Ze swiftly flew in and struck with his sword. The blade's light sliced through, cleaving Yang Sun in two. A fragment of his true essence fled towards the function platform. Upon witnessing Yang Sun's demise, Li Xingba saw Jiang Ze preparing to wield the god-slaying whip. Ning Ze charged at him, leaving Li Xingba astounded. He quickly took flight, riding fiercely away. Ning Ze and Ning Ze relentlessly pursued him. Ning Ze, having absorbed the fallen words of Yang Sun, also utilized the earth escape technique to follow suit. Before long, they reached a mountain. Li Xingba, in a state of panic, frequently glanced back. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth, a flying sword. The blade struck Li Xingba squarely in the forehead. With a cry, he plummeted from the sky, meeting an untimely end. Observing this, Ning Ze hurriedly absorbed the fallen words of Li Xingba and disappeared into the earth. The streak of light that had slain Li Xingba returned, revealing a Taoist boy who soared up to seize the flying sword. The sword then split into two, embedding themselves upon his back. As Ning Ze and Ning Ze drew near, they were filled with joy upon recognizing the Taoist boy. It was none other than Mu Ze. Mu Ze, equally delighted to see his brothers, exclaimed, "I was sent by Master to assist my uncle Jiang and Shiqi, and upon witnessing you pursue the evildoers, I intervened to deliver a lethal strike. Since we are aligned with Uncle Jiang, let us proceed together to vanquish our foes and achieve great merit in battle." The 3 brothers were overwhelmed with excitement. After a brief exchange, they set forth towards Shiqi together. Meanwhile, Ning Ze returned to the battlefield at Shiqi. He observed that Zhang Guifang had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jiang Ze, retreating with the remnants of his army towards the encampment. Jiang Ze, seizing the opportunity with the demise of the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, led his forces in a decisive counterattack. The morale of the Shang soldiers plummeted, unable to withstand the might of the Shiqi army, resulting in a rout. Countless words lay scattered on the ground. Witnessing this, Ning Ze drew forth a long blade from the earth, unleashing a torrent of fortuitous energy. He swung his knife, and a blade of light erupted from the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Instantly, a fissure 2 yards wide tore through the earth. Soldiers caught unawares tumbled into the chasm. Seeing the gaping crack ahead, Jiang Ze quickly ordered a halt to the pursuit. It was absurd. While he could traverse such a wide gap, ordinary soldiers were utterly incapable of crossing it, rendering the pursuit futile. As Jiang Ze called for a retreat, Ning Ze swiftly concealed himself underground, hastily absorbing the words that had fallen upon the battlefield. Notification: you have fused the white word of initial brute force. Your strength has been enhanced. As the ethereal chime echoed, you have seamlessly integrated the white attribute of agility, enhancing your swiftness. Thousands of attributes were fused by Ning Ze with remarkable speed. It was only when the attributes were refreshed that he emerged from the depths, penetrating into the heart of Qishan. Within Qishan, Ning Ze discovered a tranquil sanctuary, where he established a rudimentary cave dwelling. Seated cross-legged within this haven, he commenced the meticulous evaluation of his gains. This battle had resulted in the fusion of numerous attributes, the most prestigious of which was the fortune attribute dropped by Jiang Ze, alongside the divine attributes bestowed by the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. Each attribute from the 4 saints represented 30,000 years of cultivation, an astonishing total of 120,000 years. If he were to completely refine the cultivation essence contained within these attributes, his magical prowess would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the fusion of the attributes from the 4 saints significantly fortified Ning Ze's foundational roots. Were these roots? They are the very bedrock of one's cultivation path. Without a robust foundation, no matter how ardently one strives, future accomplishments remain severely constrained. Furthermore, the deeper the roots, the swifter the comprehension and cultivation speed. As he integrated the attributes of the four saints, Ning Ze's foundational roots experienced a substantial enhancement. In the stone chamber, he sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the cultivation essence embedded within the attributes. A staggering 120,000 years of cultivation surged within him, akin to a relentless torrent of water, swirling vigorously throughout his being. In the blink of an eye, he transcended the realm of Xianxian, swiftly advancing through the mid-stage, late stage, and pinnacle of Xianxian, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. His cultivation halted only upon attaining the zenith of the golden immortal realm, not due to a lack of magical power to transcend into the Tai realm, but because the transition from the peak of golden immortal to Tai necessitated the condensation of the five energies within his heart, a process known as the return of the five energies to their origin. Despite Ning Ze's magical prowess having already surpassed 100,000 years, without condensing the five energies to achieve the five energies returning to origin state, he remained at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Fortunately, the attributes dropped by the four saints of Jiulong Island contain profound insights into the cultivation essence of the Jiejiao. This included knowledge on condensing the five energies at the peak of the golden immortal realm and the intricacies of achieving the five energies returning to origin. With his eyes gently closed, Ning Ze continuously contemplated these esoteric truths, gaining a deeper understanding of the Jiejiao's cultivation methods. The Jiejiao's teachings are remarkably extensive, suitable for all cultivators, and were established by the celestial saints themselves. Otherwise, it would not be renowned for its inclusivity. Ning Ze persistently reflected on the nuances of condensing the five energies within the golden immortal realm and achieving the five energies returning to origin. He then settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the condensation of the five energies within his heart. Now, with his foundational roots and comprehension greatly enhanced, the process of condensing the five energies became relatively straightforward. Soon, his magical power converged within his liver, gallbladder, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, guiding these five vital energies as they flowed throughout his body. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Ning Ze had successfully condensed the five energies within his heart, with five formidable essences continuously circulating throughout his being. He harnessed the five forces and surged towards the sea of consciousness. With a thunderous roar, the five energies plunged directly into the sea of consciousness, causing Ning Ze's mind to expand exponentially. The five energies converged at the crown of his head and then coursed throughout his entire being. Is this what they call the five qi returning to origin? As he felt the overwhelming power of the five forces within him, Ning Ze was filled with immense joy. This journey to Shiqi had proven worthwhile. His cultivation had ascended directly from the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm to the Tai realm. In the Tai realm, one could possess the means of self-preservation, especially amidst the turmoil of the Fengshan War. Having broken through to the Tai realm, Ning Ze finally emerged from his seclusion. Contemplating his next move, he set his course towards Shiqi. In the past 10 days, he wondered if Zhang Guifeng had faced defeat. The last time he intervened, he had thwarted the pursuing forces of Shiqi, thereby preserving the strength of the great merchant convoy. Chapter 47. Slaying the 100 generals of Shiqi. Ning Ze's figure swayed as he advanced towards Shiqi, swiftly emerging from Qishan. Outside the city of Shiqi, a palpable bloodlust filled the air, with cries of battle echoing incessantly. Ning Ze promptly descended to the ground, employing the art of earth evasion. The camp of the Great Shang was engulfed in flames, with soldiers from the Great Shang clashing fiercely against the warriors of Shiqi. The drums of war thundered. The Great Shang troops found themselves at a disadvantage, with many beginning to flee. The ground was littered with countless corpses, the majority being soldiers of Shang. With items strewn about haphazardly, Ning Ze swiftly integrated these items while observing the battlefield. He spotted a Shiqi general, mounted on horseback, wielding a battle blade and mercilessly cutting down the soldiers of the Great Shang, leaving no one able to withstand his onslaught. Witnessing this, Ning Ze flickered and emerged from the earth. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom! The general was struck by the force of the lightning. Tumbling from his steed, Ning Ze gestured, and a spike erupted from the ground, impaling the general, causing several green items to drop forth. He quickly assimilated the items before burrowing back underground. As he merged the white items from the ground, he continued to monitor the battlefield, occasionally emerging to eliminate a few Shiqi generals, seeking to acquire higher quality items. Numerous Shiqi generals perished under Ning Ze's stealthy assaults. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the battlefield, where several Shiqi generals had surrounded Zhang Guifang in combat. Zhang Guifang, brandishing a long spear, fought valiantly like a god of war. Among his assailants were none other than Ning Ze and Ning Ze. They appeared not to be in haste to slay Zhang Guifang, but rather encircled him, persistently attacking. Jiang Ze stood not far away, keenly observing the battlefield. Ning Ze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhang Guifang was doomed. Even if he wished to rescue him without being detected, it would be exceedingly difficult. Zhang Guifang was indeed a distinguished figure of the great Shang, possessing merit. Slaying him would likely invite karmic repercussions. Hence why these individuals merely surrounded him without delivering the fatal blow. Without further ado, Ning Ze shifted his focus and stealthily ventured elsewhere, relentlessly merging items while occasionally dispatching Shiqi generals. As the Shiqi generals fell one after another, the soldiers of the Great Shang managed to withstand the onslaught of their Shiqi counterparts. A fierce battle raged from daylight into the night, with at least 100 generals secretly slain by Ning Ze. Despite this, the Great Shang still found themselves at a disadvantage. Once more, Ning Ze emerged from the earth near Zhang Guifang's fierce confrontation, where several Shiqi generals had continued their relentless assault on him, taunting him as they did. Zhang Guifang, why do you not surrender? Jiang Ze shouted from afar. Zhang Guifang, lost in a frenzy, merely swung his spear, fending off the attacks of the several generals. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Ze. In the cloak of night, his maneuvering space had expanded considerably. With this realization, he chanted a true incantation, invoking the principles of wood. Instantly, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ning Ze, Ning Ze, and others. These vines, adorned with sharp thorns, would be most unpleasant to those ensnared. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the commanders swiftly evaded the imminent danger. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhang Guifang feigned a thrust before breaking through the encirclement, galloping away on horseback. Observing this, the others immediately pursued from behind. Ning Ze, noticing the situation, chanted an incantation, causing a water dragon to materialize from the void. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon surged forth towards the commanders chasing Zhang Guifang. Ning Ze and the others hurriedly dodged its path. However, at this juncture, Zhang Guifang had already rejoined the ranks of the Dashang army. Retreat! With a commanding shout, the Dashang soldiers found their resolve and began to withdraw. The commanders from Shiqi, eager to continue the pursuit, were halted by Jiang Ze's urgent order to sound the retreat. Ning Ze and the other commanders promptly complied. Master, the enemy has suffered a great defeat. Why do we not pursue? Ning Ze inquired. Jiang Ze replied, in that darkness lurks a formidable adversary. It is evident that reinforcements have arrived for the enemy. Should we pursue, we risk falling into their ambush. The commanders, upon hearing this, were persuaded and accepted his reasoning. Jiang Ze called for a retreat and returned to the city of Shiqi, summoning the commanders to convene in the military hall for deliberation. Yet, only a handful of commanders had arrived. What is the matter? Why have the others not come? Jiang Ze bellowed. Have they not heeded my command? Go investigate immediately why these commanders are absent. Shortly thereafter, a soldier reported back. Minister, these commanders have not returned, and several corpses of commanders have been found on the battlefield. What? The soldiers were taken aback, and Jiang Ze's expression turned incredulous. In today's battle, the Shiqi army maintained the upper hand against the Shang forces. How could we have lost so many commanders? What transpired on the battlefield? The following morning, the bodies of over 100 commanders were discovered. Jiang Ze, accompanied by the remaining commanders, surveyed the grim scene, his brow furrowing. A single battle has cost us 100 valiant warriors. While 1,000 soldiers may be easily obtained, a single general is a rare treasure. Although we have slain numerous Shang soldiers, it appears that Shi Qi has ultimately suffered a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Guifang, retreating with his weary and famished troops back to Qishan, endeavored to gather the remnants of his forces. These Shang soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, had lost their fighting spirit. Standing atop a stone, Zhang Guifang gazed upon his troops and sighed deeply. I, Zhang Guifang, have fought valiantly for many years, yet I find myself defeated at Qi, failing the trust placed in me by the Grand Master. After such losses, how can I return to Chaoga? It will be better to end my life here. With that, he drew his sword, preparing to take his own life. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and his sword was wrenched from his grasp as a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Ning Ze. General Zhang, why do you seek to end your own life? Ning Ze inquired. Who are you? Zhang Guifang asked. Turning towards Ning Ze, I have gone to great lengths to rescue you from peril, and yet you contemplate suicide. Such actions are disheartening. Besides, if you were to die, what would become of your soldiers? Zhang Guifang was taken aback, realizing that the person before him was his savior. He hurriedly approached and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for your timely intervention. In my moment of despair, I lost my way. May I inquire your esteemed name? Ning Ze moved his hand, and the general's command token appeared within his grasp. I am Ning Ze, the great general of the Shang Dynasty. Upon realizing it was General Ning, one could surmise that he was the reinforcements sent by the Grand Master. However, Ning Ze shook his head, saying, I am merely passing through this area. Upon witnessing the imminent defeat of the Shang and your encirclement, I chose to intervene and offer my assistance. General Zhang, it would be prudent for you to retreat back to the Zishui River. The forces of Shi Qi are formidable, and with your strength alone, victory is unattainable. He continued, I possess a letter that you may dispatch to the city of Chaoga to be delivered to the Grand Master. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After speaking, Ning Ze handed a jade slip to Zhang Guifang, then, with a swift motion, ascended into the air and vanished into the darkness of the night. The following morning, Zhang Guifang gathered several remaining soldiers and led his troops back to the Zishui Pass. Thus, the curtain fell on this grand battle. Chapter 48. Ning Ze's reminder after bidding farewell to Zhang Guifang. Ning Ze ascended to the summit of a mountain in Qishan. Having already incurred the displeasure of Zhu Lu's son, he found himself in relatively good standing with Wen Zhong. Emotionally, Ning Ze leaned towards the Shang, unable to bear witness to Zhang Guifang's demise. Hence he intervened to offer assistance. Moreover, he left a letter for Wen Zhong, imparting some hidden truths regarding the Fengshen, serving as a cautionary note to both Wen Zhong and the Jiejiao. Whether this would alter the grand scheme of the Fengshen was beyond his concern. Just as Ning Ze prepared to depart, he suddenly halted, casting his gaze towards a distant peak. There, he beheld a radiant spectacle. A rainbow of light surged skyward, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, accompanied by a resonating sound of Tao. This must be the fabled Fengshen platform. Under the command of the Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jiang Ze had established this platform for cultivation, suspending the Fengshen list above it to attract the true spirits of the deceased powerful beings. Surely, formidable protective formations surrounded the Fengshen platform. Any approach would inevitably be detected. Ning Ze's brow furrowed slightly as he observed for a moment before soaring away into the distance. With Zhang Guifang's retreat, and Jiang Ze yet to confer titles upon his generals at the Jintai, the true battle of the Fengshen had not yet commenced. Thus, Ning Ze resolved to traverse the vast expanse of the Honghuang, hoping to gather some entries to enhance his strength. The greater his power, the higher his chances of survival amid the impending Fengshen calamity. As for the battle, it was certain to unfold. The Chan Jiao had completed its arrangements, merely awaiting the Jie Jiao's involvement. During the tumult of war, when the strong would fall like rain, it would present the optimal opportunity for him to collect entries. The Honghuang world stretched infinitely, with the Shang occupying but a small corner of it. As Ning Ze journeyed, a month swiftly passed. Meanwhile, in Chaoga City, Zhang Guifang's envoy had arrived at the royal palace, meeting Wen Zhong to report on the events of the battle at the West Qi. Master, General Zhang's forces, with the assistance of 4 immortals from Julong Island, achieved minor victories. Yet those 4 immortals were slain by the powerful beings summoned by Ning Ze, leading to a great defeat for General Zhang. It was only thanks to General Ning Ze's timely assistance that they were able to retreat to the Sishui Pass. The envoy recounted the details of the fierce battle to Wen Zhong. The ministers present in the grand hall shifted uneasily at the news. Wen Zhong's expression turned pained. The 4 saints of Julong Island were dear friends of mine. I summoned them to quell the West Qi, only to have their lives extinguished. I am deeply remorseful. Master, please accept our condolences, urged the ministers in unison. After a considerable effort, Wen Zhong managed to suppress his sorrow. It was then that the envoy spoke again. General Ning Ze has sent a jade slip, instructing me to deliver it personally to you, Master, for your perusal. With both hands, the envoy presented the jade slip to Wen Zhong. Upon receiving it, Wen Zhong directed a strand of his spiritual energy into the slip, wherein the voice of Ning Ze resonated. Master, I am Ning Ze, extending my greetings to you. The rebellious lords from all directions are in tumult, with West Qi being the most formidable. Shang Dynasty, the Chancellor of West Qi, is a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Chanjiao, acting under his orders to assist Zhou in attacking Shang. Atop Qishan, he has established the Fengshen platform, which is, in truth, a means to confer divinity upon the heavenly deities. The 3 teachings have signed the Fengshen list, with Yuanshi Tianzuan presiding over the Fengshen, orchestrating the plan to overthrow Shang. The intention was not to obliterate the Shang Dynasty, but to eradicate the sect. Presently, the sect has allied with the Western and human sects, devising a scheme to systematically eliminate the disciples of, sending them to the divine list. It is hoped that the Grand Master is aware of this and will report it to the Palace of Azure Clouds. The Shang is besieged on all sides and must first eliminate the various minor lords, pacifying the eastern and southern dukes. By doing so, they can leverage the east and south as a foundation to contend with the west. It is imperative not to deploy heavy forces against the west, lest they suffer defeat and jeopardize the Shang's survival. With tears of blood, I beseech you, Grand Master, to heed my words. As the voice faded, the ministers within the grand hall were left in a state of shock and disbelief. Ning Ze's words struck them like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Wen Zhong's countenance also darkened. Though brief, the information contained within was immense. Ji Li led the eastern expedition against King Pingling, reporting the battle's outcome back to Chaoge City. In this battle, Ning Ze played a pivotal role, astonishing both Wen Taishu and the court officials. After a long pause, Wen Taishu finally sighed. He understood at last why Ning Ze had not returned to Chaoge, why he refrained from acknowledging him as a master. Ning Ze had already discerned the intricacies of the situation and was unwilling to associate with, thereby entangling himself in their fate. Could it indeed be, as he stated, that has firmly resolved to annihilate? This matter is of great significance, and I must report it to the Palace of Azure Clouds, seeking the leader's judgment. Wen Zhong's gaze swept the room as he remarked, General Ning's words are not without merit. The power of the West is formidable, and we must also guard against the East and South. Thus, we cannot concentrate our forces. Therefore, to contend with the West, we must first stabilize the East and South. Whereas King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu quickly stepped forward, declaring, at your service. This Taishu commands you to lead 200,000 troops eastward to subdue Jiangwenhuan, ensuring the pacification of the eastern Lu region without error. Huang Feihu promptly bowed yes. Wen Zhong then turned his gaze to Ji Li, instructing, Ji Li, you shall take 80,000 troops to Sand Mountain Pass, where you will rendezvous with Duke Deng Jiogong to subjugate southern Chu, ensuring the south is pacified. Yes. Ji Li quickly bowed and departed to fulfill his orders. Wen Taishu contemplated for a moment before continuing. In the north, there is Duke Su Hu of Yizhou, who presently poses no threat. Let the messenger convey my military orders to the 4 generals of the Mo family at Jiaming Pass, instructing them to proceed to Siju Pass and assist Han Rong in defending it. Should the west approach, They must immediately report back to Chao City. Yes, the herald, already prepared, hurried off to deliver the message. This Taisher will make a trip to Jinao Island to return to my sect, reporting schemes to the leader. I shall be away for no less than a day or two, and no more than 4 or 5 days. I shall certainly return. With that, when Taisher exited the Longda Hall, mounted his black Qilin, and soared towards Jinao Island. Meanwhile, on another front, Ning Ze traversed the primordial wilderness and, upon passing a certain location, sensed a surge of malevolent energy ascending from below. He promptly landed upon a nearby mountain peak. Extending his divine sense, he discovered a small town at the foot of the mountain, shrouded in an oppressive aura of death and malice. Had something dreadful transpired here? With a swift motion, he descended into the town, only to find it eerily deserted, the air thick with the stench of blood. In the midst of the town, bodies lay scattered in disarray, their hearts cruelly extracted. Could it be that malevolent spirits were wreaking havoc in this place? Ning Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation. A great calamity was about to unfold. The heavens' secrets disturbed, and inevitably, demons would emerge to sow chaos. Since fate had led him to this matter, it was only fitting that he intervened. Such wanton cruelty against humanity could only be the work of demons, and he was determined to uncover the identity of these fiends who so mercilessly slaughtered the innocent. Murmuring to himself, Ning Ze followed the trail of malevolence, soaring in a specific direction. Before long, he discovered a tribe several dozen miles away. Mirroring the grim fate of the town, its inhabitants had also met a tragic end. Every soul had suffered the same horrific fate, their hearts ruthlessly torn from their chests. The brutality of the monster's methods was truly appalling. Chapter 49. The malevolent Ma Yuan Ning Ze pursued relentlessly, encountering several villages that had been mercilessly slaughtered by monstrous beings. The stench of blood lingered heavily in many of these settlements, with crimson stains still fresh. Ning Ze understood that his pursuit was on the right path. With a swift motion, he invoked his wind-based divine abilities and advanced forward. Indeed, he soon heard the chilling cries of despair. He hurriedly soared towards the source of the sound. In one of the villages, he beheld a figure clad in black robes, resembling a skeleton, mercilessly butchering the villagers. From the hands of this sinister being, numerous bony appendages emerged, each one akin to a serpent. Regardless of how the villagers fled, these skeletal hands could unerringly pierce through their bodies, extracting their hearts and devouring them with ravenous glee, accompanied by sounds of satisfaction. Numerous villagers had already fallen victim to this wretched being, their lifeless forms strewn haphazardly across the village. Witnessing this atrocity ignited a fierce rage within Ning Ze. "You vile monster, how dare you wreak havoc upon innocent lives?" His voice thundered as he positioned himself before the malevolent figure, brandishing his battle blade and striking with precision. Several skeletal hands were severed instantly. The sinister being let out a shriek, turning its gaze upon Ning Ze, and bellowed, "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of this master? You fiend! You butcher the human race and trample upon lives. Today, I shall uphold justice and eradicate you." Ning Ze declared vehemently, his disdain for such brutality palpable. "Ha ha ha!" The malevolent figure's grotesque face twisted into a laugh. "You wish to intervene? You must possess the capability to do so. It seems you too are a cultivator. Your flesh must be delectable, a true delicacy. Very well, I shall feast upon you today." With that proclamation, he conjured a bone knife into his grasp. A surge of bloodthirsty energy emanating from him as dark mists unfurled behind him. Ning Ze, sensing the impending danger, did not hesitate. He summoned the 5 energies within him, unleashing his formidable powers. At that moment, the malevolent figure swung the bone knife, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. From the depths of that black mist, shadowy skulls materialized, emitting ghostly howls that sent shivers down the spine. Ning Ze, with a flourish of his battle blade, unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Electric serpents danced within the fray, a testament to Ning Ze's mastery of lightning, which he had infused into his weapon. Crackle, lightning, the nemesis of evil. Wherever the blade struck, the dark mists recoiled in terror. Clang! With a resounding crash, Ning Ze's battle blade met the bone knife, cleaving it in two. The overwhelming force surged through, sending the malevolent figure hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. You have successfully provoked my wrath, and your demise shall be most unfortunate. The sinister being, both astonished and enraged, roared. With a swift motion, he produced a white banner, reciting incantations as streams of black mist erupted from the banner. Amidst the obsidian mist, countless souls emitted piercing cries as they surged towards Ning Ze. Simultaneously, the Taoist's formidable power surged forth, with numerous skeletal hands extending from his being, rushing towards Ning Ze with fervor. A formidable figure of the Tai realm, Ning Ze sensed the Taoist's considerable prowess, recognizing him as a practitioner of sinister arts. His strength not to be underestimated. As the Taoist advanced, Ning Ze waved his hand, invoking the thunderous divine power. Countless bolts of lightning emerged from the void, crackling with a resplendent purple aura, striking down upon the encroaching black mist. Concurrently, his battle blade danced, unleashing a myriad of blade shadows that cleaved towards the oncoming skeletal hands. Boom! The divine thunder of the Purple Mansion, the bane of evil, obliterated all malevolent souls and vengeful spirits, reducing them to wisps of white smoke. At the same time, the skeletal hands launched by the Taoist were severed by Ning Ze's blade. You are quite formidable, but I shall take my leave. With that, the Taoist transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled into the distance. Ning Ze was unwilling to relent, swiftly employing his powers to pursue. Such a wicked cultivator, if allowed to escape, would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon more innocents. The Taoist moved with extraordinary speed, yet Ning Ze was not far behind. In the blink of an eye, they traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, until the Taoist suddenly vanished from sight. Ning Ze landed atop a mountain and peered down. The mountain was majestic, its ancient trees towering high, and the flora exuded a malevolent aura. What a sinister mountain it was! Ning Ze extended his consciousness and then swiftly made his way into the mountain's depths, soon arriving at a valley's entrance. Within the valley, a chilling aura ascended to the heavens, and black mist swirled ominously. It was clear that the fiend resided within this veil. Ning Ze dared not delay. He summoned his mystical powers to shield his entire being and entered the valley. The sight before him drew a sharp intake of breath. The valley was littered with countless white bones, numbering in the tens of thousands. Small creatures such as centipedes, scorpions, and rodents scuttled among the bones, each tainted by bloodlust, perilously close to becoming demonic entities themselves. Such a multitude of malevolent beings, if unleashed from this valley, would surely spell disaster. Ning Ze swiftly recited incantations, pointing his finger as numerous violet lightning bolts surged from the void, striking down into the valley. Wherever the lightning struck, all evil creatures were annihilated, vanishing into wisps of smoke. Yet at that moment, the bones within the valley began to levitate, coalescing into a gigantic skeleton. Towering dozens of meters high and composed of countless bones, it wielded a massive bone blade that resembled a mountain, standing imposingly within the valley. Atop this skeletal giant stood a figure, the black-clad Taoist himself. With a white banner in hand, the Taoist coldly regarded Ning Ze. "My friend, why must you resort to total annihilation?" Ning Ze retorted. "You vile creature, having harmed so many innocent lives, we cultivators are bound to bring you to justice. Today, encountering you, I shall eradicate this scourge from existence." "Ha!" The fiend let out a hearty laugh. "I shall see how you intend to vanquish me within this mountain." With that, he waved the white banner in his hand. An endless surge of bloodthirsty energy coalesced, as a colossal skeletal figure brandished its bone blade, advancing menacingly towards Ning Ze. Before the blade could reach him, the ominous aura had already begun to envelop the air. Observing this, Ning Ze swiftly recited the incantation. An infinite power of thunder gathered within the void, transforming into a thick, purple lightning bolt, which descended fiercely upon the skeletal giant. It was none other than the Purple Mansion divine thunder. With a resounding boom, the skeletal figure was struck by the divine lightning. dissipating into wisps of white smoke and vanishing from sight. The Taoist was taken aback, pointing a finger as a massive white bone lotus platform manifested beneath his feet. Standing upon this bone seat, the Taoist's aura surged dramatically. With another gesture, a skeletal hand emerged from the back of his hand, reaching ominously towards Ning Ze. Unlike the other skeletal appendages, this hand was black, gleaming with a metallic luster, unmistakably resilient and formidable. Chapter 50. The Union of Vitality and Blood. The body of the great Luo, a dark hand, emerged, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space, and in an instant, it was before Ning Ze. Startled, Ning Ze had no time to draw his blade. Instead, he reached out with his other hand and grasped the bony appendage. With a single forceful tug, he sent the Taoist flying. With a powerful fling, the Taoist's corporeal form crashed violently against the rocky ground. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Ze relentlessly swung the bony hand, causing the Taoist to be slammed repeatedly against the stones. The entire mountain trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Even though the Taoist was shrouded in a protective blood aura, he was nearly shattered under Ning Ze's ceaseless physical onslaught. With a fierce heave, Ning Ze hurled the Taoist's body into the earth. He then shot forth, planting his foot squarely atop the Taoist's head. In an instant, the skull was crushed, brain matter erupting forth, and he met an untimely demise. Ning Ze's physical form had become extraordinarily formidable, his strength far beyond that of the Taoist. Captured, the Taoist was rendered powerless, unable to unleash his myriad of supernatural abilities, and was left to suffer a brutal end at Ning Ze's hands. Having slain the Taoist, Ning Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before him lay several luminous orbs. Without hesitation, he chose to merge these entries. Ding! You have fused the God-level entry of 30,000 years of cultivation, gaining 30,000 years of cultivation. Ding! You have fused the celestial-level entry of soul refinement technique, allowing you to comprehend the divine art of soul refining. Ding! You have fused the celestial-level entry of union of vitality and blood, acquiring the method of cultivating the union of vitality and blood. All three entries were at least of celestial grade. Indeed, the items dropped by the fiends of the Tai realm were exceptional. I must find a suitable place to fully comprehend these entries. As Ning Ze prepared to depart, a sudden golden light descended, merging into his body, igniting a moment of enlightenment within him. This was the infusion of merit. The Taoist before him had committed numerous misdeeds. By vanquishing him, Ning Ze had acquired merit. Merit is an enigmatic force. Those who possess it find themselves with greater chances of fortune, and if one's merit is profound, they can condense a golden wheel of merit and cultivate a body of merit. Once enveloped in merit, the task of slaying such a person becomes considerably more daunting for other cultivators, as they would face the backlash of that merit. For instance, Zhong, within the Chan teaching, is someone no one dares to slay. Only with the intervention of the golden immortal of fortune, Yin Zhongzi, was he ultimately consumed by the nine-dragon divine fire pillar. Should Ning Ze succeed in cultivating a body of merit and remain nameless on the divine list, he might very well secure his safety amidst the impending calamity. Another path of evasion from catastrophe unfurled in Ning Ze's mind. Just as he was about to leave, he halted suddenly, his gaze drawn toward a particular direction. There, not far off, stood a small white banner embedded in the ground. This was the Taoist's treasure. With a swift motion, Ning Ze grasped the small banner and, with a flicker of his form, made his way into the valley. Within a certain part of the valley, the aura of blood still surged. In the blink of an eye, Ning Ze arrived at the entrance of a cave dwelling. Beside the cave stood a stone tablet, inscribed with 3 characters, White Bone Cave. Here lies the Bone Cave of Skull Mountain. Ning Ze's eyelids flickered slightly, and he seemed to have deduced the identity of the Taoist before him. Indeed, this demonic figure must be Ma Yuan of the One Qi. Ma Yuan had previously emerged in the investiture of the gods, summoned by Shan Gongbao to obstruct the forces of Shiqi, and ultimately brought to the west by the Taoist Zhuan Ti, where he became the venerable King Buddha Ma Yuan. Such a nefarious individual could ascend to immortality and Buddhahood which illustrates the utter lack of principles among those of the Western sect. This must be Ma Yuan's stronghold. Ning Ze extended his consciousness and discovered that the bone cave was eerily empty, save for the scattered white bones that lay haphazardly within the cavern. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning surged forth, striking the bone cave with a thunderous roar, causing it to collapse in a tremendous crash. Only then did Ning Ze depart from the valley, making his way to a nearby mountain, where he seated himself in meditation, absorbing the 30,000 years of cultivation lost by Ma Yuan, thereby augmenting his own power by the same measure. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough into the mid-stage of Tai, he was nonetheless quite close. Subsequently, Ning Ze began to ponder the techniques of soul refining and the method of harmonizing qi and blood. Both were fundamentally sinister arts. The technique of soul refining involved sacrificing souls, merging the living essence into oneself to enhance one's cultivation. This method was exceedingly malevolent, and Ning Ze merely grazed its understanding before dismissing it. The method of harmonizing qi and blood, on the other hand, entailed absorbing the life essence of other beings, transforming it into one's own to elevate one's magical power. This, too, was an evil practice. However, Ning Ze perceived an ingenious application, similar to fallen tokens. Utilizing this method of harmonizing qi and blood for sacrificial refinement could yield remarkable results, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, he could amalgamate various life essences he had previously acquired through this method, resulting in an even more formidable power. With this intention, Ning Ze seated himself cross-legged and began to reintegrate the life essences he had absorbed according to this approach. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. He had finally fully integrated the life essence, and his physical form had become even more robust. Only then did he take hold of the white banner. This banner was a treasure of Ma Yuan, and although it was a nefarious artifact, it surely held some mysteries. Ning Ze's consciousness delved into the banner and discovered deeper enigmas within. Inside the banner were imprisoned tens of thousands of souls, all of whom wailed and howled incessantly, sending shivers down Ning Ze's spine. It appeared that in order to refine this banner, Ma Yuan had mercilessly harmed countless humans. Furthermore, he had ensnared these souls within the banner, condemning them to eternal suffering. What a diabolical act. Indeed, sending these souls into reincarnation could be considered a merit of sorts. Contemplating this, Ning Ze unleashed a spell, creating a breach in the banner. Countless souls surged forth, bowing to Ning Ze before scattering in all directions. With their release, the banner became worthless. Ning Ze summoned divine thunder, shattering the banner, and then he shifted his form, exiting his secluded retreat. Meanwhile, Wen Zhong departed from Chaoga City, making his way toward the Bo Palace on Jinao Island. It wasn't long before he arrived at the foot of the Bo Palace. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as a young Taoist acolyte descended before him. It was none other than the Water and Fire Boy. "What brings you here?" the acolyte inquired. Wen Zhong stepped forward and, with a slight bow, replied, "I seek an audience with the esteemed Master Tongtian. I kindly ask you to relay my request." The acolyte responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master at once." With that, he stepped into the Bo Palace, only to emerge shortly thereafter. "The master is in the palace. You may enter." Wen Zhong straightened his attire and proceeded within. Indeed, he beheld a young man clad in a black Taoist robe, his dark hair cascading down as he sat majestically upon a lotus throne. Within the grand hall, there was also a slender Taoist figure dressed in blue. Disciple Wen Zhong pays his respects to the venerable master. Wen Zhong advanced and bowed deeply in reverence to Master Tongtian. Chapter 51. Southern Expedition. The gaze of Tongtian swept over Wen Zhong, and he spoke indifferently. "Wen Zhong, what brings you here?" Wen Zhong hurriedly replied, "Disciple has come to Bo Palace on an urgent matter. I have been commanded by my master to cultivate in the mortal realm, serving as the Grand Minister of the Great Shang. Now, the lords of the Great Shang are rising in rebellion, and chaos reigns. Meanwhile, the Chan sect has dispatched Shang Ze to the mortal world to assist Shichi. I sought to summon the 4 senior brothers of Jiulong Island to action, but they were slain by Shang Ze, hence my visit to inform you." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian responded calmly. The great calamity is about to commence. I have already issued a strict decree to my disciples. Do not venture out of the mountain unless absolutely necessary, to avoid the impending slaughter. Their recent emergence from the mountain has led them to the Fengshan platform. Even if I wished to investigate, I would find it challenging to do so. Wen Zhong's heart sank suddenly. Indeed, the ancestral master had signed the Fengshan list. This confirmed Ning Ze's words. The calamity of Fengshan was imminent, and the Chan sect aimed to utilize Shiqi to annihilate the Shang, thus igniting a great catastrophe. The objective was clearly directed against our GS sect. Master, there is a critical matter I must report, Wen Zhong continued. I have received guidance from an individual who mentioned that the Yushu Palace has already set the plan for the Fengshan, intending to aid Shiqi in attacking the Shang and thereby initiate the calamity. The goal of this calamity is not merely extermination, but specifically targeted at our GS sect. The primordial heavenly venerable has already allied with the Western sect and the human sect, seeking to slay every disciple of the GS sect, ultimately forcing our master to emerge and completely obliterate our sect. This matter is of utmost significance, and I hope the master is aware. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian displayed a hint of surprise. Who has conveyed this information? Wen Zhong promptly reported, it is our esteemed General Ning Ze from the Great Shang. This general possesses remarkable strategy, formidable martial prowess, and profound magical abilities. He has slain the remnants of the celestial execution and has rendered countless services to the Great Shang. I had once hoped to recruit him, but he declined. Tong Tian turned his gaze toward a nearby Taoist. Shun Gongbao, do you know who Ning Ze is? Is he one of your Chan sect disciples? The Taoist in question was indeed Shun Gongbao. Consumed by jealousy due to the primordial heavenly venerable's favoritism towards Jiang Ze, he sought to harm Jiang, but was thwarted by the South Polar Immortal and subsequently expelled from the Chan sect by the primordial heavenly venerable. Harboring deep resentment and feeling cornered, he came to Jinao Island, seeking to apprentice under Tong Tian. Although Tong Tian shared a close connection with the primordial heavenly venerable, they had long been in a covert struggle. Seeing that the primordial heavenly venerable had expelled Shun Gongbao, Tong Tian accepted him into his fold for his own purposes. Naturally, Shun Gongbao recounted the events regarding Jiang Ze and the GS sect to Tong Tian. However, he was only aware that Jiang Ze intended to implement the Fengshan calamity to assist in the downfall of the Shang. Unaware of the Chan sect's secret alliance with the Western sect and the human sect to eliminate the GS sect. Listening to Wen Zhong's words, Shun Gongbao was also taken aback. When Tong Tian inquired further, he responded, Master, there's no one named Ning Ze among the Chan sect. Do you know of the primordial heavenly venerable's intentions to annihilate our GS sect? Shun Gongbao shook his head. I am unaware. Perhaps my lowly status has prevented me from hearing such secrets. Tong Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wen Zhong, this is my newly accepted disciple, Shun Gongbao. As he was originally a disciple of the Chan sect, and since the Great Shang is in peril, I shall send Shun Gongbao to assist you there. Yes, master. Wen Zhong replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Furthermore, I find myself quite curious about Ning Ze. Upon your return, do bring him to meet me. Very well. Wen Zhong nodded. You may leave now. Shun Gongbao, you shall accompany Wen Zhong. Indeed. Thus, Wen Zhong and Shun Gongbao departed from the Bo Palace, heading towards the city of Chaoge. Meanwhile, Ning Ze, having slain Ma Yuan, journeyed forth, ultimately breaking through the initial barrier of the Tai realm and achieving the mid-stage of Tai. Along his travels, he encountered numerous demons who, taking advantage of the chaotic energy unleashed by the Great Desolation, emerged to wreak havoc upon the common folk. However, these demons possessed low cultivation levels. With minimal effort, Ning Ze dispatched them, subduing them with ease. In doing so, he amassed a considerable number of merits. Having reached the mid-stage of Tai, Ning Ze resolved to first visit the Three Mountain Pass to see Deng Chanyu. After all, he had been away from the pass for quite some time. Surely, that fearful Lu Sun had returned to Jiaolong Mountain. He could not remain at the Three Mountain Pass indefinitely, awaiting his return. With this thought in mind, Ning Ze's form shimmered as he made his way toward the Three Mountain Pass. Soon, he arrived outside the Lord's residence of the Three Mountain Pass. The guards, upon seeing Ning Ze, hurried forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, General Ning." Ning Ze inquired, "Is General Deng present?" The guard replied, "General Deng has been entrusted by the Grand Master to join General Ji Li in the campaign against the Southern Shu Kingdom, and he has been away for 3 months." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze understood. He had previously sent word to Wenzhong, advising him to first subdue the southern and eastern barons to stabilize the rear, preventing attacks from both fronts. It seems Grand Master, when heeded his counsel, the southern baron, Yishun, was of mediocre ability, with limited martial prowess. Subduing him should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, why had Deng Jiogong not returned after 3 months of campaigning? "I shall ascertain this matter and head south," Ning Ze declared, and with a flicker of his form, he set off toward the south. Along the way, he indeed discovered numerous cities bearing the scars of battle, indicating fierce conflict. Fortunately, these cities had been captured by the Deshang army, with more than 10 cities under their control. Before long, Ning Ze spotted the Deshang army encampment outside one of the cities, marked by the fluttering banner of the Shinbird. Not far from the encampment stood a formidable mountain, which housed a stronghold. The stronghold appeared exceedingly robust, guarding the critical pass between 2 peaks, embodying the might of a single man holding the gate against 1,000. Ning Ze's form shimmered as he landed outside the Deshang encampment, where he observed a truce banner prominently displayed above the military quarters, indicating low morale among the troops. Had they encountered a formidable opponent here? "I am General Ning Ze of Jinyan. Hasten to inform your commander," Ning Ze proclaimed, and the sentry, not daring to delay, swiftly relayed the message into the encampment. Before long, a figure flashed forth, and Deng Chanyu appeared before Ning Ze, her face alight with joy. "I knew you would come." Ning Ze stroked his chin with a smile, about to speak when Ji Li, Deng Jiogong, and a host of other generals emerged. "General Ning." The generals all displayed expressions of joy and warmly approached to greet him. Ning Ze also stepped forward to pay his respects. Ji Li smiled and said, with General Ning's arrival, "I am at ease. Come, let us converse within the military tent." The crowd welcomed Ning Ze into the central army tent, each taking their respective seats. It was then that Ji Li spoke. "General Ning, we have been besieged here for half a month, suffering losses in both troops and officers, and can only display a banner of truce. Now that you are here, you will surely be able to break through the enemy's stronghold." Ning Ze felt a slight tremor in his heart as he replied, "Oh, could it be that there are formidable warriors stationed within that stronghold, making you all incapable of confronting them?" Ji Li continued, "The enemy has 3 formidable figures, each with extraordinary skills. One is Han Julong, another is Xue Ehu, and the last is Qiao Kuan from the Baiyun Cave on Wui Mountain. While Han Julong and Xue Ehu possess only mediocre abilities that I can manage, Qiao Kuan wields a powerful artifact, a disc, which renders me unable to contend with him." Chapter 52. Han Julong and Xue Ehu. Upon hearing these 3 names, a subtle smirk graced Ning Ze's lips. In the grand tapestry of the investiture of the gods, these individuals were mere footnotes. Han Julong and Xue Ehu were disciples of the Taoist Master of the Way, who, having transgressed the killing tribulation, could not eliminate the 3 corpses and thus took on disciples to navigate the impending calamity. These 2 were chosen by the Taoist Master to serve as pawns, destined to fill the ranks of the divine list. One was sent by the Lantern Master to the earthly flame array to meet his demise, while the other was dispatched to the ice array as cannon fodder. The rationale was to offer them as sacrifices to the arrays, ultimately leading to their deaths, while simultaneously allowing the array masters to become entangled in karmic retribution, facilitating their extermination. Despite sharing the same master, Wei Hu's prowess far surpassed theirs, and his magical artifacts were infinitely more formidable. As for Qiao Kuan, Ning Ze was well aware that he was a recluse from the Baiyun Cave in Wui Mountain. However, to occupy a mountain in the midst of the wilderness spoke volumes of his formidable cultivation. Yet, he too fell victim to the Lantern Master's schemes, ultimately becoming another name on the divine roster. It could be said that to assemble the 365 righteous deities, the teachings of the Way resorted to desperate measures, not only targeting the disciples of the countercurrent sect, but also sending their own generals to their doom, a truly ignoble tactic. However, the appearance of these three on the southern battlefield indicated that Shang Ze had sent reinforcements. It was no wonder that even with the formidable General Deng Jiogong and others, capturing the southern Chu territory remained a daunting task. With this in mind, I shall meet these three at dawn and ascertain their capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhili could not contain his elation. With General Ning's intervention, victory was assured in the coming battle. Thus far, we had vanquished 18 of the 200 southern lords. Once we seized the city of Ying in southern Chu, the remaining lords would surely capitulate, bringing peace to the south in no time. The generals retired for the night, and Zhili arranged accommodations for Ning Ze. Upon returning to his quarters, Deng Chanyu entered. Ning Ze promptly invited her to sit. Ning Ze, I was concerned when I learned that you were pursued by Zhu Lusun. I searched for you, but found no trace. Since you escaped, why not return to the Three Mountain Pass? Deng Chanyu inquired. Ning Ze replied with a slight smile. Zhu Lusun possesses profound powers and remarkable cunning. Being of the great Luo realm, he is likely waiting near the Three Mountain Pass, which is why I chose to avoid drawing attention for the time being. I see. I thought something had happened to you. By the way, I have now entered the Celestial Immortal realm, she announced. Entered the Celestial Immortal. Ning Ze was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a short while, and Deng Chanyu had already reached such heights. Truly, her foundation was remarkable. Alas, with the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods, had she been granted more time, her achievements would undoubtedly have been extraordinary. By the way, Chanyu, why have I only met your father and never your mother? Ning Ze asked, perplexed. Although Deng Jiogong wielded unparalleled swordsmanship, he was ultimately immortal. If Deng Chanyu's mother were also immortal, how could she possibly have given birth to a daughter with such extraordinary talent? Deng Chanyu replied, in truth, I'm not my father's biological daughter. He found me. I do not know who my real parents are. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze suddenly understood. Presumably, Deng Chanyu's parents must indeed be celestial beings, though their true identities remained a mystery. The two exchanged a few words, sharing their feelings of parting, and Ning Ze recounted how he had escaped from the clutches of Zhu Lusun, after which Deng Chanyu took her leave. On the following day, Zhili assembled his troops and arranged them for battle at the pass. The soldiers, having heard of Ning Ze's return, were filled with renewed vigor. Having quelled the Eastern Yi and the Pingling Kingdom, countless soldiers had witnessed Ning Ze's formidable prowess, and within the ranks of the Deshang army, his reputation soared, earning him the title of the God of War. Ning Ze, along with Deng Jiogong, Zhili, and others, stood at the front of the formation, gazing at the formidable stronghold ahead. Within that stronghold, the commander, Ning, upon learning of the Shang's challenge to battle, could not contain his joy and promptly summoned the three Taoists, Qiao Kuan and others. The three Taoists pondered, the enemy has issued a challenge. How shall we respond? Han Julong chuckled, this is perfect. We shall defeat them in one fell swoop. Xue Ahu added, with Master Qiao here, they shall come and not return. Ning was elated and quickly mobilized his troops, leading the three Taoists to take their positions at the pass. Ning Ze observed the three Taoists standing behind a general and recognized them to be Han Julong, Xue Ahu, and Qiao Kuan, as described by Zhili. Qiao Kuan radiated a distinct aura of power, clearly at the Tai level, while Han Julong and Xue Ahu merely reached the celestial immortal stage. As the two armies lined up, Ning Ze turned to Zhili and said, you engage Han Julong and Xue Ahu. I shall contend with Qiao Kuan. Understood, Zhili replied, stepping forward, pointing his sword, and proclaiming, Han Julong, Xue Ahu, our previous encounter was insufficient. Let us settle this now. Zhili, also a celestial immortal, had previously fought the trio to a standstill. Hearing this, Han Julong and Xue Ahu leaped into action, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Zhili. A fierce battle ensued between Zhili and the two adversaries, with strikes and counterstrikes exchanged fervently. The sound of clashing energies and weapons echoed continuously, while swirling energy spirals surged in all directions. Seeing that the three were unlikely to determine a victor in the short term, Ning Ze approached Deng Chanyu and said, "Chanyu, strike Han Dulong with a stone." "Very well." Deng Chanyu nodded slightly, waving her hand as a streak of light shot forth, striking Han Dulong squarely in the face. With a resounding cry, he plummeted from the sky, only to be cleaved in two by Ji Li's sword. 2 entries fell to the ground. Observing this, Ning Ze hastily merged the 2 entries. "Ding, you have successfully merged the entry of 300 mana, gaining 300 years of cultivation. Ding, you have successfully merged the entry of the simple cultivation method of the Chan school, acquiring its foundational practices." With Han Dulong's demise, Shui Ahu was taken aback. The 2 had only just managed to match Ji Li evenly. Now, with Han Dulong dead, how could he possibly contend? Realizing this, Shui Ahu swiftly retreated, only to be struck by Ji Li's flying sword, which pierced his brow, sending him crashing down from the sky. A wisp of true spirit escaped, heading towards the Fengshan platform. Seeing 2 more entries drop, Ning Ze quickly opted to merge them. The item dropped by Shui Ahu is identical to that of Han Dulong. Upon witnessing the simultaneous demise of Han Dulong and Shui Ahu, Xiao Koen was taken aback, swiftly ascending into the air, his magical power surging as he charged towards Ji Li, intent on slaying him. Ning Ze, observing the unfolding scene, promptly addressed Deng Jiogong, stating that once he had vanquished this malevolent entity, the army should be commanded to charge forth, striving to capture this stronghold in a single decisive blow. Deng Jiogong immediately grasped the intent. Ji Li, seeing Xiao Koen approach with haste, was understandably astonished, and hastily evaded towards his formation. Noticing this, Xiao Koen produced a flying disc and hurled it towards the back of Ji Li's head. The disc moved with astonishing speed, reaching Ji Li in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53. The art of weapon forging. Within the confines of the flying disc, brilliant white light flickered as energy surged wildly. Had Ji Li been struck by it, he would surely have met a grim fate. However, Ning Ze was well prepared. As he observed Xiao Koen initiating his attack, he waved his hand, summoning the divine thunder of the lightning system. Instantly, energy swirled in the void, and a bolt of lightning erupted, hurtling towards the flying disc launched by Xiao Koen. Simultaneously, Ning Ze's figure flickered as he swiftly maneuvered behind Xiao Koen, wielding his long blade to unleash a radiant arc reminiscent of a sun setting over a vast river, descending towards Xiao Koen's back. Sensing the imminent threat, Xiao Koen was taken aback. He hastily channeled his magical energy to shield himself, dashing forward in a frantic bid to evade Ning Ze's strike. Whoosh! The blade's luminous arc sliced through the air behind Xiao Koen, severing a significant portion of his robe. At that very moment, the thunderbolt unleashed by Ning Ze knocked Xiao Koen's flying disc off course, thereby saving Ji Li's life. Xiao Koen emerged from the chaos, retrieving the flying disc, and upon turning around, he beheld Ning Ze, clad in black, standing a short distance away. "Who are you?" Xiao Koen inquired. Ning Ze replied with a faint smile, "You will know who I am once you ascend the divine ranking." With that, he flickered once more, and his battle blade swept down towards Xiao Koen's face. Startled by Ning Ze's ferocity, Xiao Koen swiftly summoned the flying disc to counterattack. The disc spun incessantly, shimmering with light, and in an instant, it was upon Ning Ze. Ning Ze swung his blade, striking the disc with a thunderous crash. The disc was sent hurtling back into Xiao Koen's hand. Meanwhile, Ning Ze had already positioned himself directly above Xiao Koen, his battle blade poised to strike down once again. Without hesitation, Xiao Koen raised his long sword to defend himself. Boom! An overwhelming force emanated from the long sword, causing it to fly from Xiao Koen's grip, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Given Ning Ze's current might, to face him head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Although Ning Ze was merely at the mid-stage of the Tai realm, the amalgamation of countless entries, combined with the ancestral witch bloodline, had elevated his physical prowess to the great Luo realm. Ordinary magical energy posed no threat to him. Furthermore, his immense strength meant that Xiao Koen, lacking in physical cultivation, would naturally be sent flying should he attempt to withstand Ning Ze's blade. Boom! As Xiao Koen crashed to the ground, He prepared to leap back into action. Yet, from beneath the earth, countless vines emerged, ensnaring him tightly and dragging him towards the underworld. Xiao Kun, taken aback, hastily summoned the flying disc in a desperate attempt to sever the vines. However, at that moment, a bolt of thunder appeared above him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Xiao Kun was struck by Ning Ze's divine purple thunder, leaving him charred and lifeless. A fragment of his true spirit escaped, racing towards the divine ascension platform. Upon vanquishing Xiao Kun, several entries fell to the ground. Ning Ze promptly advanced to fuse the entries. Ding! You have fused the divine-level entry, the art of Daofa, gaining 30,000 years of cultivation. Ding! You have fused the celestial-level entry heart of the Taoist, greatly enhancing your understanding of the Tao. Ding! You have fused the entry essence of weapon forging, allowing you to comprehend Xiao Kun's weapon forging techniques. Ah, what a remarkable individual, a master of weapon forging. The fusion of attributes brought an inexplicable joy to Ning Ze. 3 millennia of cultivation is tantamount to 3 millennia of arduous training. The essence of weapon forging is indeed exceptionally suited to him. As a competent cultivator, the art of weapon forging serves as an immensely important auxiliary divine ability. Possessing the skill to forge weapons not only significantly accelerates the crafting of magical artifacts, but also enables the utilization of raw materials to create new treasures. In the primordial world, any cultivator of the quasi-saint realm and above would forge their own artifacts. Moreover, the weapon forging techniques of the primordial heavenly sovereign are unparalleled in the vast expanse of the primordial realm. It is no jest. The ability to refine a fragment of Mount Buzhou into the banner of heaven requires astonishingly formidable forging skills. As Ning Ze observed the battlefield, he noticed that when he engaged with Xiao Kun, Deng Jiogong led his army to launch an assault. In an instant, the soldiers of the Deshang shouted in fury as they charged towards the enemy. Yining, witnessing the Deshang's overwhelming momentum rushing towards the fortress, was taken aback. Retreat! Retreat! The 3 Taoists he relied upon as trump cards had been slain, leaving Yining in a state of panic. As a nephew of South Bo's Duke Yi Chengyu, Yining had only climbed to the position of general through connections, revealing himself to be quite inept. He had never encountered such a scene before. Hastily, he ordered a retreat. Immediately, the sound of alarm resonated atop the city walls. The troops below scrambled to retreat into the city. However, at that moment, Deng Jiogong had already led the Deshang soldiers to close quarters. The morale of the Deshang surged like a tidal wave, while the southern Chu army, preoccupied with retreat, had no desire to engage in battle. Upon their initial contact, the southern Chu forces began to disintegrate. The Deshang army surged forward with unstoppable momentum, and wherever they went, the southern Chu soldiers fell like ripe grain ready for harvest, slaughtered on the spot. In a state of utter disarray, Yining fled back within the gates, disregarding the soldiers outside, and cried out, "Close the gates! Quickly, shut the fortress doors!" Yet at that moment, a streak of light shot forth and struck him squarely in the face. Yining let out a scream, tumbling from his horse, and was trampled to death by the southern Chu soldiers surging into the city. With the absence of a commanding officer, the southern Chu army descended further into chaos, soon being overrun by the Deshang soldiers. "Lay down your arms and surrender. We shall not slay you." Geely stood in the void, bellowing. His voice echoed across the entire battlefield. The southern Chu army, having already lost their morale, saw the Deshang forces entering the city and their commander slain. With no will left to resist, they all laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. The few remaining soldiers who dared to resist were swiftly eliminated by the Deshang troops. Meanwhile, Ning Ze traversed the battlefield, continually merging attributes. Ding! You have fused a white attribute basic brute strength. Your power has been enhanced. Ding! You have fused a white attribute fleet of foot. Your movement speed has been augmented. The system notifications resonated in his ears. In this battle, he had vanquished over 10,000 foes, and Ning Ze had fused at least 10,000 attributes, significantly enhancing his strength and various physical qualities. It can be said that he reaped abundant rewards. As the army entered the city, Geely dispatched personnel to assess the battle losses while simultaneously instructing generals such as Tai Luan to accept the surrendered soldiers. Observing that the situation on the battlefield had stabilized, Ning Ze also ventured into the city. Having achieved a resounding victory and successfully captured this strategic stronghold, the soldiers of the great merchant were filled with exuberance. Likewise, smiles adorned the faces of the various generals. After a protracted standoff lasting half a month, the capture of this fortress naturally instilled a sense of accomplishment within them. The assembled generals convened in the military headquarters of the fortress, with Geely occupying the seat of honor, and generals such as Deng Jiogong and Ning Ze seated on either side. Geely remarked, "Now that we have taken the Wolfang fortress, ahead lies the heartland of southern Shu, where the southern Shu forces are gathered in Ying City, numbering over 200,000. If we can seize Ying City and eliminate Yishan, southern Shu will be subdued." The generals nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. The three celestial lords in the city of Yingdu. Within the estate of the southern marquis, the young Yishur occupied the seat of honor. Following the demise of the southern marquis, Chengyu, at the hands of the tyrant Dixon, Yishan, as the eldest son, naturally inherited the title of southern marquis. The vendetta for his father's death ignited a fierce resolve within him, leading him to declare an eternal severance from the Shang Dynasty, which resonated with the support of 200 feudal lords. Simultaneously, the Western Marquis, Ji Chong, extended an olive branch, and Yishan, aware of his own limited strength compared to the Western Marquis, chose to ally with him to jointly dismantle the Shang regime. He awaited the uprisings from Shiqi, ready to mobilize his forces at the gates in response. However, unbeknownst to him, Wen Zhong dispatched a formidable army to quell the rebellion. Recognizing his precarious situation, Yishan promptly sought aid from Shiqi. Jiang Zia understood the significance of the southern territories and ascended to the Yushu Palace. The southern polar immortal, stepping forth, summoned a cadre of powerful beings to assist the southern Shu. Among them are the likes of Han Julong and Xue Ehu, who answered the southern polar immortal's call. Concurrently, the southern polar immortal issued a decree. Any cultivators willing to aid southern Shu would be granted the opportunity to ascend the immortal platform within Yushu Palace and become disciples of the Yushu. As a result, numerous cultivators flocked to southern Shu, providing much-needed resistance against the incursions of Ji Li and Deng Jiogong. "My lord, urgent news. The Henya fortress has fallen, and 3 Taoists have been slain." A soldier hastily entered the grand hall and bowed before Yishan. "What?" Yishan exclaimed, rising abruptly, his gaze sweeping the room with alarm. "Mao Gong, the Henya fortress has been compromised. What should we do?" His eyes settled on a middle-aged man clad in a long robe. This was none other than Mao Gong Sui, dispatched by Shiqi to devise strategies for southern Shu. Renowned as one of the 8 worthies of Shiqi, Mao Gong Sui was astute and highly regarded by Ji Chong. Upon hearing of the fortress's fall, his brow furrowed in concern. Southern Marquis, the Henya fortress is quite formidable, and with 3 cultivators stationed there, it suggests that powerful adversaries have joined the Shang ranks. However, do not fret. Chancellor Jiang has summoned several formidable beings who are currently within the palace. I shall relay the message for them to meet with us. Can these powerful beings surpass those guarding the Henya fortress? Ishan inquired. Mao Gong Sui replied, "They're incomparable. These individuals have been summoned by the southern polar immortal, the foremost disciple of Yushu Palace, and possess extraordinary capabilities." Ishan, upon hearing this, was elated. "Excellent. Have them come to meet us at once." Mao Gong Sui stepped out, and shortly after, he returned with several individuals into the grand hall. The Taoists, upon seeing Ishan, did not bow but stood resolutely within the hall, their icy gazes fixated upon him. The first figure, diminutive in stature, bore a face reminiscent of a monkey, with golden curls atop his head. His arms were crossed, and his eyes were filled with disdain, clearly exhibiting a lack of regard for Ishan. The second figure, clad in a pale yellow robe and wielding a gnarled wooden staff, exuded an air of celestial elegance. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, his expression oscillating between amusement and mockery as he regarded Ishan. The third figure, grasping a fragment of white bone and enveloped in an ominous black aura, obscured in identity, instilled a profound sense of dread among the multitude of Southern Chu generals within the Grand Hall. Upon hearing that the three possessed transcendent abilities, capable of immense powers, they inquired about their skills and names. The mysterious figure replied, "I hail from a Yunfeng cave on Tsanan Mountain, having cultivated my Tao for 30,000 years. With a mere gesture, I can vanquish myriad foes and consume their souls, condemning them to an eternal cycle of reincarnation." The generals trembled at his words, realizing the malevolence of such a method, one so cruel as to deny souls their chance at rebirth. Fortunately, they had the support of Southern Chu. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Yishun, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Indeed, venerable Taoist, your prowess is remarkable. Bring forth treasures to honor him." Several soldiers entered, bearing exquisite gifts, placing them before the Taoist. The Taoist chuckled. Such mundane trinkets hold no value in the eyes of this humble practitioner. What I seek are souls. I shall claim the souls of these four. As his words fell, several skulls emerged from the swirling black mist. With a single inhalation, the souls of the four soldiers were extracted, their bodies collapsing softly to the ground. The onlookers were struck with awe and terror. Even Yishun, overwhelmed, fell back onto his tiger-skin chair. Then, a cold laugh echoed from an elder clad in yellow robes. "Old ghost of the Nine Hells, your methods are excessively wicked. They may invite retribution." The ancient figure scoffed. "Shang Dynasty, do you wish to experience my abilities as well?" Shang Dynasty responded, "I have no interest in conflict with you. I came at the invitation of the Southern Pole Immortal. Once we vanquish the Shang army, I shall ascend to the celestial realm and enter Yushu." With that, Shang Dynasty stepped forward and declared, "My skills are modest, please observe." As his voice faded, he pointed his wooden staff, which erupted in a torrent of withered vines. Inscribed with swirling runes, a formidable power sweeping across the vicinity. This divine ability could transform miles of land into a forbidden zone, should the enemy tread upon it. They would be ensnared by the withered vines and perish, their flesh feeding my magical essence. "Excellent. Taoist Qi Song, your prowess is remarkable. What reward do you seek?" Shang Dynasty replied, "I require no reward. Indeed, truly a transcendent being." Yishun then turned his gaze to the final figure, who coolly stated, "I am known as 6 Ears. As for my origins and abilities, a mere mortal is unworthy of such knowledge." How arrogant! He clearly held Yishun in contempt. However, Yishun remained unfazed. True power often comes with its own pride. He smiled and instructed, "Prepare a performance to graciously entertain our 3 esteemed Taoists. At dawn tomorrow, we shall dispatch troops to the Wolf-Tooth Fortress. With the presence of these 3 Taoists, victory over the enemy is assured." He then sent someone to escort the 3 Taoists away. Meanwhile, Ji Li, Deng Jiogong, and others had captured the Wolf-Tooth Fortress, intending to rest for several days before advancing southward towards Yingdu City. A few days later, as Ji Li was assembling his forces and preparing to march, a soldier rushed in with news. "General Ji, the Southern Chu army of 100,000 approaches, having reached within 10 miles. Please advise on our course of action." Upon hearing this, Ji Li felt a jolt of realization, his gaze shifting to the assembled generals. It was evident that the Southern Chu sought to reclaim the Wolfang Fortress, a stronghold established to guard against the great merchants. Yet its defenses on the opposite side were notably weak. "General Ning, how shall we respond?" General Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "The Southern Chu's audacity in sending troops implies they possess some advantage. It would be prudent for us to venture forth from the city to engage them and ascertain their strategies." Indeed, General Ning's reasoning is sound. Ji Li nodded in agreement. Turning to General Deng Jiogong, "General Deng, maintain your defense of the city. General Ning Ze and I shall lead 30,000 troops to array ourselves outside the gates, prepared to confront the enemy." With arrangements complete, Ji Li and Ning Ze, accompanied by a dozen generals, led their 30,000 soldiers to establish a battle formation outside the Wolfang Fortress, awaiting the approach of their adversaries. Chapter 55. The Eerie Nine Nether Old Monster. A formidable army of 30,000 stood arrayed outside the Wolf-Tooth Pass. Ning Ze, mounted upon a spirited steed, extended his consciousness, and soon discerned that a contingent was approaching from several miles away. At the forefront was a scholarly general, clad in a white robe, his visage adorned with a subtle beard. Following him were 3 Taoists. Among them, an elderly figure in a yellow robe stood out, while the other 2 bore rather abstract appearances. However, it was the one resembling a monkey that instilled a sense of peril in Ning Ze. Could this be the formidable ally summoned by the Southern Shu? It appeared that this battle would prove exceedingly arduous. Indeed, it was not long before clouds of dust billowed in the distance. The thunderous sounds reverberating across the land shook the very ground beneath. Amidst the swirling dust, a procession of figures gradually revealed themselves. In an instant, this troop arrived at the forefront, halting not far from the Dashi forces. The white-robed scholar gazed towards the Wolf-Tooth Pass and then approached, stating, "I presume you are Generals Ji Li and Ning Ze." Ning Ze was not taken aback by their knowledge of his name. After all, in times of war, both sides possess intelligence on one another. He thus inquired aloud, "Who are you from Southern Shu?" The scholar replied, "I am Mao Gongsui, sent by Chancellor Jiang to assist Southern Shu. Our alliance with Southern Shu is now solidified. We advance and retreat together. I advise you to withdraw your forces promptly and urge Emperor Xin to disband his army. The Dashi now exists merely in name. It is no longer the sovereign among lords, and Emperor Xin ought to step aside and yield to the West Qi." Mao Gongsui. A jolt coursed through Ning Ze's heart. This individual was renowned for his exceptional intelligence and eloquence, and it was indeed as he had anticipated. He chuckled in response. "The West Qi has conspired with various lords to rebel. Once our Dashi army has vanquished Southern Shu, we shall turn our sights on West Qi, ensuring you regret your choices." "Ha!" Mao Gongsui laughed. "Then we shall see if you possess the capability to do so." With that, his gaze fell upon the 3 Taoists, and he urged, "Esteemed Taoists, please lend your strength to vanquish the enemy." As soon as Mao Gongsui's voice faded, the sinister Taoist stepped forward, stating, "Such a multitude of Dashi soldiers is a great boon for me. Once I refine their souls, my cultivation shall greatly advance. My fellow Taoists, do not covet my prize." Lu Er and Chisongzi exchanged a cold glance at the 9-nether-old monster, clearly disdainful of his vile and malevolent skills. The 9-nether-old monster advanced to the forefront, sneering, "Today, I shall sacrifice you, devouring your souls, haha." Upon finishing his declaration, he waved his bony staff, and an endless shroud of black mist materialized behind him. Within this mist, the wails of spirits echoed, and a chilling wind swept forth, carrying the black fog towards the Dashi forces. Ning Ze and Ji Li were both taken aback. In typical battles, the engagement begins with a duel of generals. Yet this individual unleashed his dark arts immediately, intending to annihilate their 30,000 troops. There must be something amiss with this black mist. Ning Ze felt a tremor in his spirit. Indeed, from within the black fog emerged sinister cackles, a cacophony of eerie laughter intertwining into a haunting symphony. Shadows flickered within the mist, each one identical to the 9-nether-old monster. Such wicked sorcery. Even if Ning Ze does not showcase his strength, he will not allow himself to be disregarded. With a swift motion of his hand, the black flag, the ancestral witch flag, materialized in his grasp. As he cast a seal, boundless purple lightning surged forth, entwining around the ancestral flag and producing a crackling sound. With a mere gesture, the ancestral flag soared into the air, and thunderous roars erupted as countless bolts of purple lightning burst forth from it, cleaving through the black mist. This lightning was none other than the divine thunder of the Purple Mansion, the nemesis of all malevolent entities. Under its might, the oppressive black mist dissipated, transforming into wisps of white smoke, while the shadowy figures within shattered like glass, dissolving into thin air. The battlefield returned to its original state. Geely beamed with joy at the sight, and the soldiers of the great merchants erupted into cheers. The overwhelming aura of death emanating from the black mist had left them trembling in fear, as if they could smell the very scent of mortality. Yet General Ning, with a mere gesture, utilized his magical artifacts to disperse all remnants of the black mist. Even Chi Songzi and Lu Er exchanged glances, clearly astonished by Ning Ze's prowess. Mao Gong, however, furrowed his brow slightly. The intelligence had been flawed. Why did the great merchant leader, Ning Ze, possess such formidable power? It appeared that annihilating the great merchant army and reclaiming the Wolfang fortress would not be a simple task. Fortunately, they still had two aces up their sleeves. A sinister laughter echoed through the void. The ancient specter of Jiu Yu manifested in the air. You are quite impressive, young one, to have shattered my spell. However, your luck shall soon run out. With another eerie chuckle, Jiu Yu's form flickered, and numerous identical figures appeared beside him, each possessing a formidable aura of power. With a wave of his hand, these doppelgangers transformed into dark shadows and charged towards Ning Ze. Each shadow wielded a skeletal staff, unleashing powerful spells. Dozens of magical energies combined, becoming exceedingly formidable. Ning Ze smirked slightly upon witnessing this. He had discerned that although Jiu Yu was a practitioner of dark arts, his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, having yet to step into the Tai stage. With a pointed finger, the ancestral flag unfurled once more, surging with boundless thunder towards the approaching shadows. As the thunder struck, the shadows were scattered. However, at that moment, a sense of impending danger crept upon Ning Ze from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun and struck with his blade. With a resounding boom, Jiu Yu was sent hurtling into the sky. Sensing this, Ning Ze immediately took flight in pursuit, wielding his long knife with ferocity. Yet just then, Jiu Yu's form morphed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. Suddenly, Ning Ze felt a surge of danger emanating from below. This foe was remarkably swift. Without flinching, Ning Ze executed a maneuver, plummeting from the void before forcefully landing on the ground. The ancient specter of the Nine Hells felt a tremendous force surge forth, causing the white bone staff in his hand to be flung away, while his body, against his will, was drawn towards the ground. Ning Ze followed closely, treading upon the head of the Nine Hells creature and forcefully driving it into the earth. Just as the ancient specter began to comprehend the situation and intended to evade, countless tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring him tightly, rendering him immobile. It was Ning Ze who had employed his mastery of wood magic to bind him. Perish! Ning Ze declared with a fierce command, delivering a swift kick that sent the ancient specter's head soaring into the air. However, the head erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Do you think this will be enough to kill me? I shall return." Just as the laughter faded, a banner surged forth, the ancestral shaman's flag of Ning Ze. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning erupted from the ancestral shaman's flag, cleaving the head into wisps of white smoke, which vanished without a trace. Several fragments descended from the heavens. Chapter 56, Shattering the Void. The external avatar Ning Ze was overjoyed to see the entries fall before him. Among the several entries, two were negative and exceedingly malevolent, which he naturally chose not to fuse. He promptly selected to merge the other three entries. Ding! You have fused the divine level entry of 20,000 mana, gaining 20,000 years of cultivation. Ding! You have fused the divine level entry of Avatar Technique, comprehending the divine ability of External Avatar. Ding! You have fused the divine level entry of Shattering the Void, mastering the divine movement technique of Shattering the Void. As the system notifications resonated, Ning Ze's cultivation experienced an instantaneous surge, breaking through the mid-stage barrier of the Tai realm, nearing the late-stage prowess of the Tai realm. Not only that, countless profound insights emerged from his sea of consciousness, specifically the two divine abilities, External Avatar and Shattering the Void. The External Avatar belonged to the Avatar Technique, utilizing his own mana to instantly condense into an avatar, with its number increasing in accordance with the mastery of the divine ability. Additionally, his true self could instantly evade. This divine ability was remarkably practical. Ning Ze himself had nearly fallen victim to the Nine Netherworld monster, had it not been for his formidable physical strength. Directly suppressing the Nine Netherworld monster in an attempt to slay it would have been no easy feat. Shattering the Void was a divine movement technique capable of condensing mana to instantaneously cleave through the void, arriving at the enemy's forefront. This was a technique for traversing the void, proving exceptionally formidable in actual combat. With the enhancement of these two divine abilities, Ning Ze's strength soared significantly. Upon witnessing the demise of the nine-nether-old monster, both Shang Dynasty and Lu Er were taken aback. Ning Ze's power had indeed surpassed their expectations. Lu Er, possessing the cultivation of the Luo realm, was unperturbed. However, Shang Dynasty, being at the late stage of the Tai realm, though he looked down upon the nine-nether-old monster's tactics, could not deny its formidable strength. Had he been in the same position, slaying the enigmatic nine-nether-old monster would not have been a simple task. The merchants cheered upon seeing Ning Ze vanquish the powerful foe. On the city wall, Deng Chanyu smiled at Ning Ze's extraordinary abilities. Initially, she believed that her diligent cultivation would narrow the gap between them. Now, it seemed the chasm was only widening. The most astonished among them was Geely. He had observed Ning Ze's first appearance, noting that while he was formidable then, the disparity with his current self was immense. This lad's rate of cultivation increase was truly astonishing, bordering on the monstrous. No wonder he was reluctant to take a master. At present, Ning Ze's strength likely rivaled that of his own master. Mao Gongsui furrowed his brow upon witnessing Ning Ze slay the nine-nether-old monster. Such a powerful individual existed within the Dashi realm. It appeared that the strength of the Dashi army had been grossly underestimated. To the two Taoists he inquired, "This person is remarkably formidable. Do you have confidence in securing victory?" Mao Gongsui cast his gaze toward the other two. Liu Scoft, Mililis. Zhuan Sangzi affirmed, "We certainly possess the strength to engage him. I implore you both to act and resolve this matter." Mao Gongsui urged. As the six-eared macaque stepped forward, he declared, "To deal with him, why require two? I shall take him down effortlessly." With that, he swiftly ascended into the sky and gazed down at Ning Ze, coldly stating, "You are Ning Ze. I am six-eared, and I mention my name so you may know by whose hand you shall meet your demise." Ning Ze's heart trembled at these words. This monkey-like figure calling himself six-eared could only mean that he was the six-eared macaque. The name was well known to Ning Ze. In the journey to the west, this creature had impersonated Sun Wukong and engaged in a fierce battle, deceiving even many mighty beings. According to the scriptures, as narrated by the Tathgata, the six-eared macaque is one of the four primal monkeys of chaos, a chaotic demon among the 3,000 dark spirits. Slain by Pangu at the dawn of creation, his primordial spirit split into four, entering the primordial world, thus forming four innate spirit monkeys. One of these was the stone monkey, who burst forth from a rock to become the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. These extraordinary beings were born with the cultivation of a golden immortal, possessing remarkable talents, capable of transformation, understanding celestial timing, and manipulating stars. The second was the long-armed divine ape, represented by Yuan Hong, one of the 7 peculiar creatures of Maishan in the investiture of the gods. The third was the red-buttocked horse monkey, associated with the river Huai's Wujiqi, each possessing unique supernatural abilities. Lastly, there was the six-eared macaque before Ning Ze. This creature, born with 6 ears, had an extraordinary sense of hearing, capable of discerning truths and secrets. It was said that during a lecture by the Grandmaster Hong Jun in the Purple Cloud Palace, the six-eared macaque had already reached the realm of Great Luo, but chose instead to eavesdrop using his extraordinary hearing. This act was discovered by Hong Jun, who sealed his auditory powers and decreed that the teachings should not be passed to the six-eared macaque. Consequently, he was cast out from the Taoist sects, and his cultivation stagnated. Unexpectedly, this being now appeared on the battlefield of the investiture of the gods, which was profoundly incongruent with the true nature of that great conflict. Could it be that his arrival had altered the battlefield? The six-eared macaque, endowed with exceptional gifts and innate supernatural abilities, had already reached the great Luo realm. This battle would undoubtedly be arduous. If he chose not to fight, he would find himself facing the armies of the great Shang behind him, with figures such as Deng Chanyu and Deng Jiogong also within the Wolf-Tooth Fortress. Thus, he had no choice but to engage. "Boy, are you so frightened by my reputation that you dare not emerge to face me?" The six-eared macaque bellowed as he noted Ning Ze's lack of response. In an instant, Ning Ze appeared a short distance away and replied coolly, "You are indeed the six-eared macaque." The six-eared macaque was taken aback, inquiring curiously, "How do you know my name?" For countless years, he had lurked in the shadows, unable to advance in cultivation. He sought to align himself with various celestial sects, but had been rejected by them all, which left him deeply frustrated. Upon hearing the decree of the Southern Polar Immortal, which promised the opportunity to join the way of the revelation should he assist in overcoming the Great Shang, he finally emerged to aid the Southern Chu. He believed that if he could enter the tutelage of the primordial heavenly sovereign, his cultivation would inevitably break through its bottleneck. Earlier, during Ning Ze's battle with the old monster of the Nine Nether, the six-eared macaque had discerned that Ning Ze was merely at the Tai realm. Therefore, he had not regarded Ning Ze as a serious threat. Ning Ze chuckled, saying, "When you eavesdropped on the Taoist master's teachings, the entire primordial realm was aware. Would I, perchance, be ignorant of your name?" 6 ears, upon hearing this, could not contain his fury. This was a painful chapter of his past, and with Ning Ze reopening the wound, how could he not feel rage? "You ignorant child, daring to spout such nonsense. If I do not slay you today, then I am not 6 ears." With that, he swiftly conjured a massive iron staff into his grasp and bellowed, charging fiercely towards Ning Ze. Before the staff even reached him, the surrounding energy became tumultuous, and a fierce gust of wind surged towards Ning Ze. A shadow of the staff swept across, intent on cleaving Ning Ze in twain. Chapter 57. The Great Battle Against the Six-Eared Macaque. In a fit of rage, the six-eared macaque launched an assault on Ning Ze. A massive iron staff descended from the heavens, swirling with a shadow of its might, aimed directly at Ning Ze's head. Even before it reached him, a fierce gust of wind swept through the air. As one of the 4 primal monkeys, the six-eared macaque possessed an innate combat body, making him extraordinarily powerful. Though this strike appeared ordinary, its force was capable of cleaving mountains. Ning Ze, sensing the impending danger, summoned his inner vitality, and his battle blade cleaved through the air in response. With a thunderous roar, their weapons clashed in the void. The immense force unleashed a torrent of energy cyclones that spiraled outwards. Ning Ze felt as though he were being struck by a mountain's weight, and he was forced to retreat several dozen paces. Indeed, the six-eared macaque's strength far surpassed that of the phantasm of Shang Dynasty. The six-eared macaque, too, felt an overwhelming power emanating from his iron staff, numbing his grip and sending him staggering back over 100 paces, astonished at the strength he encountered. He had never anticipated that Ning Ze would possess such formidable might, seemingly surpassing his own. Unbeknownst to the six-eared macaque, Ning Ze had merged with the primordial blood of the ancestor witch, assimilating countless power attributes. Now, Ning Ze had achieved a physical state akin to the Great Luo. This state not only endowed him with remarkable physical prowess, but also immense strength. Renowned for their physical cultivation, the Witch Clan's attributes were mirrored in Ning Ze after his fusion with the ancestor witch's essence, further amplified by the unity of his vital energy through rigorous training. Realizing Ning Ze's formidable capabilities, the six-eared macaque immediately shed any underestimation. Initially, he had believed that as a being of the Great Luo realm, defeating Ning Ze would be a foregone conclusion. Very well, the six-eared macaque licked his lips, an overwhelming battle intent surging forth. As a combatant, the stronger his opponent, the more his fighting spirit ignited. This was the essence of his legendary battle body. "I, the six-eared macaque, challenge you today," he declared with unwavering conviction, affirming Ning Ze's status as a worthy adversary. Ning Ze smiled slightly. "I am aware of your identity as the six-eared. If a battle is what you seek, then let us engage without any unnecessary banter." With a furious roar, the six-eared macaque charged, his foot striking the void as he moved like lightning, closing the distance to Ning Ze in an instant. His overwhelming battle intent engulfed the surroundings as he swung his iron staff towards Ning Ze. Unfazed, Ning Ze activated the primordial blood within him, releasing an inexhaustible fighting spirit. This spirit was derived from the battle god Shang Dynasty. As the most formidable of the ancestor witches, Shang Dynasty's battle intent was unparalleled, and through the fusion of Shang Dynasty's attributes, Ning Ze inherited this fierce combat spirit. Xing Tian, who practiced the laws of warfare, possessed profundities that rivaled those of the six-eared macaque's battle body. With a resounding crash, their weapons collided once more, unleashing an earth-shattering sound. The six-eared macaque staggered, dissipating Ning Ze's force, only to pivot and strike again with his staff. After merging with the 9-nether-old monster's body technique, Ning Ze acquired the ability to shatter the void. In an instant, he moved behind Lu Er, his long knife unleashing a colossal blade aura that stretched several zhang. Aimed directly at Lu Er, the battle saint body of Lu Er sensed the impending danger. He swiftly withdrew his long staff and struck backward. A deafening roar echoed as their weapons collided once more. The two top-tier powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle amidst the void. On the ground, both teams beat their war drums in unison, soldiers raising their heads, shouting encouragement. A look of astonishment reappeared on Ji Li's face. The strength displayed by Ning Ze exceeded his expectations once again. How could this fellow's power have surged so rapidly? Seeing Lu Er, the Monkey King, so formidable, Deng Chanyu held a 5-light stone in each hand, ready to assist Ning Ze at any moment should a crisis arise. Mao Gongsui and Qi Songzi were equally astonished to see Ning Ze contend with Lu Er. Qi Songzi, aware of Lu Er's prowess, realized he was no match for him. The fact that Ning Ze was able to match Lu Er meant that his own intervention would be futile against Ning Ze. The battle raged on until dusk, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Deep within, Ning Ze experienced a moment of clarity. This intense confrontation allowed his potential to be further unleashed as the blood of the witch ancestor fully merged with his physical form. Concurrently, his understanding of combat deepened significantly. Although it appeared that both were evenly matched, Ning Ze was actually maneuvering with ease, not exerting his full strength. He understood that Lu Er possessed more than just this level of skill. This individual was capable of manipulating the heavens and earth, employing the 72 transformations. He had to conserve his strength for what was to come. As the sky grew darker, their pace quickened. Lu Er was filled with overwhelming shock. Who was this extraordinary being before him? Having attained enlightenment at an early age and cultivated for millions of years, his own understanding of combat had reached unprecedented heights. Yet he still found it exceedingly difficult to subdue this foe. He realized that if he did not defeat this man and join the ranks of the Jade Void sect, his cultivation would be forever stagnant. With this thought, Lu Er's form trembled, and he uttered a profound incantation, releasing a fierce aura that surged from within him. His stature suddenly soared to great heights, revealing the true form of an ancient giant ape before Ning Ze, the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth. Finally, he unleashed his divine form. An overwhelming pressure swept toward Ning Ze, who was taken aback. Was this truly the legendary manipulation of the heavens and earth? Indeed, formidable. Prepare to meet your end, Ning Ze. A piercing voice echoed, summoning thunderous roars from all directions as a colossal hand descended from the heavens to strike at Ning Ze. Unmatched energy surged outward. If struck, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. Ning Ze swiftly maneuvered, tearing through the void and retreating into the distance. Lu Er took a decisive step, in an instant crossing 10 miles to arrive behind Ning Ze, reaching out with a massive hand to grasp him. Seeing this, Ning Ze swiftly shifted his form and landed on the ground, instantly vanishing from sight. Boom! A colossal foot descended upon the ground, shattering several mountaintops in an instant. Beneath it, an enormous footprint was formed, plunging several dozen fathoms deep. The sheer power of this step was truly terrifying. Yet, before the 6-eared figure could lift its foot, countless vines as thick as wrists emerged from the earth, ensnaring its legs. With astonishing speed, they began to climb upward, rapidly extending to unimaginable lengths, tightly binding the 6-eared entity. From the depths of the earth, Ning Ze emerged, chanting profound incantations. Suddenly, the sky was filled with countless violet lightning bolts. With a thunderous roar, thousands of bolts of lightning struck down upon the 6-eared figure. Each strike of the divine violet thunder crashed against its form. producing plumes of white smoke. Chapter 58. The Celestial Laws and Insights Beyond the Barrier. The purple divine thunder bombarded the of the six-eared macaque, causing white smoke to rise and gradually dissipate. The true form of the six-eared macaque reappeared in the sky, yet blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, indicating it had sustained injuries. Ha! The six-eared macaque, appearing somewhat deranged, erupted into laughter. I never anticipated that a mere individual of the Tai realm could possess a corporeal form that rivals my own, capable of shattering my. You are impressive, young one, but now I shall unleash my true prowess. With that, the six-eared macaque's form flickered, transforming into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 6 iron rods in place of 1. Its aura surged dramatically as it charged towards the ground where Ning Ze stood. The 6 iron rods danced through the air, creating chaotic energy currents, swiftly filling the footprints it had left behind with boulders swept up by the tempest. Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. As the six-eared macaque advanced, massive stones flew in all directions, and energy swirled violently, rapidly closing in on Ning Ze. With a slight smile, Ning Ze instantly burrowed underground, employing the earth escape technique to distance himself. The six-eared macaque, as swift as lightning, immediately pursued Ning Ze, who then brandished his battle blade, engaging the macaque in fierce combat once more. Outside the Wolf Fong fortress, soldiers from both sides heard the distant echoes of explosions, aware of the intense struggle between the two. However, as night fell, both sides retreated. Ji Li and Deng Chanyu emerged from the fortress to observe the battle. They beheld Ning Ze and the six-eared macaque locked in a fierce duel, descending from the sky to the ground and then soaring back up to the heavens. The conflict exceptionally intense. With the fusion of Ning Ze's vitality, his strength had surpassed that of the six-eared macaque. Nevertheless, the macaque's formidable physique rendered it largely unscathed even after taking a few blows from Ning Ze, truly embodying the indestructible body of a Vajra. The two continued their struggle from the darkness of night into the light of day, remaining evenly matched. Even as the six-eared macaque revealed its 3-headed, 6-armed, it could not gain the upper hand against Ning Ze. Recognizing the macaque's formidable nature, Ning Ze resolved to slay this foe. This creature, a manifestation of a chaotic magic ape with the cultivation of a Deluo, would undoubtedly drop special items upon its defeat, significantly enhancing Ning Ze's power. Furthermore, the six-eared macaque had no backing, and its demise would not invite trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Ze suddenly waved his hand, summoning the ancestral witch banner. The banner shimmered with purple lightning, and the laws of thunder were invoked by Ning Ze. As he chanted the true incantation, countless purple divine thunders surged forth from the heavens, converging into a thick electric serpent, striking towards the six-eared macaque. Sensing the imminent danger, the six-eared macaque swiftly retracted its, momentarily transforming into a cricket and burrowing underground to escape. Ning Ze, witnessing this, was filled with elation. He possessed the earth escape technique and wood-based abilities. The six-eared macaque's descent into the earth was akin to courting death. Indeed, as the macaque morphed into a cricket and fled 10 miles, it suddenly found itself ensnared by countless tree roots emerging from the ground, writhing toward it. The six-eared macaque gasped in astonishment, hastily emerging from the earth, intent on soaring into the distance. Little did he know, Ning Ze was already waiting above. As the six-eared macaque emerged from the depths of the earth, a flash of blade light appeared. Ning Ze's long knife had already severed his neck. The blade glimmered, and the head of the six-eared macaque fell to the ground. However, he did not perish. The severed head soared toward the body. Just as it was about to reach the flesh, countless vines ensnared his body, dragging it back into the earth. Without his corporeal form, the six-eared macaque was engulfed in panic. He uttered a spell, and beneath his head, a new body began to form. Yet, as soon as the body began to coalesce, a tempest of purple lightning descended upon him. Thunder rumbled. Under the divine thunder of the purple mansion, the newly formed body of the six-eared macaque was shattered before it could fully materialize. Ning Ze reached out, grasping the head of the six-eared macaque in his hand. "Spare me! Spare me!" The six-eared macaque exclaimed in utter terror. Ning Ze replied with a cold smile, six-eared. Your intentions are misguided. Instead of cultivating in solitude within the mountains, you chose to wade into the murky waters of the Fengshen. Your demise at my hands is a consequence of your own actions. Do not blame others. Upon finishing his words, Ning Ze clapped his hands forcefully, instantly shattering the head of the six-eared macaque. Several entries slipped from his hands. Ning Ze hastily chose to merge. Ding. You have fused the divine level entry. The battle-sank body, comprehending the essence of combat, significantly enhancing your strength. Ding. You have fused the divine level entry, law of heaven and earth, comprehending the divine ability of law of heaven and earth. Ding. You have fused the divine level entry, 80,000 years of cultivation, gaining an 80,000-year cultivation bonus. Ding. You have fused the divine level entry, celestial principles, comprehending one of the 36 celestial divine abilities, the insight of barriers. As the system notifications echoed ceaselessly, an abundance of profound information manifested within Ning Ze's consciousness. These were the insights of various divine abilities. Law of heaven and earth. Undoubtedly, this ability allowed one to unleash their hidden potential, infinitely enlarging their body and cultivating a Dharma body. With the enhancement of strength, one could even reach the pinnacle of heaven and tread upon the earth. Once this divine ability was invoked, one's cultivation and various abilities would experience a tremendous boost in an instant, rendering it exceedingly formidable. In addition to the law of heaven and earth, Ning Ze also acquired the insight of barriers. This ability was one of perceiving the world and comprehending all phenomena. It possessed 3 layers of profundity. The first layer, insight into all things, the ability to observe the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth with clarity, including the workings of rules and the flow of malevolent energy. One could even capture the laws of heaven directly, discovering their patterns to apply them in combat and countering opposing techniques. The second layer's utility, insight into restrictions, effortlessly penetrating various restrictions, whether innate or arranged formations. Under the insight of barriers, they appeared as mere illusions, aiding cultivators in easily breaking restrictions, refining treasures, or traversing restricted areas. The third layer's utility, piercing through illusions, unveiling the essence of things. Various illusions and transformation techniques, under the insight of barriers, became transparent, easily discernible at a glance. This divine ability can be said to possess boundless applications. Not only that, the slaying of the six-eared macaque bestowed upon Ning Ze an astonishing 80,000 years of cultivation, elevating his prowess to the pinnacle of the Tai realm, a mere step away from the Deluo domain. It is only upon entering the Deluo realm that one can truly be deemed a formidable force. However, to attain the Deluo, one must condense the 3 flowers atop the head, achieving the state of their convergence. At present, Ning Ze's strength remains insufficient to challenge the Deluo realm. The process of condensing the 3 flowers is fraught with peril. Should one fail in this endeavor, it may invoke the heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many powerful beings have perished beneath the wrath of the tribulation during their weakened state following a failed ascent to Deluo. Therefore, for the time being, Ning Ze will refrain from attempting to breach the Deluo realm. General Ning, upon witnessing Ning Ze's triumph over the six-eared macaque, Deng Chanyu and Ji Li promptly approached him. Chapter 59. The Innate Wood System Origin. Congratulations, General Ning, on vanquishing this demonic monkey. Ji Li stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute. A smile also graced Deng Chanyu's face. Ning Ze nodded slightly, acknowledging, this demon is quite formidable, possessing astonishing powers. To slay it indeed requires considerable effort. Ji Li responded with a smile. It is truly astonishing to witness General Ning's prowess. Were it not for you, I fear no one in our army could withstand this foe. Ning Ze remarked, this demon monkey is extraordinarily powerful, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. However, its malevolent intentions have led it astray. Otherwise, it might have had the potential to achieve enlightenment. As they conversed, Ning Ze suddenly shouted, this is bad. Such a strong surge of energy. Perhaps the Southern Shu army is seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. No sooner had he spoken than he activated his void-shattering divine ability, racing towards the Wolf Fong fortress. In the blink of an eye, Ning Ze arrived above the fortress. Below, countless soldiers from southern Chu had already stormed into the Wolf Fong fortress. The soldiers of the Great Shang were locked in fierce combat with them. Towering above the fortress stood a majestic red pine tree. Countless roots emerged from the ground, entwining around the soldiers of the Great Shang. Those ensnared were swiftly drained of their blood and flesh, becoming mere desiccated corpses. On the tree, 5 colored pine cones adorned its branches, and the needles resembled blades piercing through the sky, casting shadows over the land. The trunk of the red pine was covered in intricate patterns, unmistakably a rare and extraordinary species from the primordial era. Ning Ze employed the barrier insight divine ability to gaze upon the tree, and its information immediately manifested in his consciousness. This tree was none other than the red pine, transformed from Qi Songzi, who once followed Mao Gongsui. Though not an innate spiritual root, the red pine is indeed an extraordinary species from the primordial era, rich in treasures. Its needles and branches are excellent materials for crafting, while its cones are renowned for their profound restorative properties, significantly enhancing one's cultivation upon consumption. Qi Songzi had cultivated into this form and had come to assist Southern Chu at the behest of the celestial elder of the Southern Pole, seeking to be accepted into the Jade Void Palace. Witnessing Qi Songzi reveal its true form and unleash its might, causing countless soldiers from the Great Shang to perish and be drained of their essence, Ning Ze was filled with righteous fury. In a swift motion, he appeared before the red pine, brandishing his battle knife towards it. Endless magical energy surged forth from the red pine, transforming into a colossal green shield. Boom! Ning Ze's strike met the shield as if it were cotton, his power redirected into the earth by the red pine's magic. What a peculiar spell! Ning Ze felt a jolt in his spirit, and his form shimmered as he invoked the heavenly transformation divine ability, transforming into a giant towering 10,000 feet tall. His life force surging violently. 2 colossal hands descended from the heavens, grasping the trunk of the red pine. Yield to me! Ning Ze's unmatched might erupted forth. With a powerful tug, he forcibly uprooted the red pine, leaving a massive pit in the ground. The roots of the red pine immediately elongated, entwining around Ning Ze's divine form, attempting to constrict and shatter it. Yet, the life force enveloping Ning Ze surged fiercely and with a thunderous roar. His divine form grew an additional 100 feet, snapping all the roots of the red pine. Simultaneously, a wild torrent of purple lightning erupted from Ning Ze, unleashing tremendous force. The resounding purple divine thunder struck heavily against the trunk of the tree, reducing countless branches to charred remnants. With a powerful flick, Ning Ze cast the enormous red pine tree into the void. His avatar swung a fist, delivering a mighty blow to the red pine. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The trunk, as thick as several feet, was smashed in 2 by Ning Ze's strike. From the severed trunk, a shadowy figure surged forth, fleeing into the distance. Anticipating this, Ning Ze waved his hand, and the ancestral witch flag soared into the air, enveloping the figure in swirling purple divine lightning before it vanished from sight. A series of entries fell from the void. With a thought, Ning Ze chose to merge them. Ding! You have merged the divine level entry, Essence of Wood, acquiring a source of wood energy. Ding! You have merged the divine level entry, 30,000 magical power, gaining 30,000 years of cultivation. Ding! You have merged the entry, Emu Body, significantly enhancing your physique. Ding! You have merged the entry, Primordial Exotic Species, greatly elevating your foundation. A cascade of notifications rang in Ning Ze's ears, filling him with joy as he swiftly retracted this celestial technique. Upon its initial use, Ning Ze sensed the formidable power of the celestial technique. Should he cultivate it to its pinnacle, its might would be unparalleled. He withdrew his avatar, waved his hand, and collected the remains of the red pine. This red pine was an exotic species from the primordial era, having cultivated for countless years, and was rich in treasures. He had a refining technique that would allow him to transform the red pine into a magical artifact. At that moment, Deng Chanyu and Ji Li had arrived at the Wolf Fong Fortress, joining the fray. Under the devastation wrought by the red pine, the fortress was already riddled with countless wounds and in a state of disrepair. Within the fortress, the corpses of soldiers from both sides were innumerable. Observing from afar, Mao Gongsui saw the red pine fall to Ning Ze and quickly grasped a scroll, tearing it apart, vanishing in an instant. With the addition of Deng Chanyu and Ji Li and the demise of the red pine, the soldiers guarding the fortress of the Great Shang could now fight with full force. Soon, the Great Shang soldiers gained the upper hand. The Southern Chu army, having lost their commander, had already lost the will to fight. Under the ferocious charge of generals like Deng Jiugong and Tai Luan, the Southern Chu forces began to crumble. Once the tide of defeat set in, there was no turning back. Many Southern Chu soldiers fled into the distance, while some laid down their weapons, opting to surrender. Thus, the great battle drew to a close. The ground was strewn with bodies and entries. Ning Ze continually merged these entries. Yet many were too late to fuse and were refreshed instead. After the battle concluded, Ning Ze briefed Ji Li and returned to the tent, sitting cross-legged to enter a period of seclusion. In this conflict, he had slain 3 formidable opponents, acquiring highly useful entries. He needed to thoroughly comprehend and master the abilities of these entries. Ning Ze diligently pondered, focusing on his external avatar, the art of refining, the celestial technique, and the essence of wood that had fallen from the red pine. This essence was but a mere thread, yet it was one of the primal 5 elemental sources. The origin of the 5 elements traces back to the primordial epoch, establishing the foundation of the innate 5 elements. The essence of wood possesses the most pristine elemental force. Coupled with Ning Ze's integration of the wood principles from the deity Zhu Meng, and now merged with the true form of wood, he has gained its profound enhancement. Once the essence of wood is entirely refined, his wood-based divine abilities will undoubtedly grow in potency. This seclusion lasted for 3 days. After this period, Ning Ze emerged from his retreat, and it seemed that Deng Chanyu sensed his presence. She gracefully entered his chamber. "Ning Ze, has your magical power fully restored?" she inquired, assuming that after the intense battles, he had exhausted much of his energy and was in seclusion to recuperate. Chapter 60. The hatred of Zhu Lushun. Have you recovered, Ningxia? Deng Chanyu inquired, her face etched with concern. Indeed, Ning Ze nodded slightly. I am now even more formidable than before. That's wonderful news. General Ji is fully prepared and awaits your emergence to march directly upon Yingdu City, where he shall eliminate Yishun and restore peace to the south, Deng Chanyu declared. Ning Ze nodded again, his hand moving to reveal several pine cones. These cones were none other than the prized red pine cones, each one capable of equating to a century of arduous cultivation. From the red pine tree, Ning Ze had procured a total of 36 cones. After vanquishing the red pine and merging 3 millennia of cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Taiyu realm. Consuming the red pine cones now held little purpose. He must ascend to the Deluo realm for them to yield their full efficacy. These 10 cones are exceptional for enhancing one's magical prowess. Upon consuming them, you shall undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in strength, Deng Chanyu exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with delight. Thank you, she said gratefully as she accepted the pine cones. Ning Ze then made his way to the military office at Wolftooth Fortress. Meanwhile, Mao Gongsui, having utilized the scroll, narrowly escaped with his life and returned to Shichi. Upon his arrival, Jiang Zia promptly inquired about the circumstances. Mao Gongsui, I had instructed you to assist the Southern Marquis. Why have you returned? Mao Gongsui bowed deeply. I have failed the Chancellor's trust. The Southern Chu army suffered a grave defeat, and the forces of the Great Shang are advancing directly toward Yingdu City. I implore the Chancellor to make a decision. Jiang Zia, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment. The immortal invited several formidable beings to aid Southern Chu. How could they have faltered? Mao Gongsui recounted how Ning Ze's profound magical abilities had led to the defeat of the 6-eared macaque and several other strong adversaries. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia's countenance darkened. It appears I underestimated the Great Shang. They possess such formidable forces. Very well. I shall immediately report this matter to the immortal and allow him to determine the course of action. With that, Shang Ze departed from Shiqi, mounting his steed, the four Wuxiang, and set forth toward Yushu Palace. The four Wuxiang galloped swiftly, and within half a day, they arrived at Qilin Cliff. "Brother, what brings you here?" Bai Tonger greeted Shang Ze with a respectful bow. "Is our master present?" Shang Ze asked. "Master is currently in discussion with several immortals regarding the matter of the investiture of the gods within the Bo Palace. You may enter freely," Bai Tonger replied. Having crossed Qilin Cliff, Shang Ze approached Yushu Palace. Upon stepping inside, he indeed found the 12 golden immortals, the southern polar immortal, and the burning lamp Taoist gathered there. Not daring to be remiss, he quickly approached to pay his respects. "I, Jiang Shang, greet my master and acknowledge the deputy sect leader and all esteemed brothers." "Why have you come, Jiang Shang? Is there another pressing matter in Shiqi?" The primordial Tianzuan inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Jiang Ze then recounted the southern Chu conflict and the situation in eastern Lu to the primordial Tianzuan. He spoke of when Zhong's troops dispatched to conquer eastern Lu and southern Chu, the formidable allies aiding eastern Lu, who nearly obliterated the great Shang's forces, with Huang Feihu fleeing back to Yuan Pass. However, in the direction of southern Chu, Ji Li and Deng Jiugong were besieging them, while a warrior named Ning Ze from the Great Shang had vanquished all the strong beings invited by the immortal. The situation in southern Chu is dire, and I beseech you, master, to decide the course of action. Ning Ze, upon hearing the words of Jiang Ze, Zhu Lusun felt a stirring in his brow and said, "Master, this Ning Ze has slain my disciple, Tuk Singson. We share a significant destiny. I wish to journey to Donglu to slay this villain and assist Nanchu in decisively defeating the Shang army." The primordial supreme being listened, nodding slightly, and replied, "Since you are determined, then go forth." "Yes, master." Zhu Lusun bid farewell to the primordial supreme being, and the other disciples of the Chan sect exited the Bo Palace and employed the technique of golden light to head towards Nanchu. "Jiang Ze, I have conferred with your senior brothers, and we have decided that 3 months hence, we shall officially commence the Fengshen calamity. Once the calamity concludes, you shall achieve your meritorious completion." Upon seeing Zhu Lusun depart, the primordial supreme being then addressed Jiang Ze. Hearing this, Jiang Ze could not contain his joy. "Master, our forces in Shiqi are strong and ready. With but a command from you, we can march forth and strike directly at Chaoga." "Indeed," the primordial supreme being nodded slightly, "you may descend for now. When the time comes, I shall personally attend your ceremony of allegiance." "Understood." Jiang Ze then took his leave from the primordial supreme being and descended from Kunlun Mountain, returning to Shiqi. Meanwhile, Ning Ze visited Jili, who had already organized the troops. Ning Ze remarked, "Our morale is soaring. We should seize Yindu City and swiftly pacify Nanchu." This general shares the same sentiment. Jili replied with a smile. Thus, Jili assembled the troops and led the Grand Shang army towards Yindu City. In Yindu City, Yishun sat in the main seat, his expression dark. A multitude of generals sat on either side. "Report, my lord, the Shang army has exited the Langya fortress and is advancing towards Yindu," came the announcement. Upon hearing this, the generals were greatly shaken. One general rose and said, "My lord, now that the esteemed Gong Sui has fled and several celestial beings have been slain by enemy generals, with formidable warriors among the Shang forces, how shall we respond?" Yishun cast his gaze around. "What do you propose?" One general suggested, "My lord, the morale of the Shang is high, filled with elite soldiers. Although Yindu City is fortified, it may struggle to withstand the might of the Shang troops. Perhaps we should retreat south to evade their onslaught." Another general added, "Alternatively, we could surrender to the Shang to preserve our strength." Yishun's expression darkened. "That Emperor Exine murdered my father. I cannot share the same sky with him. Surrender is not an option. Do not bring this up again." The general promptly sat back down. They were merely minor lords, subject to the Southern Marquis. Yet they commanded their own private armies. Even in surrendering, they could return to govern their territories. Fearing failure would jeopardize their positions as lords, they all began to entertain their own schemes. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a Taoist in yellow robes manifested within the Great Hall. What the Southern Marquis has stated is true. A man of Nanchu cannot surrender to the Shang. Shun, upon recognizing the visitor as undoubtedly a person of great stature, quickly rose to pay his respects. Mr. Taoist, may I inquire your esteemed name? Have you come to assist Nanchu? The yellow-robed Taoist replied, I am Zhu Lusan, a disciple of the Yushu Palace, here specifically to aid Nanchu. Do not be alarmed, Southern Marquis. With me here, defeating the Shang will be as easy as turning one's hand. Upon hearing this, Shun could not contain his overwhelming delight. Since the visitor hailed from the esteemed Yushu sect, he must indeed be a person of profound Taoist cultivation. Let us treat the esteemed Taoist son with utmost hospitality, he declared, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Shang army, determined to leave no trace of their adversary. Taoist, please enjoy some tea in the palace. Shun extended gracious hospitality to Taoist's son, awaiting the arrival of the Shang forces. Sure enough, 2 days later, Generals Ji Li and Ning Ze, accompanied by the Shang army, arrived at the foot of Yingdu City. The sight of Yingdu City was striking. Its fortifications were exceptionally robust, with banners fluttering prominently atop the walls and defenses meticulously arranged. Even Ji Li could not help but exclaim, it is said that Shun is a fool, yet the defenses of Yingdu City suggest otherwise. Perhaps the rumors are not entirely accurate. Ning Ze nodded slightly. If my conjecture is correct, the fortifications of this city must be the handiwork of Master Mao Gongsui. Nevertheless, as long as we capture Yingdu City, the southern Shu will be pacified. Chapter 61. The flight of Zhu Lushun as Ning Ze and Ji Li were engaged in discussion atop the city walls of Yingdu. Shun appeared alongside a multitude of generals, casting their gazes in this direction. Zhu Lushun's eyes swept over the grand merchant convoy, instantly revealing a look of exhilaration. In a flash, he ascended into the air above the battlefield and called out, Ning Ze, do you recognize this esteemed Taoist? Ning Ze looked up and was taken aback to find Zhu Lushun before him. A chill ran through him. Having slain Tu Xingsuan, he had irrevocably made an enemy of Zhu Lushun. How had this man learned of his presence and come to confront him? Nevertheless, Ning Ze had reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm and had comprehended numerous divine abilities. His strength far surpassed that of the past. He was confident that even against Zhu Lushun, he could put up a formidable fight. General Ji Li, I will draw Zhu Lushun away. You take this opportunity to attack and ensure the capture of Yingdu. Ning Ze conveyed to Ji Li telepathically. Even if he could not slay Zhu Lushun, he was certain he could stall him. Once Zhu Lushun was occupied, Ji Li would have the chance to seize Yingdu. Zhu Lushun, your disciple Tu Xingsuan was of despicable character, utterly shameless, which is why I executed him. Since you seek vengeance, come and follow me. With that, Ning Ze's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, racing into the distance. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple, Zhu Lushun shouted, his form shifting as he hastened after Ning Ze. Soon, they found themselves thousands of miles apart. Zhu Lushun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ning Ze's speed could rival his own. Swiftly, he unleashed the golden light of earth, blocking Ning Ze's path. Ning Ze, today you shall perish, he declared, his power surging as he swung his sword toward Ning Ze. The strike of a Daluo expert was inherently formidable. Seeing this, Ning Ze quickly wielded his battle blade, channeling his power to execute a counterattack. Boom! The two unparalleled energies collided in the void, erupting in a cacophony of thunder. Their assaults were simultaneously extinguished. Tai realm. Zhu Yoshuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had never imagined that Ning Ze had ascended to the Tai realm. He recalled their last confrontation, where Ning Ze had merely been at the peak of the celestial immortal stage. The shame of letting the celestial immortal Ning Ze escape weighed heavily on Zhu Lushun, but he had not foreseen that within such a brief period, Ning Ze's cultivation had advanced to the Tai realm. Typically, the journey from celestial immortal to Tai would require tens of thousands of years of diligent practice. Yet, in just a few months, this individual had transitioned from the peak of celestial immortal to a Tai powerhouse. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation would be unparalleled in the vast wilderness of this world. His child must die. Otherwise, once he matures, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. With this conviction, Zhu Lushan resolved to eliminate Ning Ze without hesitation. His power surged, gathering the strength of the three flowers. Three beams of light shining above his head, while the Tai, sword in his hand, conjured waves of sword energy, sweeping menacingly toward Ning Ze. Wherever it passed, energy whirlpools collided, and thunderous rumbles echoed incessantly. The power of a single sword strike was indeed terrifying. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ning Ze realized that Zhu Lushan had summoned the power of the great Luo, prompting him to act without delay. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the Tai realm, his magical prowess paled in comparison to that of Zhu Lushan. Thus, Ning Ze swiftly traversed the void. Materializing above Zhu Lushan, and with his battle blade, he executed a fierce downward strike. With a resounding boom, Ning Ze's blade cleaved through the air, descending upon Zhu Lushan. In response, Zhu Lushan also moved with agility, swinging his sword in counterattack. Their magical energies intertwined in the void, distorting space as thunderous roars echoed around them. The overwhelming force of their magic surged forth, propelling Ning Ze into the sky, where he ascended 1,000 feet, neutralizing Zhu Liushuan's strike. He then chanted a true incantation, summoning countless bolts of lightning from the void toward Zhu Lushan, unleashing the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder. Having amalgamated formidable insights, he had comprehended the intricacies of thunder magic, further empowered by the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder, rendering its might exceptionally formidable. Sensing imminent danger, Zhu Lushan did not hesitate. He wielded his hands, drawing the elemental forces of the world to converge above him, forming a vast, swirling energy cyclone that spanned miles. The Purple Mansion Divine Thunder struck the cyclone, but was redirected elsewhere by Zhu Lushan. Seeing Zhu Lushan deflect his Purple Mansion Divine Thunder did not surprise Ning Ze. He merely wavered before invoking the heavenly law and earthly phenomena, causing his form to expand tremendously. His colossal manifestation, infused with surging vitality and enveloped in majestic thunder, extended a massive hand from the heavens toward Zhu Lushan. Zhu Lushan, recognizing Ning Ze's divine prowess, swiftly activated the golden light of earthly ascendance, propelling himself 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. Ning Ze, undeterred, hastened after him, launching another punch. Zhu Lushan recited an incantation, conjuring the binding immortal rope, which transformed into a lengthy cord that ensnared Ning Ze's magical form in an instant. A smile crept upon Zhu Liushuan's face, confident that with the binding immortal rope restraining him, Ning Ze would have nowhere to flee. However, in the next moment, a profound sense of peril surged from behind. Without a second thought, Zhu Lushan executed the golden immortal of earthly ascendance, darting into the distance. Turning back, he observed Ning Ze's magical form slowly dissipating, while his true self stood not far away. Ning Ze had employed the method of external incarnation to escape. As Zhu Lushan pondered in astonishment, Ning Ze waved his hand, revealing the black banner, the ancestor witch's flag. Upon this dark flag, violet lightning surged incessantly, drawing in all lightning elemental energies within a 10-mile radius. A bolt of purple divine lightning shot forth from the flag, aimed directly at Zhu Lushan. Ning Ze had harnessed the power of the lightning laws through the ancestor witch's flag. As his strength grew, so too did his comprehension of lightning magic ascend to new heights. The current Purple Mansion Divine Thunder was no longer the same as before. It had fused the powers of celestial thunder, earthly thunder, divine thunder, wood thunder, and fire thunder, amplifying its potency significantly. Zhu Liushuan's expression shifted dramatically. He was certain that if struck by this divine lightning, even as a being of the great Luo realm, he would find it nearly impossible to escape disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Lushan unleashed the divine light of the earth and swiftly departed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lushan exhibited remarkable decisiveness, recognizing that capturing Ning Ze today was beyond his grasp. Thus he prudently chose to retreat. Observing Yu Lushun's escape, Ning Ze made no effort to pursue. Given his speed, it would have been exceedingly difficult to catch up with Zhu Lushun. His expression gradually grew somber. At this juncture, Zhu Lushun had come to understand his own strength. With the teachings of the Chan sect behind him, Zhu Lushun fled, leaving the possibility of even more formidable opponents on the horizon. Engaging Zhu Lushun had already pushed him to his limits. If he were to encounter other powerful beings, such as Guang Chengzi or Qi Jingzi, would he still have a chance of victory? Would he be able to retreat unscathed? Chapter 62. A journey to the underworld. Fearing for his life, Zhu Lushun retreated, prompting Ning Ze to contemplate before making his way towards the capital of Ing. The capital of Ing, Ji Li was currently commanding a grand merchant army in their assault on the city. At this moment, the merchant forces had already breached the city walls and were engaged in fierce combat with the southern Shu army atop the battlements. Countless fragments of words littered the ground below. Yishun, accompanied by several generals, observed the battle from a distance, his expression grim and his teeth clenched. If Zhu Lushun could defeat his adversary in return, the siege of Ing City could be lifted. Otherwise, the capital would likely fall. Should Ing City be lost, his own fate would be dire. He had no escape routes left. However, Yishun's hopes were soon dashed. Ning Ze appeared in the void, calling out loudly, "Yishun, the reinforcements you summoned have been vanquished by me. Shichi cannot save you, and neither can the Chan sect. Surrender swiftly." Yishun looked up to see Ning Ze hovering in the air, causing him to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing. It was over. The enemy had already stormed the city walls, and the esteemed figure he had placed his hopes upon had not triumphed. This battle would surely end in defeat for Southern Shu. "My lord," exclaimed a nearby general, hastily supporting Yishun. "What shall we do now?" Yishun, in a state of panic, shook his head repeatedly, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over. Quickly, help the lord to rest." Several guards assisted Yishun in leaving the battlefield. Yet, the morale of the Southern Shu troops had already been shaken, unable to withstand the relentless advance of the merchant forces. Ji Li called out, "Noble lords of Southern Shu, if you lay down your arms and choose to surrender, I assure you, the Grand Master will pardon your transgressions, and you shall remain lords." Why follow Yishun to his doom? The Southern Shu army, composed of numerous lords aiming to annihilate the merchants and expand their territories, now faced the grim reality of certain defeat. One by one, they declared, "Soldiers of Xianling Kingdom, we surrender." A general cast down his weapon, opting for surrender. Witnessing this act of defiance, others soon followed suit, rallying their troops to lay down their arms. Even those who resisted were swiftly vanquished. Amidst the chaos, Ning Ze absorbed the fallen fragments of words, while Ji Li, accompanied by several generals, charged into the capital of Ing, heading towards the residence of the Southern Marquis. "Report, my lord, a host of lords have surrendered to the merchants, and the merchant army has entered the city." Yishun had just returned to the Marquis's manor when a guard rushed in, bowing deeply. "What?" Yishun felt his strength wane, collapsing into the tiger-skin chair. "They have all surrendered. Then I shall surrender too. Quickly issue my command. We of Southern Shu choose to surrender." Yishun exclaimed in haste. "It is too late to surrender now." A voice echoed as footsteps approached. Ji Li, along with several generals, entered the grand hall of the manor. A few guards attempted to obstruct them, but were swiftly slain by Ji Li's sword. This. Yishun stared in terror at Ji Li, a pained smile creeping across his face, though it was more agonizing than a grimace. "General Ji, all of this is solely my fault and has nothing to do with others. I am willing to bear the consequences." Yishun quickly calmed himself and spoke. Ji Li coldly smiled. "You have betrayed the great Shang, incited chaos, leading to a bloody conflict with countless casualties. Do you think that your life alone can atone for your sins?" Guards, seize Yishun and escort him to Chaoga to await punishment from the Grand Preceptor. Several generals stepped forward, binding Yishun and taking him away. With his capture, the great battle drew to a close. Ji Li commanded his subordinates to divide their forces into 3 routes to subdue the other cities of South Chu, while Yishun's entire family was placed in a prison cart, being transported towards Chaoga. This battle resulted in a resounding victory for the Great Shang. The other rebellious lords are disarmed by Ji Li and sent back to their original locations. The troops of the lords are taken over by Ji Li's appointed commanders. Observing that the capital of Ing had fallen, the other cities of South Chu, lacking the will to resist, raise their flags and surrender before the might of the Great Shang. Ning Ze, seeing South Chu pacified, resided within the capital of Ing, contemplating the profound mysteries of the Great Luo, striving for an early breakthrough into the realm of Great Luo. Once he steps into Great Luo, his strength will instantaneously elevate, enabling him to face future crises. Currently, he has offended the Chan sect, and he knows that Lu Sun will not rest easily. Only by enhancing his power can he survive the calamity of the investiture of the gods, without a name on the list. Death would result in true obliteration of his soul. As Ning Ze was in seclusion, meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the door, a dark mist surged forth, and a figure towering over with a head resembling that of an ox, slowly emerged from the shadows. Startled, Ning Ze swiftly employed his divine sight to gaze upon the ox-headed creature. Its information materialized within his consciousness. Ox-head, a ghostly official of the underworld, responsible for the custody of souls. What brings the ox-head here? As Ning Ze pondered in astonishment, the creature opened its mouth, producing a rumbling voice. You are Ning Ze. Yes, I am Ning Ze. What brings you here? Ning Ze cautiously inquired, his demeanor cold. The Lord of the Underworld requests your presence. Please follow me to the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld. Ning Ze was greatly perplexed. He had no ties to the Underworld. Why would the Lord of the Underworld summon him? Do you know why the Lord of the Underworld wishes to see me? Ning Ze questioned. If the Underworld harbored ill intentions, he would have to refuse and even slay the ox-head. The ox-head replied, the Lord did not specify, only that he wished to meet you without malice. After a moment's consideration, Ning Ze decided to venture forth to the Underworld. Very well. Since it is the Lord of the Underworld's request, I shall go. Please lead the way. Let's depart. The ox-head swiftly moved, with Ning Ze following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a temple outside the capital of Ing. Within the temple stood a statue of the Lord of the Underworld, flanked by the ox-head and horse face. The ox-head pointed to the ground, and a ghostly gate, ominous and chilling, manifested before them. Please. The ox-headed figure gestured towards the gate of Hades with a polite motion. Taking a deep breath, Ning Ze stepped into the gate. In an instant, he found himself in the realm of the Nine Nether. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, he felt a jolt of astonishment. The scene of the underworld indeed exceeded his imagination. The sky was a solidified shade of dark red, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Countless ghostly will-o'-the-wisps flickered in the void, while the ethereal aura of the underworld surged continuously. In the distance, chilling wails echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. As Ning Ze observed the realm of the Nine Nether, the ox-headed figure appeared beside him, pointing toward the distant mountain peak, stating, that is Mount Peach Stop, and the Ghost Emperor's palace lies within it. Please follow me. With that, he led Ning Ze swiftly towards Mount Peach Stop. Chapter 63. The Eastern Ghost Emperor and the Sword of Slaughtering Witches at Peach Stop Mountain. The bull-headed guardian escorted Ning Ze to Peach Stop Mountain. Within the realm of the underworld, there was a palpable desolation. However, the mountain itself was adorned with numerous peach trees, albeit all were barren branches. In the heart of Peach Stop Mountain stood a grand palace, bustling with numerous ghostly soldiers and officials. Towering at a height of 10 zhong, the palace was indeed majestic, yet bore the marks of age, suggesting it had not seen maintenance for some time. A plaque hung above the main entrance, inscribed with the words Eastern Ghost Emperor's Court. On either side of the door were couplets, upper line, dominating the 9 realms, governing the ethereal paths of specters and spirits. Lower line, commanding the 10 directions, adjudicating the laws of the underworld and the cycles of reincarnation. As the bull-headed guardian led Ning Ze into the Ghost Emperor's court, they encountered an elderly man of ordinary appearance seated on the throne, engrossed in reviewing documents. Your Excellency the Ghost Emperor, I have brought Ning Ze, announced the bull-headed guardian. The old man lifted his gaze to Ning Ze and waved his hand, saying, You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Ning Ze." Upon hearing this, the bull-headed guardian took his leave. Ning Ze observed the Eastern Ghost Emperor, who bore no semblance of a typical ruler, but rather resembled a benevolent elder, which evoked a sense of fondness within him. In the hierarchy of the underworld, the highest authority was the Lady of the Earth, followed by the Emperor of Fengdu, and beneath him were the 4 Ghost Emperors. The Eastern Ghost Emperor was the foremost among these 4. Below the 4 Ghost Emperors were the 10 Yama Kings. The underworld was established by the Lady of the Earth, most of its officials originating from the Witch Clan. The origins of the Eastern Ghost Emperor remain a mystery. Ning Ze activated his Eye of Void and gazed upon the Eastern Ghost Emperor, whose information materialized in Ning Ze's consciousness. The Eastern Ghost Emperor was indeed a great witch, wielding the laws of medicine, renowned as the Grand Witch of Medicine. It was said that during the time of the Divine Farmer's exploration of herbs, the Eastern Ghost Emperor visited the mortal realm and forged a deep friendship with the Divine Farmer, providing him with immense assistance. As the progenitor of medicinal knowledge, Jiku's demeanor was exceedingly amiable. "I have encountered the Eastern Ghost Emperor." Ning Ze stepped forward and bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Might I ask why the Ghost Emperor has summoned me here?" The Eastern Ghost Emperor smiled gently and replied, "Recently, some wandering souls came to the underworld, and during my inspection, they mentioned that you liberated them from that ghostly banner, allowing them to return to the underworld. Thus, I became curious to meet you." Understanding this, Ning Ze's apprehension dissipated. It appeared that the Eastern Ghost Emperor's intentions were not malevolent. "Please have a seat." The Eastern Ghost Emperor gestured for Ning Ze to sit. Ning Ze, feeling no need for formality, took a seat beside him. The Eastern Ghost Emperor regarded Ning Ze with a hint of delight. "Young brother, why do I sense the aura of my witch clan emanating from you? If my perception serves me well, your lineage possesses a remarkable depth of witch blood, which is rare in the mortal realm." Ning Ze's heart raced at this revelation. He certainly could not disclose that he had vanquished the remnants of Xing Tian, integrated the essence of the formidable Chang Liang, and merged with the remnants of Zhu Meng. Should the Eastern Ghost Emperor learn of this, he might find it impossible to depart the underworld. Thus, he responded, "I once obtained a banner from the Dongi Juli tribe, within which linger the remnants and aura of the ancestral witch Chang Liang. Chang Liang, fully aware that his sorrow could not last, passed on his method of controlling thunder and allowed me to absorb the ancestral blood of the witch clan, thus endowing me with the bloodline of the witch tribe. So, you are the chosen inheritor of Lord Chang Liang." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Ghost Emperor could not contain his exhilaration. "In that case, you are indeed half a member of the witch clan. Young brother, would you be willing to serve my netherworld?" Ning Ze's heart jolted. Was the Eastern Ghost Emperor attempting to win him over? He feared that he had already incurred enmity with Lu Sunday. If he could have the support of the netherworld, even if he were to perish on the battlefield of the gods, he could still secure a ghostly position. This indeed presented a commendable fallback. However, despite the vast power of the netherworld, the Chan sect might not necessarily give it due consideration, and the netherworld could only serve as a safety net rather than a firm backing. He promptly responded, "I am deeply honored by your kind offer, Emperor of Ghosts, and I shall not refuse." Haha, the Eastern Ghost Emperor, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. "Excellent. You possess the inheritance of Chang Liang, with a rich witch bloodline and considerable magical prowess. Thus, ordinary ghostly positions would hardly suffice for you. In my netherworld, we have 4 Ghost Emperors, yet we lack a Central Heaven Ghost Emperor. If you could accomplish a certain task for my netherworld upon your success, I shall personally recommend you to the Emperor of Fengdu for the position of Central Heaven Ghost Emperor." Ning Ze's heart surged with astonishment. The 5 Ghost Emperors held a status even above the 10 Yama Kings. Should he truly become the Central Heaven Ghost Emperor, even if the Chan sect sought to trouble him, they would have to consider the repercussions. Such a position was indeed not to be underestimated. However, the task assigned by the Eastern Ghost Emperor would undoubtedly be arduous. Thus, he inquired, "May I ask what task you require of me, esteemed Ghost Emperor?" The Eastern Ghost Emperor raised his gaze to the pinnacle of the Ghost Emperor's palace, took a deep breath, and then said, "I wish for you to seek out a certain object within the primordial chaos. This item is of utmost importance to the Netherworld and to my witch clan, and despite countless years of searching, we have yet to ascertain its whereabouts. You possess a rich fortune, coupled with the bloodline of the witch clan. Therefore, I bestow this grave responsibility upon you. This object is the witch-slaying sword. I too once traversed the primordial chaos, yet I failed to find this sword. It was crafted by the demon clan, using the blood and flesh of countless human souls for its sacrifice. However, the sword is imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence, disrupting the natural order, and ultimately, the demon clan could not complete its refinement. Yet, even in its incomplete state, the witch-slaying sword poses a significant threat to my witch clan in the Netherworld, for within it are sealed countless human souls, trapped and unable to reincarnate. If you can locate the witch-slaying sword and bring it back to the Netherworld to release these souls, you shall undoubtedly earn immense merit and resolve the troubles plaguing my realm. The witch-slaying sword. Upon hearing the words of the Eastern Ghost Emperor, Ning Ze could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even the Eastern Ghost Emperor had been unable to locate this object, and yet he entrusted such a monumental task to him. It seemed that aspiring to become the Central Heaven Ghost Emperor was far from an easy endeavor. There were no records of the witch-slaying sword's whereabouts within the primordial chaos. It had vanished after the witch-demon war and had not reappeared since. The witch-slaying sword was a peerless weapon of destruction, its malevolent aura profoundly potent, making it difficult to conceal. It can only be said that a formidable individual has deliberately concealed the presence of the witch-slaying sword, hiding it away. To locate the witch-slaying sword, one must fear the daunting challenges that lie ahead. Of course, even if not for the sake of the position of the Celestial Ghost Emperor, Ning Ze would still be willing to make the attempt, if only to liberate the countless souls imprisoned within the sword. Observing Ning Ze's contemplation, the Eastern Ghost Emperor remarked, "Indeed, the quest for the witch-slaying sword is fraught with difficulties, requiring a person of exceptional fortune. Your lineage is steeped in the blood of the witch clan. Thus, I shall impart to you the 9 transformations of the mysterious art of the witch clan as a reward for your search for the ancestral sword. Even if I cannot find it, I shall never hold you accountable." Chapter 64. The 6th transformation of the 9 turns mysterious art. The 9 turns mysterious art. This is the sacred cultivation method of the witch clan, the most formidable body refining technique in the primordial world. Even the 8-9 mysterious art is but a diluted version of the 9 turns mysterious art. It is said that only those who possess the bloodline of the witch clan are capable of practicing it. Upon hearing the Eastern Ghost Emperor, Jiku, express his intention to impart the 9 turns mysterious art to him, Ning Ze could not help but feel a surge of joy within. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. Even if he could not locate the Slaughter Witch sword, acquiring the 9 turns mysterious art posed no risk whatsoever. Such an opportunity was certainly worth seizing. Rising to his feet, Ning Ze clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Eastern Ghost Emperor, saying, "I have long yearned for the 9 turns mysterious art. Should the Ghost Emperor be willing to teach me, I shall be eternally grateful." The Eastern Ghost Emperor chuckled. "There's no need for thanks. As you possess the bloodline of the witch clan, you are one of our own. I shall now transmit the 9 turns mysterious art to you." With that, the Eastern Ghost Emperor gestured, and a beam of light shot forth towards Ning Ze, merging into his consciousness. Countless profound insights instantly materialized in his mind. This was the essence of the 9 turns mysterious art. "Very well, I have now imparted the 9 turns mysterious art. You may return and cultivate to enhance your abilities, and later seek the Slaughter Witch sword," the Eastern Ghost Emperor instructed, producing a token that he handed to Ning Ze. "This is the Underworld token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the Underworld." Ning Ze accepted the token, expressed his gratitude once more to the Eastern Ghost Emperor, and then took his leave. Soon, he emerged from the Underworld. This journey not only granted him the 9 turns mysterious art, but also an opportunity to become the Ghost Emperor of the Middle Heaven. It could be said that he had returned with an abundance of rewards. Upon exiting the 6 paths of reincarnation, he beheld a boundless, blood-red ocean in the distance. The endless blood energy churned above the sanguine sea, exuding a malevolent aura that made Ning Ze feel somewhat uneasy. This must be the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. It is rumored that the entrance to the six paths of reincarnation lies not far from the Blood Sea. Indeed, the tales were accurate. The Blood Sea belongs to the Azura clan, whose leader is the ancestor of the Nether River. This sea, formed from the blood of Pangu, is tainted and foul, which explains why those powerful beings are reluctant to venture into the Blood Sea. Contemplating this, Ning Ze shifted his form and ventured toward the primordial world. Rather than returning immediately to the southern Shu, he sought out a great mountain nearby and excavated a cave within it. Once inside the cave, he settled into a meditative posture and began his seclusion, practicing the 9 turns mysterious art. With his inherent witch clan bloodline and a fusion of numerous attributes, his strength and physical form were remarkably robust, enabling him to cultivate the 9 turns mysterious art with remarkable efficiency. This 9 turns mysterious art utilizes one's own vital energy to refine the physical body. It consists of 9 transformations. With each enhancement, the body grows significantly stronger. Ning Ze's own physical form was equivalent to the 5th transformation of the 9 turns mysterious art, a state of great perfection. Thus, he encountered no obstacles while cultivating the first 5 transformations. In less than 10 days, he had successfully advanced the 9 turns mysterious art to the 5th transformation. Subsequently, Ning Ze began to consolidate his vital essence, employing its force to refine his physical form, thus advancing to the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. The bloodline of the Ning clan, rich in ancestral power derived from the formidable ancestral shaman, contained an innate affinity for thunder elemental energy. Coupled with the enhancement of the Purple Mansion Divine Thunder, Ning Ze adeptly utilized this divine lightning to further hone his corporeal being. Time passed swiftly. Through the relentless application of his vital essence, Ning Ze incessantly purified his physical form, rendering it increasingly robust. Within less than a month, he had successfully cultivated the 9 transformations of mysterious arts to the 6th transformation, achieving the pinnacle of a formidable physical existence. It is noteworthy that even during the cataclysmic war of the shaman and the demon, the ancestral shamans could only elevate the 9 transformations to the 7th transformation, a state equivalent to the early phase of a quasi-saint's corporeal form. The 6th transformation of the 9 transformations is, indeed, the true embodiment of a great shaman. Ning Ze understood that, given the density of his shamanic bloodline, no further advancement in the 9 transformations will be possible beyond the 6th transformation. Hence, he decided to break through and emerge from his secluded training. With a flicker of his form, he exited the mountain range. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he resolved to first visit the Soul Wandering Pass, having received news during his campaign in southern Shu. It was reported that Huang Feihu had been defeated by the Eastern Duke, Jiang Wenhui, and had retreated back to the Soul Wandering Pass. Given his current circumstances, he had already become adversarial with the Chan sect, effectively aligning himself with the Shang Dynasty. Thus, it was only natural for Ning Ze to extend his assistance to the Shang, as it would also provide him the opportunity to gather some valuable insights on the battlefield. Of course, in the face of life and death, he would prioritize his own survival above all else. With this thought in mind, Ning Ze's figure shimmered as he activated his divine abilities, making his way toward the Soul Wandering Pass. The Soul Wandering Pass, akin to the 3 Mountain Pass, serves as a critical gateway to the east of the Shang Dynasty. It was constructed with formidable strength, embodying the spirit of one man guarding the pass. 10,000 men cannot pass. Soon enough, Ning Ze arrived above the Soul Wandering Pass. He beheld that outside the pass, military encampments stretched for dozens of miles, adorned with the banners of Donglu. It was evident that the Eastern Duke, Jiang Wenhui, had brought his troops to seize the Soul Wandering Pass and invade the Shang Dynasty. At the forefront of the Soul Wandering Pass, the soldiers of the Shang Dynasty stood in disciplined formation, their defenses resolute and prepared for the impending assault. Ning Ze's figure shimmered as he descended into the military headquarters of the Soul Wandering Pass, where he was promptly intercepted by guards. "I am General Ning Ze of the Shang Dynasty. Let me in to announce my arrival." The guards, not daring to delay, hurriedly reported to the command center. Shortly thereafter, a guard emerged. The king of martial accomplishment, along with several Taoists, are currently in the command center. Please proceed, General. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze stepped into the military headquarters. Indeed, within the command center, King Huang Feihu of martial accomplishment occupied the main seat, flanked by several Taoists and other generals on either side. Ning Ze approached and offered a slight bow to Huang Feihu. I pay my respects to the king of martial accomplishment. Huang Feihu rose and said, General Ning, your conquest in southern Shu has been a tremendous achievement. Your presence here at the Soul Wandering Pass adds formidable strength to our forces. Come, General Ning, allow me to introduce you. As he spoke, Huang Feihu turned his gaze towards a red-robed figure standing nearby, a Taoist with fiery hair. This esteemed individual is Taoist Luo Xian from the Jiejiao sect, invited by Taoist Shun Gongbao to lend his formidable prowess. These gentlemen here are Taoist Lu Huan, a close friend of Taoist Luo, all of whom have come to assist the Deshang. Hearing this, Ning Ze felt a jolt of astonishment. The mobilization of a figure as powerful as Luo Xian hinted at the presence of equally adept practitioners within the ranks of the Eastern Lu army. Hastily, he bowed to Luo Xian and Lu Huan. Greetings, esteemed Taoists. Luo Xian and Lu Huan merely glanced at Ning Ze and nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. Huang Feihu then instructed a soldier to bring forth seats for Ning Ze to sit. He continued, the Eastern Lu forces have been encamped at our gates for some time now. After several fierce battles, victories and defeats have been shared. This time, with Taoist Luo establishing the fiery heaven array outside the city, many of the Eastern Lu soldiers have perished in the flames. It is likely they will hesitate to engage us again. We should take this opportunity to rest and regroup for a while. Chapter 65. Luo Xian battles the winged immortal within the confines of the Soul Wandering Pass. Huang Feihu instructed his soldiers to take a respite. Outside the pass, the formidable heavenly fire blaze formation had been established, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the Donglu army to breach its defenses. Ning Ze had not spoken falsely. Acknowledging Huang Feihu's command, he exited the military compound in search of a dwelling, whereupon he commenced his cultivation. As night fell, Ning Ze sat cross-legged upon his bed, channeling his vital energy to temper his physical form. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the heavens. Instantly, a tempest arose within the Soul Wandering Pass, sending sand and stones swirling through the air. Startled, Ning Ze propelled himself into the sky, where he beheld a colossal shadow, a great rock. This magnificent bird spanned 1,000 feet, flapping its wings and unleashing fierce gales that swept towards the pass. Who dares to wield such sorcery here? Ning Ze bellowed, brandishing his battle blade with a swift motion and launching a fierce strike at the rock. In response to Ning Ze's aggression, the rock trembled and transformed into a humanoid figure, a fierce Taoist clad in azure robes. At that moment, Luo Xian and Lu Huan also soared into the void. Upon sighting the Taoist, they collectively shouted, "From whence does this demon arise to conjure such tumultuous winds? Do you intend to endanger the lives of the citizens of Soul Wandering Pass?" The Taoist, undeterred by their presence, declared, "I am a disciple of the Jia sect, sent here at the behest of another to dismantle this Soul Wandering Pass. Do you too seek to thwart my mission?" Ning Ze's heart quaked at the audacity of this individual. Knowing that Luo Xian was a disciple of the Jia sect, the Taoist remained unfazed, his arrogance palpable. Ning Ze hastily employed the divine insight technique to scrutinize the Taoist, whose information materialized within his consciousness. This Taoist was none other than the Winged Immortal. The Winged Immortal, of extraordinary lineage as the son of the primordial phoenix, would later become the renowned golden-winged Great Rock. Following the catastrophic Dragon Han calamity, the primordial phoenix laid 2 eggs, one of which birthed Kong Xian, while the other resulted in the present-day aberration, the golden-winged rock. This winged immortal, known for his ferocity, often feasted upon giants and humans alike. Possessing an innate duality of yin and yang energies and vast supernatural powers, Now, having reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm, he stood but a step away from the saintly realm. Summoned by the southern polar immortal, he was tasked with dismantling the soul-wandering pass to assist Donglu. Witnessing the winged immortal's contempt for the Jie sect and his brazen remarks ignited Luo Xian's fury. I shall ascertain if your boastfulness is backed by prowess. Prepare to face my might. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword, which radiated with a brilliant red light, unmistakably a magical artifact, his flying smoke sword. With a flourish, Luo Xian unleashed a blazing sword ray, ablaze with a fierce fire, aimed directly at the winged immortal. The crimson sword light flickered menacingly, showcasing its formidable power. Yet, the winged immortal regarded Luo Xian with disdain and with a mere wave of his hand. He conjured a surge of magical energy to effortlessly parry the assault of the flying smoke sword. Although Luo Xian is a great figure, he has merely just stepped into the realm of the Deluo. As a practitioner of the fire element, he wields his fiery powers with remarkable mastery. Upon witnessing his flying smoke sword being countered, Luo Xian swiftly twisted his wrist and unleashed another ferocious strike. The winged immortal merely waved his hand, effortlessly blocking Luo Xian's attack once more. Observing the fierce prowess of the winged immortal, Lu Huan hurriedly brandished his sword to assist Luo Xian. The two fought together against the winged immortal, yet he responded with ease, showing no signs of strain. In that moment, the heavens roiled with magical energy and thunder rumbled. Within the Go Soul Pass, countless soldiers and civilians were startled, emerging from their quarters to gaze skyward. In the night, they could only see flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, with shadowy figures engaged in combat, their forms obscured. The energy storms swirling above buffeted them, causing many to stagger, prompting soldiers and civilians alike to retreat indoors, fearful of the unfolding chaos. Ning Ze observed Luo Xian and Lu Huan battling the winged immortal, who seemed to dominate them effortlessly. Yet, it appeared that the winged immortal was merely intent on discerning their techniques, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Ning Ze understood that both Luo Xian and Lu Huan still had many strategies yet to unveil, and thus he remained a bystander, contemplating whether he should intervene should their situation turn perilous. The three combatants clashed at a single point. Suddenly, Luo Xian let out a mighty roar, gesturing with his hand, and a square seal shot forth. The seal flickered with flames, a streak of light aimed at the winged immortal. This was the Radiant Heaven Seal. Luo Xian finally summoned his treasured artifact, the Radiant Heaven Seal, a fire element artifact that, if it enveloped the winged immortal, would unleash an inferno, reducing him to ashes. Seeing this, the winged immortal did not hesitate. He recited a true incantation, and a tempestuous whirlwind erupted, swallowing the brilliance of the Radiant Heaven Seal, rendering it utterly invisible. In response, Luo Xian chanted another incantation, and a precious pot materialized above his head. Countless fire crows burst forth from the pot, screeching as they surged toward the winged immortal. This was the 10,000 crows pot, Luo Xian's prized treasure. These fire crows, rare beings from the primordial era, had been nurtured within the pot, fed daily with fire elixirs, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Although they had not yet attained celestial status, they were all at the late stage of the returning void realm, and their sheer numbers totaled 3,000. Each fire crow was ablaze with fierce flames, their might astonishing. Even Ning Ze furrowed his brow. Were he to confront these 3,000 fire crows, he would likely have to retreat, unwilling to face their onslaught directly. The 3,000 fire crows darkened the sky, illuminating it as if it were daytime, their cacophonous cries resonating through the air, inducing a tingling sensation upon the scalp. The expression on the winged immortal's face turned grave. He began to chant a true incantation, and two formidable energies erupted from him. These were the primordial dual energies of yin and yang. The golden-winged rock was innately endowed with these primal forces. Spiraling wildly, the dual energies coalesced into a massive yin-yang vortex, drawing the 3,000 fire crows into its embrace. Under the tumultuous clash of yin and yang energies, Numerous fire crows could only endure for a fleeting moment before being slain on the spot, many of their fragments plummeting from the void. Upon witnessing this, Ning Ze hastily fused these fragments. Ding! You have fused the celestial grade fragment, fire element essence, and gained an additional fire element essence. Ding! You have fused the celestial grade fragment, fire element essence, and gained an additional fire element essence. Ding! You have fused the celestial grade fragment, fire element essence, and gained an additional fire element essence. The sound of notifications incessantly echoed in Ning Ze's ears. This fire element essence represents the quintessence of the fire crow's elemental power, imbued with pure fire energy. If refined, it would undoubtedly amplify the potency of his fire-related divine abilities. Chapter 66. The display of Luo Xian's might. Ning Ze's physical prowess, the 3,000 fire crows, under the dual energies of yin and yang from the winged immortal, were swiftly annihilated. Luo Xian, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. These fire crows had required countless fire elixirs and years of arduous cultivation within the crow cauldron to bring into existence. Each fire crow represented a significant investment of his heart and soul. Thus, the sight of their demise at the hands of the winged immortal ignited his fury. "I want you dead," Luo Xian bellowed, raising his hand to summon the 5-dragon wheel. A radiant halo appeared in the skies, flickering with flames. Fiery infernos blazed in the void, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon. From the halo, 5 fire dragons erupted with fervor, their bodies engulfed in flames. Roaring in unison, the heavens were illuminated by their fiery brilliance, casting a crimson hue across the land. An endless torrent of fire elemental energy surged toward them. The 5 fire dragons opened their mouths, unleashing pillars of flame that surged toward the winged immortal. These flames, dark red in hue, were far from ordinary. The fire dragon wheel was forged from the essence of the fire dragons that Luo Xian had slain, utilizing the true flame of the earth to refine it. The scorching heat radiated outward, compelling even Ning Ze, who was watching from the sidelines, to channel his own powers to withstand the searing wave. The fire pillars expelled by the 5 dragons converged, enveloping the winged immortal. However, the winged immortal merely scoffed. As a descendant of the phoenix, he had spent countless years training within the immortal volcano, granting him remarkable immunity to fire-based divine abilities. The immortal volcano housed the South Ming's leaving fire, whose might surpassed that of the true flame of the earth. With a mighty shout, the winged immortal unleashed the dual energies of yin and yang once more. These energies intertwined in the void, forming a swirling vortex of yin and yang that surged toward the 5 fire dragons. Observing this, Luo Xian formed several hand seals, enhancing the 5-dragon wheel. The 5 fire dragons exhaled another wave of the true flame of the earth, enveloping the sky for miles around. Yet, this blazing fire was utterly ineffective against the yin and yang energies. The innate yin and yang energies employed by the winged immortal obliterated all flames, reducing them to nothingness. Even the 5 fire dragons were ensnared in the massive vortex of yin and yang, swiftly meeting their demise. Words began to cascade from the void. Observing this, Ning Ze hastily chose to merge these words. "Beep! You have merged the celestial grade word essence of earth fire, gaining a trace of the true flame of the earth. Beep! You have merged the celestial grade word essence of earth fire, gaining a trace of the true flame of the earth." The notifications continued to sound as Ning Ze merged 5 celestial grade words, and within him, a sense of clarity emerged. The true flame of the earth was an extraordinary fire. Should he merge it with his original fire essence, he would undoubtedly grasp the true essence of fire-based divine abilities. As Luo Xian beheld 5 fiery dragons, all slain by the winged immortal, a surge of astonishment and fury coursed through him. He brandished the fiend sword and unleashed his unparalleled swordsmanship. Charging once more at the winged immortal, Luo Xian's fire-based abilities were formidable, yet his swordplay was equally impressive, having been imparted to him by the celestial master. In an awe-inspiring display, sword lights surged forth, countless blades rushing towards the winged immortal, each shimmering with flickers of flame, exuding tremendous power. Upon witnessing Luo Xian's assault, the winged immortal grasped a Tai, long sword to confront him. However, in terms of swordsmanship, the winged immortal could not match Luo Xian's proficiency. With Lu Huan assisting at his side, subduing both Luo Xian and Lu Huan proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, the three engaged in a fierce battle once more. Growing increasingly impatient, the winged immortal suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and in a flash, transformed into his true form, a colossal rock stretching 1,000 feet. The magnificent bird was ensnared in crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence that swept across the land. With a powerful flap of its wings, gales erupted, and the elemental forces of nature became tumultuous. Whirling tornadoes, infused with the dual energies of yin and yang, surged towards Luo Xian and Lu Huan. The two were taken aback, hastily channeling their powers to withstand this supreme force. Nevertheless, despite their utmost efforts, the tempest propelled them far away. Ning Ze, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was deeply alarmed. Should the golden-winged rock unleash its prowess unchecked, the wandering souls below would face calamity, and countless innocents would perish. He swiftly called out, his form shifting as he invoked the divine power of heaven and earth. In an instant, Ning Ze ascended thousands of feet, enveloped by a torrent of vital energy and crackling thunder. After cultivating the ninefold mysterious art, Ning Ze's physique had become exceedingly robust, and his ethereal form more solidified. With a mighty swing of his fists, Ning Ze struck fiercely at the winged immortal. Sensing imminent danger, the winged immortal hastily flapped its wings, summoning a tempest towards Ning Ze's ethereal form. The booming sounds of clashing energies resonated throughout the vicinity as Ning Ze's powers held steadfast against the winged immortal's storm. Yet, the winged immortal's speed was astonishing. As Ning Ze's blow descended, it transformed into a streak of light, retreating into the distance. Then, a rumbling thunder echoed from afar, as energies within a radius of several miles began to churn violently. The primordial energies of yin and yang coalesced into a massive energy vortex, hurtling towards Ning Ze. Although Ning Ze's ethereal form was exceptionally resilient, he was still swept away 10 miles by the vortex. Had it not been for the protection of the ninefold mysterious art, his form might have shattered completely. With a fierce roar, Ning Ze's ethereal form radiated with boundless lightning, his figure surging towards the winged immortal. In response, the winged immortal, embodying the tempest, charged at Ning Ze. The winged immortal opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of yin and yang energy aimed directly at Ning Ze's ethereal face. Ning Ze's ethereal form retaliated with a powerful punch. A thunderous sound erupted as his fist broke through the yin and yang energy, landing squarely upon the winged immortal's wing. This blow was imbued with tremendous force, capable of cleaving mountains asunder. The feathered celestial was momentarily shaken, yet the formidable force of the impact sent Ning Ze's avatar hurtling several miles away. Upon his avatar appeared numerous cracks, which were swiftly mended by Ning Ze's vital energy. In the distance, Luo Xian and Lu Huan hovered in the void, their expressions revealing astonishment as they witnessed the fierce battle between Ning Ze and the feathered celestial. They had previously experienced the feathered celestial's might and realized that if the fight continued, even their combined strength would inevitably lead to defeat. Yet, this young man before them wielded remarkable powers, engaging the feathered celestial in a fierce exchange. Who was he, and what accounted for his extraordinary prowess? The two had long since abandoned their previous underestimation of Ning Ze. This clash, though it appeared to send Ning Ze flying, had not left the feathered celestial unscathed. His wings had absorbed a punch from Ning Ze, nearly tearing at the base, significantly impairing his speed. Ning Ze, of course, discerned this fact as well. Chapter 67. The Winged Immortal. Ning Ze's steed in a moment of opportunity, while the winged immortal had yet to regain its strength. Ning Ze swiftly transformed into his true form, piercing through the void and landing squarely upon the back of the winged immortal. With a swift motion, He unleashed a powerful punch against its massive back. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar as an immense force surged into the creature. The winged immortal let out a pained cry, its colossal body plummeting from the sky, as Ning Ze's fists rained down like a torrential storm upon its back. He relied solely on his physical strength, eschewing any magical prowess. Now, Ning Ze's physical form had attained the 6th stage of the Xiangong, comparable to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His strength was formidable beyond imagination. The winged immortal, having cultivated for countless years, possessed a truly resilient true form. Yet, in the face of Ning Ze's overwhelming power, it proved inadequate. Each strike created a gaping wound upon its back, with the power of the Purple Mansion divine thunder penetrating through the inflicted damage. With a resounding crash, the true form of the winged immortal crashed heavily onto the summit of a mountain, causing the entire peak to collapse. Blood splattered forth from its back, as Ning Ze nearly shattered its spine. Even with celestial abilities, it could not manifest them in the face of such physical trauma. "Spare me. Cease your assault," the winged immortal cried out in desperation. Ning Ze replied, "You, vile creature, harbor malevolent intentions and revel in devouring the innocent. Should I allow you to live, you would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the masses. Today, I shall eradicate this menace for the sake of the people." With that, Ning Ze waved his hand, summoning countless bolts of lightning from the void to strike mercilessly upon the winged immortal's wounds. With a cacophony of thunder, the relentless lightning battered the winged immortal. Even its formidable cultivation could not withstand the onslaught of the Purple Mansion divine thunder, leaving it teetering on the brink of existence. Chanting the true incantation, Ning Ze invoked the ancestral shaman banner. An overwhelming tempest of thunder coalesced in the void, descending upon the winged immortal. Terrified, it begged for mercy, exclaiming, "Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, to serve you faithfully and obey your every command." Faced with the specter of death, the winged immortal resolutely chose survival. Ning Ze contemplated the options before him. Should he slay the winged immortal, he could acquire valuable rewards, perhaps even ascend to the great Luo realm. However, if he chose to subdue the winged immortal, he would gain a formidable steed at the pinnacle of the great Luo, providing him with significant support. Ultimately, Ning Ze decided to claim the winged immortal, recognizing the greater benefit it would yield. "Very well, if you wish to submit, then offer your soul for my mark." Lightning, as thick as a bowl, crackled ominously in the sky. Ning Ze's voice was frigid, and the winged immortal understood that any hesitation could lead to its swift demise. With a resigned breath, it opened its mouth and expelled its soul. Ning Ze swiftly infused a strand of consciousness into the winged immortal's essence. Once he inscribed his mark upon its soul, he would possess the power to effortlessly control the creature's fate. With but a flicker of thought, he could summon the imprint and eliminate the winged immortal on the spot, harboring no fear of betrayal from him. Having marked the imprint, Ning Ze then stowed away the ancestral witch flag, and with a flash, he leaped down from the back of the winged immortal. The winged immortal chanted a true incantation, and the dual forces of yin and yang surged forth from his body, visibly mending his wounds at an astonishing pace. In an instant, he transformed into human form and approached Ning Ze, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. "I, the winged immortal, pay my respects to my master." Ning Ze replied, "Now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, we are kin. You are aware that should I perish, you too will meet your end. As a rare being of the primordial wilderness, you have the potential to ascend to the quasi-saint realm, becoming a significant ally for me. Rest assured, I am not devoid of compassion. Any rewards I procure will be shared with you, ensuring your honor is preserved." The winged immortal could only manage a bitter smile. His life was now firmly in Ning Ze's grasp, and despite the turmoil within, he dared not express any dissent. Furthermore, an imprint had been inscribed upon his divine soul by Ning Ze. Should Ning Ze fall, so too would he. Ning Ze inquired, "You were once an independent cultivator of remarkable lineage, possessing profound skills that should afford you a life of leisure. Why then do you assist the Eastern Lu and oppose the great Shang? The winged immortal shook his head. I too was deceived by the Southern Pole Immortal. The Southern Pole Immortal proclaimed the annihilation of the great Shang. Should I assist the Western Qi in vanquishing them, I would earn supreme merit, granting me the chance to ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Ning Ze inwardly shook his head. Within the context of the investiture of the gods, Shun Gongbao had merely informed the winged immortal that Jiang Zia had been disparaging him, threatening to pluck his feathers. This incited the winged immortal's fury, prompting him to seek vengeance against Jiang Zia, even to the extent of flooding the city of Shiqi. Thus, it could be said that while the winged immortal's cultivation was profound, his intellect was lacking. Observing Ning Ze's subjugation of the winged immortal, Luo Xian and Lu Huan, who had been watching from a distance, flew forth. Their admiration for Ning Ze's prowess was palpable, and their demeanor underwent a complete transformation, now imbued with deep respect. Congratulations, General Ning, on acquiring such a formidable assistant, Luo Xian remarked, a wry smile gracing his face. His own 3,000 fire crows and 5 fire dragons had been vanquished by this very being, whose strength surpassed his own. Now, having become Ning Ze's subordinate, any thoughts of revenge seemed utterly futile. Both men regarded Ning Ze with a mixture of awe and envy. The winged immortal truly was a tremendous asset. With him under Ning Ze's command, Ning Ze's power would undoubtedly surge. They felt themselves far from being his equals. Ningsche commonly stated, esteemed Daois. Having subdued the winged immortal, let us return to the Soul Wanderer Pass to discuss further. Very well. The four of them made their way back to the Soul Wanderer Pass. Night still cloaked the surroundings, and Huang Feihu and the other generals had already been roused. Upon seeing Luo Xian, Lu Huan, Ning Ze, and a figure clad in blue robes return together, they were taken aback. Esteemed Taoists, have you subdued a formidable foe? Who is this Taoist? Huang Feihu inquired eagerly. Luo Xian recounted the events of the battle to Huang Feihu, clarifying that the tempest they had faced was indeed the work of this winged immortal friend. This esteemed fellow cultivator possesses profound magical abilities. Both Lu Huan and I, when united, find ourselves no match for him. Fortunately, it was General Ning Ze who intervened, thereby subduing him. Presently, the celestial friend Yu Yi is an ally rather than an adversary. Huang Feihu and the other generals listened in astonishment. Although he had heard of Ning Ze's unmatched valor, he had not anticipated such remarkable prowess. Initially, he presumed that Ning Ze was merely an ordinary strong figure. Yet this individual before them, who could not withstand even 2 formidable beings from was subdued by Ning Ze. Does this not imply that Ning Ze's strength is even more formidable? In that moment, Huang Feihu and the other generals began to regard Ning Ze with newfound reverence. General Ning has once again achieved a great feat. Truly, he is a pillar of talent favored by the Grand Master. Huang Feihu extolled him. The other generals also stepped forward, eager to offer their compliments to Ning Ze. Chapter 68. As the Great War approaches, Ning Ze's cultivation reaches new heights. General Ning, a youthful hero, indeed commands great admiration. It is no wonder that the Grand Master holds him in such high regard. The presence of such a talent as General Ning is truly a blessing for the great Shang. Aside from Do Rong, the other generals voiced their opinions, which led Ning Ze to regard Do Rong with newfound respect. This individual possesses considerable integrity, exhibiting neither arrogance nor servility, and exudes an extraordinary demeanor. It is no surprise that he has successfully guarded the Spirit's Soul Pass for decades, deterring the Eastern Lu from invading. Even during the siege of Chaoga City, it was only when formidable figures like Jin Jia intervened that the Spirit Soul Pass was breached. In contrast, Huang Feihu's character pales significantly. Ning Ze also noticed a woman standing beside Do Rong, clad in purple battle armor, radiating heroism. Clearly, she is the valiant Lady Chady, Do Rong's wife. I am a minister of the great Shang, and shall naturally serve our realm, Ning Ze remarked with a smile. The others expressed their joy at having subdued the great demon. Huang Feihu stated, I was commanded by the Grand Master to lead an eastern campaign, yet suffered a defeat. There remain several powerful adversaries within the Eastern Lu's camp. With the arrival of General Ning, our forces have greatly increased in strength. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall array our troops outside the Spirit Soul Pass and engage the Eastern Lu in battle. The generals, upon hearing this, immediately bowed in agreement. Generals, you may now return to organize your troops in preparation for the imminent battle, Huang Feihu concluded, turning towards Luo Xian, Lu Huan, and Ning Ze. You may rest within the pass for a while. We shall require your utmost assistance in the forthcoming confrontation. Luo Xian replied with a smile. As I have come to assist, I shall certainly do my utmost. As the assembly dispersed, Ning Ze, accompanied by Yu Yixian, proceeded to a chamber. Yu Yiving, a rare being cultivated over countless years, possesses a unique understanding of the path of cultivation and likely holds a deeper comprehension of the primordial realm than Ning Ze himself. Following closely behind Ning Ze, Yu Yixian displayed utmost respect, not daring to show any hint of negligence. Once inside the room, Ning Ze waved his hand, causing the door to close. He then gestured, and 2 mats appeared on the ground. Taking a seat on one of the mats, he addressed Yu Yixian. Please, take a seat. I have inquiries to make. Yu Yixian complied and settled down. Observing him, Ning Ze asked, Have you ever heard of the Slaughter Witch Sword? Yu Yixian nodded. Indeed, I have heard of this sword. In the past, the demon clan forged the Slaughter Witch Sword, resulting in a massacre of countless members of the human race. Subsequently, this news spread throughout the primordial realm, alarming many powerful beings. Even Fuxi, who had allied with the demon clan, departed from their ranks due to this. The goddess Niwa was also greatly enraged and personally intervened to compel the demon clan to cease the forging of the Slaughter Witch Sword. Consequently, the demon clan incurred a tremendous karmic retribution, leading to their impending calamity. Furthermore, the Witch Clan became aware of this and began sending their strong warriors to eliminate the demon clan, prompting the latter to halt the sword's forging. May I inquire as to why you seek this information, my lord? Ning Ze raised his eyebrows slightly, taken aback by the Slaughter Witch Sword's tumultuous history. No wonder the demon clan had not been able to complete its forging. Do you know the whereabouts of the Slaughter Witch Sword? Ning Ze inquired. The Celestial Wing shook his head, stating that the Slaughter Witch Sword had incited turmoil, leading the demon race to either conceal it or have it taken by a certain sage. Ning Ze furrowed his brow. The demon race, even without the fully refined Slaughter Witch Sword during the Witch Demon War, would likely have utilized it. A sage taking the Slaughter Witch Sword, given the formidable strength of the Eastern Emperor of the demon race, coupled with their vast numbers, it seemed improbable that they would yield to a sage's authority. The speculation of the Celestial Wing appeared utterly unfounded. However, Ning Ze chose not to challenge it. Celestial Wing, as the son of the primordial phoenix, are you aware that you have a brother named Kong Xian? Ning Ze inquired curiously. During the investiture of the gods, the Celestial Wing and Kong Xian had clashed, indicating a strained sibling relationship. The Celestial Wing displayed a hint of awkwardness upon hearing this. Indeed, Kong Xian is my brother, yet I have long severed ties with him. It is best not to speak of this matter. Observing the expression on the Celestial Wing's face, Ning Ze surmised that their relationship had been fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, as this was a familial issue, he refrained from probing further. Celestial Wing, I have heard of your past deeds. Now that you acknowledge me as your master, you must strive for redemption, accumulating virtues and refraining from actions that disturb the balance of heaven and earth. Although your cultivation is profound, you have accumulated too much karmic retribution, which could invite calamity. Therefore, you should engage in virtuous deeds to mitigate your karma. Only in this way can your path of cultivation extend further and lead to genuine fruition. Should you demonstrate commendable behavior in the future, I shall lift the restrictions imposed upon your soul, restoring your freedom. The Celestial Wing was filled with joy upon hearing this. His acknowledgement of Ning Ze was born out of necessity. As a powerful figure in the primordial realm, he had always been proud and reluctant to bow easily. After hearing Ning Ze's words, he felt a burgeoning fondness for him. Yes, master, I shall certainly amend my ways. Ning Ze nodded slightly. There is no need for you to call me master. We may refer to each other as fellow cultivators. The Celestial Wing's delight grew. To address Ning Ze as master in public would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Ning Ze's consideration for his dignity further endeared the celestial wing to him. Very well. You may leave for now. Should there be a battle tomorrow, I shall require your assistance. The celestial wing then stood and took his leave. Once the celestial wing departed, Ning Ze took a deep breath. In the original narrative of the investiture of the gods, the celestial wing was subdued by the lantern Taoist and became his steed, later aligning himself with the Western Buddhist sect alongside the lantern. Eventually, during the calamity of the journey to the west, he descended to the mortal realm as a demon, wreaking havoc upon a nation's populace. His nature was exceedingly cruel. If he could alter his disposition, it would indeed be a significant merit. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenhuan had dispatched the celestial wing to confront the ghostly soul pass. After a great battle, silence ensued. Jiang Wenhuan suspected that the celestial wing had likely failed his mission. The celestial wing talks a big game, yet his strength is hardly remarkable. Having been suppressed by the formidable warriors of the Shang Dynasty, Jiang Wenhuan mused inwardly. The celestial wing, entrusted by the Antarctic immortal, journeyed to the Eastern Lu's grand encampment with an air of arrogance, dismissing the presence of the Eastern Lu's people. Consequently, Jiang Wenhuan harbored no fondness for him. Unaware of the celestial wing's true capabilities, he gave it little thought. Had it not been for Jiang Ze's orders to await the mobilization of the Western Qi, and for Eastern Lu to coordinate their efforts with them to assault Chaoga, it is likely that Jiang Wenhuan would have already led his forces to breach the Soul Drifting Pass. On the following day, Huang Feihu assembled his army and exited the Soul Drifting Pass. He entrusted Luo Xian with a heavenly fiery array before dispatching generals to seek battle. Upon hearing of Huang Feihu's challenge, Jiang Wenhuan was taken aback. He promptly summoned his generals, gathered his troops, and emerged from the encampment, arranging his battle formation. Chapter 69. Huang Tianhua displays his might. Father and son clash. Both armies stood ready outside of Yuhun Pass. Ning Ze surveyed the troops of Eastern Lu from his vantage point. It was evident that the formation of Eastern Lu lacked the elite soldiers of the Great Shang, yet their morale remained high. At the forefront, a grand flag fluttered, emblazoned with the characters Dongbua Ho Jiang Wenhuan. A man clad in resplendent armor stood beneath the flag. Indeed, this was Jiang Wenhuan himself. While Jiang Wenhuan possessed a handsome visage, there lingered a hint of malevolence in his brow. To his left and right stood two men. One was dressed in flowing robes, his feet adorned with straw sandals, sporting 3 eyes and wielding a dual-bladed trident. Through his divination, Ning Ze discerned this man's true identity. He was none other than Yang Jian, a disciple of the Jade Dingzhenren, who had come to assist Eastern Lu in their defense against the Great Shang. On Jiang Wenhuan's other side stood a young man, resplendent in lavish attire, his face as exquisite as jade, riding a jade qilin and brandishing 2 gleaming silver hammers. This was Huang Tianhua. Ning Ze's brow furrowed slightly. Huang Tianhua was the son of Huang Feihu. One wondered if a confrontation had previously occurred between father and son before his arrival. The battlefield was set for a clash of kin. In the original tale of Feng Shun, Huang Feihu had allied himself with the Western Qi, while he now remained within the ranks of the Great Shang. Thus, this inevitable conflict between father and son loomed large. Yu Yixian, shrouded in a black cloak, stood behind Ning Ze, quietly observing. Huang Feihu, astride a 5-colored divine ox, advanced slowly and proclaimed, Jiang Wenhuan, you lead an army in rebellion, bringing shame upon your father's wisdom. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for marching forth to level Eastern Lu. Jiang Wenhuan erupted in laughter, retorting, Huang Feihu, you are a defeated general. How dare you bark here? That dim-witted monarch killed my father and harmed my sister. My hatred runs deep, and I shall lead my troops to Chaoga, slay the tyrant, and avenge my father and sister. Huang Feihu, seething with rage, scoffed, you are utterly deluded. Only when confronted with the grave do you weep. Who among you will battle and capture Jiang Wenhuan? At his command, a valiant general rushed forth. This humble soldier shall go. It was Huang Ming, a trusted warrior of the Huang family. Huang Ming, exercise caution, Huang Feihu warned. Receiving the order, Huang Ming galloped forth, spear in hand, to the forefront of the battle. Behind Jiang Wenhuan, another general emerged. The two commanders exchanged names before engaging in combat. After over 30 exchanges, Huang Ming unleashed his prowess, unleashing a mighty cry as he felled the opposing general. Two ordinary items dropped from the defeated foe. Ning Ze, with a mere thought, fused the items. Observing Huang Ming's valor, Jiang Wenhuan prepared to join the fray himself. But a voice called out, "Don't ho, do not rush, allow me to handle this." Jiang Wenhuan turned to see Huang Tianhua stepping forward, riding his jade qilin and wielding two golden hammers, slowly advancing. This opponent approaches, seeking death. Huang Tianhua declared. Furious, Huang Ming charged forward, spear in hand. Ready to confront him, Huang Tianhua raised his hammers to defend himself. With a resounding clash of metal, Huang Ming's spear was deflected, nearly slipping from his grasp. As he prepared to retreat, he beheld Huang Tianhua on the jade qilin, charging forward in a flash. Huang Tianhua, wielding a golden hammer, seized Huang Ming by the waist and, with a mighty heave, sent him tumbling like a severed kite before the East Lu troops, where soldiers swiftly bound him securely. Upon witnessing Huang Ming's capture, Huang Feihu was consumed by fury. "Who dares to battle?" he bellowed. No sooner had his words fallen than a young soldier dashed forth. This lad, barely in his teens and bearing a youthful countenance, brandished a gleaming silver spear, exclaiming, "Father, permit me to seize him." This young warrior was none other than Huang Feihu's second son, Huang Tianxiang. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Huang Tianxiang displayed remarkable spear skills and martial prowess at such a tender age, earning his father's pride. As Huang Tianxiang sought combat, Huang Feihu was poised to acquiesce. Yet, from a short distance, Ning Ze interjected, "Wuqing Wang, this man possesses formidable magical powers. Do not allow your son to venture forth to his demise." Ning Ze, not wishing for Huang Tianhua and Huang Tianxiang to harm one another, felt compelled to offer his caution. Huang Feihu was taken aback by these words. Though Huang Tianxiang's spear technique was exceptional, he stood no chance against a master of profound cultivation. At that moment, Lu Huan stepped forward, declaring, "Wuqing Wang, allow me to apprehend him." With a swift motion, he descended upon the battlefield. "Step aside. Let me have a word with you," Lu Huan shouted. Realizing Lu Huan's formidable skills, Huang Tianhua did not dare to be negligent and urged the jade qilin onward, charging at Lu Huan. In response, Lu Huan swiftly drew his long sword to engage Huang Tianhua. Though Huang Tianhua had only recently begun his cultivation, his master had used numerous elixirs to forcibly elevate his prowess to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. In contrast, Lu Huan had cultivated for many years and had attained the Tai realm. In terms of magical power, Lu Huan surpassed Huang Tianhua. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Huang Tianhua, with a swift motion, urged the jade qilin to ascend into the sky. He then waved his hand, unleashing a golden streak of light towards Lu Huan. This was the Fire Dragon Dart, a powerful artifact forged by Huang Tianhua's master, the true monarch of Clear Void Dao, renowned for its tremendous might. As the dart soared, it suddenly transformed into a blazing dragon, hurtling towards Lu Huan. Unfazed, Lu Huan, adept in fire-based magic, chanted a true incantation and waved his hand, dispersing the fiery dragon. The fire dragon dart plummeted to the ground. Following this, he formed a seal with his hands and unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Huang Tianhua. Seeing the ferocity of the flames, Huang Tianhua did not hesitate. Chanting incantations, he conjured a flower basket in his hand and deftly maneuvered it to absorb Lu Huan's fiery onslaught, causing the flames to vanish within. Having countered Lu Huan's fire magic, Huang Tianhua pointed, sending a dark streak of light towards Lu Huan, the soul-piercing nail, a powerful artifact forged by the primordial supreme being and later transmitted to the true monarch of Clear Void Dao. The celestial virtue, true monarch, in a swift motion, transmitted the heart-piercing nail to Huang Tianhua. In a flash, it arrived before Lu Huan. Sensing imminent danger, Lu Huan hastily unleashed his divine powers, summoning an endless torrent of fire elemental energy that swirled around him, instantly forming a fiery shield to protect him. However, Lu Huan underestimated the might of the heart-piercing nail. This proved to be fatal. The nail effortlessly shattered Lu Huan's fiery shield and pierced into his heart. With a chilling scream, Lu Huan plummeted from the sky, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Several inscriptions subsequently fell from the heavens. Observing this, Ning Ze promptly merged the inscriptions. Ding! You have fused the celestial grade inscription Ning Ze, acquiring the otherworldly fire Ning Ze. Ding! You have fused the celestial grade inscription Lai Yin Jin Jing, obtaining the cultivation method Lai Yin Jun Ju. Ding! You have fused the inscription Hua Yin Dan, acquiring the divine technique Hua Yin Shin Dan. Chapter 70. Capturing Huang Tianhua as several elements converged. Ning Ze could not help but feel a surge of joy within. Lu Huan, being a close friend of Luo Xian, was undoubtedly a disciple of the. However, Huang Tianhua acted with such swiftness that even if Ning Ze wished to intervene, it was already too late. Upon witnessing Lu Huan's demise, Luo Xian was consumed with rage. He bellowed fiercely, his form erupting forward as he charged at Huang Tianhua. The flying smoke sword summoned a brilliant blaze of crimson light, enveloping Huang Tianhua in an instant. Huang Tianhua, taken aback, hastily summoned a floral basket to deflect Luo Xian's onslaught, retreating swiftly into the distance. The Jade Qilin possessed remarkable speed, allowing Huang Tianhua to swiftly join the ranks of the Eastern Lu army. Observing this, Luo Xian hastened towards the Eastern Lu formation, only to be confronted by Yang Jian, who soared into the air, wielding his trident-bladed weapon to block Luo Xian's advance. Without uttering a word, Luo Xian unleashed a torrent of sword strikes towards Yang Jian. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in fierce combat. Yang Jian, adept in the profound arts of the 8-9 mystical skill, boasted formidable physical prowess. Yet, in terms of magical power, he fell short of Luo Xian. The fiery divine abilities of Luo Xian surged forth, compelling Yang Jian to retreat while parrying the relentless assault. Before long, their clash had taken them far from the battlefield. Observing Luo Xian and Yang Jian's distant struggle, Ning Ze instructed the feathered celestial to sweep the battlefield, and with a graceful movement, he pursued them. The battle between Yang Jian and Luo Xian was exceedingly intense, with Yang Jian fighting while retreating, unable to find an opportunity to turn the tide. At that moment, a streak of light shot in from afar, arriving in an instant. A surge of magical energy erupted, intercepting Luo Xian's attack. The impact reverberated through the air, forcing Luo Xian back several dozen paces. Upon regaining his composure, he beheld a figure clad in azure robes and adorned with a high crown. The Taoist, with a long beard cascading to his chest and a whisk in hand, exuded an aura reminiscent of celestial grace. From a distance, Ning Ze, upon witnessing this, promptly employed his divine ability to scrutinize the Taoist. The figure's information rapidly materialized within his consciousness. The newcomer was none other than Yuding Zhenran, the esteemed master of Yang Jian, junior brother Luo Xian. Is there truly a need to bully a mere junior? Yuding Zhenran regarded Luo Xian with a calm demeanor. Luo Xian, upon recognizing Yuding Zhenran's arrival, furrowed his brow slightly. Yuding, I pursue this villain. What concern is it of yours? Do you wish to meddle in my affairs? Luo Xian retorted. Yuding Zhenran chuckled lightly. You have slain my disciple, yet you question my involvement? Is he truly your disciple? Luo Xian was taken aback. As a disciple of the... He recognized Yuding Zhenran and understood that the latter had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo stage. Years ago, during the debates between the teachings, Luo Xian had faced defeat at Yuding Zhenran's hands. Thus, he held a profound respect for him. Since he is your disciple, let's end today's matter here. I take my leave. With that, Luo Xian's form shimmered and transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the Yuhan Pass. Once the battle had concluded, Ning Ze returned to the vicinity of Yuhan Pass, only to witness the armies of the Great Shang and the Eastern Lu clashing fiercely. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries, the sounds of men and horses resounding through the air. Upon the ground, Numerous corpses lay strewn about, each inscription radiating a luminous glow as it settled on the earth. Huang Feihu, mounted upon his war steed and wielding a long spear, swept across the battlefield in the distance. Meanwhile, the feathered celestial did not intervene. The soldiers of both factions were locked in a fierce struggle, their combat relentless. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Ze infiltrated the fray, continuously assimilating the inscriptions that had fallen upon the ground. At that moment, a streak of light coursed through the sky, heading straight for Huang Feihu. It was none other than Huang Tianhua, riding the Jade Qilin. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tianhua arrived near Huang Feihu and, with a commanding shout, swung his twin hammers down upon Huang Feihu's head. Huang Feihu was taken aback. As an ordinary general, he was no match for Huang Tianhua. Just as Huang Feihu contemplated fleeing, a bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved through the void, striking Huang Tianhua's warhammer directly. The power of the lightning surged forth, causing Huang Tianhua to cry out in agony, his body paralyzed as he plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this, Huang Feihu was filled with uncontainable joy and hastily summoned ropes to bind Huang Tianhua. It was Ning Ze, seeing Huang Feihu in peril, who intervened to assist him. As the king of martial achievement in the Great Shang, Huang Feihu could not turn a blind eye to a life in danger. Observing Huang Tianhua ensnared, Ning Ze flicked his fingers, unleashing a magical force that sealed Huang Tianhua's cultivation. Ordinary ropes could not restrain Huang Tianhua, but with his power suppressed, escape became impossible. The battle raged on the battlefield, the clash of soldiers relentless. With each passing moment, countless warriors met their demise, and death became the prevailing theme of the battlefield. Amidst it all, Ning Ze maneuvered through the chaos, continuously merging inscriptions. Upon seeing Huang Tianhua captured, Jiang Wenhuan lost the will to fight and promptly ordered the retreat. The forces of the Great Shang charged forth, victorious. Thus, the curtain fell on a grand battle. In the ghostly Souls Pass, within the military camp, Huang Feihu beamed with delight as he sat in the main seat. A multitude of generals flanked him on either side, with Ning Ze seated nearby. Upon hearing of Huang Feihu's capture of Huang Tianhua, Luo Xian was overwhelmed with joy and rose to speak. King of martial achievement, that Huang Tianhua has slain my friend. Please bring him forth, so that I may avenge Lu Huan. Bring Huang Tianhua into the hall. Huang Feihu commanded loudly. Several guards soon pushed Huang Tianhua into the grand hall, now bound tightly and appearing quite disheveled. Kneel, 2 guards ordered. Yet Huang Tianhua stood defiantly, fixing his gaze upon Huang Feihu. Huang Tianhua, you are now a prisoner. What more do you have to say? Huang Feihu inquired. With a cold smirk, Huang Tianhua replied, the outcome has been determined. I was merely a pawn in a hidden scheme. If you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado. Turning to Ning Ze, he added, your treachery against me is hardly the mark of a hero. Ning Ze could not help but laugh. Huang Tianhua, you are quite the fool. With your mere pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, relying on the treasures of the clear void supreme, virtue lord for your strength, I could easily subdue you with a mere gesture. Do you dare to challenge me here? Furthermore, you have taken in a thief as your master, failing to discern right from wrong. That is indeed a profound folly. Taking in a thief as a master. Huang Tianhua's master is none other than the esteemed Qingshu Dao Jinjuan among the 12 immortals of the Chan religion. What could Ning Ze possibly mean by this? Upon hearing these words, Huang Feihu could not help but feel astonished. You scoundrel, do not insult my master. If my master were to arrive here, he would surely slay you on the spot. Huang Tianhua bellowed in fury. Ha! Huang Tianhua, do you comprehend that your master accepted you as a disciple merely to help you navigate your tribulations? Ning Ze laughed heartily. Your master harbors malicious intentions that extend far beyond this. Are you aware that the esteemed Wuqing Wang, Huang Feihu, standing before you is, in fact, your biological father? What? With Ning Ze's revelation, the entire hall was engulfed in shock. Huang Tianhua, the son of Wuqing Wang Huang Feihu. How could this possibly be? This is simply too outrageous. Chapter 71. The reunion of father and son, the assembly of civil and military officials was utterly astonished. Huang Tianhua was, in fact, the son of King Wucheng? What was the meaning of this revelation? Huang Feihu abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Tianhua. Meanwhile, Huang Tianhua was equally taken aback. He was the progeny of King Wucheng, yet why had his master never disclosed this to him, only stating that he was an orphan brought down from the mountain? Ning Ze, cease your nonsensical prattle, Huang Tianhua exclaimed with authority. Ning Ze replied with a slight smile, you are now a prisoner in chains. What reason have I to withhold the truth? I merely wish to prevent the tragic fate of a conflict between father and son. General Ning speaks the truth. Many years ago, in the city of Chaogu, I indeed lost a child. At that time, he was merely 3 years old, and by the passage of time, he would now be of Huang Tianhua's age. Tianhua, you bear a small red birthmark half an inch beneath your chest. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhua was momentarily rendered speechless. How do you know this? Huang Feihu, upon hearing, was filled with both astonishment and joy. Indeed, you are my son. I never imagined that after all these years, we would reunite here. Huang Feihu rushed forward, enveloping Huang Tianhua in a heartfelt embrace, his eyes glistening with emotion. You truly are my father. This moment left Huang Tianhua in a daze, and after a while, he murmured softly. Huang Feihu gently released Huang Tianhua, pulling aside his clothing, revealing a birthmark the size of a fingernail on Huang Tianhua's chest. Thus, it was confirmed. Huang Tianhua was indeed the son of King Wucheng. At this juncture, all the generals were convinced of Ning Ze's words. Huang Feihu swiftly untied the ropes binding Huang Tianhua and grasped his hand. Tianhua, if your mother knew you were here, she would be overjoyed. We have been apart for over 20 years. This reunion is a tremendous blessing. Please sit. Huang Tianhua still hesitated, murmuring, didn't my master say that I was an orphan? Ning Ze laughed heartily. Your master took you as his disciple with ulterior motives. Firstly, to prepare you for calamity. And secondly, to set the stage for a tragic confrontation between you and King Wucheng, forging a fate opposed to heaven. You were not merely found by your master. Rather, he utilized his supernatural powers to take you away. Ning Ze, with his profound insights, had unraveled the complexities of the situation. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Qingshu Dao Jinjuan would harbor such malice, intending to entangle father and son in strife. Impossible. My master has shown me great kindness. How could he wish me harm? Huang Tianhua struggled to accept Ning Ze's assertions, yet he found it increasingly difficult to dismiss them. He was almost certain that he was indeed the son of Huang Feihu. Given Ning Ze's knowledge of such secrets, it was likely that his words held truth. As Huang Tianhua prepared to speak, Luo Xian stood up, declaring, though you are the son of Huang Feihu, you have slain my dear friend Lu Huan, and I must hold you accountable for this transgression. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Huang Feihu, alarmed, interjected, Taoist Luo Tianhua is currently in the eastern Lu camp. Both sides serve their respective masters, and this was an unintentional act. Might you, for the sake of this king, spare Tianhua? Huang Tianhua, however, replied, do not plead for him, King Wucheng. If he seeks vengeance, let him come forth. Luo Xian, filled with rage, summoned forth a blazing fire from his hands. The immense power surged towards Huang Tianhua, causing him to retreat repeatedly under Luo Xian's overwhelming presence. Observing this, Huang Feihu swiftly positioned himself before Huang Tianhua, saying, Taoist Luo, this matter is the fault of Tianhua. We have only just recognized each other. If you were to slay him now, it would be a profound regret, as he has yet to meet his mother. Allow me to send him to Chaogu City first, and then you may claim his life at Julong Island. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian waved his hand, and the flames surrounding him dissipated. I, Luo Xian, am not devoid of reason. I shall spare you this time. I take my leave. With that, he vanished in a flash, employing the art of fire escape, and rode away on his crimson steed towards Golden Turtle Island. Once Luo Xian departed, Huang Feihu let out a deep sigh. He was reluctant to witness this chain of events, yet felt powerless in the face of it. General Ning, How did you come to know that Tianhua is my son? Huang Feihu inquired, directing his gaze toward Ning Ze. Ning Ze responded, I possess divine abilities that allow me to perceive the threads of fate. Thus I discern that Huang Tianhua is your offspring. Huang Feihu bowed to Ning Ze, expressing his gratitude. This is a tremendous favor you have bestowed upon me, General Ning. Ning Ze replied, there is no need for such formalities. As Huang Feihu and Huang Tianhua met for the first time, there were countless words to exchange. Therefore, he dismissed the other generals to rest and took Huang Tianhua with him. Later, Ning Ze returned to his quarters, summoning the feathered wing immortal to protect him. He then sat cross-legged, delving into the comprehension and cultivation of fire-based divine powers. He first merged the essence of 3,000 fire crows, then acquired the attributes of 5 fire dragons, and now, having attained the primal source of the mysterious ink-purple flame from Lu Huan, he also received the method for cultivating fire-based divine powers. Should he successfully integrate these elements, his fire abilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Lu Huan, being the embodiment of the mysterious ink-purple flame, had gained sentience when Luo Xian sought the otherworldly fire and encountered Lu Huan. Consequently, Luo Xian chose not to subjugate Lu Huan, but instead expounded upon the path of fire divine powers, leading to Lu Huan's transformation. Thus, a strong bond formed between Luo Xian and Lu Huan. Should he refine the mysterious ink-purple fire, his fire-based divine powers would surely elevate considerably. Ning Ze diligently channeled his magical energy to refine the Xian Huang purple flame. Although he possessed the methods for cultivating fire powers, it took him several days to successfully refine the mysterious ink-purple fire. With this extraordinary flame, he tempered his physical body, rendering it even more formidable. Furthermore, Ning Ze deciphered the art of the fiery escape technique, a form of evasion specifically related to fire. Upon completing his insights, an epiphany struck Ning Ze, and he recited the true incantation, manifesting the barrier-seeing divine ability. He executed several hand seals, inscribing this ability upon his forehead, thus forming a third eye. In the future, to deploy the barrier-seeing divine ability, he need only open this third eye. Ning Ze touched his forehead, finding the presence of the third eye somewhat unsightly. Therefore, with a gentle touch, he concealed the eye that represented the barrier-seeing divine ability, causing it to gradually fade from view. After completing all that, Ning Ze finally emerged from his confinement. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenhuan suffered a crushing defeat, incurring significant losses. In this battle, not only did he lose numerous soldiers, but even Huang Tianhua was captured by the enemy. Should the Deshang army decide to attack, it is feared that Donglu would stand no chance. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wenhuan resolved to seek assistance from Jiang Ze. Just as he was about to send a message to Jiang Ze, a guard hurriedly entered, saying, My lord, there are 5 individuals outside requesting an audience. One of them claims to be your cousin. Cousin? Jiang Wenhuan was taken aback upon hearing this. He promptly exclaimed, Come, I shall go and see. With that, he stepped out of the central command tent. Indeed, outside the tent stood 5 individuals. Chapter 72. The son of DXing, Hong, 4 middle-aged generals stood before him, each possessing a robust and powerful physique. The foremost among them, with a fair complexion, donned a 5-colored Taoist robe and had his hair tied in a top knot. Upon seeing Jiang Wenhuan, he broke into a smile. Wenhuan, do you remember me? Jiang Wenhuan's heart leaped with joy upon recognizing the visitor. It was none other than his cousin, Hong. They had not seen each other for many years. Hong was indeed the son of DXian. In the past, when Daji framed Empress Jiang, DXian executed her, which incited the wrath of Hong and Jiao, who sought vengeance for the Empress's death by attempting to slay Daji. However, they were subsequently captured by DXian and nearly met their demise. Fortunately, they were rescued by the minister Feng Bai, allowing them to escape with their lives. The immortal Guang Chengzi, under the divine command of the primordial heavenly sovereign, descended from the mountain to gather disciples. Guang Chengzi accepted Jiao as his disciple, while Qi Jingzi took Hong under his wing. As the impending calamity of the Fengshen unfolded, Ning Ze instructed Yin Hong to descend the mountain and assist Jiang Ze. Aware that Huang Feihu was leading an expedition against Donglu, Jiang Ze sent for Yin Hong's aid. Yin Hong, passing through Erlong Mountain, encountered the four generals Pang Bai, Go Lu, and the others. Upon learning that the newcomer was the former second prince, Yin Hong, the generals eagerly approached him. Together, they journeyed towards Donglu. At that moment, Jiang Wenhuan welcomed Yin Hong and his companions into the central military tent. Having been childhood friends, they shared a deep bond and engaged in lively conversation within the Grand Hall. After some time, Yin Hong inquired about the current state of the battle. With a sigh, Jiang Wenhuan recounted the recent events of the war, expressing his dismay over Huang Tianhua's capture and the earlier disappearance of a celestial who attempted to assault the Yuhan Pass. This battle has resulted in a significant defeat for our forces, he lamented. Yin Hong pondered for a moment before responding. Huang Tianhua is a disciple of Master Qingshu, while Yang Jian is a disciple of Master Yuding. Their arrival here has not secured victory. Could it be that there are formidable opponents among the enemy ranks? Jiang Wenhuan replied. Within the Shang army, there exists a powerful fire elemental practitioner, and another general wields thunderous magic. It was this individual who captured Huang Tianhua. I have heard, second prince, that you have been cultivating alongside Ning Ze of the Yushu Palace. Have you acquired any formidable skills? Pang Hong interjected with a smile. My master possesses profound powers and vast abilities. He has imparted skills upon me and bestowed magical artifacts. The Xian harbors a vendetta against me, and I have come to assist you in this endeavor. Fear not. Tomorrow, I shall personally take to the field to assess their capabilities. Jiang Wenhuan was filled with immense joy upon hearing this. He promptly ordered for wine and food to be brought forth to graciously entertain his guests. The following day, Yin Hong sought a military command from Jiang Wenhuan and, accompanied by the 5 generals, arrived at the Yuhan Pass. Noticing the heavily fortified defenses, Yin Hong turned to the 4 generals and asked, "Who among you will go to call at the gate?" Pang Hong stepped forward and declared, "Let me go, second prince." Very well. Pang Hong approached the base of the Yuhan Pass and shouted, "People atop the city walls, heed my words. We have come to challenge you. Quickly send forth the so-called King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, to meet his end." The guards had already reported the arrival of challengers within the Yuhan Pass. Hearing of the impending confrontation, Huang Feihu hastily dispatched someone to notify Ning Ze, who ascended to the city walls. Gazing down from the city wall, he beheld 5 figures standing beneath the battlements. With a sweep of his forehead, he activated his divine perception, and the information regarding these 5 individuals instantly manifested within his consciousness. It turned out to be Yin Hong and his 4 deputy generals. This was indeed intriguing. Upon seeing this, Ning Ze's thoughts stirred, summoning the winged immortal. In an instant, the ethereal form appeared beside him. After taming the winged immortal, Ning Ze established a connection, allowing communication with merely a thought. "Nay, my friend, what is the matter?" The winged immortal inquired softly upon arriving at Ning Ze's side. Ning Ze replied nonchalantly, "You will find today's battle to be quite fascinating, and you are certain to reap rewards." "Oh," the winged immortal thought with quiet delight, though he refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu observed Pang Hong's challenge and turned to the assembled generals, asking, "Who among you is willing to engage in battle?" A figure stepped forward, declaring, "Father, allow me to go." Huang Feihu glanced and recognized his son, Huang Tianxiang, nodding slightly in approval. "Be cautious." Receiving his father's command, Huang Tianxiang mounted his white steed, grasping a long spear, and rode forth from the city gates. Upon seeing the youthful warrior approach, Pang Hong's spirit was momentarily shaken, and he called out, "Is that Ning Ze coming?" Having learned of Ning Ze's prowess from Jiang Wenhui, Pang Hong felt a surge of trepidation, hence his inquiry. Huang Tianxiang boldly proclaimed, "I am Huang Tianxiang. You vile brigand, who are you?" Realizing his opponent was not Ning Ze, Pang Hong felt a wave of relief and responded loudly, "I am Pang Hong of the Erlong Mountain." "Haha, so, is the bandit of Erlong Mountain. I was just on my way to settle the score with your lot. Yet here you come to meet your demise," Huang Tianxiang laughed. Pang Hong, enraged by this, swung his weapon, and spurred his steed forward. The horse let out a piercing neigh and charged directly at Huang Tianxiang. In response, Huang Tianxiang also urged his horse into a gallop, brandishing his spear as he surged forward. In a flash, the two steeds collided. Pang Hong swung his blade toward Huang Tianxiang's head, while Huang Tianxiang met the attack with his spear. A resounding clang echoed as their weapons clashed, and the two steeds passed each other. Huang Tianxiang swiftly reined in his horse, twirling his spear to assault Pang Hong anew. Pang Hong, adjusting his mount, charged back at Huang Tianxiang. With a deft flick of his wrist, Huang Tianxiang unleashed a flurry of spear strikes, leaving Pang Hong astonished and scrambling to defend himself. After several exchanges, Huang Tianxiang landed a decisive blow, sending Pang Hong tumbling from his horse. Huang Feihu, witnessing this, couldn't contain his elation. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Great Shang erupted in cheers. In Hong, realizing he had lost a warrior, furrowed his brow. Lu Fu, Go Zhang, and Bai Huan, deeply bonded with Pang Hong, were filled with rage at the sight of his defeat, and they charged forth on their steeds to confront Huang Tianxiang. The generals atop the city wall were taken aback. How outrageous! These scoundrels dare to overwhelm the few and bully a mere child. Such disgrace is intolerable. They lamented. Oh no, Huang Tianxiang is in peril. Huang Feihu's expression darkened further as he urgently called out, Tianxiang, retreat at once. Huang Tianxiang, undaunted by the three assailants before him, brandished his spear and engaged in combat with the trio of generals. The tumult of battle unfolded outside the Yuhun Pass, where four steeds clashed in a fierce struggle. Although young, Huang Tianxiang exhibited remarkable skill in spear play, holding his ground against the three adversaries with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the city gates swung open, and Huang Tianlu and Huang Tianjue galloped forth to assist their kin. Soon, a fierce skirmish erupted, with 6 warriors and their steeds locked in combat. Dust swirled in the air, and the sound of pounding hooves echoed across the battlefield. Huang Feihu's 3 sons, all youthful heroes, pressed the attack, forcing Bai Huan, Gezhang, and Lu Fu to retreat repeatedly. In his duel with Lu Fu, Huang Tianxiang proved superior, as Lu Fu attempted to flee. Huang Tianxiang pursued him on horseback and struck him in the back with his spear. Lu Fu fell from his steed, and Huang Tianxiang delivered a final thrust, ending his life. Chapter 73. The Yin-Yang Principles within the Yin-Yang Mirror. The 2 remaining commanders, witnessing Lu Fu's demise, were seized with astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Tianlu and Huang Tianjue swiftly dispatched the 2 generals, sending them crashing to the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 4 of Yin Hong's vice commanders had perished. Observing from afar, Jiang Wenhuan was taken aback. Meanwhile, Yin Hong's countenance darkened further. These 4 vice commanders were his recruits from Erlong Mountain. Though he shared little camaraderie with them, being his subordinates, Yin Hong could not stand idly by. You have slain my men. Prepare to pay with your lives. Yin Hong bellowed, brandishing his Fangtian Huaji and lunging towards the 3 young generals of the Huang family. Ning Ze, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. Yin Hong was indeed a practitioner of the Tao, and how could the 3 young Huang generals possibly contend with him? Hastily, Ning Ze waved his hand, conjuring a wall of flames to block Yin Hong's path. Yet, Yin Hong soared over the fire barrier, charging at the 3. Ning Ze, unyielding, waved his hand once more, and a bolt of purple lightning surged forth from the void. Yin Hong quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the electric strike. His gaze shifted to the city wall, finally resting upon Ning Ze. So, you're Ning Ze? Ning Ze replied with a smile, Your Highness. As the son of the great king, why do you lend aid to Donglu? Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the generals atop the city wall were shaken to their core. This young man below was none other than the second prince. Huang Feihu, unable to believe his ears, turned to Ning Ze and inquired, General Ning, are you implying? With a slight smile, Ning Ze confirmed, Indeed, this individual is the biological son of the great king, born of Empress Jiang, the second prince Yin Hong. It truly is the second prince. Huang Feihu's expression shifted dramatically. Naturally, he recognized Yin Hong, but the last time he saw him, he was merely a child. Now, he had matured into a striking young man. Yin Hong sneered. That Emperor Xin caused my mother's death and pursued my two brothers. My enmity with him runs deep as the sea. I am no longer the second prince of the great Shang. I am simply Yin Hong, the third-generation disciple of Yushu Palace. Inform Emperor Xin that one day I shall storm into Chaoga and claim his head. Seeing Yin Hong's resolve, Huang Feihu cautioned, Your Highness, the great king has already turned over a new leaf. Should you return to Chaoga, you would still be a prince of the great Shang. If father and son turn against each other, it would surely become a laughingstock for the world. Yin Hong retorted, Wuqing Wang, you are a loyal minister. Why do you protect that foolish monarch? Would it not be better to join Donglu and storm Chaoga together? Huang Feihu shook his head repeatedly. Your Highness, such words are misguided. My Huang family is steeped in loyalty and honor. We would never betray the great Shang. Seeing Huang Feihu's refusal to listen, Yin Hong coldly declared, If that is the case, then today we are enemies, not allies. Do not blame me when I breach the Yuhun Pass to claim your head. With that, he surged forward towards the three young generals of the Huang family. Yu Shixian, intercept him. As Ning Ze's words fell, Yu Shixian had already moved to position himself before Yin Hong. Young child, since you refuse to heed my counsel, do not blame me for your demise. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Boom! Yin Hong was instantly sent flying backward. The overwhelming force of magical energy surged forth like a mighty river, pushing him back several dozen paces. This was under the condition that the winged immortal was holding back. The winged immortal, a pinnacle figure of the great Luo, faced Yin Hong, who was merely a golden immortal. Had it not been for Ning Ze's order to only obstruct him, Yin Hong would have been in dire peril. This individual possessed formidable cultivation. As Yin Hong landed, his expression shifted dramatically. He knew that, with his current prowess, he was undoubtedly no match for this opponent. Hastily, he sheathed his Feng Tianhua Ji and drew forth two long swords, the water and fire blades. One sword blazed with a fiery crimson hue, while the other gleamed a celestial blue. With a flourish, Yin Hong wielded the twin swords, summoning forth a water dragon and a fire dragon out of thin air. The colossal dragons roared mightily. The spectral forms of the two dragons charged ferociously towards the winged immortal. Merely trivial skills. The winged immortal regarded the water and fire dragons with disdain, forming a true seal and unleashing it. In an instant, a tempest erupted, ensnaring both dragons within its grasp. The dragon forms vanished without a trace. This left Yin Hong astounded. It seemed that without revealing his trump card, it would be difficult to contend with this formidable foe. He murmured incantations under his breath, then waved his hand. A radiant mirror appeared in his grasp, the Yin-Yang mirror. As he chanted the true incantation, he infused the mirror's white face with a series of seals, unleashing two surging auras towards the winged immortal. This Yin-Yang mirror was an extraordinary artifact granted by the primordial ancestor Hong Jun to the primordial heavenly sovereign, who then bestowed it upon his second disciple, Qi Jingzi, instructing him to aid the West Qi with it. The mirror possessed profound mysteries. The red side served as the Yang mirror, capable of reviving the dead, while the white side could determine life and death, distinguishing between Yin and Yang. In an instant, the dualities were rendered distinct. The winged immortal felt a tremor within as Yin Hong summoned the Yin-Yang mirror, infused with the principles of Yin and Yang. Though he possessed the innate dual energies of Yin and Yang, he had yet to master their laws. The presence of these principles within the Yin-Yang mirror filled the winged immortal with elation. As the dual energies surged forth towards him, he did not flinch or retreat. Chanting a true incantation, he summoned the innate dual energies from within, absorbing the laws emanating from the Yin-Yang mirror. Young one, I shall gladly accept these laws of Yin and Yang. The winged immortal sneered, unleashing a torrent of magical power. With a single inhalation, an endless stream of dual energies erupted from the mirror. He opened his mouth, drawing the laws of Yin and Yang that flowed forth. Deprived of its dual energies, Yin Hong's Yin-Yang mirror became a mere trinket. This left Yin Hong utterly shocked. He continued to chant his incantations, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. Curse be! What have you done to my Yin-Yang mirror? He bellowed. The winged immortal chuckled. Little brat, Your yin-yang mirror is now useless. What other means do you have? Feel free to reveal them. He finally comprehended the surprise Ning Ze had alluded to. Today, he had acquired the laws of yin and yang. Should he refine them, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The winged immortal was filled with immense joy as she gazed at Yin Hong, eagerly anticipating his display of even more formidable yin-yang artifacts. However, Yin Hong found himself devoid of such treasures, his confidence waning. Ignoring the winged immortal, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly retreating into the distance. Ning Ze called out loudly, "Winged immortal, capture him!" Responding to Ning Ze's command, the winged immortal flickered and, in the blink of an eye, intercepted Yin Hong's path. "Come along quietly, little one," she declared. As her words echoed, the overwhelming pressure of her peak Taoist mastery surged forth like a torrential wave, sweeping toward Yin Hong. Lacking powerful artifacts and with his cultivation inferior to that of the winged immortal, Yin Hong, upon seeing her impending attack, swiftly waved his hand, sending forth the water and fire blade to strike at her. Chapter 74. The Celestial Lord of Pure Void and Virtue versus Feathered Winged Immortal. Yin Hong once again unleashed the water and fire edge, manifesting a water dragon and a fire dragon as phantoms that surged forth. However, the feathered winged immortal merely waved his hand, effortlessly shattering both illusions. With a flick of his finger, a surge of magical energy struck Yin Hong's body, sealing away his powers. The feathered winged immortal then swiftly appeared before Yin Hong, lifting him as one might a chick, and soared back to the top of the Soul Wanderer fortress, casting him down before Ning Ze. Yin Hong has been captured. Ning Ze, Huang Feihu, and the others could not contain their overwhelming joy at the sight. Ning Ze, however, refrained from allowing the feathered winged immortal to execute Yin Hong, for he had his own considerations. After all, Yin Hong was the second prince of the great Shang. Killing him would inevitably invite controversy. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwei, upon seeing Yin Hong detained, was taken aback, hastily returning to the main camp, filled with profound anxiety. The Western Marquis had entrusted him to station troops at the Soul Wanderer fortress, preparing to coordinate with the West Qi to breach Chaoga City. Yet now, the formidable allies he had summoned were all captured by the enemy. If Huang Feihu were to launch another attack, how could he possibly defend himself? As the feathered winged immortal secured Yin Hong, Huang Feihu, accompanied by his generals, returned to the military headquarters of the Soul Wanderer fortress. "Bring Yin Hong before me," he commanded with a booming voice, and soon enough, the guards ushered Yin Hong into the grand hall. Huang Feihu promptly approached, untying the ropes that bound Yin Hong, and with a smile, said, "Your Highness, I apologize for the fright you have endured." Yin Hong sneered coldly. "Huang Feihu, if you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for this charade." Huang Feihu replied, "You are the second prince of the great Shang. How could I dare to kill you? As your powers are now sealed, I can only escort you back to Chaoga City to await the judgment of the king and the Grandmaster." Having spoken, Huang Feihu turned to Huang Tianhua. "Tianhua, your mother remains in Chaoga City. As your father, I hope you will escort Yin Hong back, and then return to the palace to reunite with your mother. She will surely be delighted." "Yes, father," Huang Tianhua replied with a respectful bow. The following day, Huang Tianhua set forth with a contingent, escorting Yin Hong towards Chaoga City. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Due to the presence of mortals, Huang Tianhua refrained from employing his magical abilities as he traversed mountains and valleys en route to Chaoga City. On one particular day, as Huang Tianhua and his party approached a mountain, they spotted a figure standing at the foot of it. Upon seeing the Taoist, Huang Tianhua was taken aback and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Disciple Huang Tianhua, greetings to my revered master." The Taoist, clad in azure robes, exuded an aura of celestial grace. It was none other than the Celestial Lord of Pure Void and Virtue, one of the 12 immortals of the Chan sect. The Celestial Lord of Pure Void and Virtue gazed coldly at Huang Tianhua. "Huang Tianhua, you have grown in power. I sent you down the mountain to assist the West Qi, yet you chose to surrender. This truly disappoints me." Yin Hong, recognizing his master's uncle, the Celestial Lord of Pure Void and Virtue, could not contain his joy and cried out, "Master Uncle, save me." Huang Tianhua looked to the celestial lord and inquired, "Master, am I not the son of the martial king, Huang Feihu?" "Indeed, you are the son of Huang Feihu. Yet, why have you concealed this from me all these years? What is your intent?" Huang Tianhua asked. The celestial virtue Taoist master, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Huang Tianhua, are you questioning me? I have imparted my skills and powers to you and treated you generously, yet you betray me." Huang Tianhua responded with a cold laugh. "Qing Su, you took me as your disciple merely to fulfill your own agenda. You have torn apart our bond, and thus, our relationship as master and disciple ends here." With a hearty laugh, the celestial virtue Taoist master declared, "If that is the case, I shall take you today and leave with Yin Hong." With that, he swiftly moved before Huang Tianhua, unleashing a torrent of formidable power that surged towards him. Huang Tianhua, realizing the gravity of the situation, was taken aback. Aware that he was no match for Qing Su, he hastily retreated while conjuring the heart-piercing nail to strike back. However, with a mere gesture, Qing Su seized the heart-piercing nail and simultaneously extended his hand towards Huang Tianhua. The overwhelming force of the great Luo realm erupted, pressing down upon Huang Tianhua, who felt an inexplicable dread. Under the immense pressure, he struggled to channel his own power, finding it exceedingly difficult to evade. At that moment, one of the soldiers in Huang Tianhua's ranks waved his hand, conjuring a barrier of power that thwarted the attack from the celestial virtue Taoist master. The soldier staggered slightly, revealing himself to be a figure clad in green, none other than the winged immortal. With a smile, the winged immortal remarked, "General Ning, your foresight is indeed remarkable. You anticipated that Huang Tianhua's journey would be fraught with complications. Hence you sent me to accompany him discreetly." "Who are you?" Qing Su demanded, sensing the formidable presence of the winged immortal, who was equal in power. "I'm the winged immortal," he replied with an air of calm. "This matter pertains to the Yushu Palace of the Chan sect. How dare you interfere?" Qing Su invoked the authority of the Chan sect. The winged immortal replied, "While I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the Chan sect, I am bound by my duty to fulfill the requests of others. And this I understand well." Angered, Qing Su retorted, "Very well, then let me show you the might of the 12 immortals of Yushu." With a swift movement, he brandished his whisk, directing it towards the winged immortal. In response, the winged immortal deftly ascended into the sky, unleashing a tremendous force akin to a mountain crashing down upon the celestial virtue Taoist master. Qing Su evaded the winged immortal's strike, causing the mountains below to crumble into dust. With another wave of his hand, Qing Su sent his whisk swirling towards the winged immortal, and thus commenced an epic battle in the void above. Qing Su, a late-stage powerhouse of the great Luo realm, faced the winged immortal, who was at the pinnacle of the great Luo. In terms of raw power, the winged immortal had the advantage. However, the intricate techniques of the Yushu Palace made it no easy feat for him to subdue Qing Su in a short span of time. As these two great Luo masters clashed in the ethereal realm, Huang Tianhua seized the opportunity to escape with Yin Hong, riding the Jade Qilin towards the direction of Chaoga City. Observing Huang Tianhua's retreat while being obstructed by the winged immortal, Qing Su could only fume in frustration. Despite employing various divine techniques, each was skillfully countered by the winged immortal. The 12 immortals of Yushu were indeed not as formidable as they seemed. As the winged immortal witnessed Huang Tianhua's escape, he recognized that his mission was accomplished and chose not to engage further with the true monarch of clear void and virtue. With a graceful motion, he departed into the distance, vanishing in an instant. The true monarch, realizing he could not pursue Huang Tianhua, sighed and continued on his way. "Indeed, my friend Ning, as you predicted, the true monarch of clear void and virtue attempted to intercept Huang Tianhua, but was thwarted by my intervention." Upon returning to the ghostly soul pass, the winged immortal reported to Ning Ze. Ning Ze nodded slightly and remarked, "You have acquired Yin Hong's principles of Yin and Yang. If you refine them, your cultivation will undoubtedly progress significantly. Go and enter seclusion." "Understood." The winged immortal bowed and took his leave. Chapter 75. Journey to the Bo Palace in the depths of the soul-traveling pass. Ning Ze diligently honed his skills, thoroughly comprehending the various inscriptions fused on the battlefield. His strength experienced a substantial enhancement. Moreover, he faintly sensed that he had grazed the barrier of the great Luo realm. Should he break through this barrier and solidify the 3 flowers atop his head, he would step into the great Luo realm and attain the great Luo fruit of enlightenment. Though the great Luo and Tai Yi realms are but a step apart, the disparity in power is vast. Once one enters the great Luo realm and manifests the 3 flowers, they can harness the power of these flowers, greatly amplifying their magical prowess. Entering the great Luo realm signifies a preliminary entry into the echelon of the powerful within the primordial world. However, breaching the profound gateway of the great Luo realm is no simple feat throughout history. Countless primordial cultivators have found themselves stymied at the pinnacle of the Tai Yi realm, sometimes for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, unable to manifest the 3 flowers and ascend to the great Luo. Furthermore, the process of solidifying the 3 flowers atop one's head is fraught with peril. Should one fail in this endeavor, their cultivation would regress, necessitating many more years before another opportunity to attempt the breakthrough arises. In some instances, one might never step into the great Luo realm or attain the great Luo fruit of enlightenment. Thus, although Ning Ze had brushed against the threshold of the great Luo realm, he refrained from recklessly attempting to break through and solidify the 3 flowers. He understood the necessity of thorough preparation, to meticulously contemplate the intricacies of the great Luo, ensuring a flawless attempt before making his move. Meanwhile, with Yin Hong captured, Jiang Wenwei felt despondent and dared not launch a reckless assault on the soul-traveling pass. Instead, he dispatched messengers to seek aid from Jiang Ze in the West Qi. Within the soul-traveling pass, the forces of the Shang Dynasty were insufficient. The soldiers led by Huang Feihu in the Eastern expedition had suffered significant casualties during the previous campaign against Donglu, with more than half of their ranks lost. Consequently, Huang Feihu reported to Chaoga, requesting that Grandmaster would augment their forces to decisively conquer Donglu. Amidst this rare period of tranquility, Ning Ze continued to cultivate and enhance his abilities. During his time in Nanshu, he had acquired the art of weapon forging. He resolved to refine his skills, intending to reforge his battle blade. Although this blade was a treasure weapon, its grade was not particularly high. As Ning Ze's strength grew, he found the blade increasingly inadequate. He procured branches from a red pine tree and some pine needles, along with a few feathers from the winged immortal, and commenced the refining process. With a wave of his hand, the battle blade levitated before him. He flicked his fingers, causing a branch and a pine needle to hover in front of him. He then executed a sealing gesture, opening his mouth to release a fierce flame. This flame was no ordinary fire, but rather the profound purple flame of Lu Huan. Controlling this purple flame with his consciousness, Ning Ze began the refining process. Soon, the pine needles and branches shimmered with light, merging into the battle blade. He continued to incorporate the remaining pine needles and branches until he had exhausted all his supplies. Finally, he integrated the feathers of the winged immortal into the blade. The feathers, being from a rare primordial species, served as exceptional materials for weapon forging. As the feathers melded with the blade, its quality indeed soared, transforming it into a genuine magical artifact. Yet, the process was not complete. Once more, Ning Ze opened his mouth and spat forth a mouthful of blood, using his own great witch blood to further merge with the battle blade. After a painstaking 10 days, Ning Ze finally completed the refinement of the battle blade. The weapon had now transformed into a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Indeed, holding the blade in his hand, Ning Ze wielded it with ease, feeling its power surge. As the essence of mana and vitality coursed through it, its might had increased by no less than 1,000-fold compared to its previous form. With the refinement concluded, Ning Ze broke through the barrier and emerged. At that moment, a soldier reported, "General Ning, Prince Wuqing requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze hurried to the military headquarters, where he found Huang Feihu sitting at the head of the hall, with Huang Tianhua prominently present alongside him. Clearly, Huang Tianhua had returned to Chaoga City to see his mother before coming back to Yuhan Pass to assist Prince Wuqing, Huang Feihu. Upon Ning Ze's entrance, Huang Feihu promptly invited him to take a seat. He then said, "General Ning, our father-son recognition is largely due to your efforts, and for this, I am immensely grateful. Tianhua has returned to the capital bearing a jade slip from the Grand Master, which he is to hand over to you." Huang Tianhua stood, presenting a jade slip to Ning Ze. Upon receiving it, Ning Ze indeed discovered that it contained a message from Wenzhong. With a mere gesture, Wenzhong's voice echoed forth, "General Ning, I have visited Bo Palace and conveyed your concerns to the Master. The Master holds you in high regard. Hence, I have been instructed to reach out to you, hoping you can make a trip to Jinao Island for an important inquiry from your revered teacher." Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He had previously warned Wenzhong that the Chan cult intended to use the calamity of the investiture of the gods to obliterate the Jie sect. It seemed that Wenzhong had relayed this message to the Tongtian saint. It was uncertain whether the Tongtian master had heeded his words. It appeared that a journey to Jinao Island was inevitable. Ning Ze was confident that Tongtian would not cause him any trouble. Thus, this journey should pose no peril. He turned to Huang Feihu. "Prince Wuqing, I must make a visit to Bo Palace, so I will be departing for a while." Huang Feihu understood that Ning Ze's visit to Bo Palace was undoubtedly of great significance. "Very well, General Ning, you may proceed as you wish." After expressing his gratitude, Ning Ze took his leave. With a thought, he summoned Yue Xian, who appeared before him in a flash. "Yue Xian, do you know the whereabouts of Jinao Island?" "Jinao Island is the sacred ground of the saints. I am well aware of its location. Why do you inquire, my friend Ning?" Yue Xian responded with curiosity. "I am bound for Jinao Island to meet the Tongtian saint. Please guide me there." "Very well." Yue Xian transformed into a magnificent golden-winged rock, several zhang in size. "Please, ascend." Ning Ze stepped forward, leaping onto the back of the golden-winged rock. With a powerful cry, the rock soared into the clouds, flapping its wings as it headed toward Jinao Island. Yue Xian moved with astonishing speed, covering 90,000 miles with each flap of its wings. Soon, they arrived above the vast expanse of the sea, where indeed lay a celestial island amidst the endless waters. The island stretched for tens of thousands of miles, adorned with undulating peaks, towering ancient trees, and an ethereal purple aura that enveloped the sky. Numerous smaller islands encircled this celestial isle. There was no doubt that this was Jinao Island. As Ning Ze's thoughts settled, the winged immortal gracefully descended upon the edge of the island. "This is the sanctuary of the sage. We practitioners must refrain from flying above the island, for the Bo Palace resides at its heart," the winged immortal proclaimed. Hearing this, Ning Ze nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, winged immortal, you shall wait here. This Golden Turtle Island is indeed the abode of the Bo Palace, teeming with formidable beings. Be cautious not to wander indiscriminately." "Understood," the winged immortal promptly replied. Ning Ze then made his way towards the center of the island. Although he did not take flight, his speed was astonishingly swift. Before long, a magnificent divine palace came into view. The palace towered over 36 zhang, shrouded in swirling purple mist, with the essence of the Tao flowing through it, while countless auspicious signs continuously manifested in the void. Despite being 100 miles away, Ning Ze could already sense the solemn and lethal aura emanating from the Bo Palace. Truly, it is worthy of being the sanctuary of the sage. Chapter 76. The Provocation of the Long-Eared Celestial. This was the first time Ning Ze beheld the sacred grounds of the saint, and he was profoundly astonished. He lacked even a fixed place for cultivation, rendering any comparison utterly futile. He hastened towards the Bo Palace. However, at that moment, a figure flickered before him. A red-eyed Taoist blocked his path. Dressed in Taoist robes, the man was gaunt, with piercing red eyes. Upon seeing Ning Ze, he barked, "Who are you, and what brings you to my Bo Palace?" This man was undoubtedly a disciple of the Ning Ze, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Ning Ze, a general of the great Shang, summoned by the Tongtian cult master to pay respects to the saint. I hope you can convey my message." The Taoist rolled his eyes and sneered. Bo Palace is the sacred domain of the saint. One does not simply gain an audience at will. How could a mere general of the great Shang be summoned by the saint? Well, Ning Ze hesitated slightly and replied, I cannot say for certain. I hope, esteemed Taoist. Noticing the Taoist's disrespectful demeanor and haughty attitude, Ning Ze wiped his forehead and activated his, casting his gaze upon the Taoist. Instantly, the man's information unfolded in his mind. The red-eyed Taoist was none other than the long-eared Celestial. Ning Ze was well aware of this individual, a traitor of the who, during the battle of the 10,000 immortals, had seized the 6 soul flags and defected to the Western teachings, subsequently being enshrined as the joyful Buddha by the Western Buddhist sect. This man's character was notoriously vile, and Ning Ze did not expect to encounter the long-eared Celestial here. It seemed this fellow intended to deliberately obstruct him. Indeed, the long-eared Celestial smirked coldly and said, I have told you, the saint is not someone one can easily meet. I advise you to leave quickly, or do not blame me for driving you away. This is the territory of the... Ning Ze, seeing the long-eared Celestial's attitude, slightly cupped his hands and said, I take my leave. Just as he was about to depart, a figure approached swiftly from the distance. General Ning, what brings you here? Ning Ze looked up and saw that the newcomer was none other than Luo Xian. Although they were acquainted, their relationship was not particularly close. Upon recognizing Luo Xian, he slightly cupped his hands and said, Ah, it is Taoist Luo Xian. I heard from the Grand Master that the saint summoned me, but this Taoist friend obstructed my passage, hence my intention to leave. The master wishes to see you. Luo Xian, slightly taken aback, turned to the long-eared Celestial and said, Brother Dingguang, this General Ning is an old acquaintance of mine. The master may indeed have urgent matters to discuss. I suggest you convey this message. The long-eared Celestial paid no heed to Luo Xian, sneering. How could a mere general of the great Shang attract the master's attention? Luo Xian, do you dare to meddle in my affairs? The long-eared Celestial was one of the 7 attendants of the immortals, while Luo Xian was merely an outer disciple, his status far inferior. Seeing the long-eared Celestial's dismissive attitude, Luo Xian replied, Very well. If you say so, I shall report to the master and await his decision. With that, he sought to proceed towards the Bo Palace. The long-eared Celestial swiftly obstructed Luo Xian's path, stating, Luo Xian, are you questioning me? Upon witnessing his fellow disciples embroiled in a dispute on his behalf, Ning Ze interjected. There is no need for further contention between you two. I shall take my leave. I kindly request Taoist Luo Xian to convey to the sage that I, Ning Ze, have visited and am not reneging on any prior commitments. With that, he prepared to depart. Seeing this, Luo Xian hurriedly urged, General Ning, do not leave just yet. I am on my way to see our esteemed master and can relay your message. The long-eared, luminous immortal attempted to intervene, but was interrupted by a resonant voice that seemed to echo from all directions, commanding, What is all this commotion? Recognizing the voice of the sage of the heavens, Luo Xian immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Master, Ning Ze seeks an audience. The long-eared immortal's expression darkened, yet the sage had already taken note, rendering further comment unnecessary. Indeed, the sage's voice echoed once more, allow him to enter and speak. Thus, Luo Xian escorted Ning Ze to the exterior of the Emerald Palace. General Ning, please, he gestured. Ning Ze stepped forward, entering the grand expanse of the Emerald Palace. The atmosphere within was imbued with an abundance of celestial energy, flowing like a tangible essence, causing a profound stir within Ning Ze's heart. The potential for cultivation here was surely magnitudes greater than that found outside. Truly, it was a realm of paradise. In the center, he beheld a young man with flowing black hair, seated gracefully upon a lotus pedestal. An odd sensation enveloped Ning Ze. It felt as though the figure before him was not merely a person, but an unsheathed sword, emanating a piercing aura that made his heart race. Though the Taoist sat upon the lotus, Ning Ze sensed an insurmountable distance separating them. This individual was undoubtedly the sage of the heavens, embodying an awe-inspiring presence befitting of his title. Ning Ze, not daring to show any presumption, advanced, and with cupped hands, declared, "Ning Ze pays his respects to the sage of the heavens." The sage's gaze swept over Ning Ze, and in that instant he felt utterly transparent, as if all his secrets were laid bare before the sage. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am aware of the commotion outside the Emerald Palace, the sage remarked. Ning Ze recounted his visit to Golden Tortoise Island and the difficulties he faced at the hands of the long-eared immortal. Upon hearing this, the sage furrowed his brow, expressing that long-eared immortal lacks decorum. I shall certainly impose consequences upon him for his actions. Ning Ze chose not to elaborate further. The sage then turned his attention to Luo Xian, inquiring, "When did you arrive here?" Luo Xian replied, "I was summoned by my junior brother, Shang Gongbao, to assist the Shang alongside Liu Huan. However, Liu Huan has perished, and I have come to report this to you, master." The sage, unfazed, responded, "I'm already aware. I had instructed you to engage in secluded cultivation. Your premature emergence from retreat is indeed regrettable. Liu Huan's demise in battle is a consequence of fate. Do you know at whose hands he fell?" Luo Xian promptly replied, "He fell to the disciple of the Chan sect, Huang Tianhua." The sage's brow furrowed in concern at the mention of the Chan sect's disciple. "Very well, I have been informed. You may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with this young friend, Ning Ze." Luo Xian, understanding the dismissal, bowed and exited swiftly. Upon encountering Kong Xian, the master of Tong Tian finally shifted his gaze towards Ning Ze. "Young friend Ning Ze," he began, "Wen Zhong once visited the Bo Palace to report on matters concerning the investiture of the gods. I, alongside my two elder brothers, co-signed the investiture of the gods within the Zixiao Palace, advancing the great enterprise of this celestial decree. Few are aware of the impending calamity of the investiture. How did you come by this knowledge?" As anticipated, Ning Ze had surmised that Tong Tian would indeed inquire about this matter prior to his arrival. Replying to the sage, he articulated, "Recently, the calamity of the Hong Huang has intensified, and while atop the summit of Qishan, I beheld the divine platform set by Jiangxia for the investiture, uncovering its profound mysteries. Thus, I discerned that the calamity of the investiture is nigh." Listening attentively, Tong Tian nodded slightly. "I see. That explains why so few are aware of this investiture. But tell me, what do you mean by stating that this calamity is the tribulation of the Jia sect?" Upon hearing this, Ning Ze could not help but feel a sudden jolt within his heart. Chapter 77. The Guardian of the Celestial Path. The assault on the great Luo Ning Ze had already contemplated his response. The individual before him was a sage, not easily deceived. Should his answer fail to satisfy the celestial guardian, one could only wonder what consequences might ensue. Maintaining a calm exterior, Ning Ze spoke with measured composure. "The heavenly court intends to appoint 365 deities of fortune and purity, requiring the three teachings to collectively endorse the decree of divine appointment. But from where shall these divine positions originate? The disciples of the human teaching are few, with only one from the Xiandu the Chan teaching having a high threshold for disciples, boasts only a meager number. The primordial Lord of Heaven, overseeing the divine appointments, would not permit his own disciples to ascend to the ranks, thus detaching from the Chan teaching. The Jia teaching, claiming to be the foremost sect with countless disciples, will likely provide the majority of these divine positions. Historically, during great calamities, the tides of the primordial world have shifted dramatically. During the Longhan calamity, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans suffered unimaginable losses, all emerging from the conflict battered and weakened, retreating from the primordial stage. In the struggle between Tao and demon, the demon race was entirely vanquished. The calamity between the Wu and Yao clans left both factions in ruin, compelled to recede into the shadows. Now, the human race assumes the central role in the celestial order, and the divine appointment calamity will inevitably revolve around them. The Jia teaching stands as the preeminent sect of the primordial realm. The Tao ancestor has already indicated the intention to bestow 365 deities of fortune and purity, heralding the rise of the heavenly court. Should the heavenly court ascend, the Jia teaching will undoubtedly become its adversary. Thus, This calamity appears to be a trial for the Jia teaching. Reflecting upon past calamities in the primordial world, it is evident that neither the Ning family nor the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans participated. As for the Wu and Yao clans, it seems that the Chan, Jia, and human teachings will emerge from this calamity without a victor. I boldly speculate that the true beneficiary of this calamity will undoubtedly be the heavenly court. Hao Ian, being the disciple of the Tao ancestor, has initiated this calamity with the unmistakable aim of leading all sects to decline, thus revitalizing the heavenly court. Ning Ze's discourse left the celestial guardian astounded. He could not help but acknowledge the soundness of Ning Ze's reasoning. As a person of great wisdom, the celestial guardian was acutely aware of the underlying implications. However, his trust in the primordial lord, the highest elder, and the Tao ancestor had misled him to believe they would not resort to such treachery against the Jia teaching. It was only after Ning Ze's insightful reminder that the celestial guardian experienced a profound awakening, realizing he was ensnared within the intricate web of the situation. A cold sweat trickled down the side of the celestial guardian's face. How perilous! Had he remained oblivious to the intricacies, he might have unwittingly stepped into another's trap. In an instant, the way the celestial guardian regarded Ning Ze transformed entirely. Young friend Ning, your words ring true. Your timely reminder has been akin to a clarion call. I now grasp the situation. You have rendered a great service to the Jia teaching. Ning Ze remained silent. The celestial guardian, gazing intently at him, continued, if I am not mistaken, you have already reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm, poised to manifest the three flowers at the crown and ascend to the great Luo realm. Your remarkable intellect surely indicates that attaining the great Luo is no simple feat, and achieving the lofty heights of the great Luo is even more arduous. To express my gratitude for your enlightening counsel today, I shall personally elucidate the profound mysteries of the Tao for you, guiding you on the intricacies of coalescing the three flowers at the crown, aiding you in swiftly achieving that exalted state. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze was overwhelmed with joy. With a sage imparting the teachings, his chances of attaining the three flowers at the crown had undoubtedly increased significantly. If one were to seek understanding through personal contemplation, it would likely take countless years to grasp the subtleties within. This is precisely the advantage of joining a sect. Many unclear matters can be clarified through inquiry, as there are those who impart teachings and safeguard one's path. In contrast, a solitary practitioner must rely solely on their own fortune and comprehension along their journey, rendering the path of cultivation vastly more arduous. Although the sect of the intercepting teachings does not discriminate among disciples, the number of practitioners who approach its gates is immense. Yet the few who receive individual teachings from the Celestial Master are exceedingly rare. This represents an extraordinary opportunity. I extend my gratitude to the Celestial Sage. Please, take a seat as I elucidate the profound mysteries of the Great Luo. With a gesture, a lotus platform materialized beneath Ning Ze's feet, upon which he seated himself. Only then did the Celestial Master begin to expound upon the profound truths of the Great Luo. Ning Ze, sensing the gravity of the moment, focused intently on the Celestial Sage's teachings. Indeed, the Celestial Master's discourse possessed an enchanting quality, compelling all to listen attentively. To ascend to the Great Luo, one must condense the three flowers atop the head, a fact that Ning Ze was already aware of. However, the methods to achieve this condensation are manifold. Some practitioners, inspired by observing adept masters, touch upon the gateway of the Great Luo and thereby utilize the method of lofty mountains to condense the three flowers. Others cultivate in the mundane world, contemplating the myriad beings of heaven and earth, gradually attaining insights that lead to the condensation of the three flowers through worldly understanding. Many practitioners, however, resort to forcibly gathering their inner energies to breach the three flowers gateway, resulting in the condensation of the three flowers. This approach, while straightforward and forceful, is fraught with peril. The three flowers atop the head also exhibit variations among different practitioners. The majority of these flowers are a mere confluence of magical energies. While some integrate their three thoughts into the flowers, and others infuse their unique cultivation attributes, thus amplifying their potency. Ning Ze, absorbing these insights, felt a profound sense of comprehension. Had it not been for the Celestial Master's teachings, he would likely have employed his magical power to forcibly condense the three flowers, resulting in a standard manifestation devoid of remarkable strength. Specially formed three flowers are likely to possess extraordinary effects. Following this, the Celestial Master explained the ranks of the three flowers. The three flowers atop the head, consisting of 3 petals, are graded into 9 tiers, with the highest being the first flower of the golden lotus atop, which there are 27 petals, signifying the 9th tier. Whether there are further ranks within the 9th tier remains unknown. Among the primordial realm, the practitioner with the highest tier of condensed 3 flowers is the saint of the highest purity, whose 3 flowers boast 25 petals, just 2 petals shy of achieving the 9th tier of the Great Luo. The Celestial Master and the primordial heavenly venerable possess only 24 petals, categorizing them as 8th tier Great Luo. The Western sect S figures, Kunthi and Jin, are merely at the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the Great Luo. The higher the tier of the condensed 3 flowers, the stronger the practitioner's capabilities and the greater their potential achievements in the future. Subsequently, the Celestial Master commenced an exposition on the various profundities of the Great Luo realm and the methodologies for utilizing the 3 flowers. This lecture spanned a full 10 days before the Celestial Master concluded his teachings. Once the Celestial Master finished, Ning Ze rose and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Celestial Sage. For this enlightening discourse, I have gained profound insights. Indeed, it is gratifying to have such realizations. If you wish to ascend to the realm of the Luo, you may retreat within the Bo Palace, where I shall serve as your protector, ensuring that no one can disturb your meditation." Tong Tian remarked, "To gather the 3 flowers atop the head requires a considerable amount of time. Typically, when one endeavors to reach the Luo, they establish protective formations and often enlist assistance to safeguard against interruptions that could jeopardize their concentration. However, if you were to cultivate the 3 flowers within the Bo Palace, you would be free from such disturbances. With a sage as your guardian in a sacred ground of the Jie sect, who would dare to intrude?" After some contemplation, Ning Ze acquiesced. "Thank you, sage." Tong Tian chuckled. "Your contributions to our Jie sect merit such treatment. Consider it my way of expressing gratitude." Chapter 78. The 9th rank of the Luo. The 3 flowers of thunder in the ethereal confines of the Bo Palace. Ning Ze immersed himself in profound contemplation, delving into the enigmatic principles of the Luo. Under the guidance of the Tong Tian, his comprehension of the Luo had reached an extraordinary depth. Soon, he discerned a method of his own for condensing the 3 flowers. He began to gather his magical essence, aiming to coalesce the 3 flowers atop his head and strive for the Luo realm. The atmosphere within Bo Palace was saturated with spiritual energy, rendering it an exceptional location for this endeavor. Ning Ze concentrated his magical power. The formidable quintessence within him surged upward, while 3 streams of pure energy ascended from his crown, gathering and refusing to disperse. He formed a seal with his hands, unleashing the supreme might of thunder, directing it toward the first stream of pure energy. This initial flower of the 3 flowers was intended to manifest as the thunder flower. With a grasp on the essence of thunder and the presence of the purple mansion divine thunder, should he successfully condense the thunder flower, he would attain complete mastery over lightning. In the heat of battle, a mere thought would summon divine lightning to rain down upon his foes. Indeed, an ethereal image of a golden lotus gradually emerged amidst the pure energy above Ning Ze's head, revealing an astonishing 29 petals. The reality of the 9th rank of the Luo struck him with astonishment. The formation of a golden lotus of a certain rank was not within his control. It was a manifestation of his potential, which would automatically reveal itself in lotus form. The appearance of 27 petals signified that Ning Ze possessed the innate potential for the 9th rank of the Luo. However, Condensing into the 9th rank of the Luo was no trivial matter. The higher the rank of the 3 flowers, the greater the challenge. Furrowing his brow, Ning Ze realized that had he known his innate potential was of the 9th rank, he would not have rushed to condense the 3 flowers atop his head. Nonetheless, once the pursuit of the Luo realm commenced, it could not be halted. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be in vain. With determination, Ning Ze gritted his teeth as the thunderous primordial force within the Purple Sky Palace was summoned, converging into his being. The first petal solidified into form, followed by the gradual emergence of the second petal. Within the Bo Palace, Tongtian's face reflected astonishment. The 9th rank of the Luo, condensed through thunderous power. Tongtian murmured to himself, I did not anticipate that Ning Ze aimed to condense into the 9th rank of the Luo. I have underestimated him. With such talent, he shall undoubtedly excel in the primordial world. Yet, the challenges of the 9th rank of the Luo were formidable. A failure in this endeavor would be a significant loss to the primordial realm. Nevertheless, he mused, fortunately, I shall serve as his guardian. In critical moments, I will lend my support. Ning Ze relentlessly pursued the condensation of the thunder flower, and after a day and night, he had successfully formed 24 petals, equivalent to the 8th rank of the Luo. The final 3 petals, however, proved to be the most arduous to condense. Furthermore, the process of forming the 3 flowers was exceedingly draining on his magical power. Had it not been for the rich spiritual energy in Bo Palace, he would have long since exhausted his reserves. Clenching his teeth, Ning Ze flicked his fingers, summoning the Ancestor Witch flag, from which streams of purple lightning surged forth to coalesce around him. The 25th petal took shape, followed closely by the gradual formation of the 26th petal. The 12 capital heavenly godly flags. Upon encountering the ancestral shaman flag, Tongtian's expression subtly shifted. This young man bore the ancestral flag of the Witch clan, indicating a profound connection to them. No wonder he had cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, reaching the apex of physical transcendence. Ning Ze relentlessly assailed the great Luo's threshold, while elsewhere, the winged immortal perched upon a boulder by the shores of Golden Tortoise Island, gazing at the tumultuous waves, awaiting Ning Ze's return. He felt no concern for Ning Ze's safety. As one who had already sacrificed his soul and bore Ning Ze's spiritual imprint, the winged immortal would be the first to sense any peril that befell him. Furthermore, this location was the sacred ground of a sanctuary of saints. If a saint intended to eliminate Ning Ze, the winged immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to intervene. As the winged immortal observed the ebb and flow of the tides, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Hey, what foul Taoist dares to lurk here? The winged immortal looked up to see a figure clad in green robes with red eyes, standing upon the waves and questioning him. This individual was none other than the long-eared Jingguang immortal. The winged immortal regarded him and inquired, Who might you be, friend? I am the long-eared Jingguang immortal of the. This is Golden Tortoise Island, not a place for wandering cultivators to roam freely. I suggest you depart swiftly, otherwise, do not blame me for taking you down. The long-eared Jingguang immortal retorted with a cold smile. The winged immortal glanced at him. I am merely waiting for a companion. Soon I shall take my leave. Waiting for whom? The long-eared Jingguang immortal demanded. If you could offer me some benefits, I might be inclined to allow you to wait here. He added, brazenly soliciting favors. Is this the manner of your? It appears the is but a hollow name. I am merely waiting for my friend Ning Ze. The winged immortal's disdainful laughter echoed. Seeing the winged immortal's scorn and mockery, the long-eared Jingguang immortal's anger flared. This individual was a friend of Ning Ze, who had previously disdained him. Now, he was met with similar contempt. You vile Taoist, daring to linger here. I shall slay you to uphold the dignity of the. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy towards the winged immortal. The long-eared Jingguang immortal was one of the 7 attendants of the, his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of Great Luo, so his strike was indeed formidable. However, the winged immortal stood at the pinnacle of Great Luo. As the attack approached, he merely waved his hand, conjuring a surge of power that effortlessly intercepted the long-eared Jingguang immortal's assault. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided above the sea, unleashing colossal waves. The long-eared Jingguang immortal was sent reeling back several dozen feet, while the winged immortal remained only slightly swayed. Realizing that the individual before him was of superior cultivation, the long-eared Jingguang immortal felt a twinge of alarm. Nevertheless, this was the sacred ground where many of his brethren were cultivating on the island, and he felt no trepidation. "Ah, so you dare to engage me here? I shall certainly bring about your demise," he declared, his energy surging as 3 streams of pure essence erupted from his crown, summoning the power of the 3 flowers, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion of his hand, the long sword emitted a piercing whistle, its overwhelming sword intent sweeping across all directions with an unmatched momentum, aimed at the long-eared Dingshi immortal. Observing this, the winged immortal also summoned his powers, leaping forward to intercept the attack directed at the long-eared Dingshi. Thus, a fierce battle erupted upon the surface of Jinao Island. The long-eared Dingshi sought to vanquish the winged immortal with his full might. However, considering that this was the territory of he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, holding back his assault. Consequently, for the moment, these 2 formidable Deluo warriors found themselves in a stalemate. The fierce energies surged outward from their confrontation, creating a tempest around them. Countless disciples of the were roused, breaking through their meditative states to rush toward the scene. Even the heavenly teacher was stirred, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area, enveloping it in his awareness. Chapter 79. The 3 Flowers of Qi and Blood. The astonishment of Tongtian. Those disciples who reside on Golden Ao Island for cultivation are undoubtedly significant figures within the sect. The fierce battle between the long-eared Jingguang immortal and the winged immortal naturally drew the attention of these disciples. A multitude of shimmering lights darted through the air, halting in the void as they observed the clash between the long-eared Jingguang immortal and an unknown Taoist, each expressing a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Within the sect, the long-eared Jingguang immortal's reputation is tarnished by his improper conduct, often harassing female disciples and oppressing those of lower status. Consequently, his popularity is rather poor among the core disciples, who, while disdainful of his character, maintain a facade of politeness due to their shared affiliation. Originally, the long-eared Jingguang immortal was a long-eared rabbit who attained enlightenment while residing on Golden Ao Island. When Tongtian sought a place of cultivation, he occupied Golden Ao Island and thus owed a karmic debt to the long-eared Jingguang immortal, taking him as a disciple and one of the 7 immortals in attendance, thereby repaying his debt. Although Tongtian has heard of the long-eared Jingguang immortal's misdeeds and often reprimands him, he has not expelled him from his sect. As the long-eared Jingguang immortal engaged in battle with the winged immortal, the watching disciples felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing his plea for assistance. A figure soared upward, landing nearby, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of formidable power directed at the winged immortal. Sensing the impending threat, the winged immortal reacted swiftly, channeling his own power to counter the attack. With a resounding crash, the 2 immense forces collided in the void. The winged immortal was sent reeling back 100 paces, while the Taoist in the yellow robe merely swayed slightly, indicating his superior cultivation. The winged immortal's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The Taoist smiled subtly and inquired, "Might I ask who this esteemed friend is, and why you have come to Golden Ao Island to clash with our disciples?" Recognizing the profound depth of this individual's Taoist principles, the winged immortal silently acknowledged the formidable foundation of the sect, realizing that this person must undoubtedly be of the quasi-saint realm. Upon encountering this individual, I hastily proclaimed, "I am Yu Xian, accompanied by my friend Ning Ze to Jinao Island. Ning Ze has already entered the Bayou Palace to pay his respects to the Saint of Heaven." This disciple of the Jiejiao sect, seeing me waiting here, approached with the intent to drive me away and extort benefits, which led to our quarrel and ultimately a fierce confrontation. The long ear and bright light immortal questioned, "Is what he says true?" The Taoist, in a booming voice, retorted. The long ear and bright light immortal quickly stepped forward, stating, "Master brother, this vile Taoist lingers here. I merely came to inquire, yet he disregarded me entirely, even going so far as to insult the Jiejiao, claiming its members are mere creatures of the wetland, akin to those that lay eggs in muddy waters. He believes he can come and go from Jinao Island at will. Unable to contain my anger, I engage him in combat. I implore you to judge fairly." This Taoist in a yellow robe was none other than the esteemed disciple of Jie Jiao, Duo Bao Taoist. Observing the long ear and bright light, immortal's unfounded accusations, Yu Yixian, filled with rage, retorted, "You speak nonsense." To which the long ear and bright light immortal replied, "Master brother, see how this Taoist threatens me." Duo Bao furrowed his brows, declaring, "Fellow Taoist, you are most audacious. This is Jie Jiao. To dare cause turmoil here is intolerable. If I do not subdue you, what remains of our sect's dignity?" With that, he summoned his powers, preparing to strike. Yu Yixian, taken aback, sought to flee. At that moment, the voice of the Saint of Heaven resonated from the Bayou Palace. "Duo Bao, I shall handle this matter in my own time. Do not act rashly. I have pressing concerns at present, but in a few days I will address this." "Yes." Duo Bao Taoist responded promptly upon hearing the command of the heavenly teacher. Within the Bayou Palace, Ning Ze was concentrating on gathering the 3 flowers atop his head, striving to break through to the great Luo realm. The first flower of thunder had already manifested 26 petals, with the final petal slowly taking shape. However, Ning Ze felt a sense of foreboding. The powers within him had been completely drained by the thunder flower. All his thunder-based energies had been dedicated to the formation of the thunder flower. At that moment, a war hammer materialized from the void, pulsating with purple lightning. Indeed, it was the divine thunder of the Purple Mansion. Supreme thunderous energy surged from the hammer and flowed into Ning Ze's body. Instantly, the thunder flower above his head completed its formation. A wave of joy enveloped him, realizing that this must be the intervention of the heavenly teacher. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the voice of the teacher echoed in his ear, "Do not lose focus." Ning Ze's spirit jolted. He quickly inhaled deeply, channeling his powers as the swirling spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged into his body. His depleted energy began to replenish at an accelerated pace. After 2 days, Ning Ze's powers were fully restored. He set about gathering the second flower. This time, he intended to employ his 9 transformations of profound art, utilizing his witch lineage to condense the fighting saint body. In doing so, the feedback from the 3 flowers would elevate his physical cultivation, allowing him to step into the quasi-saint realm. In the vast wilderness of Honghuang, a physical quasi-saint would indeed be a formidable presence. With this thought, an endless surge of vitality erupted from Ning Ze's being, coalescing within the ethereal projection of the second golden lotus above his head. A crimson petal swiftly took form. Upon the petal, the swirling force of vitality surged, accompanied by a continuous flicker of golden radiance. Observing Ning Ze's second flower of the 3, the celestial sage once again displayed a look of astonishment. In that instant, he comprehended Ning Ze's intentions. With the bloodline of the witch clan, combined with the condensed battle blood within him, should he successfully manifest the 3 flowers, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable beyond measure. The future achievements of this young man are immeasurable, truly boundless. The celestial sage stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "If I were to bring you into the fold of our sect would undoubtedly gain a formidable force. Your talent surpasses that of Duo Bao and his companions by far. Such potential is exceedingly rare." The celestial sage regarded him with admiration. After countless years of cultivation, he had never encountered someone of Ning Ze's caliber before. Chapter 80. Ascension to the Great Luo. Direct transmission from Tongtian within the ethereal confines of the Bio Palace. Ning Ze harnessed the blood essence of the witch clan, combined with the formidable fighting saint body acquired from the 6-eared macaque and supplemented by the 9 transformations profound art. He embarked on the arduous task of refining the second bloom of the three flowers of blood. As his magical power swirled, the vital essence within him surged forth, coalescing above his head. Petal by petal, the formation commenced, ultimately yielding 20 petals before the pace of his endeavor slowed. After 3 days of relentless effort, Ning Ze successfully amassed 26 petals of the three flowers of blood. Only one final petal remained to complete the grand undertaking. With unwavering focus, he continued to refine and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, tirelessly gathering the last petal. 2 days later, the second bloom of the three flowers of blood was finally complete. Suspended above him, a flower of purple lightning intertwined with a flower of crimson radiance, reflecting each other in a mesmerizing display. The last bloom awaited completion. Once achieved, Ning Ze would step directly into the realm of the Great Luo, attaining the Tao fruit of the Great Luo. With the second bloom now in place, Ning Ze began to restore his magical power, intent on summoning the momentum to manifest the third bloom. He had long prepared for this, planning to cultivate the three flowers of wood. After vanquishing the remnants of the deity Jimong and acquiring the principles of wood, as well as defeating Shang Dynasty to gain wood-based spiritual energy, his comprehension of wood-related divine abilities had reached an extraordinary level. The three flowers of wood would resonate with the three flowers of thunder, and once completed, he believed his mastery over the principles of wood would undoubtedly soar. Another 2 days passed before Ning Ze commenced the assembly of the three flowers of wood. As the principles of wood flowed through him, the first petal rapidly took shape above his head. Subsequently, the second petal, then the third. Tong Tian observed Ning Ze's progress closely. Upon witnessing the formation of the three flowers of wood, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. This lad possesses ambition. Despite his eclectic cultivation, he has refined the wood-based primordial energy to such an extent, truly a genius, indeed. Admiration glimmered once more in Tong Tian's gaze. Upon the completion of the 9th grade Great Luo, a tumultuous upheaval would surely ripple through the realms, heralding extraordinary phenomena. Such a prodigy, now present on Golden Turtle Island, would not be allowed to depart easily. He would inevitably be drawn into the ranks of the Jia sect. Unbeknownst to Ning Ze, who was wholly absorbed in his endeavor to unite the three flowers above him, the gathering of petals consumed a vast amount of his magical power. Yet, he remained unperturbed, recuperating while continuing to consolidate the three flowers. 10 days later, at last, the final petal materialized. In the void, an array of auspicious signs converged, illuminating the heavens. The supreme might of the Great Luo surged forth from his being. Alarmingly, the 9th grade Great Luo would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic disturbance in the primordial realm. Sensing this, Tong Tian hastily executed several hand seals that ascended into the firmament, cloaking this segment of destiny. Gradually, all extraordinary occurrences began to dissipate, while the three flowers above Ning Ze shimmered in mutual brilliance. In the boundless expanse of the universe, primordial energy converged towards him, integrating seamlessly into his being, resulting in an instantaneous surge of his magical power, elevating it to tenfold. A tremendous pressure emanated from the three flowers atop his head. Feeling the torrent of energy within him, akin to mighty rivers rushing forth, Ning Ze was overwhelmed with joy. He swiftly followed the method imparted by Tong Tian, beginning to condense the three flowers. Gradually, the three flowers atop his head gathered and subsequently entered his sea of consciousness, transcending even that. Is this the realm of the Luo? Rising to his feet, Ning Ze felt as if he had been reborn, his spiritual awareness amplified manifold. Congratulations, young friend Ning Ze, on condensing the three flowers atop your head and achieving the 9th rank of the Luo. Tong Tian's voice resonated in Ning Ze's ears. At this, Ning Ze's figure shimmered, and he found himself within the grand hall of Bo Palace, bowing respectfully to the master of Tong Tian. This momentous achievement of the Luo was largely due to the assistance of the sage, for which Ning Ze felt immense gratitude. Tong Tian smiled. The first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you were extraordinary, endowed with remarkable talent destined for greatness. Yet, I must admit, I underestimated you. You have indeed attained the 9th rank of Deluo, possessing the essence of primordial chaos. Tong Tian, unabashed in his admiration, continued to express his astonishment. Ning Ze, do you wish to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? The proposition left Ning Ze momentarily stunned. To be accepted as a direct disciple by the master of Tong Tian was beyond his wildest imagination. Given the impending calamity of the Fengshan, which also heralded the doom of the GS sect, joining their ranks at this juncture seemed perilous. However, with his prior conflicts with Zhu Lu Sun and the attention of the Chan sect drawn towards him, transcending the impending tribulation appeared exceedingly challenging. Yet, aligning himself with the GS sect could yield substantial benefits, including the privilege of receiving guidance directly from a sage. Considering the inevitability of the calamity, it seemed prudent to join the GS sect and face the tribulation together, perhaps even altering his fate and averting the sect's annihilation. Furthermore, even if he were to join the GS sect, his demise in the calamity was not a foregone conclusion. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Ze prostrated himself, proclaiming, "Disciple Ning Ze pays respects to master." He performed the formalities of apprenticeship with utmost reverence. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian unleashed a surge of sacred power, lifting Ning Ze from the ground. "Rise. It has been countless years since I've taken on a disciple. To have one as exceptional as you join my GS sect is indeed a blessing." Tong Tian's face radiated joy. Then, with another gesture, a purple war hammer materialized in his grasp. "This is the purple thunder hammer bestowed upon me by the Tao ancestor Hongjun at the Treasure Division Cliff. It is a rare and exquisite innate spiritual treasure of the thunder element. I present it to you as a token of your apprenticeship." An exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Ning Ze could hardly contain his delight upon hearing this. In the primordial realm, beneath the innate treasures, the exquisite innate spiritual treasures numbered scarce. The innate treasures were exceedingly few, and the exquisite ones even less than 100. To receive such a remarkable gift from Tong Tian was indeed a testament to the generosity befitting a sage. This time of apprenticeship has proven to be immensely rewarding. "Thank you, esteemed master." As Ning Ze grasped the purple lightning hammer, he could feel the pulsating divine thunder within it. "This hammer surpasses even my ancestral banner in ferocity. Once refined, it will undoubtedly amplify my strength significantly." Indeed, Tong Tian nodded slightly. "Today, having taken me as your master, you shall become my 5th direct disciple. I shall now gather the disciples of the GS sect to introduce you and announce your acceptance as my student. Henceforth, you must coexist harmoniously with your fellow brothers and strive for the prosperity of the GS sect." "Understood, master," Ning Ze replied with a deep bow. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian cast a spell, and his voice resonated across Golden Tortoise Island. "All disciples of the GS sect, heed my command and gather at the Bo Palace immediately." Chapter 81. The Purple Lightning Hammer and the 9 Transformations of Primordial Energy. Tong Tian issued a decree, and the disciples of the were not daring to delay. One after another, figures soared toward the Bayou Palace, and in less than a quarter of an hour, all the disciples on Jin Ao Island had gathered. Even those residing on the nearby islands had arrived at Bayou Palace. Respectfully greeting the master, the disciples bowed deeply, their demeanor imbued with utmost reverence. Tong Tian scanned the assembly, and upon confirming that all disciples had arrived, he began to speak slowly. "Today, I have summoned you here to announce a significant matter. I shall welcome a new intersect disciple." "What?" The disciples were taken aback. It had been countless years since the number of intersect disciples had increased in Bayou Palace. Could it be that today the master would select one among them to become a cherished disciple? In an instant, many outer sect disciples were filled with excitement, pondering who might be the fortunate one chosen by the master. The 3 heavens, the 10 heavenly lords, Lu Yu, Luo Xian, countless outer sect disciples displayed expressions of hope. To become a cherished disciple of the master would elevate their status within, along with a significant increase in resources. Even the 4 cherished disciples, Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, and Wu Dang pondered who might be the lucky one. The 7 attending disciples also felt a longing, although they served the 7 immortals. They remained a step away from the status of cherished disciples. At last, Tong Tian spoke. This disciple possesses extraordinary talent and has won my favor. It is my honor to accept him as a cherished disciple. He is none other than Ning Ze, standing behind me. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Ning Ze, who stood behind Tong Tian. There were expressions of surprise, envy, and jealousy. A smile graced Ning Ze's face as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Ning Ze pays respects to all the senior brothers. However, the Long Ear and Ding Guang immortal interjected, Master, what merit does Ning Ze possess that warrants him being accepted as a cherished disciple? We have followed you for many years, dedicating ourselves to. Why should we be overshadowed by an outsider? Long Ear and Ding Guang immortal's words were met with agreement from many disciples. Numerous thoughts mirrored this sentiment within their hearts. Yet they dared not voice them. Who would dare question the decision of a sage? Tong Tian turned his gaze toward Long Ear and Ding Guang immortal, replying calmly, I'm not so foolish as to choose disciples without criteria. Ning Ze is entirely deserving of the title of cherished disciple. He is already at the great Luo realm, and his talent surpasses that of all other disciples. Long Ear and Ding Guang immortal, do you dare question my judgment? Startled, Long Ear and Ding Guang immortal quickly replied, Disciple does not dare. Very well, all disciples should cherish one another and refrain from infighting. Henceforth, with Ning Ze as my cherished disciple, he shall be your junior brother. Do not mistreat him. Should I learn of any misconduct, I will not be lenient. Yes, master. The disciples responded in unison. Luo Xian felt a surge of joy for Ning Ze upon hearing that he had been accepted as a cherished disciple by Tong Tian. Having witnessed Ning Ze's strength firsthand, he understood that it was his capabilities that caught the master's attention. Moreover, the master had explicitly stated that Ning Ze's talent was unparalleled among all disciples. Such high praise has never been bestowed among the disciples. Duo Bao Jinling and the other disciples hurried forward to greet Ning Ze. The acceptance of a direct disciple by the master is a momentous event for the Jia sect, and it is believed that this junior brother must possess extraordinary talent. Junior brother, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek your elder sister. From now on, we shall be one family. Even the 3 Shaos approached to meet Ning Ze. Ning Ze returned their greetings with grace and humility. At this juncture, Duo Bao spoke, Master, not long ago, the feathered immortal clashed with a long-eared golden light immortal. They are currently on the island, and we seek your judgment. The conflict between the feathered immortal and the long-eared golden light immortal resonated with Ning Ze, causing a jolt of concern. He promptly replied, Master, the feathered immortal is my mount, accompanying me to Golden Ao Island. I am unaware of the reasons behind the clash with Brother Longear. A mount, the realization that the feathered immortal, a being of pinnacle Daluo cultivation, was indeed Ning Ze's steed, left everyone astonished. Even long-eared Golden Light, one of the 7 attendants, could not contend with such strength. It was no wonder the master had taken a liking to this junior brother. I see, since it is your mount. This must be a misunderstanding. Let us consider the matter settled. Ning Ze, you may seek a tranquil place on Golden Ao Island to establish your cultivation ground. Of course, if you prefer, you may reside within Bo Palace, Tong Tian remarked. Ning Ze responded, Master, I have just stepped into the Daluo realm and wish to enter seclusion for some time to comprehend its profound mysteries. I shall find a place to dwell on Golden Ao Island. Very well, Tong Tian agreed. If you have any doubts regarding your cultivation in the future, feel free to come to Bo Palace and consult me. You may now take your leave. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of disciples bid their farewells and departed. Once the disciples had left, Tong Tian turned his gaze toward Ning Ze. Ning Ze, you are my direct disciple. Yet your cultivation method is quite unique. I do not intend to impart the teachings of the Jia sect to you. You practice the 9 transformations of mystical arts, possessing a formidable physical body, and now you have achieved the special 3 flowers, attaining the 9th grade Daluo. During my travels in the primordial wilderness, I acquired numerous treasures. Your weapon, while a spiritual treasure, is of a lower grade. Allow me to refine it for you, and its power will surely be greatly enhanced." Ning Ze's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly presented his battle knife to Tong Tian. Tong Tian accepted the blade and stored it away, continuing, "In ancient times, the Pangu Father God cultivated two divine arts. One was the 9 transformations of mystical arts, while the other was the 9 transformations of primordial power. This latter technique was understood only by us, the 3 pure ones. The 9 transformations of mystical arts focuses on refining the body, whereas the 9 transformations of primordial power pertains to the cultivation of consciousness. I shall impart the 9 transformations of primordial power to you. How much you gain from it will depend on your own destiny." "Thank you, Master." Ning Ze expressed his gratitude earnestly. Tong Tian instructed, "Please take a seat and listen as I convey the teachings." Within the serene confines of the Azure Palace, Ning Ze sat attentively as Tong Tian began to elucidate the profound intricacies of the 9 transformations of primordial energy. This discourse persisted for a fortnight, during which Ning Ze remained utterly focused, not daring to entertain any semblance of negligence, diligently recording every word imparted by his master. The 9 transformations of primordial energy were extraordinarily enigmatic. The consciousness cultivated through its practice was vastly superior, indeed, 100-fold more formidable than that achieved through conventional methods. It is no wonder that this was the technique practiced by the mighty Pangu. Upon the conclusion of Tong Tian's teachings, Ning Ze finally rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom. You may now leave to ponder upon it," replied Tong Tian. "Yes, Master, I take my leave." Just as Ning Ze was about to exit the Azure Palace, he suddenly turned back. "Master, I have a query." "Oh, please proceed," Tong Tian encouraged. "Might I inquire, Master, do you know the whereabouts of the Sword of Slaughtering Witches?" Chapter 82. The Art of Harvesting by the Long-Eared Enlightened won upon Ning Ze's inquiry regarding the Slaughtering Witch Sword. The Master of the Celestial Gate exhibited a hint of surprise. "Why you seek the Slaughtering Witch Sword? Such a vile weapon is best left untouched." Ning Ze, taking heed, recounted his experience. "I have visited the underworld and met the Eastern Ghost Emperor, who imparted to me the 9 transformations of the mysterious art and promised me the position of the Central Ghost Emperor. I agreed to retrieve the Slaughtering Witch Sword for him. Having received his favor, I feel compelled to fulfill my obligation." The Master nodded slightly. "You speak wisely. As cultivators, we must honor the principle of cause and effect. The Slaughtering Witch Sword, forged by the Demon Clan, inherently restrains the Shaman Clan. It is only reasonable for the underworld shamans to seek the sword to destroy it. As for the position of the Central Ghost Emperor, should you wish to pursue it, I would certainly grant my consent, for the underworld's control over the cycle of reincarnation is indeed a noble endeavor." He continued, "However, the Slaughtering Witch Sword is exceedingly malevolent. After the war between the shamans and demons, its whereabouts became unknown. Many powerful beings have sought it, yet all have returned empty-handed. I suspect that this sword is merely a defective product, lacking significant power, and likely remains in the possession of the Demon Clan." Demon Clan? A flicker of realization crossed Ning Ze's mind. After the conflict, both the Shaman and Demon Clans suffered devastating losses, leading to the fall of the Demon Court. The Demon Clan, it seemed, had all but perished. "Master, who among the Demon Clan would possess the Slaughtering Witch Sword?" Ning Ze inquired. The Master stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Currently, among the highest-ranking individuals in the Demon Clan are 3. One is Lady Nuwa, who once held the title of Holy Mother in the Demon Court and possesses immense prestige. The second is the great Demon Master Kuanping, who fled to the Northern Abyss after the calamity and established the Northern Abyss Demon Master's Palace, gathering many powerful demons, thereby forming a considerable force. The last is Liu Ye, the son of the Eastern Emperor, who, having inherited the Eastern Emperor's legacy, boasts remarkable cultivation and considerable standing among the Demon Clan. Without a doubt, the Slaughtering Witch Sword is in the hands of one of these 3. However, acquiring it from any of them will not be an easy task." Ning Ze comprehended the gravity of the Master's words. Lady Nuwa is a sage, while the great Demon Master Kuanping though not a sage, had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint status long ago, making him formidable. Luya, too, must be a powerful quasi-saint. It appears that obtaining the slaughtering witch sword will indeed be a formidable challenge. Master, I have one more matter to discuss. Ning Ze continued. Speak, what else troubles you? The three teachings have jointly signed the decree of canonization, and the ensuing calamity will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. I fear there may be internal treachery within the Jie sect, so I implore you to exercise caution. The master acknowledged. I understand. You may leave now. With that, Ning Ze took his leave. The long-eared enlightened one had previously betrayed the Jie sect during the War of Canonization, and it is highly likely that he has already aligned himself with the Western teachings. As a direct disciple of the Jie sect, Ning Ze felt bound to assist in navigating the calamity and eliminating any destabilizing factors. Upon exiting the Bio Palace, Ning Ze felt a stirring in his spirit and reached out to the Winged Immortal. The Winged Immortal, engaged in meditation within the treasure cave, received Ning Ze's message and immediately broke through his seclusion, appearing before Ning Ze in an instant. In the present day, I, the celestial Winged Immortal, have become a disciple of the Heavenly Sage, receiving direct teachings as a member of the inner sect of the. I shall retreat on Jineo Island for a period of time. Let us together seek a tranquil place where I may construct a cave dwelling for my seclusion. Upon hearing that Ning Ze had taken the Heavenly Sage as his master and was accepted as a direct disciple, the celestial Winged Immortal found himself filled with joy. His fate was now intertwined with Ning Ze's, and he felt a sense of honor in this connection. Thereupon, the two of them searched within Jineo Island and discovered a serene mountain. This mountain was indeed peaceful. After a careful examination, Ning Ze noted that no disciples of the had established a place of cultivation there. He then employed his divine abilities to carve out a cave dwelling within the mountain. Meanwhile, the celestial Winged Immortal also established a cave dwelling not far from Ning Ze's. Shortly thereafter, Ning Ze entered into seclusion. This time, as he stepped into the realm of Great Luo, he also sought to comprehend the 9 transformations of Yuan power, which required his diligent reflection. Additionally, the purple lightning hammer needed to undergo a thorough refinement. Within his cave, Ning Ze immersed himself in contemplation, meticulously unraveling the mysteries of the Great Luo's profound gate. He began to practice the 9 transformations of Yuan power. As the 3 pure ones are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, they naturally imparted the method for cultivating the 9 transformations of primordial energy. Unlike the 9 transformations of profound power, which focuses on the cultivation of the physical body, the 9 transformations of Yuan power pertains to the cultivation of the primordial spirit. This technique is exceedingly profound. Once Ning Ze fully comprehended it, he commenced his practice. His primordial spirit and consciousness, in tandem with the cultivation of the 9 transformations of Yuan power, grew significantly stronger. Regrettably, with the impending calamity of the Fengshen, he found himself with limited time for further cultivation. Given more time, his primordial spirit would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Upon concluding his practice of the 9 transformations of Yuan power, Ning Ze began the refinement of the purple lightning hammer. As a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer contained formidable purple divine thunder. With his knowledge of artifact refinement and a modicum of control over the laws of thunder, coupled with the fact that the hammer's restrictions had already been breached by the Heavenly Sage, refining the purple lightning hammer proved to be relatively uncomplicated. With Ning Ze's efforts, he soon gained complete mastery over the purple lightning hammer, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Ning Ze was overwhelmed with delight. Extending his consciousness, he discovered that the celestial Winged Immortal remained in seclusion. Having acquired the principles of Yin and Yang from the Yin-Yang mirror, the celestial Winged Immortal experienced significant advancement in his cultivation. Although he still stood at the pinnacle of the Great Luo realm, his combat prowess had increased substantially. Next, Ning Ze extended his consciousness further to assess the activities of other disciples of the. Many disciples were constructing formations within their cave dwellings. thus preventing Ning Ze from probing further into their spaces. Suddenly, he discerned the long-eared celestial of steadfast light sneaking away from Jinao Island, heading towards the distance. Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly. This individual's departure from the island likely signified trouble. I shall follow and observe his actions, he decided. With this thought, Ning Ze shifted his form and discreetly followed the long-eared celestial beyond Jinao Island. He observed as the long-eared celestial landed upon a rather small island. After scanning the surroundings, he proceeded in a specific direction. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cave dwelling and swiftly entered within. Upon witnessing this, Ning Ze's figure swayed, and he landed outside the cave dwelling, his consciousness probing forth, causing his heart to tremble. Before him lay a meticulously arranged array surrounding the cave. Within the cave, dozens of female cultivators were shockingly imprisoned. The arrival of the long-eared celestial of radiance sent these women into a frenzy of terrified screams. The long-eared celestial chuckled ominously. Ladies, do you yearn for your Taoist master? It seemed the female cultivators understood the nefarious intentions of the long-eared celestial and hastily sought refuge in the corners. However, the cave was not expansive, and there was no escape for them. Before you meet your demise, would you not wish to indulge in the pleasures of the flesh? As a practitioner of the duality of yin and yang and the art of replenishment, you are all exquisite cauldrons for my craft. With that, the long-eared celestial reached out, seizing one of the female cultivators. Chapter 83. Capturing the long-eared enlightened one, the female cultivator screamed in terror, yet found herself utterly powerless. Her entire magical essence sealed by the long-eared enlightened one. Oh, little beauty, scream all you like. The more you shriek, the more exhilarated I become, he taunted. With that, he tore her garment apart, leaving the other female cultivators trembling in fear. At this point, Ning Ze understood the intentions of the long-eared enlightened one. What a villain!